definitely going back to the playoffs and going further in the playoffs to go versus the Warriors. I want to play the Warriors. I want to get to the Warriors. Wherever they at, I want to get to them.
Got you. Why the Warriors so much?
I mean, because Draymond talks so much trash. That's pretty much the only reason.
Oh, heck yes.
Let's freaking go, baby. I'm hyped up now. Carter's in the back. He's looking tan. He's back from Jamaica. Shasky looking all dapper. He was having a great day. Beautiful day in the Bay yesterday and today. Shout out Bonta Hill for holding it down. Warriors, T-Wolves. You heard Anthony Edwards right there. He wants the dubs. He wants the smoke. Oh, he's going to get it in Minnesota. Game 1 tonight. Western Conference semis. I'm fired up, baby. Good morning, Joseph.
I love this. This is why we love sports. And God, Minnesota and the Warriors have so much commonality over the years. So much stuff kind of linking the two of them. And you would think on the surface, like, oh, they've got nothing in common. They have zero history. The Warriors and the Timberwolves. And yet there's like this whole domino effect, a butterfly effect, if you will, Ashton Kutcher.
Thank you.
And it's tonight's going to be a big one. Anthony Edwards is one of the rising stars. Anthony Edwards wants to go through Luka, LeBron, and now Steph and Jimmy Butler to get to a Western Conference Finals. You want to talk about a gauntlet for a young player to kind of get some pelts on the wall? This is the matchup for him.
Talk about a true passing of the torch too, right? Like those are the two guys that would have dominated the last 2 decades in this sport.
Absolutely.
And if Anthony Edwards is able to vanquish LeBron, vanquish Stephen Curry, and get back-to-back Western Conference Finals appearances, and oh, by the way, potentially play the Denver Nuggets again, who take a 1-0 lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Very interesting end to that game. We'll get into at some point as well. And by the way, can the Warriors keep a trend going tonight? All the road teams have won game 1 thus far in the series. Nuggets yesterday. The Knicks did it after the Celtics blew a 20-point lead. They're still missing 3-point shots. 15 of 60? Oh, my God.
Well, Joe, I think
oh, my God.
Tonight's an all-hands-on-deck game. And the reason why I say that is clearly this team, with the final 7 minutes to go on Sunday, was completely exhausted.
Yeah.
Their tank was completely empty. And you saw Curry hunched over multiple possessions where he just couldn't move. And it was probably the smartest strategy to pull the guy face guarding him as far away from the action as possible so that you can make it a 4-on-4 with all of that space. And so I think tonight you go real deep into the bench just because of the exhaustion factor. And I actually like that in a game 1. I want to see what works, what's not going to work. And I just did a little deep dive on Minnesota, and this is a team that really went 8 deep in the last series against the Lakers. It was a 5-game series. You had the same starting 5 every game. Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and Mike Conley. Really, they got 3 guys off the bench, and they'll occasionally, in 3 of those 5 games, play Terrence Shannon. And so, like, I think this favors the Warriors, and I think the depth of the young players off the bench, whether it is Guy Santos for a couple of minutes, maybe you crack open TJD, Kevon Looney. We'll see if GP2 can play today. I think Kuminga, Moody, all of these guys are and should get an opportunity to play tonight.
888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We would love your participation today on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Again, same number to call or text. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. I think it's going to be another beautiful day here in the Bay. So why not stop by Laughing Monk? If you're in Sunnyvale, if you're here in San Francisco, go get a drink, go get a brewski, go get some lobster linguine. Why not? Seafood is popping right now. And you just mentioned it. You favor the Warriors in this series. If you're just going by Vegas, because some people get interested in that stuff, currently the Minnesota Timberwolves, this is via DraftKings Sportsbook, minus 180 to win this series right now. But that's Vegas, but you're feeling pretty good about their chances.
I want you to understand. No, I do not love the Warriors' chances. I like the Timberwolves in 6 in this game. I'm taking a step back.
Oh.
I don't like the Warriors in this one. I like the Timberwolves in 6. And strictly because I think this team is exhausted. And I think there's some injuries and there's some stuff, and they're clearly not playing, their best basketball right now. That's number one. And number two, I don't know how many guys on this team I feel very confident on right now. Now, can things change if you steal one in Minnesota? Absolutely. Absolutely things can change. But I have real respect for what Minnesota did in that last round, and I think that they're sitting there, and I think they're hungry.
It's a great point, but is it going to be that rest versus rust factor, right? And again, this isn't the NFL. This isn't a couple weeks, right? If you're the Kansas City Chiefs or anything like that. But it's been a few days now, and they're a relatively young squad, albeit experienced, because they did go to the Western Conference Finals last year, obviously falling to the Luka, Dallas Mavericks, and Kyrie Irving. But that being said, this is a team tonight, if you're the Golden State Warriors, if you can steal this one, you got to love your chances in the series. Not just love them, because everything's stacked against you tonight. Everything's stacked against you. You just have a 7-game series against probably the best defense that was in the playoffs, the Houston Rockets. They took a pound of flesh. Amen Thompson was unbelievable guarding Stephen Curry. I don't know if the Minnesota Timberwolves have a player like an Amen Thompson that is just that much of a freak athletically, albeit the Jaden McDaniels of the world, right? You look at all the Dante DiVincenzo's, if he gets his assignment occasionally on him. They have some players. Mike Conley's an old man. Maybe he gets that assignment occasionally. But the fatigue factor tonight, that's what everyone's probably going to be looking at. How tired, you'll know within the first quarter, if this team is going to have the legs or not, right? Second quarter-ish, and if it's going to be a blowout or not.
I love my Warriors.
You do.
Steph Curry has not looked right for quite some time. Now, was he dynamic in the second half? Of course he was.
By the way, buddy, I didn't have a chance to talk about the games because I wasn't here yesterday. But he healed. Oh my God. Because you have not written a better script for Buddy Buckets in Game 7. Continue,
incredible.
Joe.
No, it's incredible. Look, but I just think you have to be, take a step back and let this thing play out. Can I be wrong? Of course I can be wrong. There's multiple times where I picked against the Warriors in the last 10 years and been wrong. I don't love how they look right now. Their form is suspect. Now, once I see the matchups and I can see who can get played and who can't play, and can they get Rudy Gobert in foul trouble? That's a big question to me. They are going to have to get him out on an island and get him in foul trouble. The one thing this team does do is rebound really well. With Julius Randle, this is a guy who scored 22 a game in the Lakers series. Yeah. Now, this is a different matchup, but at times, going back to when he was a Laker to when he was a Knick, he has given the Warriors some fits.
He's a big body. That is a big athletic player that could muscle his way in, and he can get his shot off pretty much whenever he wants. And if his shot is going like it was against the Lakers in that series, that's an X factor, which sounds kind of crazy, like a starter being a quote-unquote X factor. But he is, because let's face it, when that trade happened, a lot of people, and the trade I'm talking about, obviously going back to offseason, where it was Karl Anthony Towns heading to New York and Dante DiVincenzo heading to New York as well, then Julius Randle. Check that. Dante DiVincenzo coming back from New York and Julius Randle coming over is with him with the Minnesota Timberwolves. When that trade happened, a lot of people were like, Minnesota, what are you doing? You guys were just in the Western Conference Finals with Karl Anthony Towns, and now you're kind of blowing it all up. Rudy Gobert, Julius Randle, yeah, you got Anthony Edwards still, but I'm not sure about that. Well, it seems like it worked out for both of these squads so far. The Knicks got the win yesterday. Karl Anthony Towns with some big plays late in that one, and now we'll see if the Minnesota Timberwolves could do the same thing tonight. But it's worked out in the playoffs. I had some question marks too with Julius Randle, because as much as we talk about Brandon Belt and bad body language with players, Julius Randle, first team, all bad body language, no matter what. The guy looks like he's never smiled in his life. He's going to be out there. He if something is not going his way in a given game, there are some moments where he just just lumbering. I was all right, feeling sorry for himself, an all-star. All right, well, but in this game tonight, and in this series, I'm looking at one player in particular, Draymond Green. Because how can you not, with the history of him in the Stifle Tower, right? All Warriors fans are thinking about it. We just have to go out and say it. It's Rudy Gobert. It's Draymond Green. what the hell is going to happen in this series?
No idea.
Right?
No idea. I mean,
and let's be honest, Draymond didn't have his best series. It's probably one of like the worst series he's had I've seen from like a playoff series perspective.
But you could say that maybe Game 7 was one of his best games in years.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that Game 7 for him, for Buddy Hield, Steph in that fourth quarter, in that second half, incredible. And that's all that anyone's going to remember. But prior to that, it wasn't very good.
Well, I think for me right now, the one area where I'm not confident at all, and the reason why, just today, again, this is how I feel today. We'll see after a game. We'll see after 2 games or 3 games. Like, you're always recalibrating. The 3-point shot is so important for the Warriors offense. It's everything. Because of the spacing of Steph Curry, other people have to knock down threes. That is how they are going to win. And right now, there just aren't a lot of guys I'm very confident in being a consistent threat in 4 out of 7 games. And that's kind of where it comes down to. Now, that being said, Minnesota shot 32% from 3 in the last series against the Lakers, and it really wasn't a problem for them. But we saw in the Rockets series, the Warriors' inability to defend the 3-point line and their inability to get second chance, cut off second chance points for those teams. It really was a dagger to their defense, and it really stymied them. And I don't know if that same thing can apply. Like, guys were better in the series against the Warriors for the Rockets than they were all year in terms of shooting from 3.
Right.
Is that going to carry over for Minnesota, who's not the greatest 3-point shooting team? You know, does a Jaden McDaniels start hitting from 3? Does an Anthony Edwards raise his 3-point shooting and become significantly better? They're not the greatest free throw shooting team, right? So you can foul them a little, specifically Gobert, and Anthony Edwards has dipped a little in terms of free throw percentage. He's in the 70s in the playoffs. I wonder where the 3-point shots are going to come from the Warriors, because it's so important that guys outside of Steph Curry are confident. And right now, like, Moody's shot is in the abyss. But if he knocks down 2 or 3 or 4 shots in a half, that could change instantly. Confidence is so, it comes and goes.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield, is there some carryover? Can Buddy take that Game 7 and carry that over? And instead of being like kind of non-existent for 3 games, can he have a game or 2? That's how you win. That's how you steal a series. That's how you go into Minnesota and take one of these first 2. So can Podziemski find a consistent shot? Can Draymond carry over some of that offense? These are questions that I have. And that's why, I'm maybe being a little too harsh. I've seen this team and how tired they were and how they sleptwalked through certain games after the exhaustion of that Kings series a couple of years ago. It felt like it carried over into the Lakers series, and they didn't have their legs in them in the fourth quarter in particular. And that's the thing I'm looking for. Look, again, I can change my opinion. I'm trying to give Minnesota respect here.
No, I hear you. And 888-957-9570, your confidence level heading into tonight's game, Game 1 of the Western Conference semis. And we're going to have all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game, starting at 5:30 with Warriors Live, and it'll be leading you up to the game at 6:30 tip-off. Again, Tim Roy will be on the call alongside Tom Tolbert right here on 95.7 The Game. And then after the game, we got Grandy, we got Giddings. We're breaking it all down. No place else you would rather be when it comes to Golden State coverage than right here on 95.7 The Game. So to your point, when it comes to the Minnesota Timberwolves and this matchup, and you brought up a couple years ago, it took a miraculous Stephen Curry game in Game 7 in Sacramento to beat the Kings, and they were exhausted. The difference in that one for me was you were at home and you were hosting the Lakers, and that's how it hurt even more then when he lost that Game 1, because the Lakers didn't care at that. But after they won Game 1, they laid an egg in Game 2 because they knew that, okay, we still home court. We're going to win at our place. And the Lakers that season were like damn near unbeatable at Staples Center then, or Crypto.com, whatever the hell it was. But this is a little different because you're on the road tonight. So you do have a Game 2 in the back pocket to say, hey, okay, maybe we don't have it early tonight. They run away with it. Tired legs. We rest. We get another day and a half, and then we come back. I don't think that's, like, again, we're talking about Game 1. We're hyping it up. I think people will be disappointed, but you could live with that whole mindset, if you will. It's like, okay, we're going to take it on the chin this one, and then we can come back in Game 2. Because you are on the road. That is the big difference to me, comparing it from a couple seasons ago in Sacramento.
Yeah, I go in the other direction.
Really?
I think the young players, it's imperative. Look, you came out of the Rockets series and it felt like, we didn't trust a lot of guys. I think this starts a whole new page, a whole new book, and I would open it up and I would give, especially considering there's a tax. That the reality is there's an emotional and physical tax of coming out of a 7-game series. It is real. That doesn't mean you can't steal a game on the road. But I think it's incumbent on them to find other people on that bench who can be contributors. And for Steve Kerr to have a quick memory eraser and say, hey, it doesn't matter what happened before. Moses Moody, I know that you haven't, played really well in the series prior. This is a brand new series, brand new opportunities. Jonathan Kuminga, I know you haven't looked great, but maybe I give you a couple of minutes. Guy Santos, maybe I give you a couple of minutes. I think they need to search to find guys who fit this matchup, this game, and I think game 1 on the road, where you're not going to probably play Steph 42 minutes. You're just probably not. Like, I don't know if Jimmy's going to play 42 minutes tonight. Like, you're probably not. This is the game to kind of tinker, and I'm not saying you're not throwing it. No, I think I'm trying to find energy. I'm trying to find some found money from a couple of buckets. The guy I'm circling as the guy tonight, that's kind of the key, Brandon Podziemski, because I think he's going to get a lot of wide open looks. And if he can knock down some threes, now I'm totally changing my perspective.
Well, he was the only guy in that Game 7, right, not to hit the double-figure scoring. He was struggling to find a shot. And listen, there's a pressure-packed atmosphere there in Houston in Game 7. Hell, the guy's, this is his second year. This is his first action in the playoffs. I'm not expecting him to be, guns a-blazing all the time, but can we get a Pods game tonight?
I'm quietly confident in him.
I think he's not even quietly confident in himself. No, God loves himself.
But I think what I learned from that last series is that as the series went on, he didn't shy. He didn't shy away.
No.
Like if you watch Game 7, look, he missed shots down the stretch, but he rose to the moment. And it reminds me, again, he's a different player. Like when Jordan Poole at the end of that 2021 season, okay, where they lost the play-in, nobody wanted to shoot. And Jordan Poole wanted to shoot. Now, he didn't hit shots down the stretch, but the confidence that showed me is that, dude, this guy's not going to back down.
No, he tried to yam on LeBron.
The ball's going to be in his hands. He's going to get good looks. He's going to play off of Steph Curry's spacing. And to me, I think that there's a lot of good, positive carryover for Brandon Podziemski. He is the big key tonight. I really do. I think they're going to guard him with Connolly, and I think he's going to cook Connolly.
888-957-9570. We're going to pick this up on the other side. It's Warriors, Timberwolves, Game 1 tonight. Western Conference semis. Let's talk about it all. We'll preview the series. We'll preview the game. We're going to do all of it. We're going to do it with Nick Friedel, 720, our Odyssey NBA insider.
Knows Minnesota inside and out, covered them for multiple years during the Jimmy Butler era.
Oh, yeah, and he is very aware with one Jimmy Butler, obviously. And then the Anthony Edwards angle in all of this. Hey, there was a moment where we were talking about Anthony Edwards. Could he have been a Golden State Warrior? Yeah. And obviously, Steve Kerr talked about it. Steve Kerr coached him with the Olympic team, all of that baked into it. So we'll discuss that angle, the Rudy Gobert, Draymond Green, all of it. And plus, Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, joining us at 8:30. So we got Friedel, we got Slater, it's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's Carter, it's Lubman. It is. He's out there. He's got the flow going. And it's brought to you by Live Source Water Systems.
Hey, this is Rob.
This is Chase.
And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
I don't know why that one makes me laugh so much. Joe and Joe. It is. Or Joseph or Joseph, whatever you want to call us. Spadoni and Shasky. We're rocking and rolling. Game 1 tonight. Warriors, T-Wolves. They advance. So, I'm sure yesterday, and shout out Bonte Hill again for holding it down. Much appreciated, Bonte Hill, crushing it as always. I'm sure that baby felt very good yesterday morning, opening up the show. Buddy Hield, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond. That's championship grit and mentality. Now, part of a championship is, that's great. You did it in round 1. Now do it again, right? And they have an opportunity to do it, and this is a better team than the Houston Rockets. The Minnesota Timberwolves were in the Western Conference Finals last year. This isn't a young and up-and-coming quote-unquote team. No, this team is here right now, and their expectation is to get to the NBA Finals and win it. That is their goal. I don't think that was the goal of the Houston Rockets. They might say it in the locker room, but they're not a championship-level team. This is a championship-level team you're going up against with championship potential players in one Anthony Edwards. We know what Naz Reid's done in the past. Say what you will about Rudy Gobert. The guy's pretty damn good for the most
question
part.
on him, the question on Rudy Gobert is, can the Warriors get him into the action?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Because that's kind of been the bugaboo for them in the playoffs.
For sure.
Is him out on the perimeter. So I guess my number one question with Gobert, and I'll let you finish the entire point, but is he going to be the one guarding Draymond Green, sagging off so that he can be the help defender? Or is he going to be the one guarding someone else who might be the corner 3 guy, like let's say a Moses Moody or whatever? Like that, to me, is where I start as I'm breaking down half-court offense for the Warriors in the first quarter and in the fourth quarter at the end of games. Is Gobert the primary guy guarding Draymond Green, or do they employ a smaller player and sag off of him? Is Gobert the helper, essentially?
Well, it's going to be interesting, right? Because in the game 5 where they took care of business, and again, they've had 6 days of rest, the Minnesota Timberwolves. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they come out tonight with all that rest. They took care of business last Wednesday. Remember when the Warriors were also up 3-1 with the potential to do that. They couldn't get it done, and it trickled all the way down into Sunday, and they're only going to have a day and a half's rest heading into tonight. But the T-Wolves have been resting because they took care of business against the Los Angeles Lakers in 5 games. And in that game, 27 points and 24 rebounds for Rudy Gobert. Insanity in that game. And oh, by the way, you're mentioning a 3-point shot for them not being very good. They shot 7 of 47 from beyond the arc in that game and won by 7. It's incredible. The Lakers were also just that poor, like a size matchup for them. And Jackson Hayes didn't get any run in that game, and it showed why that Rudy Gobert dominated. So the size problem, again, how much is that going to be a factor in this one? Because that was a factor in the Rockets series. The size and athleticism of the young Houston Rockets caused fits. Steven Adams was an X factor a lot. Not so much in Game 7, but for most of that series, he was incredible. So much so that you were saying during the series, can we just get this guy on our team right now?
I want him.
You still want him now, yeah.
For the rest of his career, I want him to be a Warrior.
So
if I never see Fred VanVleet again, I'll be happy.
Well, yeah, right. And I don't think Jimmy Butler wants to see him at all either after that kind of Bush League shove that he had towards the end, that frustration shove, if you will. So the Rudy Gobert and the size factor of the Minnesota Timberwolves is going to be another one. And let's call it what it is. They're a better offensive team than the Houston Rockets. They just are.
Yes.
I don't need to see any numbers to back it up or, actually, no. Minnesota Timberwolves have Anthony Edwards, who could be en fuego on any single night. They have Julius Randle, same thing, who can get his shot off whenever he wants. Jaden McDaniels can be lethal from beyond the arc.
McDaniels scored 17 a game in the Lakers series.
There you go. And I know Dante DiVincenzo, 3 Vincenzo, because this time here at Golden State. Thank you. He's a Paisan. I love the guy. All right, loved him since his Villanova days.
He's an Italian.
We know he can get hot. He was not great from the shooting in the Lakers series for the most part. He was 2 of 12 in that Game 5, but he's going to play tenacious defense.
Yes.
He's going to get in your face, and he's going to make winning plays because we saw that when push came to shove here in Golden State. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I would love any and all contributions to this game tonight and in the series. How are we feeling about it overall, Dub Nation?
I'm super fired up for it. And I love the chess match. So let's go first quarter lineup Warriors. We know the Minnesota Timberwolves, 99% of the time, are going to go McDaniels, Conley, Ant-Man, Julius Randle, and Gobert. That's their starting five.
Yes.
Let's ask the question. It's Steph, it's Butler, it's Dre. Is it Buddy? Is it Pods?
I mean, you got to stick with Buddy, right?
I agree.
I think you got to stick with Buddy.
What about Pods?
I think you're sticking with Pods.
I do too. Okay.
Those are all your most, at this point, your consistent scores.
So if you're the Timberwolves, who on our starting five is guarding Steph Curry to start the game? Ooh. I would assume Jaden and McDaniels.
Yeah, probably. That's the guy. That's still the guy you're circling, right?
Okay.
That's still, yeah.
All right. Who's guarding Jimmy Butler? I think that they're going to go Julius Randle. I think they're going to go
Big
a bigger
body,
guy.
yeah.
I think they're going to do what the Miami Heat did, which was put the bigger body guy on him and sag off him and basically give him anything he wants to the perimeter. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. So Randle on Butler, McDaniels on Steph. Pods. I believe Connolly will be the one guarding
Old man,
Pods.
yeah.
Okay. Buddy Hield. I think Ant-Man will be guarding Buddy Hield.
Yes.
Okay.
But Anthony Edwards at times, he might take on the assignment of a Steph or a Jimmy Butler.
There's no doubt he will.
Well, because
I'm talking about to start the game.
Obviously, because, and as we know, defenses today, everything's switching. It's all about switching,
Sure.
trying to find the right matchup. So, and that's what makes this Minnesota team so good, is because they have such good switching ability on this starting five.
But I think if I go back to the Rockets series, because of 7-game planning, the biggest part of that series and what flipped it in Game 7, they were daring Draymond Green to be an offensive threat early in that game, and they were going to sag off him. They were going to use a smaller player. They were going to allow their bigs to be able to roam, all right? And so that's why Draymond, to me, is the most important. He's the trigger man at the top of the key, right? And that's why I want to know who they're guarding. It's got to be Gobert on Dre.
Yes.
He's going to be that way he's allowed to roam and help and rim protect. And then that would put Ant on Buddy Hield. And so what I'm trying to do early in this game is the Jimmy Dre pick and roll, the Steph Dre pick and roll, to bring Gobert out of the key and force him up top. Now I have a 4-on-3 advantage, and this is where I think Draymond, Pods, and the ball movement, all of that's going to be imperative, and the three-point shooting. Because once you get the ball into the paint, what do the Warriors want to do? They don't want to dunk. They want to kick it back out to three-pointers. So that's where Pods is a catch-and-shoot guy, Buddy as a catch-and-shoot guy, and Jimmy and Dre as facilitators. I think this is a fascinating chess match.
And then when that happens, what more often than not, what do the T-Wolves do? They'll go small. They'll go Naz Reid at the 5. And Naz Reid, as we've mentioned, that's sucker. Yeah, thank you, Priest. Like that's how Warriors fans feel about him. This guy, again, and when he's knocking down threes, he just changes that whole entire team and the dynamic of that team. And the guy I'm not going to sleep on, a guy that could be another huge difference in this series. It's not a household name because he's got 3 names. It's Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
He's a good defender.
He's a great defender at times. And he's got some size. He's 6'5". He's long. He can knock down the 3 ball. He's going to chuck up a lot of them. That's another guy. Like, as we're talking about like closing lineups, because we can talk about the starting lineups all we want. Like, could it be Alexander Walker? Could it be Naz Reid? Because if Rudy Gobert, like we all think he might be played out of this series at times, they could pivot to the bench because they got a very deep bench here in the Minnesota Timberwolves. They were shrinking it a little bit because they got the old man Joe Ingles still out there, right? They got the Luka Garzas, but really they want to keep it pretty tight, 8 or maybe 9, but mostly 8. Naz Reid, Dante DiVincenzo, and Alexander Walker off the bench.
There's so many different ways that the Warriors can attack them. But I keep coming back to it is incumbent that the other guys outside of Steph Curry hit 3-point shots. I hate dumbing it down to the 3 ball because it makes it like sound like I'm no, like this team and the way they play ball, Pods hits a couple, Moody hits a couple, Buddy hits a couple. It flips the game. It flips the game for them.
It flipped the game yesterday if you just watch the New York Knicks or the Denver Nuggets. Aaron Gordon hitting threes changes the Nuggets team, does it not? If Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, we've seen it firsthand at Chase Center when Aaron Gordon balled out. Mikal Bridges could hit anything. Could have hit water, he fell out of boat. Massive 3-pointer in overtime yesterday.
Yes.
Like, other guys are going to have to step up, not named Stephen Curry, not named Buddy Hield, and could Pajemski be one of that? Hell, I mean, Buddy Hield, can Buddy Hield be consistent, right? That's another question mark in all of this.
Look, Buddy's now playing with house money, right? There's no doubt. Too. Now, this team, when he's hitting, they're almost unbeatable. Yeah. If he's scoring 15 or more, like we know what the record is, they're phenomenal. God, I'm rooting for Moses Moody to find a shot because I do think he's a really important player in this series. He's a guy that might have opportunities on Anthony Edwards, because of his defense. And I actually thought he played a better series than the box score would indicate. Moody made some hustle plays. The problem was that he didn't hit anything from the outside. And when you're relegated to being a catch and shoot guy and you're going to move off ball, but they're playing two bigs in the block, he didn't score a lot. And I think we look at a lot of these bench players and it's like, well, do you score? Well, are you bringing other elements to the game? I thought Moody did, but he didn't score. And so obviously Steve Kerr put him back on the bench. They were looking for scoring. They needed scoring and they needed punch in that series. I think this series might be a little different. I think you're going to have more offensive balance from the Warriors, but you're looking for guys to defend Anthony Edwards. So GP2 if he's healthy, Moses Moody if he's healthy, maybe Jimmy for an occasional possession or two, Jonathan Kuminga. I think it's an all hands on deck. Let's throw the kitchen sink at Anthony Edwards' defensive philosophy.
We got Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, tapped in on all things Minnesota Timberwolves as well, and obviously the Golden State Warriors from his time at ESPN when he covered this team inside and out. And, there's a lot of history between the Minnesota Timberwolves and Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors, going back to that Wiggins trade, going back to when Stephen Curry was drafted and the T-Wolves had not one, but two opportunities to draft him. Insane. And they took two other point guards, obviously, Ricky Rubio.
Oh, no.
And Johnny Flynn. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
Johnny Flynn was legit at Syracuse.
Stop. Yeah, Nick
no,
Friedel,
I'm just saying he was a good player.
Yeah, Nick Friedel will tell you the same thing. Syracuse grad at 7:20, and then Anthony Slater at 8:30, our Warriors insider for The Athletic, to get his thoughts on the series as well. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, we're rolling, baby, on the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
I love it. And by the way, you heard that Dave Fleming shut up in there? That was Dave Fleming to all the Warriors fans that doubted them getting through the Houston Rockets. Dave called it before the series. He said he'd be shocked if the Rockets won that series.
Carter, did you play Gimme Shelter from Rolling Stones because you're anti-war? You know, Draymond versus Gobert? Is that what you are?
No, I'm all into war.
Is that what that song means?
Well, no, it's a lot of people have interpreted it as one of the quintessential 70s anti-war song.
Oh.
Right? There's other ones, but like they captured a moment, and you'll see it used in a lot of different movies where like you'll have a helicopter flying into Vietnam or whatever.
Sure.
And yeah, and so like I'm just thinking about the Gobert versus Draymond Green war campaign that's going on right now.
The Stifle Tower again. Is it going to be Jimmy Butler going ham against his former team? Jimmy Butler was a Minnesota Timberwolves. There's a lot of cross connections with both of these franchises, and it finally is going to culminate in this playoff series against them.
So obviously Jimmy has his history when Thibodeau was the coach there.
Yep.
And
Tibbs, by the way, I was watching the game yesterday. Sorry, not to cut you off in your tangent. Tibbs is actually, honestly, he's looked the same the last 15 plus years. And the amount of the little hair that he has left on his head has somehow stayed the same. So shout out Tibbs.
Homer Simpson.
The big Knicks win yesterday in the Garden.
Jimmy Butler played for him there and obviously had, you know, the Andrew Wiggins, Karl Anthony Towns situation at practice with the Rolex, where Jimmy showed up, played in a Rolex, and I believe with all the backups, like we'll get the whole story from Nick Friedel, but kicked the crap out of all the starters with all the backups. And it's a very infamous story that has been told all over the land for the last, 7-8 years regarding Jimmy Butler. So obviously he has stuff. We referenced the Steph stuff where they had an opportunity to take not just Steph Curry once, they could have took him twice, and they took two other point guards ahead of him, literally the 2 picks before. There's the whole Andrew Wiggins trade, D'Angelo Russell. You know, the Warriors during the Kevin Durant era, Kevin leaves. They get D'Angelo Russell. D'Angelo Russell was best friends with Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns wanted him on the team. The Warriors knew this kind of preemptively, of course, according to Anthony Slater. And when they acquired D'Angelo, they had their hearts set on moving him because they got something back for KD, not nothing. And in an attempt to keep Karl Anthony Towns and have him resign there, Minnesota was like, hey, we'll swing a deal for your friend D'Angelo Russell. Not only did the Warriors get Andrew Wiggins, they got a draft pick out of it.
I have the quote here. This is going back 7 years ago, back to 2018 in regards to Jimmy Butler and that whole story you're talking about. There's a quote in there that I love, and I think this speaks to who Jimmy Butler is and his mindset as a player and a person. And this is what he told Rachel Nichols, who was then ESPN at the time. Yeah. Obviously, him and Rachel Nichols, they have a relationship when it comes to, the ingress, egress of a journalist. Quote, this is Jimmy Butler. And this was after the entire thing that went down at practice when he was going hard at them. So back in 2018, quote, am I being tough on him, Karl Anthony Towns? Yeah, that's who I am. I'm not the most talented player on the team. Who is the most talented player on our team? Cat. Who is the most God-gifted player on our team? Wiggs. Who plays the hardest? Me. I play hard. I put my body on the line every day in practice, every day in games. That's my passion. Everybody leads in different ways. That's how I show I'm here for you. So that was like the
hell of a quote.
Hell of a quote. So he was basically calling them out and saying, you guys are better than me. Like, you have more talent than me, but you're not going to outwork me. No. And you could get on my level. And that's kind of that Mamba mentality. That's what Kobe always did. He didn't respect other people he saw talent in them, but they never worked as hard as he did. So that's why in games, he didn't trust them. That's what it goes back to. And you could go back to if that's a selfish mindset. That's not trusting your teammates. But and that's how Jimmy felt. How could I trust you if you're not willing to give it your all in practice? If you're not going to do what I do every single day when I don't have as much talent as you, much God-given talent as you guys, I'm going to work harder than you. You're not going to even try to step up to my level. Yeah, I don't respect you then. And that's just who he is.
So with no Karl Anthony Towns, is that residue still there? Probably not with the players.
And no Wiggs, obviously. Yeah.
But with the fans, you scorn me, I'm going to remember forever. Like if I say, and it's to a much lesser degree, but if I say Kelly Oubre, you get a lot of eye rolls from Warrior fans.
Yes.
Right? Like you just do. You flat out do. And so I'm going to assume every time he touches the ball, he'll get a nice round of boos. But we're going to talk to Nick Friedel at some point. What is it, 7 o'clock hour?
7:20. Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Cousin Nick Friedel, you know him, you love him. One of the greatest laughs in the history of the station. I got like a bunch of them. I'll play them here. There's one. There he is.
He'll give us a good feel for how Jimmy Butler will be perceived in this entire series.
Yes.
I'm interested for that. Then there's like a Dante DiVincenzo angle where the Warriors a couple years ago made a deal to get rid of James Wiseman. We'll get to Wiseman in a second. And they got GP2 back. And when they got GP2 back, it felt like Dante DiVincenzo had his entire role cut in half. And he felt really diminished, I believe, once they acquired GP2. And we get it. Like GP2 is kind of a beloved guy between Steph and Dre and Kerr. You know, Kerr trusts him and loves him and whatnot. He's one of the trusted agents. And DiVincenzo, I think, felt some kind of way. But I also feel like I don't know what Dante would have expected. He was on the mid-level exception. The Warriors could only offer him so much because once you're on that mid-level exception, you can't just give them anything they want in free agency because of the really specific CBA rules. He was probably a one-and-done player. Now, I liked him much more than GP2, but I also understood there were certain matchups where GP2 fit a little better. I love DiVincenzo, but I still think that there's a little bit of bitterness between him and the Warriors, and that's kind of been reported off and on. Bonte was alluding to it yesterday. That is an interesting angle that's kind of like a subplot. But he's a guy that I think is really important for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
There's so many angles in this matchup. That's why it's so fun. And there's the star power, too. Let's be honest. Like, Anthony Edwards, if he knocks out LeBron James and then Stephen Curry, face of the league is definitely a possibility. I know we talk about face of the league. Like, you can't create the face of the league. No. That is something that you just earn, and it's not media-driven. It just happens. It just happens. And this guy has the personality. He has the playing style. He's going to talk that talk. He's going to give you all the quotes. He is must-watch TV and post-game interview. And let's not get it twisted. There was an opportunity a couple years ago. Hell, not a couple years now. 5 years ago, whatever it was. When the Warriors, they had a draft pick, high draft pick, number 2 overall. Was Anthony Edwards going to be a real possibility potentially for them? Well, Anthony Edwards recalls a time that Steve Kerr said the Warriors wouldn't take him.
I was going through the drills and he kept stopping them like, that's all you got, that's all you got. And I'm like, bro, I'm going hard as you want me to go. Like, what you want me to do? I'm sweating crazy. He like, man, you got to see Steph and KD and Clay work out. And we went to dinner that night and they still was continuously telling me like, you didn't work hard enough. Like if we had the number 1 pick, we wouldn't take you. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. So me and my trainer ran home after dinner and we just talking like, bro, we got to pick it up. I don't know how. I don't know what we got to do. Like, but we got to pick it up. And I think after that, man, it's just, I became a madman in the gym. And like, I try to work till I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
Look at Steve Kerr motivating a young player. Do you guys say he can't develop talent? Come on.
So the Timberwolves, this is after the 15-50 season for the Warriors, where they, Steph hurt his hand and Clay was out for the entire year and KD left. And it was the pandemic. Minnesota gets the number 1 pick and the Warriors have the number 2 pick. And this is from Anthony Slater's Athletic article this morning.
2020 NBA draft.
There's some dispute and fuzzy recollection on the negotiation tactics deployed in the lead-up, but both teams certainly tested the waters to see what was out there. The Warriors, league sources said, had conversations about trading up, trading back, and even the lone trade-up possibility, which would be Minnesota, before ultimately deciding to stick it to. Now, this is the part that I find the most interesting. The Warriors never believed the Timberwolves would take Wiseman with the first pick, and because of that, didn't feel any internal incentive to trade up. Wiseman was the top player on their board, and even if they moved to 1, they would have selected him over Edwards. Warriors owner Joe Lacob, certainly a Wiseman proponent, but team sources have always maintained it was consensus selection from ownership to Bob Myers to Kerr to the veteran players who were consulted and approved of a swing for the center of the future. That, to me, is the most incredible line of them all. Everybody wants to pin Wiseman on Bob or pin Wiseman on Lacob. The fact that Anthony Slater put it in print that there was consensus on Kerr and the veteran players, and we know who he's talking about. He's talking about Steph and Dre and Clay. That's who he's talking about. Yes. The fact that they all were in consensus on taking Wiseman, I'm throwing my hands up. Now, I think it's really easy today to sit here and say, well, duh, Anthony Edwards. Yeah, but I remember doing all those COVID shows coming out of Georgia, leading up to the draft, okay? I remember them. And there were a lot of concerns. And it sounds dumb now. Trust me. In retrospect, what I'm going to say is going to sound crazy. But I remember doing the shows every day, okay?
I was there.
The amount of people who were like, I don't know if Anthony Edwards loves the game. He says he might do a rap album. Remember? We were talking about silly things. Like, Google it. Anthony Edwards rap album. He was sitting in a car and he did an interview and it didn't present very well. There were, hey, how could this guy not take that team farther, his college team, in the playoffs?
Right.
There were questions on what's his work ethic going to be like. He's not 6'7". You know, he's actually a little shorter. I know he's athletic and he's a dunker, but can he shoot? Can he dribble? Can he see the floor? Now, all of these things sound so dumb right now because he feels like he has a motor that you can't quantify and the heart of a champion. But I'm going back to that time, the fact that the veterans were co-signing on Wiseman. Now, look, the organization got it wrong, okay? They're paid to get it right. They got it wrong. They got it wrong. They got it wrong. They got it wrong. Is there an alternate universe where they should have traded up and got Anthony Edwards? Of course there is. But again, like, everyone was on board.
And the fact that they did win a title, I know James Wiseman didn't contribute to that. Like, hey, you won a title in the grand scheme of things. It's not going to cost you, but it could cost you if you don't win another one and Anthony Edwards goes on to win one. Like, I don't know how it meant. Like,
if you miss, you miss, Joe. Like for example, Darko Milicic, they won the championship, the Detroit Pistons. They missed. They missed on the pick.
Well, can you miss if you never had an opportunity to get him? If Minnesota was going to take him all along, like, then you never really had an opportunity.
Process over results, right? The process that led them to that pick was obviously flawed.
But there's a really realistic scenario that they never had an opportunity to draft.
Okay, that might be
like LaMelo Ball's the guy I think a lot of people bring up because you could have drafted LaMelo Ball.
But the fact that they're admitting that they never really truly considered Anthony Edwards and had an opportunity, maybe in some weird world, to trade up. Now, it's not the end all be all, but I'm just saying, like, you picked the wrong guy. Right. You guys all assessed the wrong guy.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. So we heard from Anthony Edwards there talking about that workout, and he needs to, get on a different level when it comes to his workouts because Stephen Curry, he's on a whole nother level when it comes to that. Him, LeBron, guys like that, they're just built different. And Steve Kerr was trying to challenge him. And it worked because Anthony Edwards was motivated enough to change his workout routine. And now we heard from Anthony Edwards. Here's Steve Kerr retelling that famous story about the pre-draft workout.
It's a funny story. I mean, I didn't really think much of it at the time. I didn't think I was, doing anything special. It was we were working him out. I think it was in Atlanta. It was during COVID. So, nobody there. I think it's Joe, Lacob, Bob Myers, and me. And then Ant goes out to work out with his trainer. We're the only 5 people in the whole gym. And after 15 minutes of just watching him lazily shoot 15-footers, I thought, when's the workout going to start? And it turned out that was the workout. So I just went down there and I said, hey, can we see something more? And I think he was kind of surprised. And so they picked it up. They picked up the pace a little bit. And more than anything, it was just a reminder of how young Ant was. I don't think he really knew what a hard workout was at that point. He was getting started with his career. And then we had dinner that night, and Bob and I both talked about Steph and Kevin Durant and Clay and how hard they work and what it takes to be great. And he was genuinely captivated by, hearing stories about those guys. But I didn't think anything of it. We went back and worked him out 2 weeks later, and the workout was way better. Like, he really went hard. And at that point, we were sure. We weren't sure after the first one, and then after the second one, we were sure. And you could see he was just exploding with talent and charisma. And so, that was basically the pre-draft story. And then obviously Minnesota took him before our turn. But, a year later, he's telling that story about that inspired him. And it kind of caught me off guard. I didn't really realize that it was that big of a deal. But it was pretty cool that he said that. And I think it shows he's a young guy who wants to learn, wants to be great.
And obviously Steve Kerr having coached him for Team USA and famously saying like, hey, Dwayne Wade, he came off the bench. Great players have come off the bench before. He's like, yeah, there's no Kobe's on this team. So, I'm not coming off the bench.
I love that Ant-Man remembers everyone who slighted him, because I think the truly great players, obviously Michael's like one of the biggest examples. Michael at his own Hall of Fame induction is like ripping a high school coach, But,
well, the meme, right? I took that personally.
Yeah, exactly. But so does Steph.
Yeah.
So did Kobe.
Did you love real quick the pettiness of Steph? It felt like he was like after the game, not pettiness, but like his fit, the glasses,
clearly
everything.
He was trolling them.
Oh, he was. I loved every second of it. Continue.
But this is why I love Anthony Edwards, because I think a lot of us can relate to that. I know a specific individual, there's actually two of them, who in this industry told me I would never work, that had, big jobs within the industry and had big power. And, they basically dogged me. And to this day, if I see that individual, I want to like shove it in their face. I can't stand them. I literally despise looking at that human being when I see their stuff pop up online, and it fuels me every single day. So there is a relatability to Anthony Edwards being like feeling slighted by Steve Kerr, and that fueling him. And whether it's real or not, he perceived it and used it as motivation to fuel his fire. I love that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. About 15 minutes, we're going to get cousin Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, joining us. And again, 8:30, Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider for here on 95.7 The Game, and obviously covers the team for The Athletic. Warriors, Timberwolves tonight. Coverage of that starts at 5:30 with Warriors Live. Willard and Dibbs will have that call and then hand it off to Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert right here, 95.7 The Game, 6:30 tip in Minnesota. Can't wait for that. I don't know what that was. That was actually not really a Minnesota accent. That was more of like a leprechaun. I don't know what that was. But the Anthony Edwards angle in all this is interesting. The Jimmy Butler one, as we've mentioned, is fascinating. And Steve Kerr was also asked about that in his media availability yesterday, if Jimmy is going to be extra fired up to face his old team.
What I'm most impressed with Jimmy is his poise. He's so competitive, but he never seems out of sorts, and that's one of the reasons he's so good taking care of the ball and settling us down. But I'm sure he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
The trash talking between Jimmy and Anthony Edwards and Draymond, that's actually kind of what I'm excited for. When you get those little, those zoom ins when they're standing at the free throw line, and we got it with Dylan Brooks and we got it with Jimmy Butler, and we had the lip readers on the internet, right? Saying, use a snitch, like I own you and stuff like that. Like that's what I love. And I want good old fashioned sports hatred. And I think we've seen a lot of that in these playoffs. And if we could take a step back real quick, like the NBA playoffs have been great. Like this already, the Western Conference semis have been unbelievable. All the underdogs won. Can the Warriors make it 4 in a row? The trend is in their favor. Hey, the Nuggets yesterday, by the way, talk about a total gag job in the heart of a champion for the Denver Nuggets yesterday, and juxtapose that with the gag job that was the Oklahoma City Thunder. Chet Holmgren, hit your free throws. Daignault, what the hell are you doing fouling? Like when you're up 3, like let them run the length of the court. Just horrible decisions late in that game. And then the Celtics, the defending champs, blowing a 20-point lead at home. That can't happen. And Jalen Brunson redeeming himself with some clutch shots there. And Mikal Bridges as well, and OG Anunoby. So big one there. Can the Warriors do it today off just basically 1.5 days of rest with the old men? Do they not? Hey, do they go balls to the wall today? Dub Nation, do you want them to go all out to try to steal this one tonight? 888-957-9570.
Well, you don't throw away any games in the playoffs.
But hey, But listen, this is an older team, and you pick and choose your spots. I think they pick and chose their spots in the last series, and maybe it almost cost them. But in Game 5, I absolutely thought they took their foot off the gas in the first couple minutes, and Steve Kerr talked about it. They said, yeah, I don't think they were...
Of the game or of the third quarter?
In Game 5, when they were up 3-1, Steve Kerr said he knew after the first few minutes they weren't mentally locked in.
Okay, but there's a difference between physically just subbing guys out and not playing it and not playing well. And they were not playing well, and they didn't feel like they, were exerting maximum energy. There's a distinct difference.
But when you're not mentally locked in, that tells me you're mentally checked out and you know that you have a couple games in the back pocket and we can come home and try to wrap this thing up. Veterans do that. Whether you think that's ridiculous or not, they absolutely think that way because these guys have been there and done that before.
No, I understand that, but you're still out there running and you're still out there playing and you're still out exerting energy. I think, but I don't know. I don't necessarily 100% agree with that.
That's fine, but that might happen tonight. Again, is what I'm saying. And you might not agree with it, but that's absolutely a thing. Like, again, you're alluding to the series a couple years ago against the Kings and all that energy they exerted through Game 7, and then Game 1 at Chase Center going up against the Lakers, who had a couple days rest at the time. They went all out. They stole Game 1, and then what did they do in Game 2? They rested everyone basically. They not rested, but they played, and then they got down early and big, and they're like, all right, LeBron, go to the bench, AD, go to the bench. We'll take our chances at home, and they end up going 3-1, and that series was over. So it's a little different because the Warriors aren't at home. These first two games are in Minnesota. So yeah, I'm saying I would not be surprised if they get down big early and they can't make it a game, and that's early in that second half. Maybe you pull them. Like you did in Game 5 in Houston.
They're not pulling nobody. But unless it's like the late third quarter, that's a different story. Then once you're out there, you're playing. Now, are you playing well? That's a different story. But there's a tax. Like, to me, that we're underselling that there's a tax and there's a penance that you have to pay at some point for playing as hard as they do in the last month. Forget just the last series. The last month, they played 9 games in 15 days to end the season.
Yeah.
All right. And then obviously at the end, it was Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Now we play again on Tuesday. That's a lot of games in a short period of time.
It is. We got Nick Friedel coming up here in about 10 minutes, joining us on the River Islands Guest Line. Nick Friedel knows all things NBA, and he knows a lot about what won Jimmy Butler and what went down when he was a Minnesota Timberwolf. So we'll discuss that. We'll discuss the series, the game tonight. Game 1 is tonight. And tune in for Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. It's Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast. Nick Friedel next, brought to you by Safeway.
and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. Let's go. We're fired up. Warriors, T-Wolves, tonight, game 1. Carter, he's skipping class, he just told me. I'm putting it out there. I hope his teacher's not listening. His professor, he's like, I got class tonight, but I got to watch this game. If Carter was smart, what he'd do is he'd get a little AirPod, get a little thing, and he'd just have the Odyssey app downloaded, and he can listen to Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert right there. He's like, I know, you got to do the simulcast. I was like, yeah. Then you pull it up on your phone, all right? You have HBO Max or whatever you have, and you stream it there, and you get the simulcast with the visual, have it potted all the way down, have it on mute, and they got the little earbud, and you're chilling. You're chilling, Carter.
Not skipping class now, I guess.
Sorry.
Well, there's a Wu-Tang joke in here. See, like Wu-Tang had a line on one of their albums. I think it was Wu-Tang Forever, where he's like, "Don't go to summer school, kids. Get yourself a Wu-Tang album. It's all the knowledge you'll ever need."
All the knowledge I'll ever need comes from one Nick Friedel, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line. He's our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, good morning. Long time no talk. It's Spadoni and Shasky, and we've got a massive game. Oh, whoa. But back it up. We have an intro for you. I almost just blew this whole thing because we have an intro for it. Carter, don't worry. You got it?
It's arguably the greatest intro in the history of 95.7.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, my God, it's so good. It's a capsule in time. And now Mac Jones is on the Niners.
Nick knew all along that Kyle Shanahan couldn't quit one McCorkle Jones. Nick,
love it.
Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, guys, it's great to hear y'all's voices, and it's just never going to not make me laugh.
Oh, man.
I love it.
Kelly Oubre, 888-957-9570.
Man, you know what's making us laugh this morning? We're living all these different, angles and what ifs, and the amount of history that's taken place between the Warriors and Timberwolves, it's actually kind of crazy. So when you first saw that this is going to be the matchup, what was your first thought? Was it Rudy Gobert and Draymond Green? Was it the Jimmy Butler, history with Minnesota? Was it Anthony Edwards and Steve Kerr and the infamous workout? When you first saw it, it was going to be T-Wolves, Dubs. What went to your mind, Nick?
Spadone, the first thing in my head was, I don't care how many people pick Minnesota. I'm not betting against Steph Curry. I'm just not doing it. And I know there are a lot of angles, and the soap opera is there. And certainly with Jimmy going back to Minneapolis, they're going to be all over him, and they just cannot stand Draymond. There's a lot of fun stuff for fans to get into. But truly, my first thought was, all these people are saying that Minnesota is just going to roll through the Warriors. And I watched that second half the other night in Houston, and I thought, Steph is still Steph. and we know what Jimmy can do, and certainly we know what motivated Draymond can be. I'm just not going to pick against Steph in this spot. And if they do indeed lose and they have to make changes, okay. But that dude is still the baddest dude on the block.
Wow. I mean, I'm a little taken back because I'm trying to give respect to Minnesota and just watching the Warrior team. Maybe I'm too caught up in the moment. I feel like, again, it's not my official prediction, but like, what do I like this morning? Like, I like Timberwolves in 6. You know what I mean? Because like they're rested, they're younger. But hearing you say that, like, is that more of a? I know it's the Steph Curry because there's obviously the Steph Curry angle, but is there something on Minnesota that like scares you that he can exploit? Is it something specific that you're pointing to?
Joe, you know what? It's just knowing the gravitational pull of that dude on the floor. Gotcha. And when you watch Houston, I mean, that defensively, they were just all over him most of the time when they were doubling him, and then they took that second guy off, and here comes Steph, and he started hitting a bunch of shots. On paper, Minnesota should win this series. They are longer, they are younger, they are definitely more rested, as you mentioned, and Edwards looks pretty damn awesome and getting even better, and you would think that they just have too much length and depth they would overwhelm a Warriors group. There, how many guys does Kerr actually trust going into this series to play? I know you all talk about it all the time, but when you watch the end of that Rocket series, you go, I don't know. I mean, Podziemski and Moody were missing all kinds of open shots. Will that be the same in this series? They had no rest. You got to figure they're going to be exhausted. All of that is to say they still have Steph Curry. And when you have that dude playing at the level he's still at, I just find it really, really difficult to bet against them, especially given how many people think that Minnesota is just going to topple the Warriors at this point.
All right, so before I get to the Minnesota-specific portion of his career with Jimmy Butler, you go way back with Jimmy. I know you covered the Bulls for a period of time. You covered Minnesota for a period of time. You've obviously were covering the Warriors, covered the Brooklyn Nets, and I know you were down in South Beach at one time. How long does you and the Jimmy relationship go back, and are you as surprised as we all were that it's been this fruitful?
Here's the craziest part of this whole story, Joe. The night Jimmy got drafted by the Bulls, we were at the Berto Center, which was their old practice facility. And one of the producers at my old radio station at ESPN 1000 in Chicago, they had Jimmy's number. So Jimmy gets drafted by the Bulls. Immediately, they're calling Jimmy, the Bulls are, trying to get him on the phone, figure out logistics, get him on a conference call with the media in Chicago. Well, he already picked up for our producer in Chicago. So Jimmy's on the radio doing an interview with me and a couple of friends of mine at the station, and he's in tears because he's so emotional about his journey, what got him there, being able to get into a team. At that point, Derrick Rose was at the peak of his powers. That was a young, up-and-coming group. He was so excited. So literally, I have known Jimmy Butler since the second he got drafted in the NBA. And I've been with him. That's a major drip, Carter.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Please. Thank you
I'm
for
going to call you a
acknowledging it.
Super Mario brother. There's so much plumbing problems going on with these drips.
I mean, just absolutely drip, drip, drip. But it's also the truth. And I would tell you this about Jimmy, having watched all these years in all these different places. If you want to talk about somebody who will raise the level of his own game when his team needs him to the most, that is Jimmy Butler. So, Joe, you were asking, like, well, what's the difference? And the matchups don't look really great, and the size and the length of Minnesota, I don't know. I mean, who are you playing besides Looney, and how long are you playing Looney? All the same questions the three of us have asked forever. The reason I still think the Warriors could do this is not just because of Steph and his greatness. It's because I have watched Jimmy Butler at all these different stops as he continued to get better and better and better and more confident, and that's the huge key. be able to deliver when his team needed it the most. And I think he's up to the challenge right now. And it's why I've always believed, guys, that not only can the Warriors still do some damage this year, and we'll see what happens in this series, I think the window is still open for them next year because they'll be able to retool the roster around Jimmy more, given that he's only been there still a few months since after that deal.
Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel joining us here on the Morning Roast. And insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. So it's interesting you say that, Nick. It's because it goes back to Steph Curry, and you're not betting against that guy. I understand that. Is it crazy to say, though, that the Warriors might not have the best player overall in this series?
Ooh, now that is a juicy one, Mr. Spadone. And Edwards is awesome. His time is coming. It may be here right now, and that will probably be, as far as storylines of this series, is there a little bit of a torch pass possibility if he comes out and just dominates. But as we start this series, if you ask me which guy would I want more right now for this series, give me Steph Curry. Ant Edwards is the guy you'd want to build around. He's the guy that so many people in the league would take right now over anybody because of his age, his talent, the ability to continue to get better and better. Right now, in this moment, give me Steph. He's done it. His teammates know he can carry them when he needs to. He's next to Jimmy, which seems to give the entire team a lift. And he just got a gigantic performance from Buddy Hield, of all people. So Buddy's going to walk into this series going, okay, I can do this. And if the Warriors get some help and Steph is still Steph, that's where I think this can happen for Golden State.
You know, it's so interesting. Like, obviously, Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio get taken in front of Steph Curry. You don't take one, you take 2 point guards. It's one of the all-time gaffes, right? And now Anthony Slater puts out an article this morning kind of referencing the 2020 draft. And I remember you were covering the team at that time, and the world was paused, and the season was on hold, and the Warriors were going nowhere. And so for like 5-6 months, this entire station, all we did was talk 2020 draft, 2020 draft, 2020 draft. And now all this information is leaking out. And I remember going back in time, all of the people that were skeptical on Anthony Edwards. Oh, he might want to be a rapper. Well, you know, there's questions about his shot. No, I'm serious.
No, he didn't love basketball. Remember, that was the thing. He's
another one. Exactly.
I like watching the NFL more than I like watching basketball. Yeah. People got mad at him.
Not that he wasn't talented. It was just like, is he serious enough? Like, we had all these questions. And now Slater puts out an article saying, hey, it wasn't just Joe Lacob who loved Wiseman. He did, but there was consensus. Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, and the veteran players all wanted the Wiseman pick. They wanted the center. They wanted to take that swing for the future. Are you surprised that information has come out now? Are you surprised at that thought process going back then? When I tell you all of that, that's been reported from Anthony Slater, how does that land in your lap?
Joe, the crazy part is I'd add this part to the Edwards conversation, too. Remember, people thought, oh, well, is he really that good if he goes to Georgia and they really don't do anything?
Yes.
Is he going to be able to lift up an NBA team on his own? So there were so many different thoughts. But, yeah, I mean, everybody seemingly thought in that Warriors organization that Wiseman was the guy and that he was the guy that you could plug in around the pieces they already had, specifically at that point, Steph and Draymond, and we weren't sure with Clay. He had just gotten hurt again. And they thought that Wiseman was not only going to be a really strong fit around those guys, that he could develop into being that bridge that they needed. And the truth for the Warriors in that moment is they just whiffed completely. And it happens all the time in the NBA. It happens to the best teams, but it happened there in a major, major way. And the Edwards conversation is interesting as far as revisionist history goes, because people say, "Oh, Edwards, why didn't they think so highly of him at the moment?" Well, you know what? It really didn't matter because Minnesota took him. So the question becomes, would you have wanted LaMelo and Halliburton, all the different things that come after that domino effect? But in that moment, absolutely, the Warriors believed that Wiseman was the guy. And if you're looking for reasons why things didn't play out the way that the organization wanted them to over the last few years, don't look any farther than right there, because he was supposed to be the pick that changed the course of the future and made everything smoother as far as the transition from Steph, Draymond, Clay to the next wave. It didn't happen. They missed, and they're still paying that price because of it.
All right, biggest story in this series. Everyone's talking about it. The memes are out of control. We all know what it is, and we're tiptoeing around it. It's Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert, Nick.
My mom says to me, are they going to fight like you and your brother again in the kitchen? Because the chokehold that Draymond had on Gobert, my mom said me and my brother would do that in the kitchen all the time with each other, fighting over the last bowl of cereal.
Oh, WrestleMania. Cody Rhodes is jealous of that chokehold that he put on Rudy Gobert.
Did he have to drag him halfway across the court?
The game, barely, it was what, Nick? Remember, it was 10 seconds or something in the game. I was I was getting out of the shower, whatever I was doing, and I was like, wait, what the heck is going on right now? People, benches were separated. It's this game just started. So the Draymond Green aspect in this series is what?
Spadone, I'd also throw in, as I watched the replay the other night, because, of course, everybody's going to be talking about that, I think the underrated part of that whole clip is Kerr literally telling Draymond, let go. Let go. He's looking at him going, this doesn't look so great. Let go of him, Draymond. But as far as any conversation with Draymond goes, they just have to hope that he's not going to get pushed into an emotional situation. And I'll give him credit, because I'm sitting there watching Game 7 the other night, and he hits those first 2 threes, and Carter hit the drip for me again. But Slater and I, going back for years, we're always like, oh boy, Draymond hits that first 3, and he is screaming at the other bench. He is sitting there going, you guys can't touch me. You're going to leave me wide open. Guys, Draymond hit those first 2 shots in Game 7. He didn't say a word. He just played. And that is the best thing that can happen for the Warriors in the next couple of weeks. The Timberwolves are going to try to bait Draymond like any other team, and he has the history with Gobert, and he knows how important he is, especially for the younger group, especially for Steph right now at this stage of his career. I know it would be a really, really rough bet to bet on Draymond to keep his head in the game throughout the next couple of weeks. But I think that with what's at stake and with the history between the two guys that's already been in place with he and Gobert, I think he can actually do it. And it wouldn't surprise me if he knows going in, if I lose it, it's all over. And I have no doubt that that's been made clear to him by Kerr and Dunleavy and Steph and all the powers that be. But I think that will be a gigantic key. If Draymond keeps his head in this series, then they've got a legit chance to do it.
All right, you said you rewatched that video and you saw Kerr in the background saying, let him go. When you watch it again, I want you to see, as Draymond's got the chokehold on Gobert, he does the UFC tucking of the chin to keep someone else from choking him out. It was incredible, Nick. I swear to God, I could hear Joe Rogan in my voice. Look at him. He's tucking the chin. He's tucking the chin. And so that he couldn't get tapped out. I want you to see that. But I got a bigger question for you. The Jimmy Butler fan fallout in Minnesota. They've got new ownership, A-Rod. It's going to be unbelievable because I love A-Rod. He's super charming.
Oh, God.
But
I hope he sits next to Joe Lacob.
There's kind of a new vibe, obviously, with Minnesota. They got rid of Karl Anthony Towns. They bring in Julius Randle. But the fans, do the fans still despise Jimmy Butler? And if so, what's it going to feel like in that arena?
The answer is yes. It is jilted lover syndrome deluxe because Jimmy broke up with them. He didn't want to play with Towns. He didn't think that team could win. I think he really liked Wiggins, but at that time, he wasn't sure if he was a championship caliber player, and he just quit on that team. He knew he wanted out of there. He wanted Tibbs to trade him. It didn't happen initially early in that season, and he did all the things that he did, which are well documented. As far as tonight and moving forward in Minnesota, fans don't forget. And Joe, it's going to get ramped up even more because it's the playoffs. People are going to have a few pops before walking into Target Center. They're going to be really pumped up, and I think they're going to boo the hell out of Jimmy. But I would tell you this, having been around Jimmy from the beginning, there is nothing that the Minnesota fans could do that would make Jimmy Butler happier than if they boo the living you-know-what out of him, because it will make him focus that much more into the situation that he's in. I actually think it'll take some pressure off the Warriors in general because they're so used to being hated. If Jimmy takes most of that hatred, I think it'll free up a few other guys, and they'll say, all right, we need to be there for him. But absolutely, Minnesota thought that Jimmy was that missing piece, and that if you plug Jimmy next to Towns and Wiggins with Tibbs, that they were going to be where they are right now. It didn't happen. He left. He left in a way that we really haven't seen that much of, at least publicly, where he's just like, yep, I'm out of here, and had to practice and the whole 9 yards. But I think that is a real psychological edge for Jimmy, because rare is the time where a crowd will get on him or a city will get on him and he won't raise the level of his own game and help everybody else around him.
Nick, my wife very rarely listens and never texts me during the show. Right now, you tell Nick I said hi and we miss him. 3 exclamation points. She don't even love me that way, doggy.
Wow,
Jesus. Michelle says hi.
Wait a minute. Joe and Spadone, well, hold on now. We know she loves you that much. That's the only way that she could make it through all these years. So let's square that part up right now. But tell her I love her back.
I know.
And at some point here in the future, I hope I'm back around San Francisco and can come over to the house and see everybody. But
hell yeah,
I miss you guys really bad for sure.
I love you,
Nick,
pal.
good stuff, man. We appreciate the time, and we'll definitely talk again in the future in these playoffs, and hopefully the Dogs extend it because you feel like they're going to win this series. Real quick, how many games?
I mean, if I'm going to pick the Warriors, I'm going to take them in 7 because like everybody else, I don't think it can go any less than that if you've got the Warriors rolling. But I do think they can find a way because you cannot bet against number 30.
There you go. And I'm not betting against Nick Friedel, baby. Nick,
let's go.
Thanks, man. We appreciate the time.
I love you guys. I'll see you later.
There he goes. That was Odyssey Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Big takeaway from that interview. It was a great interview. If you missed any of it, if you just joined late, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. All of our interviews will be there.
You know, Joe, the big takeaway is pretty straightforward. He's not betting against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. Now, let's be fair here. Nick is probably one of the most skeptical of those who has covered the Warriors in the last, 7 or 8 years?
Yes, but I'll say this, because he joined me for a week when you were out in Hawaii. He was very high on the Jimmy Butler trade when he got here. Like he did believe that this team could go on a deep run.
Really?
So that changed the kind of the skeptical nature that is Nick Friedel.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. He's a really good journalist. You got to have some sort of skeptic angle when it comes to everything. I think Warriors fans think he's a Debbie Downer most of the time. But once the Jimmy Butler trade happened, because he knows Jimmy Butler, the player, as he alluded to in that interview, very well from the Chicago days, from Minnesota, from Philly, from everywhere, from the Miami days. He's very tapped in on Jimmy Butler, and he knew that Jimmy could unlock something else in this team, and boy, has he. They're in the second round. They're in the Western Conference semis because of him. So he was very high on him. I want to have his back there. He was.
Well, he covered Jimmy literally from the day he was drafted.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an interesting story. I didn't even know that part of it.
That was a flex.
Isn't it? I mean, he loves Jimmy Butler, obviously, and he knows how good he is. One other thing I got to say about Nick, and I miss Nick in general. Look, I'm calling it like I see it. I'm kind of an enemy behind the lines, if you will, enemy behind the gates.
Behind enemy lines?
Yes, but like in the sense of I'm not one of these normal journalists. I didn't go to school to cover sports and things like that. And so I'm kind of like a guy that has imposter syndrome when it comes to the media. There are very few people that I've come across that are just normal good dudes. You're one of them.
Oh, thanks.
Carter's one of them. Sam, I love you. You're a little out there.
He's a good dude.
I love Sam. Sam will admit he's quirky, okay?
I think we all are in our own ways, but we love Sam, yes.
Nick Friedel is one of the very few that just blends into the crowd of all my buddies and my family, and you would think that he was born and raised with my crew and my buddies and my family, and that's why I just love him. We're very kindred spirits, but he is very skeptical on a lot of things, whether it's the 49ers, whether it's, the Warriors in general, and him calling it the bonus title, which was the 2022 title, was like a backhanded compliment perceived by a lot of Warrior fans. I think it was just Nick calling it like he saw it from his point of view. To hear him have so much love for the Warriors in this series against Minnesota, I'm not going to lie. Now I kind of believe like in where Nick is. I'm not like easily swayed, but I'm kind of starting to meet him in the middle. I don't know if I can bet against the Warriors.
I thought the only thing that was crazy for me anyways, I don't know.
Yeah,
like
give it to me.
It could happen. Like I don't think the fact that the Warriors could win the series is crazy. I don't know if they could do it in 7. Like that's
what do you mean?
It's every other day now, guys. Like they just came from a 7-game. This is an old team. They're old. 35.
You do
35,
get 3 days in between 5 and 6. Is it 5 and 6?
Let's see. Let's look at it right now. I think it's every other day the rest of the series. Let me look it up. So Warriors, T-Wolves schedule. All right,
so it's 3 days off in between 5 and 6. Look,
but that's like, but even then, like these first 4, it's going to be May 6th, May 8th, May 10th, May 12th.
Yeah, it's
and then,
every
May 14th, and then May 18th. Yes, game 5 and 6, but us getting to that point is going to be a load, man.
Why do you think I was so, like, to start the show, like, I'm trying to give you how I feel. I don't know, this is a tough matchup, and like, I want to see it play out, too. I was infinitely more confident against the Rockets than I am against Minnesota heading into it, and I think it starts because of my crazy fear of that guy, Anthony Edwards.
That's why I asked the question, because I don't think an 888-957-9570, if you want to get mad at me, if you want to disagree with me, it's fine.
Give it to me.
I don't think the Warriors have the best player in this series.
Right now?
No, just for the series. The Warriors do not have the best player in this series. The best player in that Lakers Timberwolves series in the first round, it wasn't LeBron, it wasn't Luka Doncic, it was Anthony Edwards.
Shooting 77% from the free throw line and like 31% from 3?
I still think he is the best player in this series over Stephen Curry, over Jimmy Butler. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do the Warriors have the best player in this series, in this Western Conference semifinals? I don't think they do. Nick Friedel disagrees. What say you?
I don't agree. If we were talking like next 2 years, next 3 years, next 5 years, just everyone's taking Anthony Edwards over Steph Curry. Right now, like, I want people to go back and rewatch the second half of the Warrior-Rocket game. Steph wasn't just good offensively. He was tenacious defensively. He was unbelievably fundamental in terms of boxing out and the grit and the toughness. His game mentally has never been stronger. Now, does he still do the crazy turnovers? Yeah, and in the games prior to that, he did some wild, horrible on-ball turnovers, live ball turnovers that were just awful. But he tightened all that up in Game 7. I think his IQ is the highest it's ever been. Anthony Edwards might be at his physical peak. I don't know if his because the game is about, are you mentally ready to win these playoff games? I don't think he's there mentally yet. I think he still has some room to grow there.
He got to the Western Conference Finals last year.
Sure.
And that for me, they took out the defending champs. Like, it doesn't get more mentally strong for me anyways than that. He was incredible. That was last year. This is this year. And I don't think a lot of people had the T-Wolves taking out the Lakers in 5 games. Maybe they thought they could beat them
I was
6
so
games.
low on this Laker team.
Well, I know, but even at your lowest, I don't think you thought they were going to be cooked in 5 games. Like, they dismantled them.
But when you watched
times.
it after 3, you were like, the Lakers don't have an answer.
No, they don't. They didn't. And I think the size and that whole, the Mark Williams debacle that was, him trading Dalton Connect, all that, their size was a problem in this game. And I think that the size of the Minnesota Timberwolves and their athleticism, I'm going to see if it's as big as a problem it is for the Warriors as it was against the Houston Rockets in that first series, because they are different. But I do think most of us can agree that this Minnesota Timberwolves team is top to bottom. It's just more well-rounded. Offensively, the star power, the mindset.
I would agree.
They're more experienced. They know what they're doing more often than not, and they're not going to have the shooting stretches. I believe that the lack thereof shooting stretches that the Houston Rockets had.
Anthony Edwards is amazing. There's not a doubt in my mind of his greatness. Steph Curry is one of the greatest players of all time.
Yes, he is. He's also 37.
I don't care if he's 37.
Okay.
I'm watching one of the greatest players of all time. That game 7, the way that he played basketball, off ball, on ball defense, the way that he was setting up offense, he was spectacular. And yeah, he had some bad games in the series. He's one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Until I see a precipitous drop off, he will get the benefit of the doubt against any other player not named LeBron James.
And LeBron was incredible in that series, like against the T-Wolves. And I don't say that lightly, that the best player in that series, and that's why I mention him, LeBron James, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time. And then Luka Doncic, future Hall of Famer, one of the best players in our league currently, Anthony Edwards.
Joe,
jumped off the screen.
This is the way I would put it. Once you reach a certain status within the history of your game, you cannot be cemented by the form of someone playing better at that given time. Case in point, Patrick Mahomes' place in the game is cemented.
Sure.
Okay?
I'm not saying like the legacy
Joe Burrow could be playing hot football leading up to it. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes.
It's fine.
Right? Like, it's the same way I view Steph Curry. He is so good until he's knocked off. I will not waver from my opinion.
Okay, so in that regards then, every single series going forward, the Warriors are going to have the best player no matter what.
Yes, but that doesn't mean the best player wins the series.
I'm not saying that. I just asked the question, who has the best player in the series? I think it's Anthony Edwards. You think it's Stephen Curry?
I think it's Steph. I think Steph's the best player left in the playoffs.
RJ in Napa wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Remember, you can call or text. Same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. RJ, good morning. Do the Warriors have the best player in this series, RJ?
No, thanks for taking the call, guys. I think I agree that it's Anthony Edwards, but I will say this. The Warriors may not have the best player, but they have the best team. And fortunately, we're not playing golf or tennis, so I think we're good. Thanks, guys.
It's a great point. I wonder how many Djokovic on line 1.
I wonder how many people agree with you. I wonder, especially in the Bay Area, you're going to get more consensus on Steph in this region than any other part of the country.
Correct, and I know where I'm at, and people will probably get mad at me, or they think I'm a hater, or I'm being a hater. I'm not. I think the Warriors actually have a really good chance of winning this series still because of their experience, because I do believe what RJ said. Their top 3 guys, I would take over the top 3 of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And who are the top 3 of the Minnesota Timberwolves, if I asked you right now? Joe, it's Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm. Julius Randle.
Yeah,
and then it depends. I think the third player oscillates.
See, exactly.
Yeah, but the same thing happens with the Warriors.
Yeah, I still think it's baked into the equation every single time. They might not have good performances.
Was Draymond the third best player in all their wins? No,
not in all their wins, but I do think defensively at times, and maybe it was just that team in particular that gave him fits and they knew how to attack him. And Şengün, let's be honest, Şengün's an all-star. He's a load.
Yeah.
He's a big. I don't think the bigs on Minnesota are on the Şengün level offensively.
No.
I don't. They're not.
No, but Gobert cleans up around the rim.
He does.
Way better. Like, you're going to look up and he's going to have 15 to 20 points on dunks, and he's just a load. And he gets a lot of, this is when you play Gobert, he gets a lot of defensive fouls on your team because boxing him out is nearly impossible. You will see so many shots go up, and the Warriors are going to get fouls on trying to box him out.
I know that no matter what, I think the Warriors, I'm confident in this. They're not going to do what the Lakers did against him and just not play Jackson Hayes in that game 5. There's no way in hell at any point in this series Gobert is going to have 27 points and 24 rebounds. That can't happen.
No, he's had 20 against the Warriors.
He's never had 27 rebounds. And 24.
No, but he's had 20 rebounds against the Warriors.
The 27 points is what I'm saying.
Well, no,
that can't happen.
I bet if you look at his career against the Warriors, he actually scores a lot.
Really?
Like, I bet he's up 18 plus I bet he is because he does get a lot of dunk putbacks.
Let's see right here.
Give it to me.
Gobert versus Golden State Warriors all-time average. All right, I got it right here. 11 points. This is this season, though. 11 points, 10 boards, 1.5 blocks. I'm finding it. In the meantime, let's hear from the callers. Let's go to Josh in Dallas. Wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. We're talking about best player in the series. I think it's Anthony Edwards. Shasky, he thinks it's Stephen Curry. What say you, Josh? Good morning.
Howdy. How you doing today?
Oh, howdy. Let's go.
What's going on? What's going on, y'all? Yeah, so right now, Warriors got three best players. We got three. We got Stephen Curry. We just added Jimmy Butler the third, and we got Draymond. I do not really think people do not have any answers for those three players. Yes, we are not going to win every game. Yes, I do like Anthony Edwards. Yes, I do like Randall. Yes, I do like Naz Reid off the bench for Minnesota. But those three best players that I just named is history. You're not going to be able to beat them. You're going to have to take all your time and strength to beat them, and it ain't going to happen. So Warriors in 6.
Ooh, confident.
There you go. 888-957-9570. Josh sounded like Filmo Mike trying to do like a cowboy accent, and I loved every second of it. But he's confident. But he said the best three players overall. I don't know about that. Like, I would take the Warriors' best three over the Minnesota Timberwolves' best three, but it's apples to apples. Which one do you want to take?
What version of Julius Randle are we going to get?
What version of Naz Reid, too?
Like, Julius Randle has had a mixed bag of success against the Warriors. There's games where he's dominated because his outside shot is falling. There's other games where they forced him to going to his right because he loves to go left, and he hasn't been as effective, and he's gotten into foul trouble. You know, he's a guy that loves to kind of hold the ball and get his own. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to make him be the inefficient scorer like Şengün and say, hey, we're not going to let you pass, but we'll let you score? Or are they going to try to completely shut him down and not let him score at all? I don't know.
I got the career averages. So in the regular season, Rudy Gobert has played 39 games against the Warriors. That's averaging 12 points.
Only 12.
12 rebounds and 1.5 assists. Still averaging a double-double. Pretty good. And in the playoffs, his average is 15.5 points, 13 rebounds, 1.8 assists.
15
and that was in
13. Those
that was in
crazy
4 games.
numbers.
It is, absolutely. 888-957-9570.
For a guy that doesn't close against the Warriors, because 9 times out of 10, they're trying to get him and run him off the floor.
In the meantime, let's hit the injury report. Some rough injury news for the former Oakland A's, formerly of the Oakland A's, the Sacramento A's of Las Vegas. I don't know what they're called. But I know second baseman Zach Geloff from his rehab stint after he sustained a stress reaction in his ribs, forcing him to shut down his swinging progression. So Zach Geloff had to get pulled there. The A's have no timetable for his return. Geloff was working his way back from a hamate bone injury he suffered at the end of spring training. The A's got a walk-off yesterday over the Mariners as the Giants fell to the Chicago Cubbies out in Chi-Town. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got a lot of calls that are fired up about this best player take, and we'll get into it on the other side. We got Anthony Slater at 8:30, our Odyssey Warriors insider, and obviously covers the team for The Athletic. Best player in the series for me is Anthony Edwards. I think he is the best player overall. He is a beast. He is a problem. Steph, though, he's going with Stephen Curry, and that's okay. What say you? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni, Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grant.
Let's go. Fired up, baby. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Those of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, whatever you're doing. It's a beautiful day here in the Bay Area. We're in downtown San Francisco. The sun is shining, and hopefully it's shining bright in Minnesota, because that's where the Warriors are right now, as they have game 1 of the Western Conference semis starting tonight. Our coverage at 5:30 with Warriors Live. Thank you, Joe. And then 6:30 tip-off with Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert. And again, we'll have all the post-game coverage as well. So your pre, your post, your pre, which I guess we would be right now, all right here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to you, Joe Shasky. Good morning to Sam Lubman. Carter, I'm fired up. We're fired up. We're halfway home here on a Tuesday. And we got full phone lines, because you know what we're talking about heading into this segment? You know what we're talking about? Best player, right? It always comes down, people, that's the talking heads, right? Oh, who's the best player? Doesn't always mean best player wins the series.
It doesn't always mean the best player plays like the best player in a given series.
But if I just ask you right now, the best player in this series between the Minnesota Timberwolves and Golden State Warriors is who?
It's Steph Curry. It's Steph Curry right now. Now, you know, at the end of this series, we might have a different conversation after we see some things. But also Steph's dealing with a finger injury, a thumb, which is severely decreasing his efficiency. It has played into him being not as effective. And even then, I'm seeing this guy play a complete brand of basketball on both ends of the floor. I think his defense, if you go back and watch Game 7, his defense, it wasn't just good. It was outstanding. On ball, off ball, rebounding, loose balls, deflections, timing up blocks. He was outstanding. Boxing out. He's playing at a level which sounds absurd. He's playing a level of basketball on both ends of the floor that is as good as any brand of basketball he's ever played. Even better on both ends right now, in my estimation, coming off that Game 7, than anything he did in the unanimous MVP season. I'm dead serious. I have watched back Game 7 3 times. I want you to isolate Steph Curry on defense. They don't win that game without his boxing out, his hustle, his on-ball defense, his unbelievable help defense, him jumping into the lanes, loose balls. He was outstanding.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Peddler, Rainforest, Charles, John, Giovanni, we'll get to you all in just a second. We're talking about best player in this series. Shasky believes it is Stephen Curry, who his legacy is cemented. One of the greatest players in history of the sport, greatest shooter in the history of the sport, 4-time champion. No one could ever take that away from him. But the time is now. It's May 6th, 2025. And Anthony Edwards, I believe, is the best player in this series. I believe he is the guy that has the chance to be greater every single game than any other player in this series. Age is a factor of it. Like, this is going to come down to me, is who could be great, not just 1 or 2 games, but consistently great overall. And not just one player, but it always goes into the role players. Can you get a Buddy Hield game or 2? Can you get a Pods game or 2? And juxtapose that with what the Minnesota's trying to do. Can I get a DiVincenzo game? Can I get a Naz Reid game? It's going to come down to that, obviously. But it is interesting to talk about and take a step back just from a player perspective overall. And it's insane that we're even talking about it, because he is 37, and I'm not laughing at you for saying that. He's 37 and one of the greatest players in the sport, and he's still doing it, which is crazy. And Anthony Edwards is trying to say, no. I'm trying to be, you know what we used to call a Kawhi Leonard, the legend killer, right? We used to, like, that's the nickname he got. That's what Anthony Edwards is trying to be. He's trying to go at LeBron in the first round in the Lakers, and he's trying to go at Stephen Curry in the Golden State Warriors in the second round. That's what he's trying to do.
I think where Steph's at in his career, he deserves the benefit of the doubt. Let me give you an example, okay? Everybody likes to reference Kobe's last playoff game. He was 33 years old. Do you know who was against?
Yeah, the Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know who was second in MVP voting that year? Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
He was 23 years old.
Yeah.
He averaged 28 in that series. But heading into that series, Kobe Bryant was the better player.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, when that series was all said and done, did we have different conversations?
Passing of the torch, probably.
Yeah, sure. But even then, it was like, all right, we're a little premature here. And even now, as we look at it, like even now, Durant might have been at a height of his superpowers at a different point in his career. Was he better than Kobe back then?
Probably not. Probably not.
So that's how absurd it would have sounded to any Laker fan if they were receiving the news, oh, Kevin Durant's the better player than Kobe Bryant in this series. No, you might beat us. You might be better, when it's all said and done. You might play better in this series. Kobe's the better player. That's the way I feel about Steph right now. Steph is at the height of his powers. Like, Steph can do no wrong. He deserves the benefit of the doubt. Now, he has to go out and play like it.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards one day may be better than Steph Curry. As Steph starts to diminish, Ant's powers rise. Like, we might be reaching that point at some point. Heck, I might even have that conversation coming out of this series. But right now, today, I am not relinquishing that Steph is not. Like, he is the best player in this series.
I'm taking Anthony Edwards in the series. Joe Shasky's taking Stephen Curry. Who are you taking? 888-957-9570. Let's go to the phones. Let's start with Charles in the town, Oakland, baby.
What's up, Charles?
Good morning. You're on the morning roast. Who's the best player in this series?
Good morning, fellas. I'm sorry. I got to disagree with you. But it's Steph Curry, and I'll make my points real quick. So I've heard throughout his whole career, this player's better than him. This player's better than him. Just the last time they won the championship, the best player in the series was Jokic. Whooped him. Best player in the series was Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum. Whooped him.
Luka.
Best player in the series was Luka Doncic. Whooped him. And even when Kevin Durant played for the Warriors, I'm over here arguing because I'm a Spurs fan, to be honest, but I'm arguing with the Warriors fans. They're like, Kevin Durant's the best player on our team. What's Kevin Durant done since he left Steph Curry? What did he do before he came?
Great.
What did he do before he came to Steph Curry? Even LeBron. I'm going to go at LeBron a little bit, even though I think LeBron's great. LeBron's equal to Steph Curry. 4 championships. Steph done got over on him more than he done got over. So my point is that I've been hearing this narrative, and I know Ant's a monster. I'll give that to you. There's no doubt about that.
Facts.
He's coming. It's about to be over for people. But to say he's better than Steph Curry, I got to see it first. I'm not going to just be like, oh, he whooped L.A. He's better than Steph Curry. You got to show me because I've heard that narrative for years, and every time Steph Curry's on the podium with glasses talking about I'm a winner. That's the way I look at it.
Mic drop. I love that. What a great call.
I love the
Great call.
I love the sweater that he was wearing. What color was that?
I don't know.
It was
Beige?
it was something. It was intense, whatever it was. I loved every second of it. He looked so swagalicious, and I loved him. That win against the Rockets for Steph had to have just felt so damn good because they were just hounding him the entire time. And I did love the respect factor of him giving Amen Thompson the hug after, saying like, dude, like, you were amazing. It was great. Just great respect and sportsmanship at the end of the day. Again, respect and sportsmanship, I think, has been lost largely when we come to talk about all this stuff. But that was nice to see a little passing of the torch there, too.
McDaniel's a great defender.
Yes.
Okay, but it's very odd to say Steph might have a little easier time in this series.
Yes.
Because how many defenders are you taking ahead of Amen Thompson after watching 7 games of it?
Not a lot. Not a lot, right? Like that shows you how good that Rockets defense is. I thought they were the best defense overall. I know a lot of people look at, the Celtics or, the Thunder. Like, I don't care. You show me any advanced metric you want. I think that was the best playoff defense they are going to see.
What if I threw this at you?
Please.
Now, if Anthony Edwards wants to, with 6 minutes to go in every single one of these games, mark up Steph Curry 90 feet every single possession, now we're going to have a different conversation. If they come out on top, he's the best offensive player, and he shuts him down defensively, oh, yeah, we can have that conversation. But heading into it, I'm sorry, I'm not relinquishing it yet.
You're not. Let's go to Rainforest in Oakland wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. And again, Anthony Slater going to be joining us here in about 18 minutes to preview this series and preview Game 1 tonight in Minnesota. Rainforest, who's the best player in this series?
Curry for sure, and I can sum it up for you guys with one question. Would you rather be a Golden State fan or player and have a Stephen Curry-led team and go into Minnesota, or be a Minnesota fan or player and go to Golden State with an Ant-Man-led team? I'm taking Curry all day, and I think the general population is as well.
I like that
Fair enough.
thought process there.
Okay. All right. 888-957-9570. I do think a majority of people, again, we're on our own, our bubble here. We are in Warriors country. We are the home of Golden State Warriors basketball. I understand I am fighting an uphill battle today with this take, and that's okay. I don't mind. You can call me a hater. You can call me a wet blanket. I don't care. Just because I think Anthony Edwards is the best player in the series doesn't mean that the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to win said series. It does not mean that. He might not even play.
Is he
like
a
the
better
best
free
players.
throw shooter?
Is he a better free throw shooter? Probably not.
Okay, is he a better three-point shooter?
No, but is
he a better ball handler?
Actually, hold on. What is Steph shooting from beyond the arc this playoff series? I don't know.
Better than 32%, I bet.
But it doesn't feel like that.
Again,
like,
who you taking?
I think a lot of that also.
Steph could be 0 for 1,000. I'm taking Steph.
That's fine. Who's the better rebounder?
Steph just had 10 rebounds in that final game.
Who's the better rebounder?
Steph is such an underrated good rebounder. It's unbelievable. I bet it's closer than we want to give credit for. We, in our minds, oh yeah, Anthony Edwards all day. Steph rebounds really well.
Okay, but who's the better? Oh, fine. Who's the better defender? Anthony Edwards is a better defender.
I think we're underrating Steph.
Okay. I'll hear you on some stuff when it comes to the shooting and the offense. Anthony Edwards is a good defender. He's a better two-way player right now.
I think you're underrating how prolific Steph is offensively.
I think you're underrating dramatically how good Anthony Edwards is right now.
He's great.
He's in his prime. He's 23 years old.
Joe, get me right. He's great. Steph is all-time great. There are levels. Anthony Edwards is great. I want to make that clear. He is great. Steph Curry is one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball in the history of the game. That's the difference between the two. He is great. No one debates how great he is. Steph Curry is going down as one of the top 10 players to ever touch a basketball in the NBA.
Yes.
We're talking about rarefied air. So I want to make it very clear. No one thinks that Anthony Edwards is a scrub. No one thinks. If you think that, you're at the kiddie table. We're at the adult table. And to go from great to all-time great, come on. There are many levels to this. There have been how many brilliant coaches and how many unbelievable schemes and how many unbelievable individual and team defenses that Steph Curry has had to go up against, not just for 5 years, not just for 10, for 15 years. And we saw a guy in the second half explode on a team that we thought had his number.
I'm just saying, I hear you on all of that. I said the same exact thing that you're saying about Steph in that Lakers series when the T-Wolves are going up against him. And I know a lot of us weren't as locked in on there because we were locked in our own stuff going on in our own backyard. That was the Rockets and the Warriors. But in that other series that was happening, LeBron James at 40 still looked incredible at times. And he was playing at a very high level on both ends of the floor. The biggest moments of that series, though, Anthony Edwards was making the plays. He was the guy on the end making the winning basketball plays when they needed to be made, when the game needed to be taken over in those crucial moments. It was Anthony Edwards doing it, not LeBron, not Luka. It was him. So I saw it. So as much as respect you're giving to Stephen Curry, rightfully so, I was doing the same thing with LeBron, and it didn't matter because Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man, was that guy. He was that dude. I think it comes down to who has a chance to be more consistently great on any given night in this series. I do think it's Anthony Edwards, and I think age matters in that. I do. Like, if I was to tell you that Anthony Edwards had a great game 1 and 2, and Steph just had one great game in between those, I think that would be pretty reasonable. And you would hope that the one great game is the one that you won. And that doesn't mean that Steph's any less of a player, but I think we just saw it in the last series. Steph wasn't consistently great throughout that entire. He had some stinkers. Let's call it what it is. He had stinkers
but a
here.
Stinker for Steph Curry is a good game for all these other guys. That is the difference.
But we're going on the greatness scale, so it's a little different.
Let's talk about the first half, Game 7. Steph sucked. Did he? He had like 7 assists, 7 rebounds, and some steals. Did he suck? Did he? Because he was opening up the floor for Buddy Hield. Did he suck? How many hockey assists? Like, see, this is where there's more to the game than just scoring points.
I never said he sucked, by the way.
No, I'm just saying the general consensus. Like, Steph was terrible. Actually, I thought he was brilliant in the first half. Now, he stepped up his scoring in the second half, and he was unbelievable, and that's what's going to stick in our memory banks forever. I thought he was brilliant. I thought his floor game was brilliant in the first half.
Giovanni is in San Jose, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. We're talking best player in this series is who? Giovanni, who's the best player in this series?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just want to start off by saying Anthony Edwards is a monster. Okay, let's get that right.
Agreed.
But Steph Curry, when you think about the greats, it's Steph Curry, man. Steph Curry's up there. He's a winner. He's proved himself. And thinking about who's harder to guard, dude, teams are scrambling to try and guard Steph Curry. they're wiping an entire game plan that they go with all season on defense to guard Steph Curry. Anthony Edwards, he's inconsistent, man. He'll give you 19 one game and 43 the next. So I feel like the best player in the series is Steph Curry. You got to triple team him and stuff. With Ant, I feel like with Moody, odds, I think we can hold them for a few games, and I think we're going to have a more problem with Julius Randle, to be honest. Thanks, guys, for
That's
taking
interesting. That's a good X factor right there. We can get into X factors a little bit later on the show. 888-957-9570, because I do believe Julius Randle, just from a size perspective, presents a lot of problems for the Golden State Warriors. He's just a big person and a big man.
doubt.
And he can get a shot. Like if his mid is going, his mid-range game's going, and he's knocking down some three-point shots, yeah, that's a huge problem for the Golden State Warriors, because I don't think, like Jimmy Butler's really good. Can he keep up with him for his 7-game series if it even goes to 7 games? I don't know. That's a big and tall task to do. And I do think overall, and that's why this series is so much more unique than that Rockets series, because the Rockets were really a one-sided team. If they got any offense from a couple players, it's like, oh, wow, they can win. But they just couldn't do it enough consistently. I do believe the Timberwolves, 4 games, can't get enough offense to win this series. They can do that. I never really believed the Rockets could do that. I know it sounds insane because, well, man, Spadoni, it was a couple of point game there from them winning that series. I know. I still didn't believe that they had enough offense in total to win 4 games. I know Minnesota does because I trust some of their big boys late. Now, that trust factor of Julius Randle, we got to see it. We absolutely got to see it. And I'm sure it felt good for Julius Randle.
Matchup.
It is a different matchup.
It's a very different matchup. Like I thought that the Rocket series was all about, like, and I said, you guys, first to 100. And almost every single game that played out. This one, this is going to be totally different. Totally different. This one, there's a combination. This could, from game to game, I could see a defensive slugfest one game. I could see an offensive explosion game in the other one. I'm very interested to see how many of these games does Gobert close the game on the floor.
Right.
Whether it be foul trouble or literally ineffectiveness and having to take him off. I don't know the answer.
We're going to do the hack of Gobert, right? Are we going to throw him the line like we were doing Steven Adams at times?
Julius Randle is a big unknown for me. If he doesn't hit threes, okay, and maybe he's not facilitating for others, is he ball hog mode?
Yeah.
Where the Warriors like, you get whatever you want, but we're not going to let anyone else go off. Or is it, hey, we're going to shut Ant-Man down and we don't care about anyone else scoring? I don't know.
888-957-9570. Who was the best player in this series? We asked Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider and friend of the station, last segment, and this is what he had to say.
Ant Edwards is awesome. His time is coming. It may be here right now, and that will probably be, as far as storylines of this series, is a little bit of a torch pass possibility if he comes out and just dominates. But as we start this series, if you ask me which guy would I want more right now for this series, give me Steph Curry. Ant Edwards is the guy you'd want to build around. He's the guy that so many people in the league would take right now over anybody because of his age, his talent, the ability to continue to get better and better. Right now, in this moment, give me Steph.
And that was Nick Friedel, who joined us last second. If you missed any of that interview, it was really good. Nick he's so tapped in on Jimmy Butler on this series on Minnesota. He covered that team. He covered that player at a very high level. Hell, he talked to him about when Jimmy Butler first got drafted as a Chicago Bull. The Bulls didn't even talk to him on the phone yet. It was ESPN 1000 or whatever it was over in Chicago where Nick was a part of. And he was on the phone with them and he was crying and he was in tears. Great stuff there. So find it on YouTube or on the Free Odyssey app. Nick Friedel was tremendous.
Does the best player in the series mean you should win the series?
No. I think if you ask the Milwaukee Bucks and the Indiana Pacers, both fan bases, who was the best player in that series? I think most of them say Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis.
Did it matter?
Yeah.
They ended up in 5 games. But doesn't matter always. Yeah. Like some people will even say that, and I came away thinking this, but some people might have said, I thought LeBron was the best player in that Lakers series, and they didn't win it. He was incredible because he was probably more consistent than all those other guys.
I thought they attacked the hell out of him on defense.
They did, and they made him work for it. And I think that's what they're going to try to do tonight against Stephen Curry. They're going to try to isolate him one-on-one and try to maybe get him matched up on Anthony Edwards and try to find his spots, right?
Well, that's what the Rockets try to do the entire series.
Yeah.
And I think as the games went on, he got more and more stout, and he understood what these guys' tendencies were. And again, I implore anyone to rewatch that second half. It was maybe the finest defensive moment of just overall of Steph Curry's career. I'm dead serious. He was that good.
Let's go to Verducci in the El Dorado Hills. Wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Verducci, who's got the best player in this series between the T-Wolves and the Warriors?
Yeah, if you're asking me, I mean, I think overall, obviously, we'd all say Curry. But for me, this series right now, I'm taking Jimmy Butler. It's in Minnesota. I mean, come on. I mean, just think about all the storylines, the history that he's had there. So for me, it's Jimmy Butler. But for you all in Dub Nation, I have a little something for you, a little slam poetry I wanted to tell you last night, or yesterday, I should say, coming out of Game 7 into Minnesota. So hear me out here. Yo, they said we was done. Said Game 6 was a eulogy. The dynasty dust. But the thing about fire, it don't die. It learns to burn different. And us, we burn with intention. Watch tape, took notes, checked egos at the door like the real ones do. Because when you raise in the bay, you know pressure makes diamonds or cracks, but never both. Buddy Hield, man, went from a role player to a revelation. Clutch like he was baptized in Buzz Beaters. Every shot spoke louder than the doubters. That MVP chant for this game ain't hype. It's homework paid in full. Jimmy Bucket's no lie. It's just ascension. Mid-range killer with that ice grill grin. He don't flinch. He finishes. He ain't built for the moment. He builds the moment. And when it's all on the line, he laces them tighter. Draymond, our general, our glue, our certified chaos coordinator. When they ran plays, he played minds. When they chased highlights, he wrote endings. DPOY ain't a trophy. It's a true tattoo that every stop, every switch, every soul he snatched on defense. And then Steph, oh my gosh, the one, the myth who needs no myth, chef in the lab cooking soul food for entire cities, step back, turn, ball still in the air, and he's halfway down the court saying night-night to Houston, soft as a whisper, loud as a legacy. Say Game 6, we wore that shame, didn't hide it, we sat in it, studied it, made it fueled, and served it up Game 7 style like, yeah, that pain comes season now. We ain't just a team, we a testament to culture, to grow, to owning your story even when it's messy. So now it's off to Minnesota. New chapter, same mission. But before I dip, Spadoni, Shasty, wake the Bay up with this heat. This ain't just post-game bars. This is prophecy on repeat. They laugh, they talk, they counted us out. Now they got to count these dubs and count us in. This road, it's paved with grit, lined with banners, lit by belief. This ain't a comeback, it's a continuation. We ain't chasing rings, we reclaiming royalty. So tell them all, Dub Nation just checked into Minnesota. And this is a road to another championship. Mic drop, I'm out. Let's go, Doug.
Woo!
Oh, heck yes.
That was Verducci.
Two guys hit him with the jam. Come on.
That was Abe. The jam was fired up. Hey, I love the passion. Where do you think he comes up with that?
I don't know.
He's sitting on the toilet and just he's on his notes app and just on his phone. I was thinking about that the whole time. I was like, where do you have time for this? He's about to be a father too soon. So congratulations to Verducci. Where do you come up with the time is going to be very valuable for him.
He
in the
had
future.
some bars in there.
He did. He
there was
absolutely
one
did.
that was like the road was like, I don't even know, paved with dynasties. I don't even.
It was a lot. It was
grit. It was grit. Yeah, the road was paved with grit, lit by dynasties. I mean, I was.
Well,
it was
and
all
DPOIs are tattooed on you or something like that. That was good.
I'm going to need some time to dissect that.
Digest it, if you will. John in LA, Josh in the 580. We'll get to you before we get to Slater on the other side. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater going to be joining us next. Our Warriors Insider for 95.7 The Game, and also The Athletic. We're talking best player in this series is who? Verducci actually had a good one. He said Jimmy Butler. I think I've seen a couple of those on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line as well. Jimmy Buckets, I'm not mad at that as well. Two-way player, I think he has the argument. Absolutely. I still think Anthony Edwards is my guy. Shasky's taking Stephen Curry. We'll get to Anthony Slater on the other side, though, and it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Oh, how dare he do that, right, Sam? Guy takes the lobster out of the linguine. What are you doing? Shout out Laughing Monk, Sam Kadiri. I'd be going to Laughing Monk today if I was you. It's beautiful. And why aren't you going there every single day? Quite frankly, they have a location in Sunnyvale. They got a couple here in San Francisco. Get some brewskis in you. Get some lobster linguine. Sounds like a good day to me. It's a Tuesday. It's Spadoni, Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We are rolling. We got game one tonight. Western Conference semis. It's the last game of all the game ones. They've already taken place. And it's between the Minnesota Timberwolves, Golden State Warriors, 5:30, Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game, 6:30 tip. And then after the game, be joining Mark Grandy. He'll take your calls or text, either talking about the Warriors win or loss. Either way, we will be breaking it all down. We'll be joined by Anthony Slater here in just a second, our Warriors insider. But something or nothing, Joe. All three road teams have won so far in game one, whether it's the Pacers, and then yesterday, you had the Knicks winning in Boston, and then Nuggets and OKC. Good trend for the Warriors tonight? Something? Nothing?
I don't mean it. I don't think it has a bearing per se. I don't think Minnesota's more locked in because of the other games or the results. You know, these guys are on their own walls. They're all professionals, so I don't think they need extra motivation or, attentiveness because of the score of another game. Now, would I have preferred the law of averages of just, stepping back and maybe like some home team winning so that, there's no doubt about it.
Right. Anthony Slater is joining us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Anthony, good morning. Are you in Minnesota currently?
Yes, I'm in it's a nice setup where it's like the Target Center where the Warriors are shooting around this morning in probably about an hour. They open, and then across the street is the Wolves facility, and the Wolves are opening in about 15 minutes, literally right when I got off the phone with y'all, and I can go hit both shoot-arounds because they're across the street from each other.
There you go. I'm shocked you're not at the Mall of America. That place is sweet. They got it's like thousands and thousands of different stores. They have a roller coaster.
Far away, though.
They have a roller coaster in there.
Past the air. Yeah, well, I can't make the venture out there. That's like out towards the airport.
I've always heard it's a very underrated Minneapolis, St. Paul. That whole city vibe there is very underrated. Although the last season of Love Is Blind there stunk. Yeah, continue.
It did, by the way. Yeah. I actually, my wife made me watch that one. Yeah. It did. But this is the first time I feel like the average temperature when I've been in the city has been like 2 degrees. The high previously to this trip has been like 20. It's always January or February when I'm here. So it's nice to get, this is the first time in this dynasty era they've had a playoff series here. It's like 75 degrees. I'm probably going to do a Twins game Wednesday night. So Twins Orioles. So I'm excited to explore the city while it's actually warm.
Maybe because red hot Buddy Hield touchdown. Am I right, Anthony? And that was a horrible joke. I'm sorry. But no, seriously, Buddy Hield, that game 7, since we've talked to you, we haven't really had a chance to react to that. Obviously, we'll get into this. But that game and all the game 7 nonsense, they're going to win or they're not going to win, just the fatigue factor with this team after that grueling pound of flesh taken from them and the Rockets, and tip your caps to them, right? Just an incredible performance from some of these young guys, but ultimately the experience factor was just too much for them to overcome, I believe, in that series. And now it's a quick turnaround. What's the fatigue factor tonight, and how is it going to play into this game in game 1 in Minneapolis tonight at 6:30 local time here?
Yeah, we'll see. We will see tonight. I didn't look too bad for the Nuggets last night. My sense, my read, and from what I'm hearing, it's not going to be like a heavy minutes type game. I think Steve Kerr is going to be a lot more careful with, I wouldn't expect like 41, 42 minutes for some of the main guys. But, well, give me 1 second. Yeah, it's upstairs. Sorry, I'm in the facility. I'm trying to direct media people.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah. But the one thing I'd say, to me, like a lot of people want to talk fatigue, and obviously that will be a factor. Minnesota's more rested. I think it's the prep is a bigger issue.
they've barely been able to talk about the Wolves. I think they're kind of like installing right now at shoot around. Whereas if you think about the last series, they have like 4 days prior, they were installing their game plan against the Rockets, and they spent like practices and days absorbing it and, kind of drilling it. Well, they're just basically talking about the Wolves for the first time now. And obviously Minnesota didn't necessarily know their matchup, but I can guarantee you Chris Finch was watching that Rocket series, looking at the Ime Udoka zone, looking at, oh, wow, all right, Fred VanVleet's guarding Draymond Green. That's an interesting concept, and we'll probably use some of the stuff that the Rockets did well and probably avoid some of the stuff that the Rockets didn't do well, and that, to me, is the bigger advantage for Minnesota, just more time to, think about the series.
Well, obviously closing is extremely important, but it does feel like for the Warriors, the whole Rockets series, the first quarter was just, it was painstaking almost. And you can kind of get a feel for what Warrior team you were getting that night based on just what it looked like in the first quarter. So let's break down the first quarter. Are they going to start Steph, Pods, Buddy, Butler, and Dre?
I don't know. It's a good question. Steve's keeping it pretty close to the vest. That would seem to be, especially because of the lack of prep time, maybe you just roll with what clearly worked in Game 7. You mentioned it. Buddy Hield's really hot right now. So you probably go with that with, various subs. I do think it's going to be, like I was saying, a wider rotation. I think this is more a feel-out game for the Warriors. Try maybe a bunch of guys, a bunch of lineup combinations, not overplay your veterans. So it may not matter necessarily who's starting game 1, because I think he's going to try a bunch of stuff. I'm more curious who might be starting game 2 after they see this matchup on the floor a little bit.
Yeah, GP2, hopefully he'll be back. We don't know. Yeah. Moses Moody, who knows where he's at. I'm with you. I think there are going to be a lot of combinations that are going to play right now just to see what's working and what's not, and to also give some of the older guys a blow. Using that rhetoric, and you kind of alluded to it. I talked about it in the first hour. Let's say Anthony Edwards is guarding Buddy Hield. Let's say Conley's guarding Pods. Steph would have McDaniels on him. I'm assuming Randall on Butler. You go with that bigger body, kind of like what Miami did against Butler. That would have Gobert on Draymond, and he would sag off him so that he could be the help defender. Do you think that's the route they go with Gobert if the starting lineup stays the same? Or do you think that he plays on one of those other guys and they put Conley, the smaller defender, like Houston did, on Draymond?
Yeah, I kind of think they might do what Houston did, and maybe it's not right away, but the main reason you do that, it sounds great to say, hey, just sag off Draymond, but then Draymond just does a DHO with Steph Curry, and he's curling off, and he's wipeout screening whoever's guarding Steph, and Rudy Gobert's 8 feet away, and Steph just curls into a 3, right? That's the DHO game that Draymond and even Looney have mastered over the years to kill teams that put, their bigs on them and have them sag off. So that's why Houston put VanVleet, because VanVleet is quick. He can press up a little bit, and you just don't want VanVleet in the screening action. You're not trying to get VanVleet switched onto Steph necessarily. So, something like a DiVincenzo on Draymond at times in this series. Conley, he's still he's more of a target than VanVleet, right? VanVleet, they were calling him basically like a fire hydrant in that last series. He's sturdy, and he's into you defensively. He's got great hands. You see him strip Jimmy Butler in the post. I'm not sure many, guards are stripping Jimmy Butler in the post. So that's the one thing I would say about this matchup. Minnesota's got a lot of length. They got McDaniels, who I'm sure is going to get a lot of the Steph assignment. But Houston, to me, has better defensive personnel throughout the rotation. That maybe bothers them more. But, back to your original question, I think the Warriors wouldn't mind if Gobert's on Draymond, because, I think you would see them attack a lot of high Steph Curry pick and rolls, right, with Draymond Green. That's what Steve Kerr said frustrated Draymond about the last series. They couldn't run the Steph Draymond pick and rolls. They almost had to plant him in the corner. And I think if you put Gobert on him, you bring Draymond back into the action.
It's interesting. Okay. They haven't played him in months. I mean, the Warriors are a completely different team. So there are some things that you can carry over, and then there's a lot of stuff you can't. Obviously, Jimmy Butler's the big one. JK's health and where he's at with the team versus where he was earlier. And Quentin Post. Of the new factors, obviously Jimmy's going to be a big one. Where do all these pieces fit into how this is a different matchup in the playoffs versus the regular season?
Well, the Jimmy Butler storyline is going to add some spice to this. This fan base does not like him. And, you know, because of how it went down in his brief tenure here. And you know, I don't know that like necessarily impacts the game, but it's interesting. And I think Jimmy's going to be fired up for this game. You know, and he's just better than the options they had previously. Although, you know, I mean, you guys remember Wiggins was always good against Minnesota, right? He liked playing his former team. But those matchups, like I remember one where they had no power forwards. They started Guy Santos at power forward because Draymond was out, Kuminga was out, Kyle Anderson was out, and they still beat the Wolves. The one thing I would say, though, about those matchups, with Warriors going 3-1, Minnesota completely turned their season around really at the same time the Warriors did. I think they went 17-4 down the stretch. They were obviously great in the first round, so it's just like kind of a different, more locked-in team. But you know, and you mentioned Quentin Post. I'm curious to see him in the series because theoretically he could really help you again as a stretch five, as he did plenty in the last couple months. But he kind of got played off the floor a little in that Houston series. I think you try him early. You try almost everybody early in this series. But you know, you just wonder where his head's at after, you know, what happened late in the Houston series.
Talking with Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, and covers the team for The Athletic. He is in Minnesota right now. He's going to be covering this series. And, you know, you touched on it a little bit, but just comparing and contrasting, if you will, Anthony, you know, what the Rockets and their challenges presenting to the Warriors and what now the Minnesota Timberwolves will do to try to exploit some of their, weaknesses, if you will. So just offensive and defensively, the different challenges compared from what the Rockets did and what the Minnesota Timberwolves will now try to do.
I think the main one is Anthony Edwards versus Jalen Green. This is a far different perimeter star scorer that you're facing, right? They didn't feel like they had to double Jalen Green. They were fine. I remember even in game one, the Rockets tried to attack Steph Curry with Jalen Green on switches, and the Warriors were like, fine, go ahead. And like Steph Curry stopped them multiple times. And, you know, Ime Udoka had to go away from that. Besides his 38-point game in the first round, Jalen Green was in single digits in 5 of the next 6. Didn't do much at all. You have to scheme up very different from Anthony Edwards. This is just a better offense because you have just a true star scorer to deal with. And the Warriors, you know, again, Houston's defense, I think Houston's defense is going to was harder for the Warriors to score on than Minnesota's will be, but Minnesota's going to be way tougher to stop. The Warriors held the Rockets to 89 points in game 7, 85 points in game 1. You even had Draymond and Steph talking post game that they're like, hey, just hold them under 90 and we're fine. I'm not sure you can say that about Minnesota, mostly because of Edwards, but also, you know, Naz Reid can get super hot from 3. Dante DiVincenzo can get hot from 3. Julius Randle's playing some of the best basketball of his career. He's shooting over 40% from 3. There's just so much better, in my opinion, offensive personnel that's going to test what has been a really good, you know, tied in, locked in Warriors defense. And to me, the biggest part of that is just Anthony Edwards. That is just something completely different for them to deal with.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And he's a superstar. I mean, that's what he is. And he's amazing. There's no doubt about it. And I know that the Warriors are dealing with certain injuries. They'll never talk about it. Jimmy, obviously, at times can look compromised. Steph, the thumb. I'm assuming those guys are all good. Any update on GP2? Because I want to get into this article that you wrote, but just like a health bill, what's the deal with the Warriors? Who's available? Who might not be available?
Yeah, Gary Payton's the only one that might not. He's questionable. He was really sick day of Game 7. They said he flew on the plane yesterday with a mask in the back. They're shooting around right now. We should probably have a better answer on that when we go out to the court, like I said, in about an hour. Okay. Steph's going to have the thumb wrapped. It is what it is. He's not using it as an excuse. I honestly, even privately, he's kind of shoo-shooing that away. It doesn't look great, but he's shooting fine. You know, I don't think that's that much of a concern. And honestly, Butler to me is looking better each game. You know, physically moving a little bit better. So I think it's about at the point that tailbone injury in a regular season would have been fine enough for him to play. So I think they're actually entering this series relatively fine, from a health situation. We'll see fatigue-wise because it's going to be every other day, but I don't worry too much about that factor right now.
I love it. No, I love that. No, I read an article in The Athletic that you had. I don't know if it posted this morning or late last night, but I read it, and it was a deep dive on the Jimmy Butler angle, the Andrew Wiggins angle, how he was a player on Minnesota traded to the Warriors because of the D'Angelo Russell acquisition during Kevin Durant leaving. Obviously, there's a Dante DiVincenzo angle. But it was the Anthony Edwards draft in 2020, and it was James Wiseman. And you had put in there that, hey, there were sources, and I'm paraphrasing here, saying that it wasn't just Joe Lacob it was Bob Myers, it was Steve Kerr, and the veterans all co-signing on them going after James Wiseman. And I don't want to dispute that at all. I think it's pretty set in stone, and I feel like the owner's probably got a disproportionate amount of the blame, and maybe even Bob Myers on that. I want to know what the lesson learned was throughout that scenario for the organization, because it does feel like their draft philosophy has been altered a little, and maybe that's just the difference between Dunleavy and Bob Myers. But what do you think the organization learned over that couple-year stretch during the draft that has kind of changed in these last few years?
Yeah, well, I think first there was the tantalizing aspect of getting a 7-footer who could stretch the floor and protect the rim, and that it was something that they've been lacking, and it was going away from what they had done previously, but in a way at the time, considering, they were refreshing at the time completely. They just had the worst record in the league. The idea then was to go get something different, to kind of get this next wave of Warriors athleticism and, having a center of the future. And considering what they thought Wiseman was going to be, and I'm not just talking about Joe Lacob, there was, you can go back and find quotes of Draymond Green talking about like this guy's going to be the future, or Steve Kerr mentioning David Robinson, right? They thought he was going to be something he wasn't. Now, as far as like what they maybe learned from the miss, I think that
from the process, if you will,
they should have. Well, that was a COVID year. I think maybe what Mike Dunleavy has done different is he's drafted more Warriors type players, leaned into what they do well, right? The IQ stuff, the feel stuff that they like to say, connectivity type players, passers, playmakers, less raw talents, we could say. That's to me what they've gone against. But I think, look, the 2022 title shocked everybody, internally and externally, like in a lot of ways. And at the time they were drafting for long-term potential, home run type prospects because they thought they were rebuilding. And then suddenly they weren't. And that's part of why I think they shifted their draft philosophy again, because it was like they were once again trying to supplement the Steph Curry era, where in a lot of ways it seemed like at the time, 2020, 2021, they were shifting towards the future.
Talking to Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky with you, previewing Game 1 tonight between the Minnesota Timberwolves and Golden State Warriors. Coverage that starts at 5:30 and tip-off 6:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Anthony. I don't know if this is a trend to pay attention to or not, but it is. I'm going to bring it up. Trend may be strong, but it's happened. All three road teams, other than the Warriors that haven't played tonight, have won Game 1. And obviously most of them didn't have, I think only the Nuggets, right? Nuggets, ended Saturday, so they had a couple more days than the, no, it'd be the same. So the Saturday, it was the same what the Warriors were dealing with, right? Okay, so thank you. Shout out math. So is this the game the Warriors should be focused on to try to steal Game 1 and try to get home court back to Chase Center? Or is that too much of a task given the age of their big three? Or do you say you go all in if it's like a 10-point game? I don't know. Like, I'm just curious to see if they view this game the way like they viewed Game 5 or something. Because it did feel like to me, last series, Game 5, they felt like in the first couple minutes, like they're up 3-1, we don't have it. And then the Rockets just took over, and it was a blowout ever since. I'm not saying that's going to happen tonight, but if it feels like it could happen, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to not punt it completely. Like I said, I expect minute totals to be lessened under the 40s for the main guys. I think it'll be a little bit more of an experimental game. I think even if you lose the game tonight, you need to get some answers on this matchup. You need to find out what type of players work, what type of players don't, like strategies Chris Finch is using. They figured out pretty early in the last series, hey, they're putting Sengun on Moses Moody. They got to figure out how to get Sengun off Moses Moody. Okay, put Buddy Hield in the starting lineup. And I know that was a criticized move at times, but it probably won them the series in a lot of ways, kind of getting Buddy Hield. And they figured that out early in the series. So even if you lose tonight, figure some of the stuff out that Minnesota's doing. And to do that, you have to play hard. You have to play focused. You have to put some of your game plan and your lineups out there that you want to test. As far as, like, can they win? Yes, it's sports. I think they're at a disadvantage. If you were to say which of the first two games are they more likely to win, I'd say Game 2. I think they'd load up more for Game 2. But as last night once again proved, like, sometimes we overrate or over talk about the, rest, this, that. Like, it's going to be two teams on the floor in a charged up environment tonight, and the Warriors are very capable of winning this game. I'm not favoring them. I wouldn't pick them tonight because of some of the issues that they're dealing with, but they could win the game.
All right, two-parter here for you, because this is what we've been talking about for most of the morning. It's the sports talk radio aspect, of course, but we love talking about it, the national media, everyone. Who do you think of these teams has the best player, the best individual player overall, and who do you think is the better team from top to bottom heading into tonight?
Steph's still Steph. I trust him a bunch in the playoffs. I mean, this is clearly Anthony Edwards' playoffs right now to kind of make his claim on where he's going in the league. And if he just romps through this series, he'll have taken down LeBron, Luka, and then taken down Steph and Jimmy Butler. So things are trending in Anthony Edwards' direction, but it's hard for me not to pick Steph Curry in a series considering all I've seen and what he still is. As far as team, Minnesota, I think, enters the series trusting more of its rotations. They seem to be deeper with offensive options. Naz Reid was 6th man of the year last year. Dante DiVincenzo, we've seen what he can do, in a high usage bench role. Julius Randle, the way he's playing. But it's not over the top. We'll see in the series, but it doesn't seem like the Minnesota's depth is going to crush the Warriors, but you'd have to say they look like the deeper team right now.
All right, Anthony, we appreciate your time. Real quick, who wins? How many games? Come on, series prediction. I'm putting you on the spot.
Wolves in 7 seems like probably, although I will say this on this series, it's every other day, right? Through 5, which is going to be, I think, tougher on the Warriors, especially with the plane rides and the series they're coming off. If it gets to 6, even if it's 3-2 Wolves, they get a 3-day break before Game 6, and that to me potentially favors the Warriors. So, I'd probably say like a Wolves in 7 type pick, but if this gets deep in the series and the Warriors get in Minnesota in a Game 7, that's a scary proposition for Minnesota, I think.
Hey, Slates, appreciate the time, man. Good luck covering the game tonight in the series, and we'll talk to you again soon.
See you, buddy.
All right. Yeah, all right, fellas.
There he goes. That is Anthony Slater, who is in Minnesota right now for Warriors, T-Wolves, Western Conference semis tonight. And I mentioned it. All 3 road teams have won thus far. Can the Warriors make it 4-0 for the road teams in Game 1? Be interesting. That was interesting how he said that. Like, if this drags to a 6 or a 7, I don't know. So he's trying to say, like, basically, hey, Wolves, you better try to end this thing in 5 or fewer games. I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't. But it's interesting how he said that. He was with you, though. We were talking about it all show long. Best player in the series. He's still going Steph. But
I think, so, while we talked to Anthony Slater, obviously he's tapped into the beat, but he wrote a really interesting article today.
He did.
You cannot talk about the Steph Curry legacy at all without them finding a diamond in the rough. Even though he was the 7th or whatever player taken in the draft, the fact that Minnesota took not 1, but 2 separate point guards in front of them adds to the lore of Steph Curry. It also adds to the pain and the misery of a Minnesota Timberwolves fan. Now, there are 2 kinds of people in this world. Some that, it didn't happen, so why talk about it? Well, because I find these things interesting. And the perspective on where you land on this is interesting. As a Warrior fan, I'm thrilled that they went Ricky Rubio, Johnny Flynn, and we selected Steph Curry. And then, even though we had Steph Curry, the Bucks could have had either Monte Ellis or Steph Curry and chose Monte Ellis in a trade.
Yeah.
Right?
Pretty insane.
These are the woulda, coulda, shouldas. You cannot talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves and their bright future without talking about one of the rising stars in the game in Anthony Edwards. And the difference between taking him and maybe considering James Wiseman or trading with the Warriors, which was discussed, as was written by Anthony Slater this morning, is a part of what is into the whole entire enchilada of this particular matchup. The woulda, coulda, shoulda of, wow, Minnesota passed not once but twice on what could have been Steph Curry. Wow, the Warriors didn't even entertain trading up for Anthony Edwards. The Timberwolves didn't even consider James Wiseman. They took Anthony Edwards, a guy that the Warriors didn't really love. And look how good he is. I find that fascinating. And they're the 2 premium players in this game.
I do too. And if you're from and I know we're not Minnesota sports talk here, but it's interesting as you break it down step by step in the history between these two teams and the Wiggins aspect, trading for him and him becoming a champion, the second best player on a championship team, all of that baked into the equation. Like, there could be some exercising of major demons for Minnesota in the series if they win.
It's a good point.
You could bet, like, if I'm a Minnesota fan, I'm like, hey, we end up getting Anthony Edwards. He took out LeBron and then Steph. All right, this is our guy. He's going to take us in the future. All those mistakes we made with Ricky Rubio, with Johnny Flynn, all of D'Angelo Russell. All right, all has been forgiven. We knocked them out in the playoffs. They're getting older. We're young. We're in our prime. We're going to go for the future. Conversely, if the Warriors win this series, it's like, yeah, we might just be screwed. Like, yeah, we messed up not taking Steph, and we're still not going to hear the end of it. Even with Anthony Edwards, as good as he is, they got Stephen Curry. We didn't. Man, that sucks. And that could be the case. Steph can go night-night on another franchise here, and that would be incredible in Minnesota if it happens. Game 1 tonight. I can't wait for it. Like, the showmanship, and I get it. Like the Rockets, they have Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet. Mm-hmm. Anthony Edwards is another level when it comes to just star power and being a showman of the game. I don't think there's a better showman in the NBA right now than Anthony Edwards. He'll let you know about it. He'll get in your face. He'll go at Draymond at half court. He'll go at Jimmy Butler.
Absolutely.
He's 23. He doesn't care.
He seems to be a throwback player in an era where everyone loves each other and is AAU friendly and exchanging jerseys. He really has that 1980s, 1990s spite.
Right.
Which I truly appreciate.
And he's funny. He's a funny player, too. I remember I was watching some of the games in the Lakers series where LeBron's like yelling and complaining at the refs, and Anthony Edwards just looking, he's like, you gonna tee him up? You're gonna tee me all game? LeBron James is yelling at you, but I can't? Like, come on. And yes, that is the answer. Yes, if you're 40 years old. Like, Steph can get away with some stuff, although Steph couldn't get away with putting up a 2, right? He got called for the taunting call. And that's actually going to be another layer in all this. We haven't discussed the refs.
Well, the refs
is it going to be as chippy as that Rocket series? I don't know.
Sure. I think it will be. But, it's not just Anthony Edwards. In that 2020 draft, there were multiple trades. Mm-hmm. The Lakers took him first. Then I think it was OKC traded for him, and then Minnesota traded for him. In the 2020 draft, they got Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah.
Okay? And so not only did they get Anthony Edwards, they got a really, really good late first-round pick in Jaden McDaniels, who has played pretty good basketball for them over the life of his career. So that was a seminal moment in a draft for them kind of changing the trajectory of their organization.
Well said. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Let's take it a step further. You were talking about the Andrew Wiggins thing. As a lifelong Warrior fan, not just I'm here when Steph Curry was good. What really used to piss me off, even though I rooted for these guys from afar, is that a guy would leave my team and lead that other team to a deep run in the playoffs. Latrell Sprewell with the Knicks. Now, we know what happened there. Tim Hardaway with the Miami Heat, like the mid-90s. He ended up beating the Knicks in the second round. They ended up losing to the Chicago Bulls.
Right.
Like Hardaway getting traded. It's like, of course Hardaway's good. Of course he looks good in a Miami Heat uniform because we were so snake-bitten.
Yep.
If you're a Minnesota fan, of course Andrew Wiggins turns into Superman on another team. Like, there's so many elements to why these two teams, from a fan perspective, just probably despise each other.
Well, and
at least Minnesota despises.
It's a great point. It's like, wow, Wiggins was like elite for just that stretch, and then he went back to the Andrew Wiggins. Like, really, and they get that.
Exactly.
They get that for that moment. Of course they do, right? And it's so funny, the Jimmy Butler angle and all this. And I think it was really well put by Nick Friedel, who's very tapped in. Nick Friedel joined us in the 7 o'clock hour. We just had Anthony Slater. Find both of those interviews on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. He was saying like Jimmy Butler was more frustrated when he was a Minnesota Timberwolf. Not so much with Andrew Wiggins, a little bit, but he never had beef with him or like a problem with him like personally. He just saw his greatness and wanted him. He knew the player he could be. And ultimately, I think he did live up to that. If Andrew Wiggins doesn't do anything else in his career, guy was the second best player on a championship team. He has solidified himself as a Warriors legend no matter what. No one could ever take that away from him.
No doubt.
But it was the Karl Anthony Towns aspect in all of it, where he's just like, that guy just doesn't work hard enough. You have that much talent. You're like 7 feet tall cat. You can shoot. You can dribble. You can do everything. You could be one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player in our game today, but you just don't put in the work that you should. And that's what he didn't respect at the end of the day. And I think that's why we were underrating that work ethic and that mentality that Jimmy Butler has brought to this team. And that's trickled down to the Pajemskis of the world, to the Moses Moody's of the world, to the Quentin Posts of the world. That's lit another fire under Draymond Green in a positive way. That's brought something out from Stephen Curry that we haven't seen before. I think defensively, I think you can credit Jimmy Butler a little bit more with how much better Steph has played as a two-way player, because that's what two-way Jimmy is. He can do both things at both ends of the court, and that's what's going to be interesting. I think Verducci called it. I think it's other people texted in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Like, Jimmy Butler might be the best player in this series. If he, again, going back to the Michael Jordan, I took this personally, like, this might be the Jimmy Butler series. We'll see. We'll see.
And you know, let's say Kuminga has a moment, not a game,
Still
but
waiting.
a moment.
We were all Ed.
Well, that was their draft pick.
Yes.
That was their draft pick. I just, there's a lot of back and forth with these two organizations.
Did you guys think real quick, because I didn't get a chance to react to yesterday, shout out Bonte for filling in for me, but Game 7 when Kuminga was getting some run, we were all like, redemption?
He hit the spin move and then smoked the layup. And I was like, I wanted him to just make a bucket. I really did. And the same with Moody. Like, I was putting my arms around both guys, like, just make a basket. Like, even, okay, Moses Moody's a good example.
Yeah.
You know, he felt like he had played himself off the floor by the end of that Rockets series.
Right.
Well, this is a new series.
It is.
This is a new matchup. I start from scratch.
Quinn
I
Post.
give him a little bit of run.
Yeah, Quinn Post, another guy, absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. And Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now, broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, one more to go here. Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Roast. We're talking all about this game all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. It's Warriors, it's T-Wolves, it's Game 1, Western Conference Semis. We were talking about the best player in the series. Let's move past that. So you're taking Steph, I'm taking Anthony Edwards as the best player, but it doesn't come down to the best player. It's the best team. Who's got the best team individual as opposed to the individuals? Second, third, fourth best players. Who does that go to? That's the question for me at 888-957-9570.
Are we weighing them?
No, we're just saying, like, that's why I asked the question to Slates. Like, you know, you could say Anthony Edwards is the best, but like Jimmy Butler, I think, is the player I'm taking after both those guys.
Okay, do you trust Jimmy Butler over Gobert and
Julius Randle?
And Julius Randle?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so which would you say is the more important player to winning in the playoffs, McDaniel or Gobert? Do you think it oscillates?
I think are you not giving me Julius Randle as one? Because I do.
Excuse me, Julius Randle,
yes,
not McDaniel.
Because I do think it comes down to Julius Randle.
Okay,
for the Minnesota
so he's your
Timberwolves.
two.
Yes.
Is Draymond more important than Julius Randle? Is Draymond more important to the Warriors than Julius Randle is to Minnesota?
Ooh, it's a great question. I'd say no, but it's very close. I think if Julius Randle is playing like he played in that first round series, I do think, and it's not going to happen because it's different circumstances, different team.
He was
really good in that
just
series.
Look at the numbers. He's
been incredible. If he's that again, and I think I know what I'm going to get from Anthony Edwards for the most part, then yeah, I do think the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to win this series. But it's what Jimmy Butler is going to be doing as opposed to what, the Lukas or the Austin Reeves or the LeBrons couldn't do. Let's also keep it a buck. The Warriors are a better defensive team than the Los Angeles Lakers. They just are. Like, so you have to have that ingrained in your DNA. Like, we're giving Rockets, and I know Anthony Slater's giving him all the kudos in the world. I think for me, coming out of that series, and I know we've moved on, I have a tremendous amount of respect for what the Rockets did in that series defensively. It was a masterclass. Like, they were doing incredible. And then Stephen Curry, and the greatness of Stephen Curry is going to shine no matter what. But for the most part, they did all you could do. Like, what more could you have asked that team to do against Stephen Curry in that series? Mm-hmm. But the Warriors were also just as good at times defensively, I felt, especially in that Game 7. They were stifling defensively. And that was Jimmy. That was Steph. That was Draymond. That was Pods at times. Like, it was everyone stepping up. Jimmy Butler. Steve Kerr laughed at one of the games. Jimmy, he set the tone defensively. Well, he did. Or Buddy Hield, I should say, excuse me. But again, this team against this Minnesota Timberwolves squad is going to be very interesting. And you were saying Draymond Green or Julius Randle, like who's more important for their given team? I'm going Julius Randle, but if you wanted to say Draymond Green, I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't. So the second, third, and fourth best players in this series, 888-957-9570, is what we're asking.
So, like, the thing with the Warriors is, like, Steph, Jimmy, Dre, like, those guys are solidified. That fourth guy, who could be as good as the third best player on a given night, it's Pods, it could be Buddy, some nights it's GP2. I bet Looney throws his name in the ring because, Looney's going to be in the mix here, right?
They're going to need some size. That's a fact. That's why we're talking about Quentin Post. Like, you need, like...
Post has had moments as well.
Yes.
I would argue, though, that their third most important player is Gobert without a doubt. Because I think he does all of the things for them on both ends of the floor to open the floor up for spot-up shooters and to also allow them a funneler on defense who can be the rim protector that they're looking for. Their entire defense is centered around being able to funnel into that big at the rim.
It's interesting because I feel like, yes, that was the case in their first round series. And this is what happens, right? Some players, you know, they're going to get more highlighted than another series as playoffs progress, right? Like Slater was alluding to, hey, that wasn't a great series for Quentin Post. Maybe he has a good series this one. We'll see. And this is going to be kind of a feeling out game one. And if the Warriors win this game one, then you got to have all the confidence in the world just in this series in general if they were somehow able to take game one tonight. That being said, I'm not sure if Rudy Gobert has to be their third best player overall in this series. I kind of liken it to, you know, how many shots can Jaden McDaniels knock down in key moments? Because he's going to...
Can I restate it?
Sure.
Forget third best player. I think he's their third most important player. And the reason why I say that is if he gets fouled out of the game, meaning he's in foul trouble and he's off the floor, if he, for whatever reason, cannot defend with 5 minutes to go because we run him off the floor, I think they're in big trouble.
And it's going to be interesting, too. Are they going to use the Houston Rockets strategy? Not like early on, but are they going to do what the Rockets were doing, Draymond, putting a 6-foot Fred VanVleet on him? Are they going to try to hide a Mike Conley on him? I got Mike Conley. How old? He's like as old as Steph, right? He's 37.
He's hit some timely buckets for them.
No, Mike Conley
will hit that corner three.
Guy. I want to say, because I do think people were saying he was one of the most overrated point guards of all time.
He's just made so much money.
He has made money, but you know what? He's been pretty good. Like, he's been a pretty good point guard for most of his time. I think we forget how good those Grizzlies teams actually were when it was him, Gasol, Randolph. Like, they were fun. Tony Allen, like, they were a really good team.
No, they were really good. But, like, if we were listing point guards of the era, you'd probably name 7 or 8 before you get to him.
But I think that speaks to just how good this era was when it came to point guards. That Mike Conley was an afterthought in those. I
think he made
$285
million in his career.
Yes, he's made a lot of money. God, it must be nice, too.
$285 million in his career.
It's pretty insane, right? It's pretty insane.
Wow.
Alex, Atlanta, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570 before we hit this break.
What I would do
Alex,
with a million.
What are your thoughts on this series starting tonight? Game one in Minnesota. Good morning.
Well, listen, look, game one, the biggest thing I'm going to be looking for is how both teams are shooting from the perimeter. I mean, Minnesota has been, aside from Julius Randle, has actually been shooting pretty poorly from three. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo has been ice cold from deep. So is Mike Conley. And Minnesota was one of the top 5 teams in the league during the course of the season in terms of three-point shooting. We know the Warriors typically tend to struggle a bit with perimeter defense. I mean, they're at the bottom half of the league when it comes to opponents' three-point percentage. But another big thing I'm looking for is, can you slow down that supporting cast of Minnesota? I think this is one of those series where you have to accept that, hey, Anthony Edwards is going to get his. He's going to average about anywhere from, 27 to 30 a night. But can you slow down a Julius Randle who's ramped up his scoring this postseason? Can you slow down Jaden McDaniels? Can you make sure that, guys like Naz Reid, Dante DiVincenzo, and Mike Conley don't get hot? And at the same time, if you're the Warriors, can you crash the boards better on both sides of the floor? Can you limit those second chance points? Because that was a big thing that was hurting them against the Houston Rockets. It ended up with them committing a lot of fouls, too, when they were trying to fight for those rebounds. And Minnesota is a much better free throw shooting team than the Rockets were, and that could be something that turns the tide in this series.
That's Alex in Atlanta. The night of numbers is always appreciated here on the Morning Roast. We're up against it. We got one more segment coming on back. We're going to talk about game one tonight. Speak now, forever hold your peace about this series. 888-957-9570. I'm not allowing any more predictions after game one. Nope, not allowed. So you got to speak now. It's winning this series, huh? What's it going to be? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, and it's brought to you by Life Source Water System.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
Numbers are numbers.
fired up, man.
Juicy J, you know I'm a stunt. Riding in the beat with some bubble in the trunk. Rolling in the blood. Rolling in the good weed. Dude, this is such a hitter. Oh, and then MJG and 8-Ball? This is such a hitter. God, this early 2000 stuff.
You fired up?
I love this song. You cannot listen to this song without it cranked up to the maximum. It's like Draymond in a playoff game. Cranked up to the maximum.
He's been playing tonight against the Stifle Tower that is Rudy Gobert. Over under on technical fouls tonight for Draymond
I don't even
Green.
care.
I don't even care.
I don't even care.
It's not even into the equation
I don't
anymore.
even care. Like tonight, I just think it's going to be all out war.
Okay.
Metaphorically.
Okay. Who needs to step up the most tonight for you? I'm not like giving you the Steph. I'm not giving you the Jimmy, the Anthony. No. It's the unsung heroes, because the unsung hero, or he wasn't the unsung hero after the game, he was just the hero, was Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield in Game 7. That will be Game 7. Buddy will be remembered forever. I don't care what takes place in this series. He solidified himself as a warrior, a Golden State
Anything
warrior.
from here is gravy.
Great, absolutely. He saved your skin in Game 7. He was incredible. How many points in that first half? 22? 20? What was it? God, incredible. Buddy Hield. Can he do it again tonight? Who else needs to? God, wouldn't it be nice to have a Brandon Podziemski game tonight in Game 1? Wouldn't that just calm all the nerves? Like, wow, Pods, you know what? To hell what happens the rest of the series, we learned that Pods was here to play in Game 1, and that's going to be something that you could take from it. And Anthony Slater said it best, like, hey, you might not win tonight for the Warriors, and it's not going to be like a death blow or a death nail, but you could take away some good things potentially in the series, even if you don't win. And I know that's not the mentality you want, but like there is something like, hey, if you get some Quentin Post minutes and he finds his shot, if Moses Moody finds his shot in this game and he looks good and efficient, hey, that would be something. Feeling hell of a lot better.
You can't pick all of them.
No,
you got to pick one.
I'm giving you options right there. I'm taking Brandon Podziemski. That's how I think.
You're
Pods,
taking Pods.
I think Pods is going to step up tonight.
See, I'm going to take Moses Moody, and the reason why I'm taking Moses Moody is because he gets his shot off, so he's going to get his 4, 5, 6, 7 attempts at minimum, and he's going to play a lot of defense on Ian Edwards, especially if GP2 is unavailable. So I think Moses Moody is a guy. Boy, wouldn't it be great if Moses Moody found a way to just find his shot in this series?
Great.
Wouldn't that just change things?
Yes, it would. 888-957-9570. Who do you need to step up the most tonight?
Is it
Dub
Quentin
Nation?
Post?
Game 1. Is it Moody? Is it Post? Is it Pods? I'm taking Pods. Shasky's taking Moody. Who you taking tonight? Again, coverage starting at 5:30 at Warriors Live, 6:30 tip. And in the meantime, before you're diving into that game and getting the pregame coverage, you can also be subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast and get caught up on all things San Francisco Giants that has taken place. Sam Lubin, Joe Shasky, and occasionally Steven Risotto have the best Giants talk in the world. And make sure you are subscribed today and to hear all about Willie Adames breaking out of his early season slump, although a stinker of a loss yesterday.
Can I ask a legitimate old guy question to the younger people on this team that we've got here?
Sure.
All right, guys. I don't get something. It's fashion related.
Oh.
Okay? And
You
maybe
look
I'm
good in
not
that
supposed
jacket.
to.
You look good in that jacket.
Well, I'm of course I do. But let me just some styles
Please
never
stay
go
humble.
out.
Thank you.
The city never goes out of style. The city jacket that I'm
City
wearing.
never sleeps.
I don't get the upside down logo hat. Am I missing something?
It's definitely within the younger demographic. So the gen, I don't know, what is it? XYZ, LMNOP. I don't know what we're on yet. But like this current generation, the 18, 25-year-olds, they love it. It's not for me.
Am I missing what it's supposed to represent?
Well, no. Maybe it's like counterculture or something, putting the world upside down, putting the world on its head.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is that what it
I stopped wearing hats in high school, Joe. So that just goes. I used to wear them tilted on the side. I used to be very hip.
Well, I'm a hat aficionado.
I know. You wear hats all the time.
Yeah.
I don't do that. So I'm not sure. But I would say it's definitely something counterculture because that's what
Carter's ready. He's shaking his head. Carter, what is it?
It's just a trend, I think, and it's just so weird and lame.
Okay.
Well, we had like the big hat trend too, and
that was not a trend.
I thought
that was pretty foolish.
I thought you were going Met Gala on me and not getting what the Met Gala is because that's like the big fashion, all like the sports.
A lot of upside down hats at the Met Gala.
Yeah, a lot of upside down.
Was there?
No, there wasn't. He was just kidding.
Well, I see it even in golf. I see a lot of golf guys are now wearing like the club or whatever that they're representing or that they're out of. The logo's upside down. I don't get it. I never really understood stickers on the front of the hat or on the bottom of the hat.
I had the sticker.
I always thought that was a pretty like odd look as
Some
well.
people are like leaving the tags on there too at times. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I'm going to return this later.
You got to keep the sticker on the bottom just because it marks that it's an official MLB hat.
You can showcase how big your head is too. Or small.
Shout out Bruce Bochy. Let's go to Sion in Brooklyn. He wants to talk about this game tonight. 888-957-9570. Sion, good morning. What you got on tonight's game?
Good morning, man. Well, I got a few things I wanted to address. So I think Jimmy and Draymond are the two best players after Steph and Ant. That's a fact. We know what Jimmy can do, but Draymond's defense alone makes him the fourth best player in the series. Right?
Right.
Now, I'm a big Kuminga believer, and I feel like he could play a big role in this series. Because earlier in this season, before we got Jimmy, we beat the Wolves 3 times, and Kuminga did a great job on Julius Randle. Let's not discredit him. And two more things before I go. We all know Jimmy is Steph's Robin, even though it's more like a Superman-Batman thing. So I feel like it's the same thing on the defensive end. Draymond is Superman. Jimmy is Batman. There was this one play in Game 7 when Jimmy switched on to Fred VanVleet and Draymond was on Sengun, and they were able to neutralize that pick and roll. And even though it was just one play, it was beautiful to see. Can't wait to see more of that tonight.
Hey, you're from New York?
And also,
what borough?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
What borough?
I just said he called him from Brooklyn.
Oh, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Brooklyn Zoo, baby.
Are
Let's go.
the upside down logo hats in or out to you?
I'm not really a hat guy.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He's got the Sion's probably got the flow. He's feeling
Great
it,
minds
man.
think alike.
Yeah. That's a Warriors fan out in Brooklyn.
I love that.
Love that.
There's something about that New York. Is it a brogue? I don't even know what is it the accent, if you will?
It's just it's called an accent.
Well, I think it's like overseas. You'll say about the Irish, they have a brogue when they talk.
It's an accent. Yeah, that's what we call it here.
There's something about it. I love it.
No, it's great. And each borough is different. There's like a Long Island accent. There's a Brooklyn accent. There's a Bronx accent. But there's not a Manhattan accent. It would sound just like what we're talking about right now. A Northern California accent, if you will. Although when we travel, I'm sure you've gotten this a lot. Maybe not us because we're big sports heads. But people seem to think we talk very slow when we go other places.
Everyone thinks that I was from when I
you don't get that, yeah. So, but like if Carter, if you will, if he travels and you're like in the East Coast, like why do you speak so slowly? I was like, you mean like normal? Like, yeah, that's what we do. So
I've gotten a lot of. Are you from Hell's Kitchen? It's like on the West Coast. Hell yeah, that's what Excelsior is.
Oh, Gordon
Hell's
Ramsay.
Kitchen in San Francisco, baby. Let's go.
There you go. 888-957-9570.
Like Gordon Ramsay out here.
Do you agree? Thank you. Do you agree with what Sion had to say right there? The Warriors have like 3 of the 4 best players in this series.
I think we're sleeping on the impact of Randall and Gobert. And then I want to see like Conley could be an X factor if he's hitting from the outside. He is a very timely player. He's a smart player. He's going to stand on that perimeter and hit a lot of clutch threes late in the shot clock. That's kind of what Fred VanVleet did.
Right. Well, who was it talking about? It was one of the callers. It might have been Sion. Like, it might have been Alex in Atlanta actually. He's like, well, Minnesota hasn't been very consistent shooting the ball beyond the arc. I was like, well, neither was Fred VanVleet heading into the series. And then as the series went on, Kai was unstoppable the last few games. You couldn't stop him at all.
It's a great point.
Right? So someone we're not talking about might step up in the series. And you know what? It might be both ends, right? We're talking about the Warriors and we're talking about the Minnesota. Someone's going to come out of this series on both sides where we both believe like, wow, I just garnered a whole new respect for that player.
I feel like Gobert is a guy that we dismiss, and I just think he's going to be better than. I'm not saying everyone's dismissing him.
I just don't know what to make of him in this series because against the Lakers, like they didn't have a big to stop him. Like Jackson Hayes, they didn't even play Jackson Hayes,
but they also didn't isolate him in the pick and roll enough. They didn't, and I think that showed JJ Redick as a rookie head coach. He was a little inexperienced. I think it showed his inexperience a lot in that series. LeBron had 6 post-ups in that whole series.
Right.
6 post-ups.
Should have had more.
But why is that? Because they didn't get Gobert out on the perimeter and expose him. He was able to camp out, and so LeBron's not going to post up. And so that's why, to me, getting Gobert out of the paint opens the paint up for Jimmy Butler.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And speaking of the guy that we're talking about all series, he's going to be the talk of the town. It's going to be Steph and this guy, Anthony Edwards. Is there any secret, Steve Kerr, as he's speaking to the media yesterday, on slowing down Anthony Edwards? Do you have any insight on that, having coached him for Team USA?
The main insight I have is that he's really damn good. So I don't know how that helps us prepare. But Ant is an amazing player. I love his energy. I love his infectious enthusiasm for the game. He was amazing to coach. And, there's a reason the Wolves are where they are now. It's directly, they've done a great job organizationally and put together a really good roster. Chris has done a fantastic job as coach, but they are where they are because Ant is a superstar, and you have to have a guy like that to build a great team, and he's the reason they are where they are.
And that's Steve Kerr, head coach of your Golden State Warriors. And again, I asked the question, when it comes into the series, we don't talk about this enough, I don't think, especially when it comes to basketball, because it's player driven. There's 5 players on each side. It's not like Major League Baseball. It's not like the NFL. But the coaching matchups matter to me. And I thought Chris Finch was the better coach in round 1 over J.J. Redick in the Los Angeles Lakers. I think J.J. Redick did some things and he got very stubborn, and he leans on his stubbornness, and he's a Duke guy, and he thinks he's smarter than you and whatever, what have you. And I thought he overall, as a rookie head coach throughout the season, he was pretty good. And he's just easy to poke fun at because he just gets so upset and so angry, right? And so holier than thou. Just getting snippy to the media. But him playing all of his starters in that second half cost him that series. If they were going to get back into that series, they were gassed after it, and they were gassed in that final game 5, and Minnesota ended up winning it. I don't think Chris Finch is as good as a head coach as Ime Udoka is.
I think Chris Finch is good.
He is, but I like him. I actually come away from that series, as much as we like to harp on, I know Ime Udoka, how you feel about him, toting that line, stepping out on the court, all that stuff. I think he's a really good head coach. I think his players play really hard for him, and I think the X's and O's and what he did in that series, I think that is as much as that Houston Rockets team could have pushed the Golden State Warriors. I don't think the Houston Rockets could have won that series, just because I just don't think they have the offense at the end of the day.
Well, I think Ime's blind spot was, if looking back on it, him not playing Jabari Smith because he doesn't think he's tough enough. That's a blind spot. Not every player on the team.
Did he say that?
That's the word that was coming out of the series. As Bonte was talking about it yesterday, that he had talked to some people with Houston, and the word is that Ime doesn't think that. And again, this is just what the rumor mill was.
That's wild.
Well, but if you look at the guys that he really loves, they play a certain kind of way. And it's the way he wants you to play, which is tough and through you. And so every coach has blind spots. You can make an argument. One of Steve's blind spots these last few years is his inability to play a big bruiser, right?
Yeah. No, it's a good point.
So every coach is going to have blind spots. No one is perfect. But I would say that that's an area where, I think you needed a little more of that finesse scoring than you're giving credit to.
So heading into this matchup, though, you look at the remaining head coaches in the Western Conference, these are the guys probably that you're taking. You're talking about an interim yesterday, by the way, and David Adelman, who's looking all of a sudden that maybe that was the smart move from the Nuggets. Maybe it was.
That team is so
veteran laden.
The chemistry year over year, they feel pretty, they can kind of control themselves essentially. But I get where you're going.
And then Mark Daigneault over with Oklahoma City Thunder.
Mark Daigneault could walk in here, shake our hands, and tell us who he was.
Yeah, you wouldn't have.
Okay.
Well, I thought he showed his greenness a little bit yesterday. I know he was in the Western Conference semis last year. This is about as far as he's gone. But they were doing, up 3 foul game with 10, 12 seconds to go. I was like, you guys got to let them milk the clock a little bit more before you're fouling. It was very odd what they were doing towards that. The Oklahoma City Thunder jobbed that game more than the Denver Nuggets won it. I felt like I was like, what are you doing? Caruso fouling, Joker, and then fouling Gordon. It was just very odd, that whole the whole ending of that game yesterday. So the coaching decisions and X's and O's in this series is going to be very fascinating. Because I think that was a big takeaway from me in that Rocket series. Steve Kerr and Ime Udoka, and how's Chris Finch going to fit into all of that in this one? Steiny's guy, by the way, Chris Finch.
If Anthony Edwards has an off game, that is the game you absolutely have to steal, right? And so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, can I throw the kitchen sink at him in game 1 or game 2 to just throw them off,
right?
And really stymie them?
Yep.
I don't even know if it's possible, because he does get to the free throw line, because he is so athletic, because when they get out in transition, he is a dynamic finisher. Though it feels like he settles for too many 3-pointers.
Right.
But if they can get one of these first 2 games to be an off night for Anthony Edwards, boy, I would love their chances to steal one in Minnesota.
Well, and I actually view him like I kind of viewed Jalen Brunson yesterday, who wasn't having the greatest game But then the fourth quarter happened, and then who was taking over the game and hitting the big shots?
You have to close, yes.
Like who was
There's no doubt.
And that's the player that Anthony Edwards is. And I was watching the game. I think it was at the Old Ship, or as Steiny and Goo called the cafeteria. What was it? Game.
I still don't understand that.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. I think it was game 4, and it was in Minnesota, and it was the Lakers kind of like coming back, and they were in charge of that game. And then Anthony Edwards wasn't doing a whole hell of a lot until he had the big buckets and getting to the line and getting to the free throw line, putting his head down. And that's another aspect of this, getting to the free throw line. That was what the Rockets were doing ad nauseum. You can't let that happen with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know they're a much better shooting team.
You brought up the coaching factor. Did anyone open that Reddit post that I sent to the group thread?
No.
Nobody opened it.
Reddit posts are scary, so I don't know. Yeah,
it's video of Jimmy Butler basically coaching everyone. It was from the NBC broadcast. I don't know which one everyone watched.
I did see. No, I did see.
I opened it when you sent it.
Okay, so was that fascinating to you guys? It was Jimmy Butler basically. I mean, he wasn't yelling at pods. He was talking to pods, like obviously demonstratively energetically was the way I would probably put it, not demonstratively. And he's like coaching them up. I thought that's the way I viewed it. And then he turned to Steph and Draymond as Steve Kerr's talking. Steve Kerr kind of stops talking, and Jimmy's like directing everything that they're going to do. It was everything that I feel like this team is needed, which is a different voice outside of the main three that have been talking for this team ad nauseum. And it's really maybe the only guy in the league that all those three guys would stop and listen to in that moment, in that game, on the road, game 7. I thought the video was, you see it right there.
I just watched
Describe it.
So it was during a timeout or during a stoppage of play, and it was Jimmy Butler on the sideline coaching up Brandon Pajemski, and Steve Kerr is kind of just walking around. He's kind of like walked in between the guys and just let him do his thing. And then all of a sudden, after he's talking to pods, he's talking to all the guys on the bench, as you were saying, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, right? Everyone. And he was just trying to get them all locked in and telling them what they need to do. It looked like he was like firing them up. Like,
agreed.
Guys, this is it. This is the run. Like, this is what we got to do. This, that, and the other. And it was so refreshing to watch, because when we talk playoff Jimmy, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
We're talking about the coach on the sideline, the guy that is a two-way player that knows the game. Talking about high IQ, I think coming away from that series, the IQ of Jimmy Butler is something that cannot be understated.
How many mistakes did he make?
Oh, dude, how many turnovers do you have in the series? Like 1 or 2?
I mean, it's not many.
Didn't have any.
Not many.
That's the guy you want with the game on the line. You want him in your huddle. Absolutely. And oh, by the way, yeah, then you got Steph Curry out there hitting the shots. Yeah, I feel a hell of a lot better. And talking about team IQ at the end of the day, when it comes to the combination of Draymond and Jimmy, I do think this is the team that has the better team IQ overall, over Anthony Edwards, over Julius Randle, over Mike Conley.
They've got the experience.
They have the experience factor here. Not to say that the Wolves don't have experience.
No,
Again,
they do.
They were in the Western Conference Finals last year.
Gobert was there with the Jazz.
Yes.
Conley's been there with the Grizzlies prior.
Yep.
Like these guys have a lot of runway in the playoffs.
Yes, absolutely.
And Anthony Edwards, for as young as he is sneaky got a lot of experience too.
Yep.
And you can't tell me, I know he didn't play a lot. You can't tell me that the Olympics didn't have a huge impact on his trajectory.
And I'll go prior to that was that first round series when the Nuggets ended up winning the entire thing. The Wolves gave him a hell of a first round matchup. And Anthony Edwards, I came away from him saying, oh yeah, he's coming. He's going to be a big boy.
We all acknowledge that.
Yes. And
There's no doubt.
He was what, 20 years old at the time? It was something incredible.
Well, and if you watch that game closely in game 7, I think the recipe is for him. Every 3-point shot that you kind of settle for, you're actually giving the Warriors a win. You need to attack the rim like Amen Thompson did and get at the hoop.
Right.
If I was Chris Finch talking to Anthony Edwards, I'd be like, you see what he's doing? You can do that.
And actually, I was watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander yesterday with the Oklahoma City Thunder. I was like, man, he could do that even more if he wants to. Just keep attacking. Now, not to say that Aaron Gordon's no slouch and Jokic is a big body, but you want to get those guys in foul trouble. And you want to keep going at them. And I do think, again, as we talk about the Warriors as a perimeter shooting team, and obviously the Rockets are a big defensive just juggernaut, I still think you got to attack them at the rim and keep them honest at times. Go at them at the rim. And Jimmy Butler in game 7, I mean, they were doing that at times. Jan is in Mountain View, wants to join the conversation in regards to Steve Kerr. Jan, good morning.
Good morning. And you missed my big speech yesterday with Steiny and Guru, but I'll tell you something. Everybody's talking about, who's the best player? Well, I'll tell you who the best coach is, and that's Steve Kerr. Don't forget that he's led us to 4 championships. And he's the one that put Buddy Hield in there when everybody else was doubting him. And boy, I like that call that Bonte had unexpectedly when Buddy Hield called in and did the bow, bow, bow. And Kerr is also the one that figured out that zone. And I take Buddy Hield as the zone killer. And they want to play zone. We're going to be ready for him. And I want Buddy Hield after every game to do the bow, bow, bow if we end up winning that game. Because, this is the new night for me.
Oh,
Bow,
Jan.
bow, bow.
There you go. That is Jan in Mountain View. Hell of an interview you guys had yesterday with Buddy Hield, by the way.
Everybody keeps talking about Joe Ingles, whether it's online or the text line. He didn't even play in the last series. I don't see him anywhere in this last
He's
series.
1,000 years old.
No, but was he even on their active roster?
No, he's there. He's there. He was like DNP'd a bunch, I think.
Well, that's my point. He has no recorded statistics.
His biggest role has been playing decoy as Luka in practice.
Are you serious?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh my God.
So is he on their active playoff roster?
Yes,
Yes.
he is. He is there. Yes.
He is active.
He
Okay,
is active, yes.
that's why I'm asking.
And just, again, Priest said it best.
He's too old.
He is too old. But I do love me some Joe Ingles. There was
a moment in time when he was with the Jazz and he took it to the Warriors.
He did. Hey, he's that old guy at the Y, right?
It was
Just to put him
2021. I remember we need a Joe Ingles.
That's Pat Spencer in 10 years, by the way. It's Joe Ingles. That's the same player. I kind of like him too. You guys laugh, but that was...
Stop it.
Spencer's way more
No,
athletic.
I see it.
No, but you kind of see what I'm getting
Don't
at
ever
here.
disrespect Pat Spencer's lacrosse athleticism and toughness with Joe Ingles.
Whoa, relax on...
His fitness levels through the roof.
Talking about accolades, Joe Ingles has done a lot more than Pat Spencer. Hey, does Pat Spencer get run in this series? Jasky, is that a bad sign if Pat Spencer plays tonight?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Means the Warriors are blowing him out.
I want him to headbutt
Or getting
somebody
blown
tonight,
out.
You know?
Gobert?
That's a joke. That's
He's
a
gonna
joke.
I want him to
That's a joke.
headbutt someone tonight. Really set the tone. I do, and we got 10 minutes left here. I know you're saying you think this series is going to get chippy. I don't know if it's going to get as chippy as that Rockets series. I don't know. Just baked into the equation.
Every series Draymond's in, he's going to find somebody to get into it with. Who are we kidding?
There's no Dylan Brooks on this team, though. That's the thing. Dylan Brooks isn't on this team. He's not. Is Anthony Edwards going to be like Dylan Brooks? I don't think so. He's not that guy.
No, it's not Anthony Edwards. It's the others.
Who? Who's Jaden McDaniels?
Gobert. Julius Randle. Draymond and Julius have gone, it's not even close to the Gobert thing, but they've gone back and forth. And Anthony Edwards and Draymond, there's a lot of video circulating online of the two of them during a free throw situation, going at each other. I mean, it is not suitable for work.
Thank you. Draymond Green, by the way, the whole saga, and we've kind of touched on it, but...
And don't forget, Draymond versus the officials is an ongoing theme.
Draymond versus
the greatest rivalry in sports. Red Sox, Yankees, Duke, North Carolina, Draymond and all officials.
Well, that's another aspect of all this is the way that they guarded Stephen Curry, the Houston Rockets. I don't anticipate that to be the same level of intensity. Maybe they just don't have the player personnel, and that's just not their style, too. They're going to play hard, and the Timberwolves are no slouches defensively. I just don't think they're on the level of a Houston Rockets, so I don't think it's going to be as physical. Not saying it's not going to be, but the way that they're guarding Steph in particular, I just don't see them hounding him as much. So I do think Steph overall should have a better series, a more consistent series. But conversely, and Anthony Slater brought it up, Anthony Edwards is not Jalen Green. Anthony Edwards is going to knock down his shots. He's not going to be afraid of the moment.
And he likes to talk a lot.
He does. And that was the biggest difference. And shout out Adam Wexler a couple weeks ago, who was the pre and post game on the radio side for the Houston Rockets. He was like, yeah, the series is going to come down to Jalen Green, whether or not he can score. Kind of did. He kind of did. Had Jalen Green scored in any other game other than game 2, maybe the Rockets do win that series. He just couldn't score. That's not going to be the case with Minnesota. They're going to be able to score at times just because of the greatness that is Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. You got to think is going to have some games there that he's going to get his. It's going to come down to the other guys, as it always does. If I can, if those two guys can do it, it's what is Jaden McDaniels doing? What is Naz Reid doing?
Naz Reid is probably the most scary guy off their bench, without a doubt.
Well, yes, but also I'd say Nickeil Alexander-Walker. If he's hitting the 3-point ball, That's a problem.
But here's the thing with him. Like,
he's streaky too.
That's what I was going to say.
He's
Like,
streaky.
I can see him being one of two things, either a thorn in our side or unplayable. Like, that's how it is when you're playing against, Steph. There are some guys that like, I'm going to guard Steph over the top. And then they're just jumping all over the place. And, Steph is big on the misdirection.
Right.
There are some guys that play themselves off the floor.
Right. No,
and
for sure.
Trust me, the Warrior fans know that better than anyone.
And speaking about this series, Nick Friedel joined us 2 hours ago, actually. That was back in 7 o'clock. The show's flown by. He is our Odyssey NBA insider, and he said he is not betting against Stephen Curry when it comes to this series.
I don't care how many people pick Minnesota. I'm not betting against Steph Curry. I'm just not doing it. And I know there are a lot of angles, and the soap opera is there. And certainly with Jimmy going back to Minneapolis, they're going to be all over him, and they just cannot stand Draymond. There's a lot of fun stuff for fans to get into.
So he's not going against Stephen Curry in this series. He says it's going to go 7. He likes the Warriors. We had Anthony Slater on, and he likes the T-Wolves in 7 if he had to do it. What do you like, Joe? I'm asking you right now.
I started this morning with Wolves in 6.
You did. You're like, I'm leaning Wolves in 6. I'm not going to hold you to it because you said you were leaning that way.
I'm taking Warriors in 2. That was a joke.
Oh, my God.
No. I'm joking. I'm joking. No, honestly.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
Thank you.
I'm probably closer to Warriors in 7, Warriors in 6.
Wow.
But I think this is just a straight up toss up. I really do. I think this is a straight up toss up. And I know I'm not trying to do the Humpty Dumpty. I love giving strong opinions. Sure. I love giving you like exactly how I feel. That I really believe that I have a very little feel for this matchup because both these teams are dramatically different than what I've seen. Like the Rockets series, I got a couple of matchups with the Rockets to kind of get a feel for who they were. Minnesota's totally different than what they were. Like at the beginning of the year, I was like, Julius Randle's trade was horrible. Horrible. He's a ball stopper. It's not going to work.
Yep.
And then as I've watched him more and more and more, I'm like, nah, he really fits in. And he really impressed me against the Lakers. And then like the Warriors team is so dramatically different. The last game, and Slater brought it up, we talked about it yesterday. The last time they played against each other, JK was out, Guy Santos started.
It was just so different. So different.
I kind of got to see a couple games. I'm leaning Dubs in 7.
I like the Warriors.
I think it's a toss-up.
I like the Warriors in 6. I think they split. Both
many?
these teams
6?
Yes, I think both these teams split.
Why are you so confident?
Overall, I don't trust anyone outright on the Minnesota Timberwolves outside of Anthony Edwards. And really my trust level with Julius Randle still. I got to see him do it again. I do.
Really? He's had some bad playoff moments prior to this last series.
Really? Julius Randle, the second best player on a team that's going to the Western Conference Finals? I need to see it.
He's had some great seasons.
He's had some great seasons, but he's a good regular season player for the most part. And I know when he gets frustrated, what does he do? He pouts on the court.
Takes bad shots.
He takes bad shots, and he could be a malcontent on the bench. Like, that is first team all bad body language. And with certain players, I don't think it gets to him. Like you were talking about Andrew Wiggins, was like, does that guy face it like he's the same player all the time? He's just there. Brandon Bell, people want to bring up. No, Julius Randle will just be grumpy. I don't think I've seen the guy smile his entire life. Ever. He just plays like an angry person all the time.
Really?
And he manifests. Yes. I've watched him in his career.
I'll take your word for
when
that.
When it comes to the Lakers, when it comes to the Pelicans, when it comes to the Knicks, like he is a malcontent when things aren't going his way. And I think that could negatively impact a team like in a younger team still, like the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I'm going to circle Gobert over and over because to me, like I really do believe Gobert is the key to the series for both the Warriors and Minnesota. Can he stay on the floor? Now, I would hack a Gobert him. Like that's what I would do. He's a terrible free throw shooter. I would run pick and rolls at him all day and see if he could defend without fouling. I would try to get him in as much action as possible. Yeah. But if I'm Minnesota, there is an element that we haven't even brought up yet, which is what if I sacrificed Gobert getting kicked out for Draymond, getting under Draymond's skin? Would Minnesota take that sacrifice?
Wow.
Hypothetically.
You see,
they'll never admit it out loud.
That's an Ime Udoka line of thought, like thinking that I would agree with. I don't think Chris Finch is built that way.
Okay.
I don't. Not to say that one coach is better than the other, But Ime Udoka, like that is something. He was literally on the court saying, "You're gonna let him get away with that? You're gonna give him a flag? That's a technical. He should be out of the game." Like that. That is the Ime Udoka. Like, yeah, guys, you need to get under Draymond Green's skin. I'm coaching you to do that. Do anything and everything to get under his skin. Same with Steph. Same with Jimmy. They were telling Dylan Brooks, not that you need to tell Dylan Brooks to do that. He'll do it already. Not that he needs an excuse from the head coach, but Fred VanVleet's of the world, the Amen Thompson screaming in Steph's face, Jalen Green, right? By the way, was that game 6 or 7? It's all a blur for me now. The Draymond within the first few minutes, that was game 6?
Game 6 when he
smacked Jalen Green in the head. I was like, how is he not I thought he was going to be ejected.
And then he was irate for the next 3 minutes. No, and then the best, only him. The foul was on VanVleet, and he was passing, and somehow punch slapped him in the face and got a flagrant. He's got to be the only player in the history of the game who there's a foul called on the defense while he's the offense, and he walks away, even though there's a foul, with a flagrant. He's got to be the only player. And then Steve Kerr's right. He's like, well, Draymond's kind of a flailer. And I couldn't argue it.
Oh, my God. Hold on. We got a bunch of Draymond Green sound cuts because we grabbed them. We just got to go to it. Draymond Green roasting Gobert for crying for not making All-Star. I'm just going to be playing. I just want to play him.
You have
one thing I can assure you: if I didn't make it this year, I wasn't gonna cry. I can 100% assure you that. It has to be Rudy. I mean, the man cried on national television when he didn't make the All-Star team. Thank God he's made the next 3.
Stop it, Dre. Leave that man alone.
I mean, you can't cry, Chuck. I said it then. I'm gonna say it now. I got killed on Twitter then. I'll probably get killed today. But you can't cry.
No, you're right.
Come on.
You're right.
Sound courtesy of NBA.
Before you go
on
to the
TNT.
next one. When you say Gobert at a podium, the first thing I think of is him touching all the microphones.
God. And then the world.
Me and Gobert, we were doing the show.
Yeah, it was.
We were doing the show that night, and the world was slowly falling apart. And we're in the studio. We have no idea.
I had a live Tim Roy. It was Beyond the Arc at the time, and Tim Roy was live.
And we came on after.
We came on after you guys, and we were talking about everything. And Tim Roy was talking about, the latest from around the world in COVID. Tom Hanks is isolated in Australia with
we
COVID.
Can laugh now.
Yeah, we can laugh now.
But Gobert was touching the microphones.
He shut down the NBA.
He did. He touched everything. It was insane.
Stopped everyone from scoring.
And then laughed at everyone.
And then he was an idiot. And then we're all laughing at him.
He was an idiot.
He was stupid.
Dude,
Can he even still smell? Remember he lost his sense of smell for ever?
I did too. I had the long COVID symptoms. I couldn't smell with this honker too. I still couldn't smell for 6 months. It was crazy. Just stop. Draymond Green, there's this one too. I
lost the sense of smell.
I did. There's no smell in my headphones.
It was cut with bleach.
No comment on Rudy Gobert. Does this really say 16 seconds of silence? This is just built in. Not great for radio, but maybe it is.
Let me hear it.
You have sort of a history with Rudy Gobert. Did you see his comments after the whole tussle? And what do you think about what he said, if you did?
I mean, it's 2023. You see everything these days. What's my comment about what he said?
Just thinking a little bit. Like the taps on the mic.
No comment is a comment, right? Cool.
Hey, the fact that the media, no one just said anything. They're just letting it breathe. That was just the best part. Fast Five.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
Get out of here.
And Edwards is awesome. His time is.
I'm going to go first here. My final thoughts. COVID. I had every emotion during COVID.
Thanks.
No, I had every emotion during COVID.
We all did.
We did the full 360. I went from one end all the way around back to the other. Probably more like a 450? I don't even know what they are.
1080?
540 or 1080, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I've done it all. Point being.
Great game, by the way.
Point being is that I'm glad that I'm able to, and I know a lot of people passed away, so I don't want to make it a negative thing. But going back to some of the absurdities that didn't make any sense, you can go outside, you can take your mask off and eat indoors, but then put the mask back on. There was just so many things that we look back on that if you just took your step back, didn't make a lot of sense.
No, the best part about COVID is everyone installed hand sanitizer, things everywhere, the little ones on the motion sensor. They never refill them anymore. Wherever I'm at, they never refill the hand sanitizer.
We don't need them anymore. We're all healthy now.
stupid.
Dude, I had a cousin.
It got too expensive.
Who would wipe down all of the groceries
That's
that get
gross.
delivered. And I said, hey, bro, you're doing too much.
Yeah.
And I was like, I had appropriate fear and everything. It's like, bro, you're doing way too much.
Right. No.
There's like before COVID, and then there's after COVID. And I feel like life will never be the same.
Never. And it's still not the same, unfortunately. Who do you got back there? Who wants to join in? Carter, Sam?
I'll go first. If we're going to take picks in this series, I think it's if you're the
There goes the end of
Timberwolves,
the
I
show.
think you want if you're the Timberwolves, you want to end this series in 5 games because that break between 5 and 6, I think, very much favors the Warriors there. And the Warriors could easily take that game 6 and force a game 7. The Timberwolves definitely don't want to see. So I'm going to go either Wolves in 5 or Warriors in 7 because that's a pick that you're definitely allowed to make.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, my pick, I'm not going to give a pick for the whole series, but I am going to give what I think is going to happen. I think that we're going to head to game 5, 2-2. I think each team will win 1 game on the road.
Right, yep.
And I think that the key to the series, honestly, is Rudy Gobert. I think that, frankly, Anthony Edwards, he's going to get his, sure, but Gobert's the one that can really kill you. If he gets massive amounts of rebounds, I think they should honestly face guard when they're boxing him out. Take him
The
out.
series we just had, where
Exactly.
Steven Adams destroyed them. You've got to think about how you're going to neutralize Gobert.
And they won game 7, frankly. I told you this. Draymond's performance in that game was
Spectacular.
unbelievable because he was jumping at every rebound. So they had 2 and 3 rebounders per rebound. It was unbelievable.
I agree that it's going to be tied 2-2. I do think both teams steal 1 on the road. And I think the Warriors are going to win in 6. That is my final thought. And by the way, I always like this little fun factoid when we were talking about Julius Randle. One of 4 players still active in the NBA that were teammates with Kobe Bryant. RIP. So there you go.
Can I ask you guys a question?
D'Angelo Russell, Jordan Clarkson, Larry Nance Jr., the other ones. Yes.
The Charles Barkley 94s. Do you know what those are? These shoes right here.
Those are sick.
My cousin is obsessed with Charles Barkley from back in the day. That was a favorite player,
Right.
JP
Are they
Money.
back?
He just copped multiple pairs of these shoes. Are we in or out on them?
Well,
the CBs.
This is great for radio, but yeah, I'm in on
You
those.
in on those?
Is that $700?
No, 170.
Okay, never mind. All right,
CBs, the CB 94s. You guys don't even know the Charles. Dude, these Charles Barkley.
we were born like in 93,
The
Joe.
air
Like,
bubble.
what do you, yes.
The air bubble.
know who
is
Charles
so
Barkley
sick.
is.
Yes, thank you. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at
Barkley was
home
the man, dude.
or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Game 1 tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors, T-Wolves, 6:30. Warriors live at 5:30. Don't miss it.
studios.
Bow, bow, bow.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, game 1 tonight. Warriors at Minnesota. Western Conference semis.
It's going down.
How you feeling?
I want to, real quick, I'm going to do a you. I'm going to pull a Steiny. Daryl Metz. How you feeling?
Oh, dynamite.
You got some personal stuff going on in this series. How are you feeling? We'll get to me. But if this were Handy or one of my boys coaching for the other team, I'm conflicted.
Are we going to do this?
We have to.
It's officially begun.
No doubt, Evan. We had a little conversation after you left the green room.
We're going to need to establish some ground rules for this series.
I don't think you're in a position to be the one to do that.
Yes, sir. We know, hey, but you know what? You're like the foul pole in baseball. You're fair. So I know you just want a good series like me, but Steiny, I got my prediction locked and loaded. I'm excited, man.
I am too. Should be a great series. Great series. I'm gonna have to lay some ground rules at some point.
All right, go ahead. We're here.
Because the misinformation that's already spread is so inaccurate that it's going to have to be dealt with. Best friends. I'm not best friends with the head coach of the Timberwolves.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
You're from the same hood, Steiny. And as you get older, and we are, it means more that you got that in common. And for him to bring up, who was it, Bobby Valentino?
Who?
The text of the guy that was playing against the
Bobby Kaufman.
Right. The fact that you both know who that is years ago. Tap into it, baby. I just feel good after Houston that I'm respecting Minnie. Forget what happened last night because it was wacky in the NBA, Steiny. But I'm just wondering, after the Warriors saw that relentless D by the Rockets, somehow, and Minnesota has D, but somehow can they let their hair down a bit? Not saying it's going to be easier, but maybe Minnesota doesn't present the same problems offensively, and the Warriors can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are different. They're two different teams, the Rockets and the Timberwolves. And to me, the biggest difference is that the Timberwolves' best player is really good.
Yeah.
And offensively, he just is significantly better than any other player on the Rockets in terms of offense. And then they got Gobert and Randall, two big guys inside, not unlike Şengün and Adams. We'll be asking questions about, my first question is, and the Warriors have seen Gobert a lot.
Yeah.
And they've been able to play him off the floor at times.
That's the key to me.
Well, my question is, A, can you play him off the floor? And then B, do you want to play him off the floor? Do you want
Why
to?
wouldn't you? Why? Okay, got you. Okay.
I mean,
right.
if you feel like you can have some success against him, maybe you wait to kind of attack him. But everybody's got the visual of Steph Curry dancing around the perimeter.
No, that's me.
And Rudy Gobert out there trying to stop him and not having a lot of luck.
Yeah. And we've seen it before.
Yeah, and obviously if they get that, if that starts to happen, Gobert will probably come off the floor. But the one thing, Minnesota, they lean into their size.
Man.
They lean into their size. So they don't want to take Gobert off the floor if they don't have to.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, do you let Ant-Man eat and then just, do everything to make sure Randall or that second scorer is not, there's no Robin to Ant Batman, and Randall's playing. And Draymond just went 15 rounds with 2 guys, damn near 3 with Houston's front line, and Randall's a load. And if you're asking me right now, Stoney, I imagine that's who Draymond's picking up from the start, right?
Oh, boy.
He's
do we even know
load.
the Warriors are going to start tonight?
Tim Roy, the injury report, he had GP2 on questionable.
Questionable.
Yeah, so, that's a good question. I don't know. What's going on with these illnesses? Porzingis had to come out the game yesterday?
Gary is GP2 is questionable for tonight.
Yeah.
I've always been curious when a team says, we're going to let Edwards get his, and what does that look like? You're just going to guard him with one guy the whole game? And
wow.
Who's the best? And here's one for the Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. Who's their best equipped player to defend Anthony Edwards?
I want to say Kuminga. He's not on the board. He may be on the board, but for the sake of this conversation and what's transpired, I'm going to be real. I think it's the guy that's questionable, Gary Payton II.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to play him a little bit, obviously. Moody's going to have to play him a little bit for sure, I would think. Pods I don't know about. And Kuminga's a wild card that hasn't played a lot in the postseason. And as the games get deeper and deeper, they get more and more important. So I don't know. I don't know what Kuminga's role is going to be in this series, if anything.
Man.
That remains to be seen. But, Anthony Edwards is better offensively than any Rockets player, and I think the Timberwolves defense is good, not quite as good as the Rockets, but I think the Timberwolves offense is a lot better than the Rockets offense.
No doubt, and I'll go to the old schooler because I felt like when it was all said and done, me with my prediction, nobody cares, but I had the Warriors in 5. They won the series, and they got killed on the boards, and they still won a 7-game series. But with that said, I felt like their Achilles heel, the Rockets, Stoney, they didn't have the adult in the room. And I look at the OG, the point guard from Minnesota, the lefty, Conley, still going. I feel like he calms him down, and, he's the adult in the room. We'll see, what transpires. But, man, oh, man, can Ant-Man have a Robin in this series? And to me, that's the key.
Well, he did in the first round, and it was Julius Randle. Julius Randle was excellent against the Lakers.
Yeah, he was.
Really, really good. And the Timberwolves and the Warriors have something in common in that they both, right around midseason, turned their season around. Both teams were right around 500. Warriors were a game under. Timberwolves were a game up, and they both won a lot of games the second half of the season. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, if I asked you, what's this series going to come down to? What's this series coming down to with the Minnesota Timberwolves? How would you answer that? 888-957-9570. It's funny, Goo, because we're saying who's going to guard Edwards, who's going to guard Randall. The last line on my notebook.
Give it to me.
Actually has nothing to do with that. This series, to me, may come down to how Minnesota plays against the Warriors' zone defense. See, I think the Warriors are going to play some zone in this series.
Okay.
And it's going to be twofold. One, to see if you can get the Timberwolves a little discombobulated. And then B, it is a chance to... My old college coach used to say...
What was his name?
Glenn Robinson. You need to be more active in a zone than you are in man. Too many teams just play zone and they think you just stand there. And he used to hate the idea of getting rest by playing zone on defense.
Right.
But I do think in the Warriors' case...
It won them a series, Donnie.
They can utilize that if they feel the game's getting a little too fast. That's how they slowed the Rockets down in Game 7.
Yeah, and I'll just do it because I have to. I felt like Jalen Green was taking an SAT test that he didn't study for when the Warriors went zone. He was second-guessing himself. He wasn't confident. But Anthony Edwards, Steiny, guys like that, of that ilk, he could be laughing, licking his chops. You know, okay, you guys go in zone. This is what I'm going to do or what we're going to do. But that's the micro. The macro, Steiny, is, man, the series is starting tonight. I'm not afraid of Minnesota, but I just wonder how much confidence the Warriors or bravado they got just from winning that series in the fashion that they did against the Rockets. Like it's something bigger at play for this team.
I mean, they've been there. The Warriors have been there before. They have. And they had a big experience advantage over the Houston Rockets. They have an experience edge over the Minnesota Timberwolves, too. Not to the extent of the Houston Rockets. I mean, the Timberwolves have gone to the playoffs 4 straight years.
And Western Conference Finals last year, in a year where the Warriors didn't even qualify.
Exactly. So this is a team that
no Jimmy, but
got some of their own experience. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what's this series coming down to? If I asked you that, how would you answer it? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
get up at 5:15, 5:20?
Then why do you get here at 9:30
I'm
every
coming
day?
from SAC, you ass. That's 2 hours, sometimes 3. Then I got to deal with you when I come in here. Damn. You try it. 2 hours to come see you and deal with your crap. I should be in a mental ward. I'm sorry, Sonny. It was a long commute today, buddy. Don't poke me, man. Jesus, I'm thinking about my life, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was an all-timer.
Wow, Sonny. Traffic will do that to you, baby. Oh, man.
Now, you know what I didn't get what the boss meant? Now I get what he meant by that text that he sent earlier today. Okay. Minnesota versus the Golden State Warriors tonight, 6:30 tip. Warriors live at 5:30. Then the post game right after the show, Warriors live. So we'll have it locked in here all day. And the Warriors,
here we go.
One day of rest after Game 7 against the Houston Rockets. So that's the initial challenge, I think, for the Warriors, is to come out, and if there's a storm to be weathered by the Timberwolves, you got to somehow weather it, and let Minnesota know that you're not going to be a pushover in Game 1.
Right.
And you know that's a challenge for the Warriors with just one game. You know, one day of rest, and here comes a new opponent.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I don't know how much NBA action you guys caught last night, but I'm surprised Denver had 1 day of rest and pulled off a miracle. Kudos to Denver and Adelman. Mm-hmm. And the Knicks did the same thing. I had a little more rest, but Steiny, I'm just wondering, is it rest versus rust? But if somehow, and I thought about you all night, all the announcers just kept saying, the Knicks still won.
I know.
The Nuggets still won. I was like, Ricky Henderson, rest in peace. But I said, if he's watching, he hates it. But that's what the Warriors are trying to do to get home court advantage. But Steiny, I just think of the Lakers, the Rockets, their season is over. These games are coming so fast and in a hurry. And if somehow we can go our way, I mean, man, 4 victories away from the Western Conference Finals.
Nuggets did kind of steal one, though.
But did they earn
11 with 4 minutes left.
You don't got to tell me, but yeah. Man, Steiny.
Keep in mind, Rick Barry said that. Not me.
Okay, God, well.
It's Rick Barry hates the word steal.
Rick.
Used to describe an away team winning a playoff game. Let's go to Xavier in Oakland. Start us off, man. What's going on, Xavier? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Good morning, folks. How you doing, Steiny Guru?
Hey.
All right, so happy. Let's get it. We got the second round. I think Kerr should make the adjustment and start Moody for our POA. I think he benched starting 2 guard. I think last series. I think he should start Moody with Buddy and Jimmy and Draymond. And I think we got a chance, man. We were 3-0, all right, the last 3 games against them without Jimmy. And, yeah, man, I'm seeing all positive. I don't know why everyone's so, frantic and stuff like that. Yeah, Anthony Edwards, cool. If he goes off, that's fine. He can go off. But if we stop the others on their team, we're going to be good. I think we're, kind of overthinking it. I think we're just overthinking it. But thanks for taking my call, guys.
No, good stuff.
Warriors, baby. Warriors in 7. Warriors in 7.
All right, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
It is kind of funny, Steiny. They've had success against Minnesota, who hasn't added anybody, but the Warriors have had a heart transplant in regard to getting Jimmy. So I was looking at it through that prism, it's got to be a good thing, right? You were able to, I know it was 3 regular season games, but damn, now you got Butler.
No, I know. I mean, if you just do it that way, the Warriors should be heavy favorites. But how much does winning 3 out of 4 in the regular season mean when the games were completed by early February? So these teams didn't see each other. Neither team saw each other when both teams were playing really well. But the Warriors did win 3 out of 4, and they won 3 out of 4 using the players they had before the Butler trade. Listen, I've obviously watched a lot of Minnesota, and there was a big adjustment period with Randall.
Remember, I was down on him. I apologized.
There was, he didn't fit right away. So that started to change the second half of the season, and looks like Minnesota's found something. And now they go up against the Golden State Warriors.
It is kind of funny. I keep going to life and sports, same thing, right? But Steiny, I expect Kevon Looney to be a big part of this series just in regard to seeing him. You know, you can go series or games without him and forget about him. But Mr. Old Reliable, I think, you know, I'm talking about Draymond on starting the game off on Randall. He may be on Gobert, so I may have got that wrong. But I expect Kevon Looney to be playing and to have some meaningful minutes in this series.
Yeah, you know, the one thing about Julius Randle is, and you know, if Draymond's going to guard him, like Randall's not going to back down. The problem is that's not necessarily good when you go at Draymond Green time and time again. There's got to be a balance there. When you attack Draymond Green, you got to attack him at the right time. Otherwise, he can make you look bad. And I see a couple scenarios both ways. I see a physical game where Draymond Green frustrates Randall, and the other way would be Draymond getting a couple fouls that he didn't think are fouls to take him out of the game. So that's just one aspect of it. But I do think this is going to be a very interesting series. It's the only team that Steph Curry hasn't beaten the postseason.
They've
crazy. Never played him.
Yeah.
In Steph Curry's tenure.
Got you.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
I think the Warriors are playing with house money. I mean, maybe not in their eyes. I mean, I think they're a top 8 team, you know, with their talent level. But, yeah, to be honest, I would throw the game and go all in on game 2, but you can't do that in the NBA. If they split in the first 2, that's all you can really ask for. I think this is going to be a star-based series. I think the Stars got away with one really in the first series. It was just such a rock fight, as you guys say,
right?
And yeah, I think I think that defensive pressure facing that in the first series will give them a little sense of relief. But, you know, Draymond played in Game 7 probably the best game I've ever seen him play in a long time.
Man.
You know, and he's going to have to do it again against taller and bigger guys. So who's going to control the lane? There might be a little more movement. I don't know, but it'll be interesting. What do you guys think?
No, I think it will be interesting.
Yeah, and how much petrol is left in that tank? Because he's the barometer for me, Stoney. Draymond, he used a whole lot, and we didn't like Game 5 and 6, but Game 7, I mean, wherever he went, he got on that iPhone charger, and he was at 100%, and it was special. So we'll see. And it's just funny, obviously, in the offs, right? As you get further down the road, Stoney, it gets no easier. That's all. No. Especially for him.
Of course. I mean, this series is going to be tough, and if they get to a next series, it's going to be tougher, probably. I also think this is a big series for Anthony Edwards.
Go ahead, man. I'm listening.
The reason I'm saying that is I feel like he's like at the end of the first quarter of his career. He's played 5 or 6 years or 4 or 5 years, whatever it is. He's been to the playoffs. This will be the 4th time. And last year he broke through to the Western Conference Finals. And I'm thinking if Minnesota beats the Warriors in this series and Edwards is really good, that's 2 years in a row that Minnesota will have gotten to the Western Conference Finals. And I kind of feel like, oh man, that's a breakthrough. I mean, that a lot of people think he's there now, but you get your team to the Western Conference Finals 2 straight years. Now you really are starting to emerge as one of the best players in basketball. So I think this is a series for Anthony Edwards that if he leads the Timberwolves to a victory in this series, not that he's going to be looked at differently, but the resume is going to start looking really, really good.
No doubt. And we were in the same studio last year at the same time, watching Anthony Edwards, who I think is one of the faces of this league right now, Steiny, even if he doesn't want it. And his bravado is what kind of has me a little nervous because he's got that list. And, they knock out the Lakers and he takes the victory lap around Staples or whatnot. But you are right. But they got a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control too. Steiny, they made a big trade and they sent Cat away. in a year that they got to the Western Conference Finals, and if they beat the Warriors, does that justify the trade that, hey, we got back to the same plateau, now we got to get back over the top? But, if somehow they beat the Warriors and then get to the finals, it justifies that trade to me too, and them and ownership.
I mean, I guess you could look at it that way. I think a lot of it had to do with the money, and I think a lot of it had to do with I got to believe that part of the reason the Timberwolves did that was similar to why the Mavericks traded Luka. I mean, I think Julius Randle competes harder than Karl Anthony
He's a bear,
Towns.
man.
So, and I just think he's a better competitor than Karl Anthony Towns. We'll see how, it shakes out. But the Timberwolves have, I feel like they have a lot of guys. They have like 4 or 5 guys, just like the Warriors, who, if they step up, then you're asking for trouble. If Naz Reid's making threes, or if Jaden McDaniels is getting out in the break, or if DiVincenzo starts making shots for once in the playoffs, that's going to be huge. Just like the Warriors, if they can get a good game out of Pods, or Quentin Post gives them a boost. Moody, they're the same in that regard because the role players are going to determine some things here. Maybe not the entire series, but they're going to steer it probably.
Do you got a problem with me saying and tipping the cap to the Rockets? When it was all said and done, there was a juncture where I think they put the lid on the Warriors' others.
I mean, they
didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, they
on
did.
The offensive end.
They did a great job. I mean, they just did an absolutely great job against the Warriors. But the Warriors found a way.
Yeah, and go ahead.
No,
I got them. I feel like the Warriors have 2 of the best 3 players in this series, so I'm not just basing it all on that. I can see, and I'm not being proactive when it comes to Julius Randle, but we cannot forget the hellified D that the Warriors have in regard to the stats since Jimmy Butler has come to town, and how they displayed it. It got lost a couple games, but how they displayed it to everybody Sunday night to get here. But Steiny, I see scenarios to where Julius Randle's dribbling the air out of the ball, maybe because the Warrior defense is stout or whatnot. But I really have the Warriors winning this series in 7 games, man. I just do.
All right.
That's how I feel.
There you hear it.
Yeah.
There you have it.
And it's not me in my Warrior underwear. It's just, and if I'm wrong, you'll call me on it and I'll say it. But I just think 2 of the best 3 players are on the Warriors team, and we'll see if Minnesota can combat that.
Yeah, I mean, if Minnesota wins the series and you predicted the Warriors in 7, I might not bring it up because I forget half the stuff you predict.
Well, I will.
Like, for example, just this one popped into my head. I remember, boy, when was this? About a month ago.
What'd you say?
Oh, my God. The Denver Nuggets, they're stupid. That's a stupid team. Steiny, stupid. Fire Mike Malone and the GM. That's stupid. What are they doing, Steiny?
Now, hold on.
Well, I'll tell you what they're doing.
Hold on.
I'll tell you what they're doing. They looked at that team under Mike Malone and said, they're not going anywhere. They have no motivation. And they made the change, and the Denver Nuggets just beat the Los Angeles Clippers.
They did?
Okay, so that was a good move by Denver as far as I'm concerned.
Now, listen.
Really good move.
I was sticking up for
and now they're
the
up 1-0 in game 2.
that is coaching.
You don't have to do that.
No.
Jeff Van Gundy will do all that for you.
But my point is, Malone's got a title.
Great.
So it's not about, they didn't quit. I never once said I'm not excited about Gordon, Jokic, and Murray. Murray's healthy. Denver was a problem. I just didn't
like a problem under Mike Malone.
I don't like it for
this
just
past year.
Yeah, the fraternity of coaching that you can make a move this late. And right now it looks like you haven't skipped a beat.
It worked. Even if they lose this series, there's no way they were going to win. They would not have beaten the Clippers with Michael Malone.
You think?
I mean, yes. I mean, did you hear stuff Jokic was saying about how
he's coaching now?
I mean,
he's invested.
Kudos to the Cronkies.
Coaches matter, Evan.
What?
I don't like.
They do matter, but maybe Adelman, maybe this is the birth of a great coach in Denver.
He looks like I like him. Something about him.
Undefeated in the playoffs.
Yeah, I liked his dad. His dad was a good coach. Really good coach.
But so was Malone. Like, you never came in here. That's
Not
why
at the end.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't a good coach at the
we
end.
never saw it. We weren't privy to what was going on behind closed doors.
But
Michael Malone
obviously
is
there was a
good coach.
problem. Obviously
no
there's a
doubt.
huge problem.
No doubt. But I still cannot like it from his standpoint. Like, if I had to hire a coach, oh my gosh, Mike Malone would be, come on, let's talk.
Okay. You got to throw Booth in there, too. I mean, they didn't just fire the head coach.
Talk to me, Evan.
They clean house.
Exactly, and that made it even worse to a lot of people. Just, I'll tell you what, just say Kroenke's got a real sense of what's going on in his organization.
No, if they get if they go deep, then I could say that.
Nah, they're already further than they ever would have gone.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
I'm being you. You don't know that.
Guru.
Murray was hobbled.
They'd quit on Malone. That's what it looks like to me.
You really feel that way?
Yes, I think he got on their nerves. How long do you think he's been in Denver?
I'll say 10 years.
Yeah. And I think he was coaching him like it was 2 or 3 years into his tenure. Nevertheless, we're talking Warriors.
Yeah, I got you.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Tom.
Happy Looney Tuesday, guys.
There it is.
Hey.
All right.
Warriors in 6. I feel that Looney's going to play a key role in this series, man. So my starting lineup tonight is Looney, Breen, Jimmy, Steph, Buddy. I feel it's a great lineup because the big guys, I know we don't have a lot of offense there, but it's the best. We need big guys. We need bodies, man. That's the bottom line. Hey, the other thing I'm concerned with, and I know you guys got this answer, Draymond's got 6 techs, man. How many more texts is he going to get before he gets suspended? Because I'm concerned. I am really concerned about that.
Let's go to. I can answer that. Thanks, Tom. Let's go to our resident rules expert.
Here we go,
Evan Giddings, and I don't want to tell tales out of school, but Draymond may be gaming the system here, according to Evan Giddings.
Draymond's found somewhat of a loophole in these postseason points systems.
I know where you're going, I feel like.
He's got 4 technicals and 2 flagrant fouls. So you get either, before a suspension, 7 technical points or 4 flagrant points. So because he's sort of split them as close as you can down the middle, he's actually kind of safe. Assuming he obviously doesn't do anything stupid.
But Evan, why does my math have the 4 and the 2 at 6?
It doesn't combine. They're completely different.
Two separate categories.
Man.
That's why in Game 4, when he got a tech and a flagrant, he wasn't ejected from that game.
Wow, boy. That's what you call finessing. Day-Day.
Now, we might have to adjust these rules after the postseason.
Day-Day. You got room to work with.
You know, we'll see a replay. I guarantee you at one point we'll see a replay. And they'll be like, well, if we give him a technical, he's suspended next game. And if we give him a flagrant 2, he's going to be out of this game and suspended the next one. Let's just give him a 1.
Wow.
Let's just give him a flagrant 1.
He's got room on the technical debit card, Steiny.
I mean, he's going to get 1 or 2 at some point in this series.
You would figure.
Yeah. He runs hot.
Oh,
he had nothing against Şengün. What's he going to do to Rudy?
Man. The old headlock. That cost him 25 games. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. No, was that the 25 gamer or was Nurkic the 25 gamer?
I think it was after Nurkic. He did get suspended for a short period after the Gobert incident.
Yeah, let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smooth in San Francisco. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. So listen, I don't believe the Warriors are going to win tonight, and it won't be a stolen game. This is why I believe they're going to win. You won't. I believe the Houston Rockets were the perfect opponent for the Warriors. We didn't want. Remember, we wanted them to be 6. The 8th, what were they? The 7th seed. That was the best thing that could have happened. Because think about it. Houston, number 2 seed, they ratcheted up the intensity in defense. Minnesota's not going to play like that. Minnesota, listen, Steph is going to feel like he had ankle weights on and he took them off all of a sudden. Because he's not going to, they're not going to be draped all over him like that.
But Smoothie, they got a better offense than the Rockets, so there's a flip side to that too. I feel you.
Right. But let me say this. Steph is going to, first of all, it's going to be a Steph night tonight. It's not going to be a stolen game. It's going to be a snatch. Give me this. And then on top of that, Goo, think about it. Minnesota went through the Lakers. Brian was compromised. Bron was hurt apparently. The Lakers offensively, just Luka, one-on-one, not this one-on-one iso ball. They're not going to see this. They're going to the Timberwolves are going to see the movement of the Warriors, and I do believe Looney's going to be very significant. And I'll say this: I was watching the Denver game. Denver had played a couple people that didn't even see the last series.
Yeah, you're right.
Denver, and I'm going to say this: Steve Kerr is smart enough. He'll play whoever gives him the advantage. I'm not going to be surprised if J.K. plays. If Gui Sanchez plays, I'm not going to be surprised. You're going to get Steve Kerr, man. Steve Kerr. I put my trust in Steve Kerr, and and we've seen Minnesota before. We're going to have a Naz Reid game. We know how to weather that. Naz Reid is going to have one game where he goes absolutely berserk. Why? Because he always has that game against the Warriors. He always has that game. Jaden McDaniels, I think, is the X factor. I believe Jaden McDaniels, if he's scoring, it's going to be problematic. But if he's going to D up. But I wish they would put him on Steph. Please put Steph. Steph's going to put him in the blender. I believe that Jimmy's going to do. If we get a good pod shooting game, and if we get Buddy, just give us 13, 14, 15 tonight. We don't need another Buddy Hield game, because if we're looking for that's going to be hard to duplicate.
Right.
But what is going to be easier, Buddy, give us 12, 13, play defense, and we need pods to really hit open shots. You guys have a great one.
All right. I don't know about putting McDaniels in the blender.
Oh, no, stop.
I mean,
yeah,
he's a good defensive
player.
player.
He is the blender.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He's like,
did he say that? Yeah, ain't nah. Because that's Gobert territory. Karl Anthony Towns. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that McDaniels is Amin Thompson, but the Timberwolves, like, DiVincenzo is going to be out there being a pest to Curry. And Jaden McDaniels is probably going to be on him a fair amount. And I know he's old, but if there's one guy that knows Curry's game, it's Mike Conley. Again, I'm not saying any of those guys are shutting Curry down. That's not what I'm saying. But I think the Timberwolves do have bodies to run up against Curry. And I think half the job of Minnesota is to make the Golden State Warriors work early in this series.
No doubt.
See if they can get some kind of advantage, either because of their youth or because of the Warriors' age.
Yeah, and you just got me thinking about Gobert, Jabari Smith Jr., and that double big lineup with Adams and Şengün, Stoney. I felt like at times, especially games 5 and 6, Houston, it kind of sealed off that middle, and it wasn't as sealed game 7 because Curry started getting busy, penetrating. But if somehow Gobert is there, then you got problems. But if they're able to kind of, take advantage of them, the Warriors are going to be like, oh, boy, this is definitely not the Houston Rockets. The paint's open. Jimmy Butler especially.
Yeah, if Gobert's not in there,
oh man,
then they'll have easier finishes at the rim. But if Gobert's not on the floor, then the Rockets have an extra athlete out. The Wolves have an extra athlete out there. But there's one thing I want to get into as it relates to Anthony Edwards. One thing that he can do that's kind of interesting in this series, and I want to run it by you, Goo, and the listeners, but 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors and T-Wolves tonight at 6:30. You can hear all the action right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors pregame live is going to start at 5:30. Then tip-off with Tim Roy is at 6:30. And then, of course, after the game, we'll have Warriors Live to take your phone calls and get your reaction after Game 1. So, second round starts tonight, and it is going to be a lot of fun. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. I am Jake Paul.
Okay, there we go.
You listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Yeah. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Former Golden State Warrior C.J. Watson's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Remember C.J. Watson? Quiet Storm.
Yeah.
10-year NBA veteran.
Didn't he play ball? Auburn?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Yeah. Undrafted. Pretty sure. Check that.
Me too.
Game 1 tonight.
Let's go, Steiny. You know where you're watching?
Yeah.
The Lab.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, it would take something real big to get me out to watch tonight's game. Let's go to Cam. Cam's in Los Gatos. What's up, Cam? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for my call. Happy round 2 day.
There you go.
I might be crazy, but I'm feeling like Warriors in 5.
I'm not mad at you.
And I feel that way. I feel that way because I'm not high on the Lakers. The Wolves, they beat the Lakers in all their wins about 115 points. Now I think the Warriors have a way better defense than the Lakers, probably by about 10 points. So I'm seeing the Wolves being around 105, 110 or so. And I think the Warriors played against an amazing defense in the Rockets. And I don't think the Wolves have that good of a defense, and we're going to get 115 pretty easily, I feel like. Yeah, I think Steph's going to go for 40 a few times. He's going to be really freed up, and it's going to free up Jimmy. Jimmy's going to be fighting it. And Draymond seems to have a new outlook on life. So I feel like pretty good, actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah, wow.
Fair enough.
I didn't have the guts to go that. I had to I put some respect, Steiny. I said 7.
I mean, I just, Steph is Steph, and Houston did a great job on him.
They did, man. They did.
Timberwolves are a good defensive team, though, also. And maybe not in the Rockets realm, but they're pretty good. And they've got length, and they've got athleticism. And here's the other thing they have I was thinking about. And I think it's pretty impressive. So Anthony Edwards, all right, he's obviously, all eyes are going to be on Anthony Edwards when he's got the ball.
Yeah.
But if you watch the Timberwolves, and this is one of their advantage, not advantage, but this is something they do well. You're going to see Anthony Edwards guarding Curry at times.
Go ahead.
And you're going to see Anthony Edwards guarding Jimmy Butler at times. I mean, he's versatile enough to try to guard both those guys.
And I expect it.
And he's going to take on that challenge at some point. Maybe he'll take it on every game at a various point. But the thing about, like, Anthony Edwards, he's a pretty good defender when he wants to be.
No doubt, Steiny. I would not dare look at Ant-Man and say he plays one side of the court. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he wanted that smoke with an older LeBron. I don't believe LeBron was hurt, but you didn't ask, neither here nor there. And then also Luka, who averaged 30, but, a lot of people didn't like how he played. But I can't wait to see it, and I do expect Ant, especially Steiny. I keep going to this list that he has, like he wants this. He wants – he talked about it. He wants the Warriors and Steph. Like, he's not running from that.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is if you watch the Timberwolves series, like Julius Randle was taking on the challenge of guarding LeBron James. And I got to believe Minnesota's going to put Gobert on Draymond, and that'll leave Julius Randle to see what he can do against Butler. That would seem to me, when they're in man, how it might go.
Yeah.
I don't know for how long, but I don't know.
Who do we have called that led off the show just about the starting lineup? Steiny, there's no scenario you or Evan or any listener could give me right now that has Paz not starting this game in this series. Like, they don't have anybody that can do what that's just how the team is constructed right now. There's no scenario, right?
I don't know if there's no scenario, but I think there's a group of about 8 players that Curry will change the starting lineup if he feels like it'll work. I mean, he might start Post at some point. He might start Moody at some point.
Looney?
He might start Peyton at some point. Pods, Looney. Yeah, I think it'll all be dictated by what he's feeling about the matchups. Let's go to Don. Don's in San Jose. How you doing, Don? What's going on, man?
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm good. So, you know that Houston played great defense, right? And they held the Warriors down. And if you were to say, how did they do that? They covered Curry like a glove. I mean, they hugged the guy. They wouldn't let him get the ball. And then when he got the ball, they double team him, make him give up the ball. So Curry never had some breakout kind of game. I never see the Warriors doing that defense. If they did that on Van Vliet, I bet Houston would not have had a chance in this series. Van Vliet was going off like crazy for like 3 games, and they never played him to deny him the ball. And it just baffles my mind that teams do this all the time against Curry. Any team that's got a single high scorer like Edwards, why not put GP2, put Moody, put, Pods? He harasses guys like crazy. Put these guys on him, deny him the ball, and I'll bet the probability of us winning the series goes way up. Just my thought.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about top blocking is
easy.
It does compromise your defense if the offense has some all-around players.
Gotcha. And Minnesota has some of that, Stoney.
Well, and I mean, I understand that with Kerr, he's one of the most prolific shooters of all time. Fred Van Vliet, he got hot for a few games.
And I don't think the Warriors felt, it wasn't pride, Stoney, but I felt like they were like, he can't do it again.
Yeah, I mean,
and they cut his water off. Exactly.
And he didn't. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1 tonight, Warriors and T-Wolves from Minnesota.
Yeah.
It's going to be, should be a great series. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Austin, Texas. Hey, Vince.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Steiny and Guru? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey. So I had a couple questions for you guys. Theoretically, the Warriors have played more games. The T-Wolves are looking like a really dominant team defensively. But my question to y'all is this. The Warriors look like a team in form. They were very confident. They played exceptional defense that Game 7. Do you think the Warriors might have an edge, although they are an older team? Would they have an edge as far as maybe conditioning, a little bit less rusty? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, if the
Warriors
beat the Timberwolves tonight, I don't think it's going to be because of rust. I mean, I think that if there's any rust, look, they played less than a week ago. If there's any rust, I mean, it'll be gone by the end of the first quarter. You got to believe. I don't think rust lasts a very long time.
Right. Do you look at OKC and Boston's losses last night, anything to do with rust? Because they had some time off.
I mean, Oklahoma City's up 13 with 6 minutes to go.
So it's basketball at the end of the day.
I mean,
my buddy June hates that. NBA players, everybody's tired. I kind of get it, but yeah, you're right. They had a lead. Both teams had a lead.
888, yeah. Boston was up 20. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors, who are they going to start tonight? How are they going to match up? How much zone are we going to see? That's the thing that I would be.
Well, Anthony shot 40% from 3 in the regular season, only 33% against the Lakers, and 6. But Steiny, my gosh, like, you got to be careful. You know what I'm saying? Dude can shoot it and go by you and flush.
Yeah, and that's
why. He's got the whole package offensively.
And that's why I think we're going to see some zone with the Warriors.
Yeah.
I really do. I don't know how much, but I think it's going to be a part of every game, quite frankly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in San Francisco. What's up, Vince? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? First, Steiny, I gotta let you know some. Hey, Goo, this for you. Pods can dunk.
I got that all on my timeline
Not
Sunday,
bad.
and
Not
Evan
bad.
was one of them. Good God, I got like 50.
But no, so I think Minnesota is interesting to me because I feel like in all pro sports is very copycat. I think they can run Houston's defensive game plan better than Houston did. They got a little bit more experience with their roster, and I think they're better defenders. So I'm going to be concerned about how they're going to ISO on Steph defensively and really try to take him out of the game. But then also on the flip side, I think it's going to be crucial. I mean, it's always crucial, but I think Quentin Post is going to have to hit a good percentage of shots because to pull Rudy Gobert out of the middle, he's going to want to plug the paint. But then so do the others. Like, we're going to need decent games from Pods and Buddy and Moses. And I don't know if we're going to see JK, but if JK gets run in this series, he's really going to have to make it count.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. No doubt. I don't know how much Kuminga's going to play in this series. I mean, again, I would expect the chances would be better for Kuminga to play early in the series as opposed to late in the series, but who knows where Kuminga is right now with Steve Kerr.
He played in Game 7, Steiny. You know what I mean? He was called upon.
He did.
I know there was no Peyton, but still.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. And will you allow me a little time here?
Oh, wow. You never asked. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't even tell you I was going to go here, but you are such a...
We have what we call, can you sit this one out? I will.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. But this is what I was thinking about.
How much time do you need?
Last night. I'm like the Taj Mahal song. Take all the time you need. Great tune, by the way. Okay. Let me take you back 2 years. And the Golden State Warriors, in May, Bob Myers steps down.
I'll never forget it.
Bob Myers steps down after the Warriors lost in the second round of the Lakers. And to my way of thinking, they looked gassed. And I think to a lot of people, it looked like the Warriors were kind of in no man's land. All right. Bob Myers leaves. Mike Dunleavy enters. Try to think about how many times you heard someone say, "Oh, Bob knows it's time to get out. Bob Myers knows it's time to get out." I mean, he knows.
A million.
He knows. He's jumping off a sinking ship. Barkley said that. I remember thinking Mike Dunleavy, I remember thinking, what a thankless job they just handed Mike Dunleavy. I mean, I remember saying he better have gotten a 4 or 5 year contract because, this team might be in a little trouble. Okay? First thing he does is draft Podziemski and Post. For a year and a half under Mike Dunleavy, for a year and a half, this thing was downward trending, and I think we all understood it. We all understood why this team was downward trending. The stars were getting old, and they didn't have enough help. But the Warriors had to cut payroll. And I'm just here to tell you that the more I think about Dunleavy in his first 2 years here, I don't know that anybody could have done a better job of, getting this team back to the second round, but also, not stripping the shelves bare down the road. I mean, he has done a hell of a job, Mike Dunleavy. And of course, the Butler trade was the icing on the cake. But I just want everybody to remember how we were feeling after that Lakers series 2 years ago. And to be where the Warriors are now 2 years later, Dunleavy's got to get some credit. There you go.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at anything you said, but I will say this, partner, because we lived it. You didn't omit, but last year we didn't qualify, and we had Wiggins. And, I feel like the cake And I love pods. I love post. I love the draft pick, Steiny. And I was worried about Dunleavy and what he had left or whatnot. But I'm sorry. The icing on the cake to me is not the Butler trade. The Butler trade is the cake. Because this team was one game under 500 this year, and it just didn't look like they had enough or they were going in the right direction. Steph wasn't looking like Steph, and just everything was off. So, but he gets credit for that trade. But to me, Steiny, that trade, I mean, and it's still ongoing to where they got a shot to get something special done in half the year that he's been a part of the family. But your overall thesis is give Mike D, put some respect on his name, and I've done that. And also to know and go back and basically lean on his personal relationship with Jimmy Butler, to trust that and kind of say, turn the TV off. He's not a bad guy. So I'm with you. And Mike, we trust. But man, Steiny, this Butler trade has sent this team to another stratosphere as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, if you love the Butler trade, give all the credit to Mike Dunleavy.
And I think I just did
because
that.
if you look at Slater's story today, Anthony Slater in The Athletic, he kind of wrote a story about the history of the Timberwolves and the Warriors. Sounds to me like Mike Dunleavy had to convince a lot of people in the front office that Jimmy Butler would work.
I bet.
So
I got to check that out.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think Mike Dunleavy did not inherit a great situation.
Oh, no.
Now, he inherited Curry, of course, and Draymond, of course.
But that wasn't enough last year, Steiny. They didn't make the offs.
Exactly. And look at it a year later. You got Podziemski. He's drafted essentially a starter at 19 who's going to start in round 2 of the playoffs. Post is playing a little bit.
Yeah. He's been a find.
Yeah, I mean, good for Mike Dunleavy.
But you're right. If I had $1 or we had $1 for every time somebody said Bob left because the ship was sinking, we'd be rich men.
Yeah, and the other thing about Dunleavy that I was thinking about is, the future. Let's talk about the future. And that's always been, or lately that's something we've talked about because the stars are getting older. But he was tasked with a specific job, and that was Draymond and Steph are going nowhere. They're going nowhere. We've got at least 2 years, and no matter what you do, it's got to be in the box of Draymond and Steph are going nowhere. So that limits you a little bit. And for him to have figured out in 2 years the right kind of players to put around Curry and Draymond Green, and now they're in the second round of the playoffs, I mean, he's already exceeded the expectations I had for this team.
He also had to make the roster cheaper.
Yeah,
he had to strip a ton of money, which is typically not when you get better, you get worse. But I also wonder how much of this conversation hinges on the win on Sunday. I mean, we're not talking about Dunleavy like he pulled the right trigger or this was a worthy trade if they lose Game 7 and blow a 3-1 series. Like, I just remember vividly over the weekend how many people were breaking down this roster left and right and discussing the weaknesses in it and how many flaws it had. And we don't have a big guy, and we don't have this, and we got aging stars. And all of a sudden, 48 hours later, it's, well, Dunleavy's actually done a pretty damn good job. Like, I just think a lot of it did rest on the result of Game 7.
Man, you're right. And you know what, Evan? That's why I waited till today.
Yeah,
I'm serious. Because I'm thinking the same thing. Warriors lose Game 7 against the Rockets. The difference between the Warriors losing Game 7 against the Rockets and winning Game 7 against the Rockets, to me, is significant.
No doubt. But, Steiny, what's funny is you came down my road and other Warrior fans having some fun yesterday when I told you I was jolted by watching that game up close, Game 6, to where for a night, half a night in the morning, I was like, man, where is this thing going? And I even was honest enough to share with you. I'm like, why do we got a damn different starting lineup, even with Jimmy Butler in here? Like, I was ready for that part. So for you to say, what a difference a win makes, and Evan bring up that astute point. I'm with you, because, man, now we can step back and all that's like kind of invalid.
I mean, that's the nature of the NBA. Yeah. One game would have changed the narrative. But also, I think it would have been fair. It would have been fair. Had the Warriors lost in the first round.
Oh, man.
Or lost Sunday, any question under the sun is fair about where this team is. I mean, you'd have to then say, again, and if the Warriors had lost Game 7, we would have been saying they didn't have enough.
And
if they don't have enough when Butler plays half a season and you need Draymond and Steph to come back, I mean, at that point, you may have to make some changes.
If the phone lines would have broke, and I understood it, and I listened to, again, Devone and Evan over the weekend, and fans were hot, and I get it. But I'll say this, just about the vision or the drafting of Pods, to trust him to be the starting point guard alongside Steph Curry and Draymond, and basically in a year that didn't culminate in a playoff berth last year, for him to lead you in plus minus, and then basically follow that up with, what we can call a roller coaster season, but it ended well, and now he's your starting point guard. Like, that's heavy, man. That is, I mean, seriously, if you think about when that name was announced at the draft, what his job was, and the trust factor in regard to Pods, Stoney, is crazy.
Yeah. Okay, this is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. So I just spent 5 minutes talking about Dunleavy and how impressed I've been in 2 years, especially from when he took over. Here's another view, 415. Steiny, I disagree 100%. The Warriors are only in the second round because of Curry's greatness. First round win shows how much better the team should be. The roster is severely lacking. Dunleavy walked backwards into the Butler trade, and the team has done a poor job of developing young players. Man, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm just here. I ain't got a cape for anybody. Don't we put the checkbox next to Moody as develop, early Pods developed, Poston is half a. I mean,
think so.
All right, Kuminga, I got it, but good Lord, what could you and hey, Guru, you found the winning lottery ticket. All right, don't matter how I got it. You know what I'm saying? Everything's changed. Give me my money.
Well, and here's where I would disagree with the 415, and it's no knock on Steph Curry's greatness, but Warriors only in the second round because of Curry's greatness? What are you kidding? Did you watch Buddy Hield? Buddy Hield had 3 very good shooting games in this series. They won them all, including 33 in Game 7. Steph didn't carry the Warriors in round 1. Steph was good like he always is, but hey, the trading for Buddy Hield helped win him that first round series, whether you like it or not.
Nobody can fight you.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, are there really Warrior fans out there that disagree that Mike Dunleavy hasn't done a hell of a job in his 2 years here? One little backpedal last year, didn't make the playoffs. I don't think any of it was his fault. I mean, he had to get rid of Jordan Poole. He had to, and he did. And they took a step back, even though they won 46 games. And this year, they're back into the second round of the playoffs.
And that's what life's about.
Hey, it's about picking yourself up off the ground. 888-957-9570 is the number. How about we give Mike Dunleavy some respect? I think we could do that. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm a journalist with words.
Championship coming soon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Former Warrior C.J. Watson is going to join us at 1 o'clock, 10-year NBA veteran.
C.J.
Played for the Golden State Warriors for a stretch, and he's going to join us at 1 o'clock. He follows the playoffs very closely, and looking forward to talking to C.J. Watson. I'm going to say it. I'm going to use the word. Mike Dunleavy resurrected the Warriors. That's right. I said resurrected, and here's why. They win a title in 22, so they're at the pinnacle. The following year, they lose in the second round. All right? Oh, here you go, Mike. Here's the job. After your team lost in the second round and we got age issues.
We got it.
Okay?
Wow. All right.
Mike Dunleavy, listen, guys. You see the situation here. I got to take over for Bob Myers. Give me a little time. A year and a half later, they're back in it. A year and a half later.
He did it.
A year and a half later, the Warriors have action. And you look at Dennis Schroeder, for example. They move Melton for Schroeder, and then they end up moving Schroeder as part of the deal to get Butler. These are fantastic moves that have ended up working out. I mean, the Warriors, again, they didn't make the playoffs last year, and they were going nowhere this year.
It was bad.
25 and 26.
And the chef wasn't cooking.
So I'm giving Mike Dunleavy a lot of credit.
No, and you should.
Dunleavy didn't do anything other than Butler. What are you kidding? At 19, he drafted Brandon Pajemski. Even if you don't like Pajemski, he's absolutely a rotation player in the NBA. He got a guy at 50 whatever, Quentin Post, who just contributed in the first round of the playoffs, a rookie. I mean, what are we doing if we're not giving Mike Dunleavy credit? Dunleavy didn't do anything other than Butler. I mean, that's where I have to be better. I have to realize that kind of statement isn't indicative of most Warrior fans.
Yeah, no doubt. And they showed the clip Sunday night after they won, and Mike just had this stoic look. You would have thought they lost. I'm like, Mike, nah, this is your baby. I mean, that was a risk. Just imagine, he pulls off the Butler trade, but not only the Jimmy Butler comes to town, Sonny, the price, he didn't have to sell. He didn't have to give up the farm for it, man. So you almost were balling on a budget, but what you got in return was incredible, man. It was like 100%, what is it, ROI, return on investment, through the roof. So I have no problems, and nobody should in Warrior Land, especially with the 9th pick being your starting point guard right now. And it's just, I don't know what maybe it's his hair. I don't know what it is, Stoney, but some people are just taking a little while to come around. I'm not telling you he's an all-star. I'm not saying he can't be. I'm just telling you he's been holding it down, not only last year with plus minus, but this year now when the games mean something and you got the wherewithal and the IQ to stay on the floor with the likes of Dre, Steph, and now Jimmy Butler and the Steve Kerr offense. Come on, man. If you're being fair, just salute and say Mike did his thing.
The one thing too, and we'll see how this plays out over the next 2 years.
But it's looking okay.
The Warriors didn't give up a lot player wise.
Yeah.
But they did give Butler a 2-year contract extension at $120 million. So
it looks like he's worth it right now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but there's still 2 more years to go.
All right.
So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Barring injury.
Well, I mean, he's never played more than 64 games in the last 7 years. So,
but I don't guess know how that comes with the purchase, though, right,
Okay.
Stoney?
Well, then it's going to be hard to have a great regular season.
Well, we'll tackle that when we get there.
Okay.
But if you do that off of a chip, you know what I'm just, hey, you rolled your eyes. I'm going to roll my eyes with the injury. Like, imagine that. Could you imagine?
What did Bob Myers tell you? One series at a time. And you did it again.
You did it.
No,
You took us on the exit of next year. It's going to be a Bear regular season.
No.
Thank you, Evan. Count the bucket, Luke. Yeah.
No, I was merely pointing out that it's easy to say Dunleavy didn't give up anything, and he did not give up a ton, but they gave Butler a 2-year contract.
Right.
And we'll see how that works out. Yeah, it's been great so far.
It's
been great.
It can get better, too.
It's been great so far, but as Evan pointed out, one loss Sunday, and we would have looked at it all different.
I love that you say that now because that's what all I was trying to convey to you yesterday.
Yeah, Buddy Hield saved Jimmy's career.
Man, oh, man.
Effectively.
Bow.
Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. Hey, Mark.
Bow. Hey,
That's
great. Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Steiny. Dunleavy did a great job. First of all, his draft picks, I give him a B+. He had to get rid of Poole because of the Poole situation. He had to get rid of a Bay Area icon, Klay Thompson, because he was petulant, and he was dragging us down. With Melton, I firmly believe we would have been a 2 or 3 seed. I think he built that team very well. Melton got hurt. And you know what? They went into an average team. And Steph's spirits were down. And then he gets Butler.
Yep.
Butler, if you extrapolate what he did into an 82-game season, we would be a 2 or 3 seed. So he has turned around a team that needed to be turned around. I think the guy has overall A+, period.
Yeah, and listen, and there may be pain. There's probably going to be some pain down the road for the Warriors, but he's doing what he was told to do, which is all about a Curry, Draymond Green window. Like, that's how he had to operate. And now the other thing about Dunleavy, does he get credit for it? I don't know. You tell me. Does he get any credit for not landing Paul George? Thank God. Not getting Laurie Markkinen. Thank goodness. Not getting Zach LaVine. Oh my God.
Oh man.
I mean, whether history's going to say that he made the Butler trade, not that he didn't get 3 or 4 other things done that he wanted to get done.
Or flirted with. Right.
Yeah. Let's go to Eddie in San Francisco. Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to first of all give Dunleavy his flowers. I think he did the best he could do under the situation that he was given. But I think we're not criticizing Bob Myers enough, man. I mean, I know he helped build the dynasty, but he damn near burned it down on his way out. And my problem is not so much because I appreciate the dynasty, but it's the draft in 2020 and 2021 went against the Warriors' philosophy, and it cost the future dearly. Like when Draymond and Steph retired, what is there? You could have traded the pick in 2020 and got maybe Sabonis or Charles Turner, or you could have just took Halliburton in 2021, Franz Wagner, switchable ball handler, Trey Murphy III, 3-and-D wing. I mean, there was Alfred Şengün, Jalen Johnson. I mean, it's unforgivable, guys. And,
I don't know about that. I don't know about unforgivable.
Don't forget LaMelo.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. Unforgivable? I don't know about that.
And another person that deserves credit, just because I don't believe Mike D is making all the moves without talking to his boss, Joe Lacob. So it's twofold, Steiny. So, you know what I mean? I don't think, hey, boss, I'm doing this, sit this one out. I'm drafting, Wiseman. I'm talking about Myers. Like, they're all in hand, and Lacob has said as much. So he deserves some credit, too. Let Mike cook.
Well, Anthony Slater had a piece today in The Athletic about the connection between Minnesota and the Warriors, and they have had a connection. Of course, we know about Anthony Edwards working out for the Warriors, but the thing that was interesting, there were 2 things that I found interesting in Slater's story today, and the first is that he made clear, or somebody told him to make clear that the Warriors were unanimous about Wiseman. Not only that,
it hurts.
Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson were behind the Wiseman move. Slater reported today that Dunleavy, Myers, Lacob Jr., Larry Harris, Steph, Draymond, Klay, all wanted Wiseman.
And they got him.
Yep. The other thing that I thought was interesting is, and he said it kind of matter of fact, he said they were so committed to Wiseman that had they gotten the number 1 pick, they still would have taken Wiseman.
That's a whole different, because I don't look at Ant-Man as the one that got away because he was selected 1, and look at him now. But, man, could you now that's when you'd have people with pitchforks. The Wiseman thing is bad. It still hurts. It's a bruise, Steiny, a sore. But, I want LaMelo Ball all day and some. He would be able to help rather than a 0 and a goose egg the Wiseman was.
It's crazy to think about now, but it made total sense. Even from the player's perspective.
No, I got you. I was all in.
Well, what does Draymond Green need right now?
A
center.
Yeah.
They need someone that can help them. Anthony Edwards probably should have been the pick, but Klay Thompson probably didn't want Anthony Edwards. He's coming in to take his spot.
Or LaMelo Ball.
You know what? Yeah. I get why they were all in. It was just, I'll say this to you, Sean. It was like Bigfoot a little bit. There wasn't a lot of footage on him, man. Except that video I posted to you on IG when Wiseman was looking like Durant with no shirt on in a pickup game.
No. Wasn't that the one where he was dribbling around pylons?
No, this was a pickup game, the one I sent you. He was dunking. Yeah. Remember I said, look at him.
I know you sent one video of him dribbling around cones.
And I hope our guy's not listening, but the great Mark Spears called him the next Kevin Garnett. Yeah, so let's just leave that there. That's on record, Evan. That's my guy. Yeah, we all. Dude, but Evan's right. We wanted it big. And he was big.
Yep.
Still is.
Yeah.
Well.
I mean, they owed the Timberwolves one. Let's be honest.
Man.
2009.
Oh, yeah, the Flynn and Rubio.
Yeah, Wolves gave him 2 lobs for Curry.
How did they build that thing back up?
We had to pay him back.
Good God.
It was the COVID year, too, wasn't it, Wiseman?
Yeah.
What's your point? You had more time on your hands to review it.
Yeah, there's nothing to review.
I was in on it. I came from. I was in.
Did the Warriors do their research on Wiseman? There wasn't much to be done. He played 3 games in college.
So, yeah. I was in.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I was out. I didn't know anything about the kid.
13-7.
He did hit
more like 12-6.
Which only
don't rob
4 other 19-year-olds in the history of basketball have ever averaged as a rookie.
You know what?
And he just had bad hands.
And I want Warrior fans to hear this. The fact that Wiseman averaged 12 points and 6 rebounds a game his rookie year shows if you play, you'll get numbers. You just get numbers by accident in the NBA. Couple rebounds are going to fall into your hand, couple dunks.
You know what? Why did they draft him, though? Like, only 3 games.
They thought he was Amari Stoudemire.
So they were in love with the idea of Wiseman. The measurements.
Yeah.
The real idea.
Speaking of real idea, I got to get mine here soon.
Let's go to Kevin in Louisiana. Hey, Kevin.
Louisiana.
How you doing, man?
How you doing, Stan? Okay, look, he did make a great choice in bringing Jimmy there. He also made a great choice in bringing Trace Jackson-Davis. Jimmy is a galvanizer. Those guys will run through a wall for him, and they believe in him, and they respect him. All Steve has to do now is just galvanize the troops. You got Kevin. You have Trace. Let Jimmy and Draymond and Steph work their magic with them. They'll be fine. I mean, the Warriors had look where they came from.
Yeah.
For Jimmy to come in half the season and for them to make this impact, I can't wait to see what next season is going to be like. And when he galvanizes post to get him to play in the middle, in the paint, besides his three-pointer, you got something really exciting to look forward to. And I'll hang up.
No, I agree. I told you that. That's for another day, Donnie. You kind of get mad. I don't care.
What?
Like, I'm excited about, anything can happen, but the future, because this is happening right now in half a year. And, nobody knows what tomorrow brings, right? And what opportunity or what player could become available. But, it'll all be dependent on, I kind of think we know what the Warriors need no matter what happens moving forward. You can never stay, status quo, but I'm with that caller. This trade is not just for now, and we're enjoying it, getting ready for tonight's game in Minnesota. But man, if you want to talk to me about the next year or two, I get goosebumps just thinking about it.
Well, but this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
Buddy will be here.
You would not, and I would say the same thing. We wouldn't feel that way if they lost Sunday. We just wouldn't.
Yeah, that's amazing, man.
And you know what? If the Warriors lose in 5 to the Timberwolves, let's just say hypothetically, I think.
Well, what's it look like?
I think they're going to have to be asking the same questions that they would have asked had they lost to Houston.
Well, you know what? Let's just real quick, if I can hit the reverse. No matter what happened, if they would have lost Sunday, Stoney, I wouldn't be saying there would be 3 people that I wouldn't have a problem with: Steph, Dre, and Jimmy. It was obvious that the others, and no diss to them, you need better others. And that's where it starts. But, I question. I sat at home Saturday afternoon listening to Evan. I questioned, why is it we still got this rotating door in regard to the starting lineup? That's where I went with it. But it was never Jimmy, Steph, or Dre. And you could say that's unfair. Because it starts and ends with the stars.
So if they would have lost, let's just say they lose Sunday. They would have lost Sunday. They would have lost because of Steph, Draymond, and Butler, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but moving forward, I would have been like the engine, the chorus. The core I still think is, something to look forward to. We got to add to the core.
I mean, the way I look at it, the way I look at it is if the Warriors had lost Sunday, okay, then you have to say, well, let's look at this objectively.
What did we really do?
We got Jimmy Butler here for the last 30 games, and he was great. And Steph played pretty much a full season, and Draymond played pretty much a full season. Butler should have been fresh when he got here. But we wore down at the end of the first round. How do you – it would have been so difficult, and I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason, but – how do you say, well, all 3 of the big boys are coming back. The young guys are coming back too. We think they're getting better. We need the younger guys to get more better than the old guys get older. I don't know. I think it would have been a wake-up call. Now, you lose in the second round, maybe that's less of an issue.
But there'll be some out there still disappointed.
Of course. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1 tonight in Minnesota. Warriors against the Timberwolves.
Let's go.
And if I were to ask Warrior fans, what's your biggest concern? What's your biggest concern about playing the Minnesota Timberwolves? And then you can give me the one thing you're going to take to the bank that leads you to believe they'll win this series. And I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Do you have a problem? And Stoney, I'm going to feel like this is basketball simplistic, but I'm just, sometimes you study long, you study wrong. But I know the regular season is not the playoffs. And you did point out that Minnesota start playing their best basketball later. But when I look at Steph Curry and how I thought Houston did a great job making it hard and making them work, I am so ultra confident. I'm looking at the last 3 games in the regular season against Minnesota because not much has changed besides their play, but personnel-wise, they're still the same. Steph scored 33 games in a row, the last 3 games of the regular season, and now you're bringing Jimmy Butler into that mix. And I don't know, Steiny. I just feel like from that vantage point, okay, if you hold Curry to 22, what are you going to do with Jimmy if he can get another 25 or 27? So I'm just feeling like, the bear that Houston was may not be duplicated by Minnesota.
Maybe not defensively.
And that's one side of it. Now, let's flip it.
Look, Jaden McDaniels is a really good defender.
I like him.
My question would be, and it's easy to say now, Ahmed Thompson's better. Isn't McDaniels kind of the same kind of defender as Thompson, or no?
He's no chopped liver.
Exactly. I think McDaniels is going to try to do the same thing against Curry that Thompson tried to do against Curry.
Well, I'll say this to that. We saw on national TV a Sunday afternoon at the end of the regular season here at Chase where Thompson held Curry to 3, and it was an anomaly. And, but Thompson, he that was his signature. And he didn't hold Curry to 3 in the playoffs. But, boy, when it was 13 and 17 and you just were there to watch how hard Steph had to work, and Thompson wasn't doing it all by himself, he had help, there was some legitimacy to that 3-point. You know what I mean? McDaniels has got his hands full, and I'm not saying he's not capable, but Thompson, Steiny, he showed the world that he's got something special. And I'm not saying McDaniels is chopped liver, so I can't wait to see how this plays out. But now I just feel like Steph kind of knows what to do against Minnesota, and now he's got Butler with him. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't Evan, how do you if you ask Simons how you factor in the 3-1 record against the Timberwolves, I would actually say it doesn't matter.
Steinmetz, how do you factor in the 3-1 record in the regular season?
Yeah, I don't factor it in because the teams are so different now, especially the Warriors.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the Warriors have an upper hand because they played them better. And partially it is because the Warriors are so much different. I don't know if it means it's better or worse. They get Butler, but they are such a different team than when they last played Minnesota.
Do you have a problem with Warrior fan like myself being comfortable with Steph having 3 30-point games, even though it wasn't as pretty as it is now, and now Butler's added to that?
It's less about Butler than it'd be about Steph individually having success against the Timberwolves, because it does appear like Rudy Gobert really struggles with Steph, or Steph finds ways to kind of bring him out to the perimeter and make him look lesser than. So I think, I feel better about Steph having a better series against the Wolves than I did about him against the Rockets.
Look, if we play that game. By the way, are the Timberwolves favored in this series?
Yes. First time under Kerr, he's not favored in his playoff series.
Okay, so that clearly doesn't matter, the 3-1 in the regular season, because
and I was just pointing it out.
If the Warriors go 3-1 in the regular season without Butler, and now they got Butler, you would think they're going to win this series in 5 games. I'm talking about the Warriors.
Right. And I pushed it to 7, but you're right.
But you know what? That's not how basketball works, as Steve Kerr would say.
Bow, bow, bow.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what's the most concerning aspect of the Minnesota Timberwolves? And then what about this series do you like that's going to put the Warriors over? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
we go down the tough roads, Donnie. Toyota Tundra.
It's an unforgiving land.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
CJ Watson's coming up at 1 o'clock, former Golden State Warrior, 10-year NBA veteran. Keeps his eye on the playoffs as much as anybody, and he's been on before. We like CJ a lot.
Yeah, he's great, man.
Now, I'm a little disappointed because I wanted to give – I have to credit somebody on the YouTube chat, but now I can't find
Just give it to
the
me.
name.
I'll take it.
The name of the person, but he brought up a good point, and here we go. Oh, here it is.
Who is it?
Oh, Tall Asian Mike. Okay, he said we were talking about do the Warriors winning 3 out of 4 against the Timberwolves in the regular season mean anything? And Tall Asian Mike said, don't forget the Timberwolves were swept by the Suns in the regular season last year.
Right.
Then they swept KD in the first round.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tall Asian Mike.
And
I'd forgotten about that.
How much? Again,
Actually, I didn't even know in the first place.
Again, I keep going back to last night's study because this is my March Madness, the NBA playoffs. New York hadn't beat a team with a winning record all season long, and lo and behold, going to Boston, playoff teams. They hadn't beat a playoff team all season in the East. No, they hadn't.
No.
0-10, and they win yesterday. They hadn't beat a playoff team.
They didn't beat Indiana once?
No. Look at Evan. I got it.
Wait, what?
They didn't beat. Okay, so they didn't beat Boston, Cleveland, Indiana.
Okay, let's start here. They were 0-4 against the Celtics. All season long.
Okay,
and then their record against playoff teams in I want to say both conferences, I think it was equivalent to 0-10. But they go in last night and beat Boston game 1. So the point is, it means something until it doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you miss 45 threes?
We got to talk about where the league's at.
Well,
I got you.
You know what? I was watching an interview the other day where
Knicks against teams with winning records.
This guy, somebody was telling him that something was photoshopped, and he wouldn't believe it, and he just said, "Why don't you just move on?" And maybe that's what I'll do right now. We'll agree to this. So you're telling me the Knicks didn't beat a team that made the playoffs in the East?
They beat Indiana twice.
Yeah.
So that's got to be Cleveland.
They swept Milwaukee.
The Knicks 0-10 record against 60-win teams this season. They were 0-10.
Oh, against 60-win teams.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Just now.
What you mean?
You're right.
And they were 0-4 against Boston.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You nailed it.
Did you not hear that? No, Evan, for real. Did I omit 60?
Yes.
Oh.
You said they haven't beaten a playoff team in the East this year.
No, I get excited, man. I gave you the 0-4 versus Boston.
Okay, would you like me just to let it go?
No,
because it was a bit. Well, that would be an incredible stat.
The teams that they were 0-10 against were Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Yeah. 60-win teams.
Fair.
Right. Mm-hmm. And 0-4 against Boston.
We got that part.
They were a 60-win team.
How did you miss 45 threes,
You
Steiny?
take 78.
How about you have a coach that says go to the rack?
That's not who they are.
Wow.
Their coach likes blood.
It's cute until it ain't, man. Porzingis, illness during the game, laugh again. He's battling something.
Gutless, huh?
No, never.
What do you mean? You can't fight through the flu?
Steiny, we don't know if it's the flu.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays.
Let's go to Gil in Concord. What's up, Gil? How you doing, man?
Gil.
Hey, how y'all doing out there?
Doing well.
Game day.
Beautiful. Yeah, Jimmy buckets, Jimmy playoff, Jimmy innate ability to get things done. It's on. I think they're going to win. They're going to win it in 6.
All right, Gil with a prediction coming in hot.
What about you? I got Warriors in 7. What about yours? What's your gut tell you about this series, Donnie? You got to give us one.
Maybe I'll tell you what my gut says.
What do you mean maybe?
Maybe.
It's your job.
No, it isn't.
For me, do it.
I don't know if he can be objective in this one.
No, see, that's why I love him. I think he can, and it's criminal that you'll give us one before we get out of here.
You hope?
What do you mean you hope?
You hope I do, apparently.
No, I want your astute assessment of this. Like, what's your gut tell you?
He deserved it. It's going to be a good series.
I didn't have how many games and who wins?
I have no idea. I have no idea how many games.
Sonny's going to say, like, I think it goes 6.
It's just the one component you're missing, man. Just go out on a limb.
We'll see. How'd that work out for me last time?
Well, you were tricking the system when you said Dallas.
Now you're giving me the benefit of the doubt.
No, I was there with you when Whitley was at. I know what you were doing. You took one for the team.
Everybody else thinks
it kind of hurt you.
God, you think so? You think so?
Yeah, the Curry flurry, Steiny. I just don't. As good as Minnesota is, I just really feel like the Warriors can breathe now after the Houston series. So that call that they called in, again, not dismissing many. And I could be totally wrong, but I just feel like now Curry averaged 30 the last 3 games. Okay, those games didn't mean anything, but it's Steph Curry. So if Minnesota's having a problem and Gobert's been put in a blender, how do you rectify that now when you got to worry about Jimmy? That like Steph's went and got his big brother now, and he's bringing him to the battle. Kind of didn't need him, but
I mean,
you know,
I think Julius Randle. Yeah, it's possible he does a really good job on Butler.
Well,
I mean, he was playing extremely hard in Series 1, and the Wolves are going to have to play like that. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Richie.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Sitting up here trying to deal with this pollen that's flowing in the air. It's messing with my allergies. Anyway.
Hey, let me ask you this. Hold on, Rich.
And there's something he can use.
So, do those allergies give you headaches?
No, they just cause my eyes to water, and then I get coughing and carrying on, man. That's all, you know. And also, my eyes itch a lot.
I got you.
Man,
take care of yourself, buddy.
Yeah. So, I mean, my biggest thing is this, Steiny. You was asking Warrior fans to call in and see what they saw was a bright spot as far as them winning.
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus more on what can go wrong. Okay, because
my kind of guy. Wow, Rich. Wow, you found the hole.
Okay, well, guys, come on. Let's not kid ourselves here. You're dealing with a team that played well during the regular season. They squeaked into the 7th spot. They got there. They had to push 7 games to get past Houston, and so you didn't have much time off. And now you have a rested, athletic, prime Minnesota Timberwolves that's just waiting in the wait. Okay, and we got guys on our team that are old. They're still dealing with injuries. They may not be revealing it, but they are. And I'm just saying that, hey, my biggest question is, do they have enough gas in the tank?
No, that's big. I got
you. Because, if you know what I'm saying? Based on everything that's happened. And I'm saying this based on the fact that, hey, when you're in the playoffs, a lot of what you do as far as winning a title or the conference, it's based on everything aligning correctly. And also, when you don't, what doesn't align. Okay? And I'm just saying right now, this Minnesota team is primed and they're rested. So, they're going to give the Warriors everything they got. And I'm just wondering if the Warriors actually have enough gas in the tank to absorb it.
No, that's fair, Rich. That's fair.
Yeah. Thanks, Rich. I mean,
that's different than what can go wrong.
Well, but that's fair. This is where Rich is right on the money because the Warriors they know the same thing. They know the exact same thing. They're asking the exact same questions about whether the veterans can hold up.
Yeah, they ran out of gas games 5 and 6. You got a problem with me saying that, son?
See, that I don't know. I really don't know about that one. But it's possible they were running out of gas and then they summoned up one great effort against Houston. If that's the case, Minnesota's going to beat them, I think.
Wow.
If that's the case.
Yeah. That's how I feel. They knocked them out in the first half. They were tired game 5 and then ran them down after the Warriors had a lead in game 6. And the fourth quarter, the legs were gone and 14 of 15 shots were missed by Warrior players.
This is the way I look at it and possibly the way it could happen. And I'll just give you 3 examples. Yeah. The first 2 are going to involve Larry Bird. So remember the game when Larry Bird and Dominique squared off?
Oh, man.
Okay.
I remember those battles.
That was a game 7.
Okay.
And the Celtics were older. And they summoned up, and Bird summoned up one big game. They lost in the next round.
I got you.
They lost in the next round. Fast forward 2 or 3 years. Remember game 5 against the Pacers? Bird smacked his face on the ground.
Okay.
Chuck Person.
Yeah. The rifleman.
Bird comes out at after halftime and leads the Celtics to an incredible win. Yeah, they lost the next round. And I'm thinking about Steph a couple years ago where Sacramento pushed him to 7. Steph was incredible in game 7. You got by Sacramento, but maybe they didn't have a lot left after that.
No, that is totally fair, man.
It's possible that they're re-energized.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. And to that point, Stoney, they didn't have, a Jimmy Butler-like who's about to be 36. But again, I can't wait to see, because if I'm Minnesota, Stoney, I am trying to run the Warriors. We are pushing the pace. I am trying to run them out the gym, knowing what they just went through, to where if I'm right or you're right just about basketball life in general, younger legs versus older legs, I'm trying to push the pace because my star is a puppy in regard to he could play all day. So we'll see.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Josh. Josh is in the Bay Area, but he's apparently a Wolves fan.
Uh-oh.
All right, Josh. Well, you know what? Welcome, Josh. We're civil here. We don't play these stupid games of making fun of other teams' fan bases. Welcome to the show, Josh.
Hey, stupid game. We don't play these stupid games. The only you made me think of there is Draymond, but I don't want to talk about that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, been in the Bay for 8. Been in the Bay. Oh yeah, Dre. The only thing we're worried about Dre is him hurting Ant or doing something stupid, but it'll be fun. I've been listening to you guys off and on all day, since this morning. It's been funny, hearing how y'all think the Wolves are going to be a better matchup than Houston. We can't defend. Everybody talks about Rudy, spin him around, this or that. 3-1 during the regular season doesn't matter. 2 of those games were like in November. Both teams are totally different now. I could talk about, let's look at the last 10 days, 14 days playoffs. Like the best offensive 5-man lineup in the playoffs, Wolves got it. The best defensive 5-man lineup in the playoffs, Wolves got that as well. Warriors, worst rebounding team so far in the playoffs. Guess who's the best offensive rebounding team? You go down all those kind of stats. But the one stat I really want to bring up today that none of y'all even think about is Jimmy Butler's return to Minnesota. And do you know it's been over 1,200 days since he's been man enough to actually play against the Wolves? Every time on the Heat, Jimmy Butler's out tonight. His knee's sore. He's doing a low. He has not been man enough to go back into that building and play against the Wolves. Even when they went on the road to Miami, he wouldn't play those games. Everywhere Jimmy's been, he's burned down the house when he's left, right? Chicago, Minnesota. Y'all know what happened to the Heat. I remember listening to your station before the trade happened. A lot of y'all didn't want Jimmy. Now he's your savior. So when is that? As soon as things go bad, Jimmy's going to show his other side. When's that other shoe going to drop? It's going to happen this series. Wolves, bullies, that first round. We're playing tough. We're going to defend. Y'all are old. We're going to run you up down the court, like you just said, but we're also going to be able to play in the paint.
And what you're also going to be, Josh, thanks for the call, is respectful. You're going to be respectful of the opposition.
And that's what life's about.
That's right.
It is.
That's right. That's right. What was he saying about? Something stood out.
That might be the most trash talk I've ever heard from a Minnesotan. I guess he's not from here, but
I've never met a Minnesota fan.
They're all really nice.
I work with one.
It's a wonderful, wonderful city, the Twin Cities.
Am I going to be your +1 Saturday?
No.
You say the Twin Cities were a great city?
Just own up to it. You did.
There's 2.
Okay. Yeah. Well, shut up, Evan. Yeah, it's St. Paul and Minneapolis are wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful place. Apparently it's 80 degrees in Minnesota right now.
Man.
You see Raymond Ritter?
The Warriors just arrived.
President of whatever.
I saw him with Calvin Murphy Sunday, but go ahead. No, what was he doing?
He said he's gone to Minnesota for 30 years and he's never had a day like today or yesterday. It was 80 because the Warriors usually go in there in the dead of winter.
Yeah, you and I left the building yesterday at the same. It was like 90.
It was nice yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
Let's go to let's go to Sam. Sam's in Jersey. What's up, Sam? How you doing, man?
How are you? How you guys doing? Love the show. You guys are terrific.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
So first of all, I got to say that the Warriors, they got to win tonight because all the underdogs won. I believe the Nuggets won, and the Pacers won, and Knicks won. So all the pressure's on the Warriors tonight. They got to knock out the Wolves tonight. They got to make a statement. I mean, listen. In the end of the day, the Kohler before he was putting up all these things on the Warriors, the worst rebounding team. I know one thing. The one thing is that we got the best player in the series is Steph Curry. And we hope that he goes off. He should have a good series. Against Houston, the guy had Amen Thompson guarding him. There's no Amen Thompson on the Timberwolves. There are good defenders, but no one like Amen Thompson. So I'm hoping Steph Curry just goes off, knocks the Wolves out. I got the Warriors in 6, and we'll celebrate. We'll talk to you by the conference finals. Take care, guys.
All right, Sam in Jersey.
And again, it boils down just off of that call, Steiny, is McDaniel Thompson. Does he have to be? Because if we simplify it that way, there's other factors offensively to where Minnesota is greater than the Rockets. So there's a give and take. And I just can't wait to see, how it goes down, man. But I just got to feel like the Warriors feel like, you know what? These youngsters took us 15 rounds. We're 12 wins away or 4 away from going to the West, one game at a time, Bob. But you know what I mean, Steiny? Like, man,
what?
I want to see what Rich and Fremont said, where that tank is, and I'll be able to tell this game their energy level. You mentioned the Celtics back in the day. The next round where it catches up with you.
Can you assume the Warriors have the best player in the series?
Well, that's what I was going to get to.
Whoa.
Like they might, but
yeah, no, that's fair.
What if I said no, but they got the best 2 players? Would you want it that way, Evan? You know what I mean? I'll give Ant the best, but would you rather talk to me, guys?
There's 3 guys who can be the best player in this series.
But that's also what people said about the Lakers.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
The 2 best players.
Yeah, but Ant's not 40, Evan.
I do think that
and out of shape.
I'll agree with some of the Warrior fans here, or the last one that called. I'm not sure stats from the Wolves-Lakers series mean much in this series.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Ant goes 0 for 10 from 3, I don't think Minnesota can beat the Warriors like they beat the Lakers. And maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he probably won't go 0 for 10 again.
And Minnesota could hit you with waves offensively, Steiny. Nas Reed.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
You know what I mean.
I know. I just did,
You're not saying I'm being biased.
12:07, he gave a little credit to the Timberwolves.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
Hey,
stop.
Relax.
I told you
settle down.
They are Hey, I'm nervous.
Don't say you're nervous. You predicted a 6-game series.
7.
Oh, 7. Okay.
Thanks for listening, bud.
Wow. Well, but you know what that also means? That if they lose or they get down, we can't freak out. Because if you're thinking it's going to go 7, then it's going to be a pressure-filled series.
And Evan, you don't live my life. That's tomorrow. Hey, I react to new information, man. Come on, God. That's life. That's what life's about.
Let me tell you what needs to happen for the Timberwolves to win. They got to get up 2-0 on the Warriors.
You think so?
Yes, I do. 1-1 ain't good enough. The Warriors have never been in a 2-0 hole.
That's incredible.
That's not true.
No, Sacramento, yeah.
But Sacramento.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a team that made it to the Western Conference
I don't remember
Finals.
that being down 0-2.
You know why? Because you knew it was Sack.
Man. So that was the Draymond Sabonis stomp, right? One of those. I was at the game.
Yeah.
One of those two.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Kings.
What happened to them?
Well, the Warriors won 3 games in a row,
and Fox hurt that digit.
Yeah, and that's when the Phil Collins Friday going into Game 6.
Wait, no, they didn't. Sack won 3 games in a row.
No, the Warriors.
Sack was up 2-0, and the Warriors won 3 games in a row.
Oh, gotcha.
And everyone thought that the Kings were done.
Yeah, remember when De'Aaron Fox messed up his digit on the hand?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Another break the Warriors got in their dynasty.
Stop. I don't know if the Wolves have to go up 2-0, though.
That's
you don't think they can win on the road?
No, I do, but it's just...
I also think the Warriors could absolutely take Game 1 or Game 2.
I'm with you there. But I'll say this, the Lakers could have won. Here I go. I watched both of those games, Friday and Sunday in Minnesota, Steiny, and I felt like the game where J.J. Redick played the whole team, the whole quarter or whatnot, but I felt like the Lakers could have won both of those games in Minnesota.
Minnesota was plus 45 for the series in the fourth quarter. What does that tell you?
No doubt.
It tells you that...
Yeah.
He's
40
too old.
Yeah, there you go. I'll give you a 3. Warriors in their black uni, same ones they had on
again. The ones I like?
Yeah, I like them too.
All right.
Minnesota in the white.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you got the T-Wolves tonight, Game 1.
I don't feel like people have their chest out, Warrior fans, right now. I don't feel it. 2 hours in. Like, no, we're going to kill Houston. I don't feel... I
kind of feel...
I don't know if Eric got a little scared. None of that. Willard ain't paid. None of that.
I kind of feel like Warrior fans are very confident about the Timberwolves.
Well, Big Smooth was. But what about my boy Rich? That's up my alley. I'm just thinking about what can go wrong. It's like getting married. I do, but I don't. What you got?
We'll be fine.
What do you mean?
Hey, you put your best foot forward at the wedding. You say, I do.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? What you're nervous about.
The great ones do their best work each and every day of a relationship. It doesn't start and stop.
That's why I don't like Valentine's. I'm being real. I don't like the stuff
Mother's Day Sunday.
Yeah.
What are you getting her?
Well, she's in heaven, but we go to her gravesite.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good. We go to her gravesite.
I actually meant Mia.
But
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Boy, your boy losing today, Evan. Yeah.
She's probably listening, right? So yeah, no, I get it. Maybe,
I'm not good at that stuff.
Yeah, by the way, I'm taking suggestions. Not in this
who you ask is Willard. Christy gets spoiled.
Willard.
Every day I feel like he's a good dude, man.
He's too much of a romantic.
Yeah,
Willard's Mother's Day probably has, you got to use scissors and crepe paper, and you got to get some.
These are compliments,
you got to get some ribbon, and he'll do something by hand that'll take 4 hours.
And another dude here, Shasky, I think he's pretty good at Mother's Day too.
Yeah. All right,
and you too.
888-957-9570. I'll get the calls on the other side. Warriors and T-Wolves, Game 1 tonight, 6:30. All starts with Warriors live at 5:30. We got the post game with you after the ball game, and this should be a fun series. Very fun series with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Can the Warriors do it? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
I want to say good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
I want to have children. You got to get a girlfriend first.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Western Conference semifinals start tonight for the Warriors in Minneapolis.
Yep. I'm fired up, man.
By the way, we were talking about this over the break, and I have it written down.
Hey, be careful. Oh, sports related.
OKC's got a little problem with Chet Holmgren.
Go ahead, because you helped me. Tell him what you said.
Here's what I wrote.
Because I ripped him.
Holmgren is weak. He's literally weak.
That's a great call.
He can't play inside.
Wow. That's, man.
Against.
It was good hearing it.
I mean, he's.
Oh, my God, Stein. He's lighting ass.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
You need some burgers and whatever's Luka doing, you go with him on the
No,
summer.
you don't want to get like that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, Steiny, just real quick, take the show off the track here. I'm tired.
I know.
No, I'm tired of fighting. Like, I deal with you 20 hours a week, sometimes more. Evan a little bit is starting to grow. I'll tell you, we're going to have a talk this week. But I got a vine of 8 guys that think SGA is Michael Jordan. And all I'm clearly saying is he's a great player. But Jokic is the best player in basketball. Give the MVP to SGA. He deserves it. But don't tell me making a mockery of the regular season like OKC did makes you think they're going to duplicate that in the playoffs. And Guru sits back with his feet up yesterday and watches Denver come take game 1. The playoffs are different, people. And that's all I politely put on Twitter last night before bed. I.e. the Knicks. It might be the
Did you put a wrong stat about the Knicks on your... I hope you didn't put that stat on your Twitter that you...
No, they were 0-10 against 60-win teams this year.
Yeah. Just double check that. You had that on
I
Twitter.
am thinking about getting hiring a firm. Evan's my guy, but he's not always available.
Elias Sports Bureau. By the way, it is OKC. It's only their first loss in the playoffs.
No, I know the series is not over. What I'm trying to tell you, Evan, is it's just different, man. It's mentally different. You could say, how would you know? I've been watching the league as long as Peter Vesey.
And yet you always jump to conclusions after a singular game. Let's go to Chris. He's on the Bay Bridge. Let me guess, he's not on the Bay Bridge anymore because he's been waiting. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Guru Wine-Mets. We cannot let that Josh call slide. I'll take a crack at him. Josh, Jimmy is living rent-free in your head. Has he opened a coffee shop? You said, 1,200 days? You might as well just pick up your sobriety chip. You're counting the days because that's the only chip you're going to see. And then Anthony Edwards, his last game in L.A., you might as well had Anthony Anderson out there. He would have been at least good-ish. Wine-Mets Guru will explain that to you. And then also, microphone-licking Judy Gobert had one good game. Boy is soft. Draymond will take care of him. Maybe Anthony Edwards can take a couple defeated laps around Hunter's Point when he's out here, put him in check. That's all I got.
That's it?
Minnesota, Baby Yoda, Ava Goda, Warriors in 5.
Warriors in 5.
Now, there's only one question, Stoney. Evan, did he have that written down, or do you think that was off the top of the dome?
That was prepared, but that was pretty good.
Okay, it was prepared, like a good meal.
Let's open it up to trash talking.
Yeah, wine mitts is outdated.
Let's just do all that.
He said he was going to be nice. That's why I put him through.
Hey, Ken, I was listening to Evan and Devon on Saturday. Your girl Mona called, the one that said he had a nice voice. I was in the gym. I said, that's Ken's.
She should have knew I don't work Saturdays anymore.
Yeah, but I think she was disappointed. God, I wish I had a voice like that. Not his, but like Lou Rawls. You'll never find.
Tony Bennett.
All right. What else did I write down?
Your show. Come on, man. Wait, snap out
the
of
wine mints is old. Come up with new material.
By the way, we got a new Mutombo finger wave.
From who?
Hartenstein. But you know what it means? It means don't challenge. I saw him. I saw it finally used. Hartenstein hit somebody. They're like, should we challenge? And Hartenstein goes, no, no, no. Do not challenge.
Evan, is that better than Bo Mel's challenge on the replay where he kill with the hand gesture?
You're so right. Bob Melvin is the king of do not challenge that play.
I'm like, doing Bob and Steiner, he just,
what happened with I saw you guys texting about the Melvin thing. What
there was some play in like the third inning. I was watching the game, and they go to the dugout before someone even looks up to give him the call. Melvin gives him the cut bait sign.
And I said Melvin leads MLB in that, Steiny. He does that a lot, but it's just so funny when you see it, man.
Let's go to City Boy. What's up, City? How you doing, my man?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, game one, baby.
Just so happy they made it to the second round. That was a tough series. Houston is a tough team. But I'll tell you what, I think, looking at this series coming up, I have to say, I think Minnesota is better than Houston. I mean, I know that Houston was the 2 seed and all that, but Minnesota is a much more well-rounded team. They really do defend. They actually have the experience. They made it to the Western Conference Finals last year. They're looking to make that jump, and they have an elite player in Anthony Edwards. So I'm not scared of them because I believe in our guys. But this is going to be a tough series. I mean, I'm a Warriors guy. I'm going to pick the Warriors in 6 or 7. And I think they can do it. I hope you guys cut that sound about Jimmy not being man enough and go send it over to Raymond Ritter, because I'd like Jimmy to hear that one because I'm pretty sure he's man enough to go to Minnesota and play. I think, Matt, you'd agree, though, the Warriors' biggest advantage would be with coaching.
That's nice.
Over, Matt.
See, I can take a
Look
joke.
at City Boy.
I can take a joke. Thanks, City.
I can't wait for this.
You're uninvited to the ship.
I'm with you. Where you watching, City Boy? Where you watching at?
Oh, I'm watching at the house with
there
my son,
it is.
Man. I'm kicking it with him for most of these games.
I love that, man.
I'll see you guys soon.
Okay.
All right, go Warriors. Enjoy.
All right. City Boy.
I love that. With his son. I'll be with Norm.
With his son.
Yeah.
Norm would be with his son.
His only. That we know about. I'm just playing.
Jeez.
Yeah, I just Pops, I'm just playing.
Let's go to. We got a bunch of calls coming in here.
One of the more downplayed storylines, though, is Jimmy Butler's return to Minneapolis.
It's been quiet.
Listen,
is it because of Miami and the drama?
Yeah, it's been a while, but
he challenged the whole Minnesota team to a fight.
That's definitely a storyline. It doesn't do anything for me.
Well, he didn't like Minnesota.
Yeah, he didn't like a lot of things.
They don't like him.
Well,
I mean, yeah, he's going to get booed.
I'll see. Well, there we go. We got action. Bad blood. And Gobert and Dre. Boy, what? That's already good theater.
No, you got to wait for it to play out. It's got the potential to be great theater.
Finchie versus Kerr.
Chucky on the Bay Bridge. Hey, Chucky, how you doing, buddy? What's the key to beating the Timber Puppies?
Hey, Steiny and Guru, love the show. Thanks for taking the call.
Sweet, thank you.
Hey, so I wanted to just speak. I think one of the key points of the series is trying to make sure Draymond does not get triggered and stays with a steady head. They got a history of, you all seen the clip when they played Minnesota last time when Draymond had Rudy Gobert in the headlock like Melvin did in that movie Baby Boy with Tyrese. So they're going to talk a lot of trash. They're going to try to get into Draymond's head. And as long as he keeps a level head, I think we will be okay. And for that last caller that called in from Minnesota fan, play that Stephen A. clip. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edwards, Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, Boys and Fire. Let's go.
Everybody's doing that, Snotty. I never got into it.
What are they doing?
The Shannon Sharp, Lakers, and you rhyme, and then you end it with Lakers in 5.
That's Shannon Sharp.
Or was. Yeah. Shout out Shay Shay.
I feel like someone's done that before.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh, well, yeah.
The king.
Hey, here's one thing I wanted to throw at you. A little different. So I'm reading the internet, and I saw a story that said Kawhi and James Harden are the foundation of the Clippers. They're the foundation. So they lost in the first round, and people are asking questions, and they made it clear it's still about Kawhi and Harden. How do you feel about that?
I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I thought the Clippers were going to win 30 games this season, so I'm not mad at that. And the only reason they're doing that is that's what they have, and that's what they have on the payroll under wraps. Now, I'll say this. I think the Clippers did right by themselves. Harden, he hardened in Game 7, disappointing. But the bottom line is, Steiny, I thought the Clippers were a good story this season. So I would try to add to that. What can you really do to unload both of those guys if you wanted to? They don't. So a move here, a move there around the edges, who knows? Clippers can be a problem.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, Kawhi only played half the season.
He shocked me, though, right? Kawhi. Well, that's why. Now you're saying I kind of felt like he played the whole.
He missed a lot of time.
Yeah.
Doesn't some of it also depend on what Denver does? Like if Denver beats OKC and then does something more.
Well,
how much can you really put on them if they lost to him in 7?
See, I never looked at. Wow.
On the road.
You don't look at it. Say it again.
If Denver goes on to, let's say, go to the finals,
does that make the Clippers look better?
I never liked that.
Well, everyone knew it was going to be a really competitive series.
But
Game
Denver,
7 obviously
was going to have quit when they fired their coach.
And I told you the opposite was going to happen. They wouldn't have fired their coach unless they knew they had nothing going on.
Well, Sacramento didn't have that help them. Mike Brown and Christie, they went in the tank. Well, they don't have and they lost Fox. I get it. There's no Jokic. But Murray is playing. He's back. Remember I told you he got a flat. He's playing.
Oh, it's all about Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon's been terrific.
He's incredible, man.
Speaking of Aaron Gordon, JC in Castro Valley.
CV.
May want to talk a little bit about AG. What's up? What's up, JC?
What's up, fellas? Hey, great show today. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to show a little love to our South Bay guy, Aaron Gordon, man. He
wow.
Put one over on OKC last night in OKC. I don't think a whole lot of people were expecting that.
No
Duke
doubt.
got robbed of his dunk contest with that guy up in Sacramento, man. He won that dunk contest years ago, and I don't feel like he gets enough love around here, so
hey,
I just wanted to...
And I want to say this. I love you for saying that. Also, him going to the lab, working not just on his body, his game. Aaron Gordon, before, he couldn't shoot. Now he's like deadly from 3. He is an all-around stud, and every team would want a Gordon. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't think he gets enough credit, Stoney, for going to the lab.
JC?
I'm right there with you, yeah. I don't know if he's going to free up in the next year or two, but it'd be great to bring him home for a season or two, right? Maybe get Lillard, too.
Well,
I was hoping Kuminga could go do that.
Do what?
Build his body like Gordon and expand his game. Serious, man.
He's still got time.
Aaron Gordon's like 6'8", 240.
When he came in the league, he wasn't 240. He's put on some muscle.
He's a big boy, man.
He is a bear. And let's be honest, he kills the Warriors. Duh, because we ain't got nothing down there.
Yeah, he's hurt him recently, no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1 tonight in Minneapolis.
The callers say Dave.
Gordon's also under contract through the end of the decade.
Yeah, we love Dave.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Shaka.
Our man.
Shaka in Berkeley. What's going on, man?
Man, y'all having a great show, man. What's going on, man? I'm real happy that we made it, and I'm looking forward to the night, man. Tonight, I look for buckets to get going early and often. I think we get a victory tonight. I think this series is going 7, though. They went to the championship game, the Western Conference Championship last year. I think they're looking their job, thinking they got action, but that's just DNA on this team. It's clutch, man. Draymond showed us that Sunday, man, how he came out with the quick 8. So I think Steph is ready for the challenge. I think our team is ready for the challenge. I think our coach is ready for the challenge. So I'm looking forward to winning 7, but you know how we play. We'll let you back in the game. So I'm looking forward to it, though, man. I can't wait, man.
No, I'm with you, Shaka.
Appreciate it, Shaka. So that means the Warriors, if his prediction comes true, they will have won 2 series on the opposing floor in a Game 7.
That is facts. And I do
start looking up that stat.
Yeah, I do wonder the others, Steiny, if it'll be easier on the others this series. Because Houston's defense, I know nobody could tell me any different. And I wasn't mad at the others. It was like, boy, it's treacherous out here. And you guys are doing that because you're moving your feet. You're long. You can jump. You got size. And I just don't know if Minnesota, which they have some of those traits, will be able to, like Pods. Are they going to suffocate Pods and Moody like I feel like the Rockets did at times? And I'm not saying they're not capable.
Depends how much focus they want to put on each player. Are they not going to guard Draymond Green at the 3-point line? And Gobert guards him and doesn't have to come out? Are they going to run the play they couldn't run against Houston with the pick and roll with Draymond and Steph and leave Gobert out on an island? I will say this about Gobert, and I've said it before in the last couple of weeks. We tend to see all the plays that Gobert's involved in where the guard makes a fool out of him.
Yeah.
And it happens. There's no doubt it happens.
Luka last year in the Western Conference Finals.
Well, and if you look at how he did against Luka this year,
man,
it was a lot better.
No doubt.
I want to say either Game 4 or Game 5, Luka was 5 for 16 when Gobert had to switch out on him. And look, Curry's been able to make Gobert look bad at times. Is he going to be able to do that? Or does Gobert kind of learn from the past and try to get him off that 3-point line and make him play inside the 3?
By the way, fellas, couldn't find a team that's done it 2 road Game 7s. However, the 95 Rockets won Game 5 of the first round on the road in Utah and won their second round series against the Suns, also on the road in an elimination game, Game 7.
That was my guy, Ellie,
Impressive.
Right? Kiss of death.
Impressive.
Do you miss the 5-game series, 3 games?
I do.
I don't.
I know you don't.
Because fluke stuff can happen in 3-game series.
Well, it's a 5-game series, you said.
No, I said 3 and 5.
Yeah, I missed the 5-game series. I think 5's perfect. Just another example of how the numbers are so stat padded for today's generation. It's a joke. It's a flat out joke. 16 teams make the playoffs. There's 4 rounds of 7 games.
Let's go.
It's no wonder LeBron James has played more playoff games than anybody else. He gets to. I grew up in an era where if you finished first in the NBA, you got a bye in the first round.
Good God. Was that early 80s?
Well, to be fair, the Thunder had a bye too.
Oh, boy. And lost the first game.
Cade. Cade's in San Francisco. What's up, Cade? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How are you folks?
Ready for the night.
All right. So, if we need GP2 to play in any series, this would be the one. Because I think we need to pepper Anthony Edwards with Butler and the non-Butler minutes with GP2 to annoy him. That's one way to win. The second way to win it is Draymond remain calm, but Quentin Post be the one who annoys Rudy Gobert. Those are going to be the 2 recipes for success in the series.
All righty. Appreciate it. It's Cade.
Yeah. And you know what? Something we hadn't talked about, Stoney, I could make a case if I would just do a speech to the Rocket players talking about the whole series. You guys lost it at the free throw line. Any chance that you had to win, you lost at the free throw line. I'm curious to see. I know what the Warriors are going to do. But Minnesota, Steiny, will they take advantage of their trips to the charity stripe?
I mean,
you got guys.
Anthony Edwards is a very good free throw shooter. I'm sure I don't have the percentages in front of me. I got to believe Conley's very good. Gobert, I know, is about at 62%-ish. I'll bet you Randall's in the 70s, high 70s.
That's a weird assumption.
And
how did he know they
I would say
Tibbs will probably have it.
McDaniels is in the low 70s and Nas Reed's in the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Timberwolves is actually a top 5 3-point shooting team in terms of percentage this year.
Man.
Well,
guard that perimeter, guys.
But don't leave Gobert open underneath. Yeah. What else was I going to say about the Rockets series? Shoot, I can't remember.
Minnesota top 10 in free throw percentage.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
And the Warriors are like 2 now, right?
Well, there are a lot of good things with Jimmy.
Yeah, they're really good.
It's like everything.
They're really good with Jimmy Butler. 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, I know what I wanted to respond to with Cade. I'll just ask you so that I don't have to say it. You think Butler can guard Anthony Edwards?
Now, I see where you're... Butler's about to be 36.
We'll see.
He's capable, but that's not where I want him to use all his juice at, Stoney. So they're going to help and do... Like, they're going to guard him by team-wide defense. It ain't just Jimmy. But there's Jimmy a couple years ago, yeah.
Well, no,
Miami
they're playing tonight.
Yeah, I can't wait, man.
Hey, listen, I'm open to everything. Who knows how it's going to work out? I don't know about Butler on Anthony Edwards, but
who can guard him?
Well,
who can guard Curry?
Well, Peyton is Peyton.
But he was having.
But this is what it's. Nobody's going to guard anybody and shut him out. But it's about
making it difficult, bugging them.
Exactly. And to me, Peyton's the best on. Would give you the best chance against Edwards, and the other way around, it's McDaniels on Steph Curry. But yeah, both are going to need a ton of help.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet gave GP2 some fits.
He did, man. And I'll tell you what, Ant scares me because what the Warriors would mean to him if he won this series. And you kind of started the show off that way, not just about, but Steiny, we're talking about he's up there. If it's not Jokic's league and Ant doesn't want it, he's worthy in regard to his play, man. And then you got me thinking about him defensively. He is no cone by any stretch.
No, and he'll try to take on a challenge. He will. I mean, he's a breath of fresh air in the NBA, minus some nitwit stuff.
Well,
but
verbiage.
He is. Yeah. He absolutely.
He's a dog.
Not afraid to poke the bear, as it were. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1 tonight. Coming up on the other side, we got C.J. Watson, former Golden State Warrior, 10-year NBA veteran. We're going to talk to him about this series. And the number's 888-957-9570. What's making you confident, Warrior fans, in this second-round matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves? Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity.
And that's what life's about.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edward Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, boys of fire.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Careful. Just careful.
Yeah.
The Ant-Man cometh.
Austin in San Jose is like, come on. GP2 can't guard Ant-Man. Austin, it's about slowing him down, buddy. Nobody can truly guard him. And nobody can guard Steph. You got to have peoples.
We'll see.
Well, you got to gang guard
Both players. We'll see.
Yeah.
The key, I mean, here's the thing about Edwards that is an issue. He's a hell of a passer.
Man.
And if you look at the first series, he had a bunch of games where I think 4 out of 5 games he had at least 6 assists.
Stoney, real quick, I think that's why Houston had a problem against the zone. I don't think they were a good passing team.
Yeah, now you might be right there. 925 on the
what we got?
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. Here's a great stat, and we'll be the judge of that. Did you know that the Golden State Warriors are the only team in NBA history that has won a playoff series at every seed position?
Wow. Now, the way our show works,
it means in their history.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
Because that would be, we believe, as an 8th seed. Okay, all right. Okay.
That's numbers are numbers are numbers. I like it.
Rick is in Oakland, and he wants to talk a little bit more about the Bay Area's own Aaron Gordon. 2 game winners already in this postseason.
AG, Stoney.
What'd I say?
Aaron Gordon. We call him AG.
Oh, my God. What's up, Rick? Rick, bail me out.
What's up, fellas? Steiny, Guru, you guys, I wouldn't be able to get through my day without you. First off, right there.
That means a lot,
the
man.
Warriors, no, it really does, man. You guys are the best, both of you. The Warriors is going to go through another long series, but like Guru says, I taste it.
Yeah, there you go. I like that.
They don't figure it out. And then I'll wrap it up with AG. AG was robbed in that dunk contest. I done seen Jason Richardson dunk. I done seen Vince Carter dunk. AG had the best dunk I ever seen over a mascot under his legs.
It's one of the greatest exhibitions I've ever seen in a dunk contest. Levine and Gordon. It should have been a tie. I know you probably can't remember.
No, I can't.
2 light-skinned cats just jumping out the gym. That was Dominique Jordan in '88.
Well, Dominique won that one.
But they gave it to Mike.
That's right. I'm glad you said it. They gave it to Mike. So check this out, Goo. Anthony Edwards' statistics against the Lakers.
Okay.
And he didn't shoot it great.
No, he didn't.
Although he was
32% from 3, something like that, right?
33% from 3. No, 38% from 3.
No, that was the season. Against the Lakers, it was 33%, 33%. Yeah, 38 was the season. If you round it up, it's 39, I believe.
Straight cash, homie.
Hold on.
Yeah, I got it. I looked at it already. Evan gave me the bubble.
You know, I had a stat. Now I don't have it. Edwards was 16 for 48. So he shot 33% from 3.
Not idea.
Yeah. 33. I think he said 32.3 or something. Anyway.
Evan's laughing at us.
No, I messed that up. Okay. Game 1, the Timberwolves won. Edwards had 21 and 9. Game 2, the only loss for the Timberwolves. Edwards had 25 and 0.
Ooh.
No assists in game 2.
Wow.
But then in games 3, he had 8. Game 4, he had 6. And game 5, he had 8. So obviously, if you want to, you got to try to keep him to just being a scorer.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
Let's go to Billy Bones. Billy Bones is in Oakland. What's up, Billy?
San Francisco. He got that one wrong. San Francisco, but it's all good. Hey, but look,
Man, I'm excited for this series. I feel like we matched up a little bit better, but everybody, you don't think so?
No, I do.
No?
I do.
But look, this is who we got to be paying attention to. That cat, Nas Reed, and what's that dude, Daniels.
McDaniels.
Everybody else, I mean, get them. Yeah, McDaniels. And then Gobert, look, if Post can do half of, I don't know, just being a body, a deterrent, getting him, setting some screens, pulling Gobert out, he's going to do his job. We need to play Kuminga. Stop playing with this man. Let's get his confidence up for this series. We could have used him in the last series. I'm serious with all that athleticism. We can match these guys athlete for athlete. And then we got the ace in the card with Curry. And we got the ace in the card with Curry. What you think?
Man, I don't know.
I ain't mad at you.
I don't know if they're as athletic as the Timberwolves. He said we can match up man for man athletically.
Well, see,
I would have to disagree with that.
But my mind went straight to the others, and I feel like Moody can be Moody that we're accustomed to in pods. We can see a 12 to 16-point game from him, more so than Houston's suffocating defense. I could be wrong, Steiny, but who's going to check pods when they start Conley? Like pods can, he can give them the business a little bit.
DiVincenzo.
Oh, I forgot about Dante.
Yeah, don't forget about Dante. He shot 19% from three-point range against the Lakers.
Now, don't forget about the X Factor.
Hold on.
Randall.
No, hold on.
Finch.
Luka Garza?
No.
Hold on, Evan.
I know you like Garza, though.
It's
He's actually probably the only guy in the Timberwolves we haven't mentioned today.
Oh.
He's got a cousin.
Oh.
Who is this?
Nickel Walker.
Alexander Walker.
Hey, I like him. Walker. He's been playing.
Yeah, he's all right.
Let you go look at his log.
Hey, watch your mouth. Here's 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. And this is something I mentioned early in the show.
Which is?
And I agree wholeheartedly.
Talk to me.
He says, 510, the zone will be big in this series. I feel the same way. I think the Warriors are going to play more zone in this series than they did in the last series.
Well, I know the Lakers tried to implement it.
Yeah. I mean, it just makes sense if you're a little bit of an older team and...
But if you got wits and smarts and guys like Conley and a young stud like Ant and length in regard to Reed and Randall and Gobert, Steiny, you can attack it. There's a reason you don't see much of it, when it's done correctly, point of attack.
That's why you put wrinkles in and you change the look, even though it might be similar.
When you have Dre and Butler back there, I do like it. Like, man, those are two savants, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. But I do think they're going to play some zone in this series. I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors, that is. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 1 tonight, Minnesota Timberwolves against the Golden State Warriors. 6:30 start. 5:30 Warriors Live, and then tip-off at 6:30. Then afterwards is the Warriors Live post-game show. And let's get this thing started. It's the last game of the is it the last game of the second round that goes off? Cleveland lost, Boston lost. Yeah, and all three teams.
Yeah, if the Warriors win, 4 for 4.
All 3 road teams have already won.
Wow.
I got to believe that'll be a message to the Timberwolves.
And what's beautiful about what we do and just Warrior fans in general, Steiny, we'll come in here and react off of what we see tomorrow, tonight.
Yeah.
And then there's a game Thursday.
Right. Ooh. And so that's why I think what we want to do is not jump to huge conclusions after one game, regardless of who wins and how it goes.
But you do understand.
I think we've learned
somebody
that
will have a 1-0 lead tonight.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Right. And just for emphasis, you have to win 4 games in a best of 7. 4 games.
The first 1 to 4.
Exactly. So 1-0 means, here, I'll put it to you this way, Goo. 1-0 is like an 8-point lead in the first quarter. And it happened again last night, and you continually blame the team that wins as if they're not good, but looks like we saw a 13-point lead disappear in about 6.5 minutes. Can you believe it? Oh, my God.
What about the 20-point lead at half from the Knicks?
Say it. Boston stinks.
They're
defending champions, but they're gutless, right?
I'm going to be real. The game changed when Porzingis went out.
Okay. Did you think it was over?
Yeah, we all did. Stop. Except Thibodeau.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Those rims are bruised.
And what's up with that comb over? Just cut it off, Tom.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Tibbs, coach of the Knicks.
I kind of like it.
He got like 3 hairs up there. Like
he's got
Ludo.
the Homer Simpson.
Got that thing up. Boy.
Let's not get personal.
Look at you.
He owns it.
He got a head full.
Hey, did you see who are they? Oh, they were asking they asked Thibodeau about the Celtic tradition, and he gives this really long answer about Havlicek and Bird, and they've won titles in different generations. It's a franchise that you've got to envy, and they've done everything. It's incredible. And he goes, they're only, what did you say? The only, what was it? I'm going to mess this up. He said something like the only void was Brian Scalabrine. Yeah, I blew it. He didn't say void. But he said the only blemish in their entire franchise history was Scalabrine. He's got a sense of humor.
Yeah. Scal.
Yeah.
Hell of a job on the Celtics broadcast, by the way, Scal.
I think Scal's great.
He's a color analyst.
When I think of the broadcast for the Celtics, it's just one name that comes to mind, Stoney.
Who?
Heinsohn.
Yeah. Crybaby.
That's what made him great.
He's a crybaby. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Isn't Heinsohn the one who said Bird stole the ball?
That's Most.
Yeah, that
Johnny
was a
Most.
radio guy.
Who's the guy that said, is that why you use the word gutless all the time?
Yeah.
He's gutless.
That's what he called Lambeer. He's gutless.
Boy, that's when rivalries were real.
Yeah.
But I like Heinsohn and my announcers to be homers. Not like, let us know who you're with. Like Fitz. That's what I like. He's part of the team. If you're out of town listening to the Warriors, you should like the broadcast.
I live with these people.
Fitz.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
I love that, Stoney.
Cheeks from 15. He misses it. Rebound, Parrish. He's wearing Malone.
He's wearing them. Damn. They did call Andrew Toney
gutless.
Let me guess, you didn't like 22.
Who?
Andrew Toney.
Now, see, this is what I'm getting at.
You did, because I'm about to give you his nickname, which I know
He's
you
Boston
know.
Strangler.
See, but
again, and that's just, it's a sign of the times. I never hated Andrew Toney.
He was good.
I went into a series and was like, we got you. We don't have anybody to guard Andrew Toney. Danny Ainge can't do it, and Dennis probably can't do it either.
DJ.
Barkley said he was the nice guy. Tony.
Yeah.
Is that what
Andrew Toney?
Yeah.
He was a killer on the court.
Well, but he wasn't like an ass.
No, he's from the I forget what college he went to, like Southwest Louisiana.
Yeah.
He came from a really, really small and you know what? He was one of the best offensive players of his time. And let me tell you something, Evan. He kept it so simple. Andrew Toney. He would square you up from about 18 feet on the perimeter, and he would give you a jab step.
Look at you.
And if you backed up, he'd put a jumper right in your face.
And
if you didn't go for it, he would drive by you. It was that simple.
Well, speaking of histrionics, where do you think we'll see some in the Warriors-Wolves series? Kerr versus Finch.
I don't think
it's got to be.
What? What do you mean? The matchups?
Yeah.
Let's go Bear and Draymond.
I just meant
Oh, I mean, that's the one everybody's talking about. Is Draymond going to be?
And Butler v. fans.
Yeah.
This was his home. Evan pointed out
he's not
getting
had
a lot of
5 homes. And apparently,
4. But he burned 4.
And apparently,
right.
the last apartment he was at, he didn't leave in good condition. Down in Florida.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have did. I would have left that out. That's allegedly.
There was a lawsuit filed against him. Okay, so I wouldn't, speculate on that unless it was true. What do we got here for sound?
We need something.
He's getting tired?
No.
Running out of gas? Is that why?
Listen.
Game 6.
I was about to tell you, I hope you didn't watch Inside the NBA. It's had Kenny Smith went up to the board with no shoes on. Like, what? We're farting. We got porta potties.
Did he have socks on?
No socks. With no shoes.
I got to believe if he kept his socks on, he would have slipped. It's very slippery.
What are we doing, Stoney? And I like to have fun with the best of them.
It's their last year.
Oh, well, you know what, Evan? You helped me out.
Remember how little you studied when you were a senior in high school? That's just
boy, who you been talking to?
All right,
final semester, senior year.
You know what? I haven't heard this. And is this today about Kerr talking about Anthony Edwards, or is it from a long time ago?
I think this is
says
from,
he retells.
I think this is from, I could be wrong, the Court of Gold documentary. I could be wrong about this.
Okay, this is Anthony Edwards, and this is Steve Kerr on Anthony Edwards. And if you don't know the backstory, Anthony Edwards came in for a workout with the Golden State Warriors the year they had the number 2 pick. And I'll let Steve Kerr take it from here.
It's a funny story. I mean, I didn't really think much of it at the time. I didn't think I was, doing anything special. It was we were working him out. I think it was in Atlanta. It was during COVID. So, nobody there. I think it's Joe Lake, Bob Myers, and me. And then Ant goes out to work out with his trainer. We're the only 5 people in the whole gym. And after 15 minutes of just watching him lazily shoot 15-footers, I thought, when's the workout going to start? And it turned out that was the workout. So I just went down there and I said, hey, can we see something more? And I think he was kind of surprised. And so they picked it up. They picked up the pace a little bit. And more than anything, it was just a reminder of how young Ant was. I don't think he really knew what a hard workout was at that point. He was getting started with his career. And then we had dinner that night, and Bob and I both talked about Steph and Kevin Durant and Clay and how hard they work and what it takes to be great. And he was genuinely captivated by, hearing stories about those guys. But I didn't think anything of it. We went back and worked him out 2 weeks later, and the workout was way better. He really went hard. And at that point, we were sure. We weren't sure after the first one, and then after the second one, we were sure. And you could see he was just exploding with talent and charisma. And so, that was basically the pre-draft story. And then obviously Minnesota took him before our turn. But, a year later, he's telling that story about that inspired him. And it kind of caught me off guard. I didn't really realize that it was that big of a deal. But it was pretty cool that he said that. And I think it shows he's a young guy who wants to learn, wants to be great.
All right. That was Steve Kerr talking about when Anthony Edwards worked out for the Warriors brass. And
I can relate.
I forgot. Kerr's probably on his list too. Talking about Anthony Edwards' list.
Dude, that's wow. Kerr was like, let me stop.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game. Up here on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in C.J. Watson, 10-year NBA veteran. Of course, he played for the Golden State Warriors. C.J., thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let me start with the Houston Warriors series in round 1. What did you think of that series and the physicality that was allowed in that series and the defense that was played?
I thought it was a great series. I think the Warriors experience just took over, obviously, in Game 7. Obviously, Houston is going to be a team to reckon with for years to come, with the talent that they have and the youth that they have. But the experience of Draymond, of Jimmy, of Steph just showed throughout the throughout the series, and the other guys stepped up. And I think that's what got them the Game 7 win.
CJ, Warrior fans were on pins and needles, euphoria after the Game 7 win, and it's all about Ant-Man when you look at the Minnesota Timberwolves. But can I ask you, who's that other for Minnesota that, if Minnesota was to have success, has to play well in your estimation?
I think it's Jalen McDaniels. I think it's Rudy Gobert. I think it's Naz Reid, DiVincenzo, also with his three-point shooting. So it's going to be a multiple of guys, but just the way Ant-Man, creates shots for himself and for others is going to be scary for the Warriors because they're going to have to guard him not only, one-on-one, but as a team, and just kind of got to figure it out. And I think that's why playoffs is so good, because over a 7-game series, you can really figure out a player and kind of take away certain things that he likes to do, and hopefully, that can get you a win in the series.
CJ Watson joining us on 95.7 The Game, former Golden State Warrior and 10-year NBA veteran. The Warriors are a small team, and the Timberwolves obviously have Rudy Gobert. And the one thing I'm kind of asking myself is, can the Warriors play Rudy Gobert off the floor? But then when I ask myself that question, I think, do they want to play him off the floor? How would you answer that if you heard me say that?
I think if you're the Warriors, you want Rudy Gobert on the floor. Obviously, the Warriors are small on the defensive end, so I think that's the biggest thing. But if they're going to keep switching screens and letting Steph Curry go one-on-one against Rudy Gobert or Jimmy Butler or whoever the case may be, I think if you're the Warriors, you want that matchup, and I think you'll dominate. In the best of 7 series, you'll win that matchup at least 90% of the time. But Rudy Gobert is the Defensive Player of the Year for a reason. I think multiple times. So I definitely think he's giving them a definite advantage, and he's playing better this year. I think moving his feet better. So, and offensively, he's just getting easier looks.
Hey, CJ, you played in the league, so you've seen it all, and we're looking at the Warriors, mainly Jimmy, Steph, and Dre, 37, 35, and 35 years of age. When you watch that Houston series, did you once think about, their age, and are you concerned moving forward about this run possibly with them being a bit older?
I didn't really was concerned about their age. I was really more concerned about their physicality, because over time, as you get older, those bumps and bruises kind of linger a little more. You don't recover as fast as you used to when you're younger. But I definitely think the age is going to help them experience-wise, because, like I said, I think the Warriors still have a legitimate shot to win the title, especially if they can make the right plays and guys can stay healthy and the guys on the bench can get some good bench production. I think, they're going to try to take Steph out of the game a lot of times to take away his threes, but if other guys can have wide-open driver lanes and create open shots for themselves, it's going to help the Warriors.
CJ Watson joining us on 95.7 The Game, former Golden State Warrior, 10-year NBA veteran. And CJ, I'm looking at your playoff statistics, and you played 48 playoff games, and obviously most of them you came off the bench, but I'm looking at the minutes, and, sometimes you played 5 or 6, and other times you played 32, 33, 38. How does a player like you, how did you stay ready every game of every series? Because the Warriors have a player right now, Jonathan Kuminga, who's kind of in no man's land, and he looks a little bit lost out there. So how did you stay engaged over the course of your playoff career, knowing that your minutes fluctuated a heck of a lot?
Just always being ready, because, our Tibbs obviously, plays guys a lot of minutes, and still does. He still hasn't really changed from that philosophy, but you just got to always just stay ready. You never know when your number's going to be called, and if I was Jonathan Kuminga, I would be the same way. But he's obviously, I was a little, I think, older in the position, but just for him being a young player, trying to find his way, trying to find his role, and find his way in the league, I guess is definitely tough, going from playing to not playing. But I would just say, just to keep his head up, and just always, stay in the gym. That's the biggest thing.
Hey, CJ, going back to that Rocket Game 7, the Warriors implemented zone Game 7, and I just felt like with a lot of other people, it threw the Rockets off, and they may, try to use it against Minnesota. Are you at all shocked at, some of the success NBA teams are having running zone?
I'm not shocked, but a lot of teams obviously just kind of hold the ball a little more. They drain the shot clock out more, and I think the zone kind of helps teams. It definitely gives them a different look. And I think definitely guys get more stagnant when they see zone. So I definitely think it's a good thing to mix it up. Try to kind of just junk up the game, because that's what you got to do in the playoffs. You got to throw different looks at people, especially, with these superstars who maybe see single coverage or double coverage. You got to try to do something else, maybe a box and one, something like that, just to junk up the game and get extra possessions.
CJ, obviously the officiating looks different than it did in the regular season. And I'm going to ask you firsthand, can you explain the difference between a regular season game and a playoff game? Because you played in both.
Regular season, everyone's just trying to find their way. I think the difference about playoffs is it's a lot tougher to get your shot off. The refs are not going to call anything. Obviously, you can see the physicality of the playoffs is a lot different than the regular season. So you just got to play through a whole bunch of contact. You can't expect refs to bail you out. I think that's the biggest thing about the playoffs and regular season.
Do they? Do you like that part of the game? Like that? The NBA kind of makes no secret of it that the games are different in the playoffs. Do you like it like that?
I think so. I think a lot more is at stake. Especially if you're a guy who can score the ball. It shows you that you can score, through contact, without contact. So I definitely think it's a good thing, and especially for the fans too, for the viewers, it makes the game a lot more exciting, because you really hardly ever see that many blowouts in the playoffs. It's really close games, and a lot of games are decided by one or two possessions. So in the playoffs, you got to be really meticulous on shot selection and the way you approach the ball, and can't really turn the ball over.
Hey, CJ, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's just a question, because there's so many variables that go into it. But if I were to ask you who is the best player in this series, what would your answer be?
In this Golden State series in Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, I think it's Anthony Edwards. But
Gotcha.
I definitely think, I don't know if I think the most important person would maybe be Draymond on the Warriors, and then also maybe I would say Rudy Gobert on the Minnesota.
Rudy for kind of a wild card, like an X factor. Is that that's what you mean?
Yeah, because he just brings a different tenacity, and he blocks shots at the rim, creates shots, creates havoc, and then also he's just a size that someone in the Warriors they don't really have. I think that's the only knock right now is they don't have any size.
So
with players who have size.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I got to tell you. We're on in the Bay Area, right?
CJ, keeping it real.
We thought that was going to be a no-brainer Steph Curry answer. You got some Warrior fans a little shaken up.
No, I don't think Steph is I wouldn't say he's the best player. Obviously, yes, he's a great player, great shooter. Former teammate. I love Steph, but obviously Anthony Edwards is the up and coming. He's trying to take out every idol that he used to idolize. So I think Steph is next on the list.
CJ, I got to ask you this about last night's game between OKC and Denver. And I told my partner, I'm just mad that Denver ran their coach that won a title for whatever reason at the juncture they did. And then they get past the Clippers, and then they win game one in the fashion that they did over OKC, who toyed with the league this regular season. Walk us through your thought process on how that game played out. Were you shocked?
I was shocked. I was watching the whole game. I thought OKC would run away with it, especially that beginning of the fourth where they were up like 15 or something like that. And the Nuggets just never quit. They kept going. You got to give a shout out to Coach Adelman, who's one of my former coaches. So he's doing a great job. I definitely think it was crazy how they fired the coach a couple weeks before the season started, playoffs started. So, but they stuck together. They got one of the best players, if not the best player in the league. Leading that team, and all those other guys just follow his lead, and they stick together.
CJ, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Also, I want to remind people that CJ is the founder of the Quiet Storm Foundation, and I know he's written some children's books. So keep up the good work, CJ, and thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it. Go Warriors.
Yes, sir. CJ Watson.
I got to tell you, Stoney, he was great, but I'm a little stunned at his answer. He said it too. The best player in the series. I hope we can get that to Curry, but I get it. But the more accomplished player is Steph.
Yes. Steph's got a better resume.
But that's not what I asked.
He's more accomplished.
Who's the best right now? Damn, he said, obviously, Evan. Obviously, Ant.
Yeah, there was very little hesitation.
I guess that's what I'm dealing with.
But he also said at the end, "Go Warriors!" Like he's just telling it.
That was too late.
Well,
That's right.
he's telling you how he sees it.
A lot of YouTubers like, wow, I'm surprised at his answer. He kept it real.
I mean,
he is the quiet storm.
Ant-Man, Stoney, this is a bear for him, no?
For who?
For, you know, like, let's just say the Warriors win this series. We don't. we know.
I think the Timberwolves got to trade him.
No.
Well, what are you saying?
If he can add Jimmy, Steph, and Dre to this list that he has, it's his league, man.
Well, he's also going to have to put either Jokic or Shea on it too, don't you think?
Well,
no,
he's going after the old guys first.
Well, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Jimmy about to turn 36.
When?
Bring it up. I saw it here coming in.
September.
Thank you, Evan.
What day in September? It's my month.
I know your day.
Do we share a birthday? Me, Jimmy Butler, and myself?
I don't like where you.
September 26th?
You guys got probably the same sign. That actually makes a lot of sense now thinking about it.
What are you talking about?
You do.
Your personalities are similar.
I'm a Libra.
No doubt.
Yeah, but
we didn't figure it out.
415. Who's going to guard Julius Randle?
Oh man, it's got
on the Boxer and Gerson work injury.
Let me tell you who it's not going to be. Post, because he'll be toast, honey. He's like the tail. I like Post.
Did you do that on purpose?
No.
Post is toast?
No, I tell you, I used to rap.
No, that was pretty good.
I mean, Game 7, he was Milk Post.
I work with some special people. Man.
You really do.
You get it?
You really do.
Milk Post?
Right. There's a word called milk toast. That's
boy, quick thinkers.
That means bland.
Yeah. CJ said Ant-Man.
Oh.
The way he said it, Steiny.
Oh, boy.
Triple down.
I feel like the final score was given to us somehow in game one. No, not at all.
Let me go look at the text line and see how mad everybody is.
Oh, they're hot on the YouTube chat.
Steph has literally been to 10 Western Conference playoffs. Let's see.
We go.
Anthony Edwards hasn't won ish. Let's see.
Oh, man.
Dude was just being honest. All right.
It all come out in the wash.
We'll go to 26 today.
It'll all come out in the wash.
All right. Let's go to, didn't this guy call yesterday? Javi, in Vacaville?
A couple days ago.
Hey, what's up, Javi? How you doing, buddy?
It was only Tuesday, so it had to be yesterday.
No, it could have been last week.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Daryl the Guru Johnson?
What's up, baby?
So I want to make a correction. I didn't say Anthony Edwards is 6'8". I mean his wingspan is 6'8", 6'7". He has a long wingspan,
you know what?
So we don't have a lot that we can defend with.
Javi, we were talking about that all day yesterday, so I'm so glad you cleared that up. That was a big topic for the rest of the show.
Hey, I hear the sarcasm in that. That's real tight. Now, my question that I wanted to ask is, the prognosis on GP2. I don't like to ever say things on the air that are, not factual. That's why I corrected that. But he is still questionable to go.
Right.
So along with Kuminga and along with GP2, wrong, right, or different, one of the two are going to be available. Let's put the rise on the table. Shout out to the guru. What are we going to do when he enters the game and he has 20 touches per half? Are we just going to sit there and just, like you said, hopefully we let everybody else get taken away, and then we just – because I just don't think – especially coming off of a Game 7, Buddy Hield thriller, don't you feel like the game plan should be throw GP2 at him, even if he's not feeling the best, or at least give Kuminga a start, or are you just going to continue to see, hey, throw Kuminga in there, randomly, like whenever he gets rotated in, is just, all at the, pleasure of the coach. I don't think that's setting him up for success going into, if we're fortunate to get to the Western Conference Finals. I don't see that. I mean, I think this is the time to implement him in the game plan defensively with your schematic coverage. What do you guys think? And is GP2 good to go, or what do you guys think? It's all flip, coin flip still?
Yeah, Evan gave us questionable a few hours ago.
Thanks, Javi.
Yeah, hopefully that changes. But damn, Stoddy, this is real. Like, they missed him Sunday. Obviously, they got through it, but it's just funny how I just assume guys are going to be available, but if somehow he wasn't, I got to believe Kuminga's going to get some run at him. Guy Santos, you got to just show him different looks, man. Guys, it's good. You just try to throw the kitchen sink at him, right?
Yeah,
and some zone.
I don't see Kuminga on Edwards.
Now tell me why. What's eating at you? Besides him not performing, but the tail of the tape is there to where you'd be like, Kuminga, get up, man. Look, you got 6 fouls. Come on.
I mean, I see him getting quick fouls against Anthony Edwards.
It's got to be Moody to start.
And
right?
I also think just where Kuminga is right now.
You said no man's land. I thought you kind of hit that.
I mean, I guess if you get into a situation where you're a little bit desperate, you try Kuminga on him. But I'm with Evan. It's got to be Peyton and it's got to be Moody to a large extent.
Then Moody would be back in the starting lineup, right? Not Buddy? What about Buddy? We've been talking about his defense here lately, guys. I'm just saying, Evan.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah, you're smiling.
Not laughing. I'm
Every
smiling.
series is different. Buddy might not be as effective in this series.
Which is a possibility.
Well, if he is as effective in this series as he was in the last series, I think the Warriors win. Because he had 3 difference-making games.
You would want that. Right.
Filmo Mike.
Mike.
What's up, Filmo? How you doing?
Oh man, I'm doing great. I need the listeners' help real quick. I'm frying some chicken. So I just need some tips on frying chicken. I'm trying to be the greatest chicken fryer of all time. And I love just frying little party wings. It take like 20 minutes and it's delicious. Anyway, though, I'm kind of disappointed in you, Steiny. You didn't ask enough CJ Watson questions because, you know, the Warriors, Golden State Warriors, has a great history with the G League and the D League, and C.J. Watson was that boy. And I was kind of surprised about his answer because him and Steph is actually kind of close. Also, Anthony Morrow, they kind of close. I'll be following them. But anyway, with that being said, he not lying about Anthony Edwards may be the best player in this series. There's nothing wrong with that. What I think is the greatest accomplishment is that Steph Curry is still considered one of them boys, and he like 37, 30. He hella old.
Yeah.
Like, you have to look at that, too, as well. So I just wanted to say that, man. And I love C.J. Watson, man. He's one of my – I forget it. People mention, like, random Warriors. C.J. Watson was one of the ones, and he went to the Bulls. I know about C.J. He's a solid guy, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Filmo. Appreciate the call.
Cooking that chicken.
I mean, here's the other thing. Who's the best player in the series? Who cares? It's going to be who plays the best in the series. You can have,
But Anthony's younger, obviously, and that's why Mike made an astute point, Stoney. The fact that we still can say Steph at 37, that says it all. That's the win for Curry right there.
Absolutely. All right. Coming up on the other side, short little segment on 95.7 The Game, but that doesn't mean it won't be a beauty of a segment. 888-957-9570 to be your last crack to get in today on 95.7 The Game.
because there's so many variables that go into it. But if I were to ask you who is the best player in this series, what would your answer be?
In this Golden State series in Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, I think it's Anthony Edwards.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Did he give a Brian in Palo Alto, huh?
I just heard it.
Can I one more time,
He got it.
No, sorry, that was BPA. Hold on. This is CJ.
I mean, obviously, I think it's Anthony Edwards.
Oh, boy. Oh, they're going to lose tonight. Warriors win it, Steiny. But Ant-Man's 23. Probably not even in his prime. That Mike hit it up. Film on Mike hit it and hit the nail on the head. He's 37, and the fact that you still got to ponder, it says it all.
Well, he didn't really take that long.
He didn't.
All right. One of the side lights of this series is Gobert and Draymond Green. There's some sound on the board from a while ago that I haven't heard in a while, so I want to play it. I'm just going to play this, and we'll try to figure out what it's from. This is Draymond's, when he was asked about Rudy Gobert, not the player of the year, not the defensive player of the year, the second one.
This is from his podcast, I think.
Okay. Draymond Green on Rudy Gobert.
The history of beef
No,
between these
I
two
messed
guys
that up.
is...
I had the finger on the wrong one.
At least you admit
You
it.
have sort of a history with Rudy Gobert. Did you see his comments after the whole tussle? And what do you think about what he said, if you did?
I mean, it's 2023. You see everything these days. What's my comment about what he said?
Well, you're going to have to talk over it at some point.
Oh, no comment is a comment, right?
Oh, there he goes.
Cool.
Well, all right. We can fill him on that.
I wanted to play that with...
That would have been from 2 years ago.
Oh.
That wasn't recent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was from
2023.
suspension year after. Yeah, it wasn't quite what I expected. But I'll tell you what. We just heard C.J. Watson flat out denigrate Steph Curry. We had Nick Friedel on, Odyssey's NBA Insider, this morning on the roast. He's got a different perspective of Steph Curry.
I don't care how many people pick Minnesota. I'm not betting against Steph Curry.
Wow.
I'm just not doing it. And I know there are a lot of angles, and the soap opera is there. And certainly with Jimmy going back to Minneapolis, they're going to be all over him, and they just cannot stand Draymond. There's a lot of fun stuff for fans to get into.
All right. Hey, Nick.
I believe that too, man.
Nick, we had former NBA player C.J. Watson on, and we asked him who the best player in this series is, and he barely hesitated and said...
obviously, I think it's Anthony Edwards.
What do you think, Nick?
And Edwards is awesome. His time is coming. It may be here right now, and that will probably be, as far as storylines of this series, is a little bit of a torch pass possibility if he comes out and just dominates. But as we start this series, if you ask me which guy would I want more right now for this series, give me Steph Curry. Ant Edwards is the guy you'd want to build around. He's the guy that so many people in the league would take right now over anybody because of his age, his talent, the ability to continue to get better and better. Right now, in this moment, give me Steph.
All right, so there it is, 50-50.
No, but I get like it's one of those things, Donnie. The Rockets impressed me by getting off the mat when it was 3-1. By winning those two games, taking it to a game 7, I gave them props. Like, I didn't even think you had that. But I'm with Nick. Like, until I see it, I won't believe it. And I just, somebody's asking here on the YouTube chat, what's Steph's stats against Minnesota? Todd Packer, he's asking. The last 3 games against Minnie, obviously no Jimmy, 30 points plus. So
okay.
That may have nothing to do with tonight, but, he's going to lead them, Steiny, and now he's got Jimmy Butler with him, so we'll see what goes down tonight. But I can't wait to hear the pre and post on the availability of Gary Payton. The second, man.
Real quick, guys.
Yeah.
I have some NBA news that might interest the show because friend of the show, according to Sham Sharani of ESPN, BJ Armstrong has just been named assistant general manager for the Chicago Bulls.
Good for BJ.
Right.
Wow.
Did he tell you that, Sonny?
No.
You going to call him?
No. I'll text him.
I like BJ. Good for him. Back in the game. He never left, but he was doing the little...
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my bad.
Oh,
Sacramento Kings, not the Bulls.
Get out of here.
I like that more now. I might meet him.
That changes things.
That means Doug Christie's out after a month.
He just got
That's
a deal.
Exactly right.
They're not going to rip that up. Dougie, BJ and Sacramento. Watch out, league. Now get Fox back. That killed them.
That's not going to happen.
You got Bulls West. Levine and DeRozan.
Go ahead and so what's you're going to make a prediction on this game?
Oh yeah, I got Warriors in 7.
Or won the series?
Yeah, Warriors in 7, Stoney. And
take it to the bank.
Nikki is Ferdale just captured what I'm like. Until I see it, I won't believe it. And what's yours?
What's my what?
Take all your personal stuff and where you work.
Next question.
No, Evan, we got to just give us something, Stoney. If I get Willard and Dibbs in here, they're coming in here for the crossover. They're going to give me a number.
Sure. No, they will.
Yeah, but I want you to.
Maybe. What do I got? I'll just give the Draymond Green.
It's always a fun game.
I'll
tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edwards Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, Boys and Fire.
I just can't.
All right.
Yeah. What you got?
All right.
Do it for your hometown.
I think the Wolves are going to win the series.
How many?
Well, that's the problem. I feel like they could win it in 5, but that's too fast. So then I go 6, but that means the Timberwolves win the series on the Warriors' home court.
Well, you're right.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. I got my man to give a prediction, Evan. My day is done.
I'm going to say...
Well, he's being honest. He can't.
Yeah.
You know.
He'll be there Saturday night.
And Monday.
I'm going to have to say 6, even though...
All right. Many in 6. I got Warriors in 7.
All right. Come down my road, everybody.
They don't have an answer for both Jimmy and Steph. That's what I believe.
Okay.
Because the second best offensive player for the Minnesota is Randall, right? We both agree.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't think anybody would expect you to pick against your head coach, you know?
If they were coached by somebody else, I think I might still pick the Timberwolves.
So you'll be saying that you got double beds at the Four Seasons?
They don't
That's
stay
your
there.
dude.
It's a St. Regis.
Finch has a cot for him.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they don't.
Four Seasons.
They rough it on the road.
Wow.
They're like Muhammad Ali going up to Deer Lake.
Dude.
No distractions.
That's a pretty good call.
All right. I did it. You're welcome.
Shit.
There it is. That took a lot.
I'm proud of you, Steiny.
Yeah,
we used to have let me stop.
And we're going to find out how mature Warrior fans are.
No, it's real. But we used to have, I got to be careful here because my wife said never complain about the job at the job. But we used to have a graphic.
That's the only time
where
really
all our hosts, we'd have our face and our predictions.
Yeah, I hated that. And you know I hated it? Because I got baited into Dallas in 6, and then I look at everything, and Ray Ratto says Warriors in 11.
Right. You're right. I forgot.
I'm like, wait, I could have made it a joke.
I forgot. Exactly.
I believe it was actually Kings in 9.
Yeah, it was so. Oh, man, I miss Ray.
Morgan Stewart on the YouTube chat. Why is Steiny always betting against? I don't bet.
Well, you have.
Yeah, but not.
You know how? How about that?
I haven't bet on the Warriors in forever.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
These drugs are not for me.
All right. Hey. All right, guys.
Man, what a show.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
We got to go, but that segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
I'll tell you like this, man. Timberwolves, Timberland, Ant-Man, Edwards, Scissorhands, Pineapples and Spam, boys of fire.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Diz.
Yeah.
Game day. The crossover.
Let's go. Game 1, baby.
What's up, Will?
What'd you call it?
Game day.
Oh, I thought you said payday.
Oh, no.
I was like, it doesn't come that early.
Yeah, please.
Take a breath.
Remember that text I sent you?
Oh, my God. Your
boy was in panic.
Freaking out. I was in the restroom.
Yeah.
I was in the restroom, which I shouldn't read text in the restroom, but that's what we do now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Nobody has ever gone to the restroom without their phone ever again. And you freaked me out. You're like, where's the money?
And it came when you
I'm
said.
like, take a breath. It's going to be there. It's going to be there. You got to trust it. It's just like Warrior basketball. You got to trust it.
We had some predictions on our show. You want to share yours, Stein?
I bet.
I've been waiting for this.
Just happened.
All day.
What time's Finchie joining tomorrow?
Why do you look scared?
What do you mean?
Don't be scared.
Say into the mic what you just said to Evan and the rest of us.
I do think Minnesota is going to win the series. I think that they have a chance to win it convincingly, but 5 games seems way too short.
All right.
6 games feels about right, but that means, as I told, that means they wrap it up here in San Francisco, the Wolves, which isn't the easiest thing to consider, but
all you got to do is sing and it'll happen.
No, that's a 3.
But go ahead.
I got Warriors in 7.
I got Timberwolves in 6.
Yeah. Oh, another.
I just feel like they got 2 of the best 3 players in this series, Dibs, and the fact
I don't think you're wrong.
Okay.
But I thought about this earlier, and I kind of shared your thoughts on our thread. Like, the Warriors have 2 of the best 3, but who is player number 4 and player number 5? And then Draymond's in the top 6, but then you get to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's where I do think it gets a little bit not dicey, but that's where you need a couple of buddies and you need a pods game and you need what you need, because if I give you, and I'm with you, like Steph and Jimmy and Ant-Man, your top 3, okay? You got 2 of the top 3. And then Randall, Draymond, and Gobert.
McDaniel.
Okay, then we get to the next, like the top 6. It's 3 and 3 right now. Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, and Gobert, and Randall and Ant-Man.
Edwards. Yeah.
So it's 3-3. So now who's 7, 8, 9, and 10? Like Dante and McDaniels and like
Nas Reed.
Right. Where do we go before we get to a war?
Yeah. Fun exercise.
It is, but
is it relevant at all? What you just said.
Yes,
it
is totally relevant.
I don't think it is at all.
The only reason why the Warriors won against the Rockets were because Pods had a game that was amazing, and GP2.
Yes, he did.
Don't forget that he had a great game, and Buddy had a great game as well.
There's no reason to think that won't continue. And as I detailed yesterday, all of the adversity was the Warriors, and the Rockets had none. They had no injuries, no sicknesses, no nothing in that series.
And we got one now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that's the only reason the Warriors won. There's a bunch of reasons the Warriors won, and I told you before the playoffs started that strength in numbers is over. That's not this team. They're very top heavy. So if they suffer the wrong injuries, they're out. Although they suffered one of them last series and it didn't kill them, and I would have thought that it would. So how about the 2 games Jimmy didn't play? And who's the best player in the series? Steph. The next 8 are probably Rockets. So, it's a fun exercise.
Not in Game 7.
Well,
but yeah.
No, again, but we're talking about games 2 and 3, and the Warriors won one of those games. So, I get what you're saying. I don't know if that decides games. When Giannis plays, he's the best player on the floor. They can't win a series anymore, though. I don't know, man. Yes, the Warriors are at an age and a structure where I think the other team is going to look bigger and more athletic every time. But I also know that when Jimmy Butler arrived, the Warriors won most of their basketball games. And
they were one game under 500.
They've got something in the sauce. Something's in there. And they like this matchup.
I mean, I think that my phone's ringing.
Who's calling? Who is
Probably
it?
Moms.
Mooringsport, Louisiana.
Who's that?
I have no idea.
It's gotta be your daughter.
It's a spam.
It's your daughter.
No, it's not. It's
Louisiana.
Well, she's in Louisiana.
Yeah,
so
but she
might be a
Yes, though,
payphone in
that'd be her
Mooringsport.
first call in 7 years, whether she's in Louisiana or not.
Fair.
No, I think that the other thing that I think that the Timberwolves have is this team went to the Western Conference Finals last year, so there may be a little bit of an advantage outside the Warriors' big three with the role players on, Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota's role players you would expect to play better than the Warriors because they've got more experience and the Warriors' role players are younger, but that's just a talking point. It might not work that way.
Okay.
I mean, you never know. And that's where I think about, like what you said, Goo, like the Warriors have 2 of the 3 best players in the series, and that's great. And it matters, I think. But what it comes down to for me is each individual game. And what Mark was saying, I think, is what I take away from the last series, which is you didn't have Jimmy Butler, and Steph was amazing in game 3, and you won. And then game 7, Steph was there, and he was pretty quiet in the first half, and Jimmy Butler was too, and Buddy Hield was otherworldly. So it comes down to not like who is better over the course of the series, but who is better in the moment when you need them to be better. And Pods had that game.
Yes,
was it game 3 or was it game 4? I think where Pods was just...
It was 4 because they won it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was a game that they won by the hair on their chinny chin chin.
Yeah.
And that ultimately, Mark was right. The even games are the pivotal games. And, you think about these first 3 series that we already know right now, and the road team won all 3. So the home team, it's pivotal that the home team goes out and wins those games, including Indiana, or not Indiana tonight, but Indiana's up 1-0 tonight.
And the fact that these, from a Warrior standpoint, willing to what you said, their age, because it's real in regard to the Warriors, we're just down 0-1, it's fine. But the fact that these games are coming fast and in a hurry are why I feel like the Warriors will be energized tonight. They'll be energized every game. But if you could get tonight, and you got to get, you know what I mean? Like the mental game will be, you'll have that advantage, I believe, because this thing's going to be over soon.
Well, when whoever loses tonight immediately in 48 hours is facing
back against
right back up against the stress again, like Cleveland. Boom,
dude, they got to do it tonight.
Stress. From 2 hours from now, a lot of stress. That's kind of my takeaway, though, from the first round. And because how often do we get first round winners wrong?
Man,
like in the NBA, you can just be like, I know who's going to win the first round.
Nothing to see here,
right? Kind of like what the Eastern Conference was very chalky. Even though the Pistons put up a good fight and all that stuff, it was chalky. But here we've got the air quotes 6 seed playing the 7 seed. I don't believe that either of these teams are worthy of the 6 and the 7. I do think the best 4 teams moved on in the Western Conference, although I thought before it started the Clippers were one of those teams. Turns out, they didn't make it. That thing was razor thin. But my takeaway, and with the road team getting game 1 in all 3 of the other series,
crazy.
This is as much parity as I can ever remember the NBA having. I've not enjoyed watching playoffs, especially early, this much ever as I am right now. And it buoys the thought to me that the Warriors are actually a true championship contender. Because I think just about everybody left kind of sort of is.
Man.
I don't know if Indiana is. Maybe they are if they win tonight. But I think that all 8 teams are going to have something to say. I don't think the Warriors are much better than everybody else.
And it sounds like you're saying they all can get beat, too.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like the Russian got caught last night, Rocky reference, with OKC.
I just like
4, yeah.
No doubt.
They got caught. And I know they won,
but they
98% of the game.
99.
But they lost. And I still think they're the best team, but they're beatable.
Well, anyone's beatable.
Are they the best team?
And I look at, you talk about parity, and I looked at 2010, which is the year in the Western Conference where there was the most parity ever. The Lakers won 57 games. They were the 1. And the 8 seed was OKC. They won 50 games.
Damn.
1 through 8, 57 to 50. All 4 of the first round series went to 6 games. The Lakers won. Utah, the 5, beat the 4. The Spurs were a 7. They beat Dallas, and Phoenix beat Portland. In the second round, the Lakers and Phoenix both swept their opponents. And then the Lakers beat Phoenix in 6, and then the Lakers beat Boston in 7. And this was 2 years removed from Boston's title.
Right.
And this was kind of it was really the beginning of the end for Boston. They had won 2 years earlier, and it was the Kobe team. And if you look at that, and you probably were down there in 2010 or thereabout. And
most definitely was. Yeah,
right. And it was Kobe and Pau. And like, I dare you to name another Laker. You could, but most
Andrew
people couldn't.
Bynum.
Is he on that team?
Derek Fisher, right? Like,
Yep.
yeah.
No, but the point is, like, that was a Kobe-led, like, on my back. And Powell, of course, the Hall of Famer, and Powell's great as well. But, like, and they won in Game 6, 89-67. And that's back when, Kobe could go for 25, and that'd be enough. But to your point about parity, that was parity, where you had 8 teams, and it was a complete mishmash. And then, the Lakers, the 1 seed, and Phoenix, the 3 seed, were the 2 teams who emerged.
I'm arriving at a spot where I don't think anything would surprise me with these last 8 teams. It would not surprise me if the Pacers upset the Cavs.
How about the Knicks in Boston?
Well,
good God, 45 missed threes.
I mean, Boston they hit a wall.
Take it to the rack.
They totally hit a wall.
Won't.
I would still be surprised if the Thunder lose the series, I guess. But my point is, my surprises will all now be very mild.
Yeah,
very mild. And so. You just I guess we all got to have the stomach for this. The Warriors, when they've won titles in the past, maybe not 3 years ago, but they've sort of marked themselves as elite when they go into this. They're not elite, but they're in the mix. They're in the mix.
And that's all you can ask for.
And I don't think anyone else is all that elite. And maybe I'm feeling that because OKC got beat by a buzzer beater.
And Chet Holmgren looks like he needs to go gain some weight. Steiny called him weak. Not mad at him, Dibs, but
that was some deer eyes.
The regular season is not the playoffs, man. And they got Denver and Gordon, and Holmgren's looking like, not that he's the reason they lost, like, oh man, this ain't the regular season. You got to see these guys every other day, and you're lighting the tail.
Bambi.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. If I were a Warrior fan, I'd be really encouraged by the Denver game because, the conventional wisdom is, well, the Thunder were rusty. Well, they were up 13.
Yeah, they came
with 6 minutes left.
They played great. They were the aggressor all night.
Right. So the fact that Denver had enough to hang in that game after being down the whole way.
Man.
I mean, that was impressive what Denver did. And, if the Warriors can do that in game 1, that's going to really I don't know if it'll put it to bed, but what more do you want? They win a game 7, they have 1 day off, and then they go on the road again and win a game 1.
Man.
That would be very significant.
That's why I'm hoping GP2 is available. It's we saw Porzingis go out with the illness during the game, but GP2 again, Dibs, like, that would be my first option, or Moody on Ant-Man. If he's not available, you try to throw everything at him, the kitchen sink. But man, GP2, you're needed.
Needed, yeah. And the whole thing about the illness, we don't know what it is, but these things, as you know, Steiny, when you are on a plane and in a hotel and in a locker room and you're together all the time, it's going to spread pretty fast. I mean, I'm here fighting a cold, living with a 2.5-year-old who goes to preschool and she gets a cold, and so all right, here we go. I get a cold, just a matter of when. But you look at the way Denver came back last night, and I don't know if the Warriors, outside of Jimmy Butler, can do that, because it was Jamal Murray, free throws, Jokic, free throw, Jokic, free throw, free throw, free throw, free throw, free throw. Like, they have an ability to score when the clock is not moving better than anyone. And I know the Warriors can with Jimmy Butler, but I look at this series and I wonder if Jimmy's going to be able to do that with the size that Minnesota has in the interior.
I'm sure you guys mentioned it, but GP2 was at shoot-around today.
Okay, no, we did not.
He's at shoot-around today. I got it. Like, I'm not going to break anything here. I don't know.
Well, that's a great sign.
I would be encouraged that he's going to play tonight.
We hadn't had that.
He was not at shoot-around on Sunday.
No doubt.
He was today.
And I'll say this. We keep talking about the offense. The Warriors, to me, won Game 7, guys, because of their defense. And I'm looking at Minnesota. And if you could let's just say Ant-Man eats, can you keep Randall and we've seen it dribble the air out of the ball or flustered or, trying to do too much. And then it's like, okay, let Willard get his and we'll keep Dante's of the world and McDaniels all at bay, but let's get after him. Well, it sounds good, but I just kind of see that scenario playing out.
I don't want to call this an easier matchup for the Warriors because I think Minnesota's a better team than Houston, but it's a different matchup. I do think the Warriors are a better half-court basketball team than the Timberwolves are. That tends to play in the playoffs. I am preparing myself for at least 2 of these games. Maybe only one if they're lucky. At least 2 of these games, Minnesota's going to go bananas from 3, and they're going to win the game. And tonight might be one of those nights. Everybody's rested, they're home, energetic, all of that stuff. I'm mindful of just because 2 road teams won last night, they were both down by double digits for most of the game. So it's not like they came out and just owned the game. They both went on wonderful second half runs. The other team got cold, blah, blah, blah. They pulled it out. This is going to be very, very, this is a hard assignment tonight. But Minnesota, the whole make or miss league thing, if they stay, they've been kind of cold. And if they stay kind of cold from 3, then, you got a great shot.
Has the Willard and Dibbs computer spit out a prediction? Because we got one from Steiny. I said I got to get one from you two.
Yeah.
I had Warriors in 7.
Yeah. It's Warriors in 6. I think the blueprint is there. And, the Warriors have, in their past, when they've won series, they've earned a split. And I do think that tonight is one they can steal. But if they don't, I like their chances in
hates
game
that
2.
word, Dibbs, steal.
No, I don't care. Rick Barry hates it.
But you backed it up.
Yeah.
So you know that.
I know that.
It's for Rick, and I know he's out there listening.
That's what it is,
I
Dibbs.
could not care less what you think about my terminology.
And by the
it's
way,
a term. Nobody is actually going into Minnesota's locker of games.
care less.
Thank you, Rick. They're not actually going in and reaching in and grabbing game 2 and stealing it. And then the alarm goes off and it's mission impossible.
But those 2 teams last night stole the game, which is a good thing.
There's also a lot of things that Rick hates.
Oh my God.
A long list. It's a very, very long list. No, but it is. This is it. I mean, I think he'd cop to that. A lot of things he hates. It's only one of them.
The one thing I've been thinking about as it relates to the role players, to me, it's more timing of a role player's really good game. And can the Warriors win a game if, let's say, Curry doesn't have a great game, but Pods has 21, Peyton has 15, and Moody has 14? Those, to me, are the swing games that really determine a series. If you can get a win when your stars don't play well. And, for example, you might, if let's say, if Butler, Draymond Green, and Curry, let's just say they're really good this series. Let's say they're really good. You may only need one game from
maybe
an assortment of others. But as long as it comes in the right game, that's all you It's not a coincidence that Buddy Hield on his 3 best games, they won them all.
Right. I mean, your point is role players at the right moment.
Yes.
Pods had 26 and Buddy had 15 and Quentin had 13 in game 4.
Huge.
That's 54 points from players who nobody outside this market have ever heard of.
And what Curry and Butler do that
Curry
game?
had 17. Butler had 27. You remember he was a free throw machine late.
That's right.
But Curry was pretty...
Yeah.
And that wasn't even the GP2 game, right? Didn't he have one where he was...
Yeah, game 3. Game 3.
Game 3.
But this was game 4 where, Pods was unbelievable in that game.
And then that was,
And they still barely won. They needed a Şengün jump hook miss and defended well by Draymond. But I think your point is well taken, Steiny. You can't have Buddy go out tonight and score 24 and have Steph and Jimmy and Draymond be ordinary. You're going to lose by 15.
Do you expect Buddy to start?
I don't.
Do you ride the hot hand? I'm just asking. You never know with Kerr.
If GP2 is available, I would. That'd be my guess.
Because we've been talking about Buddy's defense. Not that he can stop Ant-Man, but he's been vested.
Although maybe it's both of them. Yeah, maybe it's Moody who sits and GP2 and Buddy start. If I had to guess, that's the starting lineup I'll go with. Curry, GP2, Buddy, Jimmy, Draymond.
We've seen it before.
That's my starting 5.
And then
Just a guess.
here's the other question I asked. Can the Warriors play Rudy Gobert off the floor?
That's a big
And
one.
do they want to? Do they want to?
Yeah, so here, he's such a matchup issue, both for the Warriors and for the Wolves. He's an issue, right? He on one side of the ball, as far as rebounding and the defense that he plays in the interior and putbacks and all of that, he's going to be a problem. But with the way the Warriors,
they can roll in the blender area,
the way they move the ball, dude, he's going to end up on skates a number of times, and that has been a problem for Minnesota against Steph Curry in the past. So,
and the problem isn't just Curry's got him on skates. Maybe a bigger problem is when Curry makes the shot, it's demoralizing to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Because the shots are still pretty tough, but he's making them. And now you start thinking, man, the one thing we were hoping to rely on, we can't do.
Let me ask you this, because you and Finch are your best friends.
Thank you,
childhood friends.
Yeah. He'll be there Saturday.
What time's he on tomorrow?
I mean,
that is. I texted that last night.
We'll see.
All right.
I want to let that sit because if you're on YouTube, you can see how Steiny is seething
and blushing.
He's make believe seething. And I only said it because I'm a P1 and I listen. I'm on the YouTube chat.
That's this guy. It's okay. They're from the same hood.
Do they play a lot of zone? Because if I'm Minnesota and I see what Houston did, I'm putting that big French stiff in the middle of the paint, and I know you can't be there more than 3 seconds.
Nas Reed.
I get that. But, Nas can actually defend, but I'm playing a ton of zone if I'm Minnesota. Do they play zone, you and Finchy?
A little bit, but to me, the zone issue is the Warriors playing zone, and will it debilitate Minnesota's offense? Because they can stand around.
Because Houston looked like it was kryptonite to him. I was like, if Jalen Green was the start of it.
There's something about,
oh my God, no, that was it. Wow, this is bothering them.
There's the thing about playing a zone in that game 7, man, it wouldn't allow Houston to play fast. Man. It just didn't, because you cannot bog down on offense, because then the game's just going to get too slow for the Timberwolves or for the Rockets.
Anything, we had some fun real quick being made about Jimmy returning back to his old stopper. I know it's not Miami, but he was in many.
But did you see the front page of the paper in Minnesota today?
No.
Tim Roy tweeted it out. And it was something along
Warriors Vox.
Yeah, it was something along the lines of introduce yourself to the new Wolves, Jimmy.
Wow.
Was kind of the headline.
Wow, okay.
In other words, when you left here because this team was soft.
Wow.
They're not soft anymore.
Right. It was Kitty Cat. It was Wiggins. It was, bunch of that, but
big win for Kitty Cat yesterday.
Yeah, huge. If you look at the 4 games they played this year, in 3 of the 4,
Curry's had 30.
The team that led for the majority of the game won the basketball game. So I do think that tonight the first quarter is everything.
That's good.
And the only game that was the anomaly is game 2, where the Warriors won. They beat Minnesota by 8, and Minnesota trailed most of the way, and then the Warriors were able to flip it late and then go on to win. But I'm looking at the last game they played, the Warriors got up 26-5.
Man.
And they led 34-10. And they led for 46 minutes of the game. Minnesota never led. And then that game got tied at 108.
That is
the last time they played. And again, this is pre-Jimmy. So all these games, you have to take with a grain of salt.
My mind. Right, I can hear them.
The more I look at Warrior games, Steiny and guys, the more I see that if the Warriors lead early, the Warriors win about 80% of those.
They tend to hang on.
They're like the Niners.
But I use last night as another example. And I'm not going to let you do this because you're one of the offenders.
All right, go ahead.
I don't want to hear if the Warriors were up by 13 in the second quarter. I don't want to hear they blew it.
It's hard to omit, man.
The Knicks are down 20 on the road.
I'm watching it thinking it's a wrap.
The Nuggets are down. I don't know what the largest lead was for OKC, but it was a double-digit lead for almost the entire night. They win the game.
Yeah.
This is the NBA now. You shoot the 3 ball like that, you better get up. I don't want to hear it blown until you're up by more than 25.
25.
That's the number now. That's the new NBA.
Yeah.
25.
Got to be up by 25 plus for it to be considered a safe lead.
Just one more, Steiny, before you go, and I know we're already into overtime, and I thank you for that. And
playoff Steiny. So wonderful to have you here, Steiny.
Shout out Steiny shooting a 78 on Sunday, which was a glorious round. I wish I was there for that. But tonight's officiating crew, very, very home heavy.
Oh, no. Well, how's this possible? We say that about every group. I hate it. No, but I feel like the last 4 games in a row, we've been like, ooh, this is home heavy.
My guy Zarba, on the call tonight.
He's great.
God, he's gorgeous.
Yeah, he is.
In the regular year, home teams won 66% of the time.
Zarba tonight?
Zarba.
Wasn't Zarba game
5?
Game 5.
How'd that work out for you?
Exactly.
Thank you.
But then we had a huge home heavy crew come to Chase Center on Friday night,
inner Steiny.
and they didn't do a damn thing for the Warriors.
They couldn't do anything for the Warriors.
I mean,
there's not a damn thing the refs could have done.
Then be home heavy.
Hey,
the Zebras couldn't have done
Willard and Dibs, don't worry about any text messages from your boy.
What? Why are you
You're crying.
Not one.
I literally.
I'm going to watch with Norm. I'm going to put the phone down.
Keep sliding into my
into
the Instagram.
I told Steiny during the break, I go, it's still bothering me.
Why did you take offense to it?
I didn't like it.
My lady sent you pictures.
I got it.
How can you be offended by this?
I don't know, man. It was nothing but love, and I told it's bothering me.
I'm gonna text you every 5 minutes.
Oh, hey, don't play that game.
Every 5 minutes. Did you see that basket? Did you see that basket?
Are you okay? It's 2:15.
I'm just waiting for this to just kind of, what's it called? Just a natural end to the conversation.
So if we never take a breath, then you'll just stay here?
I don't know.
Dibs already
I'm playing it by ear. I'm trying to do the best I
can.
can.
Steiny say something, I'm going to text Goo.
Dibs already
I know you did. I know. I want to get in on the action.
Yeah. Let's do a group chat. And Steiny, if you do end up staying around, where will you be staying?
Hi, Guru.
Oh, you mean Oh God!
Oh my God!
I would be. You got to take your DMV test. We got action.
Wow, you want to talk about?
You got to take that DMV test.
You throwing you an assist and the ball bounced off of your
throwing lobs to my brother.
God.
Hey, Steiny, if you end up staying all day, where will you in fact be staying?
If I had to stay, I would keep it right here at 95.7 The Game.
Oh no!
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go round 2. Here we go. I woke up today with another big old heaping glass of gratitude because I was like, yesterday was a blur. That was kind of where you're floating around going, dude, did that just happen?
Are we still?
Did that? Wait. That was right. I wasn't dreaming. And so today, right away, boom, we got another basketball game. Yep. And I'm like, I'm still sort of in that mode where I'm like, I can't believe it. And I think actually, because one of the 3 or 4 times I tuned into Steiny and Goo today, I pop on right around noon, and I hear Guru going, I don't feel it from the Warrior fans today. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling confident. I don't feel the buzz. I don't feel the juice. Where is it? And I do think, you're going to get mad at me, I do think that there is a little drip, just a little drip of happy to be here. I know that that's like, champions don't do that.
I get it.
But there is.
I'm not mad at that.
There's a little bit of you're happy to be here. I don't mean you're going to play like that. I don't mean, it's okay if we lose in 5. I don't mean that. But in this moment, and I hope the Warriors don't bring it to the court tonight, but there's a little bit of we're happy to be here. Because I do think a lot of us spent 48 hours thinking that the season was about to end.
Well, and I think it's because of the short turnaround. That's why we have a little bit of that same feeling. Because I woke up in a little bit of the same way. I mean, woke up. I didn't really sleep last night, but
why not?
I got this this cough, and I got this lung thing. Oh, dude, yeah.
Why don't you get some of those knockout drugs?
Tonight,
knock yourself out.
Tonight we're gonna go ahead and go LL Cool J. I'm gonna knock you out. Yeah, but
Mama said
last night we tried to ride it out, and so whatever. I'm not gonna complain, but I had many thoughts in the middle of the night of kind of what you're talking about, which is, man, they have another series, and I'm appreciating it. But I don't think that when you get that much of a short turn, because Sunday happened and Sunday night, and you come in Monday and you do what we did, and then now you wake up Tuesday, it's like, oh my God, they have a game. If they had a game tomorrow, I do think that all of us would be a lot more ready to rev up and get after it and really talk about like Minnesota, let's break it the blank down. But at the same time, if they go out and they lose and they go down 1-0, well, yeah, everyone will be very activated come tomorrow.
Well, sure. Everyone, I mean, you lose a playoff game, you freak out. That's what is happening today in Oklahoma City and Boston. Although they'll all act like they're not. You know what I mean? Because those are the big bad, the 1 seed, the defending champs, all that. They're going to act like it's all good. It's not all good. When you lose a playoff game, you carry that sucker around with you for 48 hours or 72 hours or however long it is until your next game, and you feel like the world is falling, and then you win one game, and you feel unbeatable, and you cruise around with your chest out for 48 hours. Like, that's the rhythm. That's the process of this whole thing. But, like, there's no doubt compared to what was happening going into the weekend that for a fan at least, this does feel less stressful. Tonight is less stressful than Friday and Sunday were. No question.
For sure.
No question.
What's game one? Game one's always going to be less stressful, even though if you look at the numbers, and I know numbers are numbers.
They are. I looked it up.
Yeah, and if you look at the team that wins game one in an NBA series, they win about 75% of the time. But when the road team wins game one, it's about 50-50. And that's where...
that's interesting.
Yeah.
So because that's what we're looking at last night, and I don't know.
All three of them.
Nobody thinks now Cleveland and Oklahoma City are going to lose the series.
Right.
Nobody thinks that. It might happen, but nobody
the history would tell you that those teams, I think they win about 49% of the time when they lose game one at home. And, the majority of those teams obviously go out there and they win game two at home, but that's kind of what the Warriors are looking at. If you can get one of these two, if you get game one, obviously now you're in the catbird seat as a veteran team. If you just win one of these two, which is what the Warriors have traditionally done in these series, you're going to be fine.
Well, absolutely.
And I think that takes away a little bit of not the urgency, but the stress of it. Like game 7, oh my God, there's nothing more stressful than a game 7, especially when you're up 3 games to 1.
Yes, and I, no doubt. And I treated mentally, the hell if I have anything to do with these games, but emotionally, I treated game 6 like game 7. Because I thought that they weren't going to win the series if they lost game 6. And part of that, too, was,
you were there, and it was home, and you were with the lovely Christy.
Almost fainted. I was sitting next to Rocket fans.
Yeah.
And I hate them. Yeah. I never even met them. I didn't ask their names. But for those 2.5 hours, I hated them.
Right. And
they seemed like nice ladies.
That was one of those games where you never felt like the Warriors had a hold on anything.
No, they got beat. They got roundly beat.
They got beat, but they never even had that, like, oh, here they come.
Well, they cut it to 2 at the end of 3 quarters.
Yes, but it never felt to me, watching it at home,
like they were going to win.
Right. I mean,
they were the worst team that night.
But you watch game 7 and they're up, and it's like, oh my God, okay, Draymond, okay, buddy. And you're up and you're still up, and buddy from half court, okay. That one felt like, okay, this actually might happen.
I think that's what you're tapping into is what I'm trying to sort of wrap my head around with these NBA playoffs. They're different. This is different than I think anything we've ever experienced before. And here's what I mean by that. I truly do believe that on any given night, any of these 8 teams can be the better team on the floor that night. We've watched this 20-point leads dissipate in the snap of a finger. It is bananas how quickly these teams take a 20-point deficit and turn it into 10. And you're like, okay, well, now you got a basketball game again. And so there's that. There's parity. There's just unbelievable three-point shooting. And then there's the old cliche of make or miss league. And everybody's going to have sort of like, I give both teams in all these series one game each to just start the series. Because I'm like, you're going to be super hot one night and you're going to be super cold one night. And that goes for all teams. And so you're going to win one because Buddy Hield scored 33 points without actually walking inside the three-point arc. And then you'll have another night where you shoot 28% from three and you lose the game. And that's just kind of, that's where we're at. And so that to me is it leads into the feeling out period of a game one, which is I think what we're gonna get tonight. Something that's a little bit more like, oh, let's dip our toe in the water over here. Does this work? Does that work? And there's not a terrible amount of stress to whichever team loses. But all in all, Dibs, when I look at the playoffs right now from 10,000 feet, dude, it makes me feel better about the Warriors' chances of actually competing for a ring. Because I'll be honest with you, I definitely had them on my list of, well, they could win a ring.
Right.
I didn't think they would. I still wouldn't pick them to do it right now. But when you look at the way this is playing out, I sort of look at the Warriors, and we're not used to this. When they win rings, we're like, ooh, they're the best team. They're not the best team. But I don't know how much the other teams are the best team either. Every one of these teams has unbelievable strengths and gaping weaknesses. Even Oklahoma City. And you saw it last night. You know what I mean? Someone like Nikola Jokic, it's going to be a problem for them in that series.
It's going to be a problem for everyone.
He's a problem.
Yeah.
He is totally a problem, and Oklahoma City is not problem-proof. And so maybe that just means the Warriors have a 1-in-8 shot, but I'll take it. That's great. That's great. Like, they're in the mix. That's kind of just, that's how I look at this team.
Yeah, they have more than a live shot. And if you look at this year, I do think you're right about the parity part of it, because if you want to go back in time and look at the best team and how often the best team wins the NBA championship, it's about 19 out of every 20. But this year feels like it might be a little bit more wide open. Like last year, Boston was the best team. They were the best team in the regular season. They were the best team in the playoffs, and they won the title. The one that's interesting is the Warriors in 2022. They probably weren't the best team, but they won the title. They played well. They got a break or two, and then they went up against an inexperienced Boston team, and they beat them. So this year actually might be, not saying that the Warriors will win it, but this year feels a little bit more like 2022.
It'd be fun to do a temperature check with Warrior fans. Let's do it all afternoon. We'll lead you right up to tip-off. 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls right now. I hear a lot of Warrior fans that are rubbing their hands together like, all right, round two, let's go. We got these Wolves. And I got a bunch of other Warrior fans where I'm like, ooh, we're old, tired, they're rested. We're probably going to lay an egg tonight. I've seen a lot of that as well. So are you feeling on the confidence side of the ledger or the not so much side of the ledger? 888-957-9570. We'll get into it with you. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. This is Willard and Tibbs.
numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Speaking of numbers, we have a number of things that you're going to want to hear that have both happened on 95.7 The Game today, such as Slates and cousin Nick Friedel, both on the roast today. Draymond Green's podcast. I'm going to ask for a special waiver, if it's okay with you, Dibs.
Yeah, sure.
Special waiver at some point, probably 3:15 maybe-ish. Special waiver to leave the moment and go backwards again, just for a second, so that we can rub it in to the Houston Rockets.
I mean, okay.
Only to one person.
Special waiver, fine. Dylan Brooks. You want to rub it into Dylan Brooks?
I would like to rub it into Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
I would like to rub it in.
I'll step out during that time.
Okay, that's fine.
Because it's very personal for you, and I don't know why it's personal.
I've never met the man.
No, but you have something against him. You have a lot against him.
We all have athletes that especially get us. You have them.
Yeah, he's on the Warriors. And, I've done a very good job this year of letting it go.
Right, but you've even had other things with other Warriors in the past. You had the money thing with Andre Iguodala.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't think it's wrong. We've all got athletes that are on our list, right? Mm-hmm. Who's on your list? You got a list?
Not really. It's a pretty short list. I mean, I'd have to really think about who's on my list, of athletes that really, really bug me. There's not many, honestly.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't have a lot.
Yeah.
But the few that I have,
one of them came up big last night.
Hey, made a nice pass. I would have bet $1,000 that Russell Westbrook in that moment was going to be like, I got it.
Yep.
I am going to go full speed ahead, bang my head off the backboard, huck the ball in the air, and see what happens. I was willing, especially in Oklahoma City. He got the ball, and I was like, oh, I can read your mind.
Oh, yeah.
You want to eat the rim.
Yep.
You're going to eat the rim. And he took off, and then he passed.
He made the right play.
I was like, good job,
yep.
Russ. Good job.
Aaron Gordon.
And then straight out of Uncle Drew, he buried that thing.
Yep.
And the Nuggets won, so good for him. But yeah, I don't enjoy Russell Westbrook. I do not enjoy Dylan Brooks, and for different reasons. Dylan is worse. But anyway, yes, it's not personal. I just do not enjoy watching him play basketball. I think he's got a screw loose, and Draymond Green decided to point it out at length on his podcast, and I thought it was pretty freaking entertaining.
I'd love to hear it. Yeah,
you haven't heard it yet?
No, I don't. I'm not one who partakes in the Draymond Green podcast.
It's delicious.
The way I ingest the pod is when all of you who listen to it, then you find things that are pertinent, and then I listen to the pertinent parts.
I'll be straight honest with you. I didn't listen to the podcast, but I mean, the clips circulate all over social media.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw this clip, and I was very entertained and intrigued by it, and so we will partake.
When the clips circulate, I see them, and I don't listen to them, and I think, you know what? If my partner, Mark Willard, thinks that it's going to be interesting for our show, then I'll listen to it live because I don't partake in the Draymond Green show.
That's fine. Do you ever partake in the 95.7 The Game engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll brought to you by Shane Co?
Every single time, yeah.
Great. Let's do it then. Before every game, we invite you to vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. It is brought to you by Shane Co, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, here's the question. We got a new series starting tonight, obviously. So, who wins? Here are your 4 options because it's who wins and in how many games. Will it be the Warriors in 4 or 5? The Warriors in 6 or 7? The Wolves in 4 or 5? Or the Wolves in 6 or 7? Let us know. Go to the 95.7 The Game Twitter page and vote now, and we will reveal what Warrior fans, mostly Warrior fans, obviously. It's not a rule that you have to root for the Warriors to listen to this show, but we'll see what all of our listeners think on that one. I think you've already declared Warriors in 6. I'll co-sign with you on that one. But I will also admit at the same time, because Warriors in 6 was my prediction last round also, I am less confident in their chances in this series than I was in the last. No doubt.
Interesting.
No doubt.
I'm probably as confident based on, what I've seen from these two teams in the regular season. The Warriors didn't have Jimmy, and I know that Randall wasn't yet as good as he has been for Minnesota, and what they've figured out since March 1st has been great, but I do like the Warriors' chances in a longer series with Minnesota.
Yeah, I get it. That's sort of where my head is going into this game. It's what you just referenced. Like, the Jimmy Butler Warriors have never played the Minnesota Timberwolves. Right. So today is, for me, is a complete feel it out. Like, I want to see this matchup. I know what I think are the sort of the matchups and the aspects that will play here. I think the Warriors are a better half-court team than the Wolves are. Half-court basketball tends to play a lot more in the playoffs than otherwise, but the Wolves are the younger, more rested team. They're the deeper team with more shooting. Will they have their legs and their shot underneath them? If they do, I like their chances. They're both very good defensive teams. I think the Warriors are a little bit more in the savvy vet department and smarter, and they're able to figure that all out. And then I look at what Steve Kerr said, which was the exact same thing he and many others said in the last round. You need to go after rebounds and loose balls with reckless abandon and take care of the basketball on your end and limit the turnovers. And if you do that, then you will probably win the series. But that's not easy to do.
No, especially when you have a team that's much bigger. And you mentioned the shooting, and Minnesota had a better year from the three-point line than the Warriors did. I think Minnesota was 5th on three-point percentage. The Warriors shot it more from 3 than any team other than Boston. But when they did shoot it, Minnesota actually had a better percentage. And, Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid and all the other, Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards is a good shooter, a good three-point shooter, and they've got a lot more, I think, of a diverse way to score. But I wonder about the matchups and how the Warriors can get Rudy Gobert off the floor. And for me, it's styles make fights, and that's what this Warrior team has been for the past 10 years of we're going to go small, and can our small ball make it so that your big ball is not going to be as effective? That, to me, is the number one thing in this series, and that's where the Houston series was so interesting because Houston was unwavering in their willingness to go two bigs until Steve Kerr went into the hack a Kiwi, and then they hacked a Kiwi, and he missed, and then I think it was game 4, they had to take him off the court, and then the Warriors went out and won, and then in game 6, they went back to the same strategy, and he was just shoot,
he was
knocking down free throws,
and then when he missed, his teammates tapped the ball in. And so it totally backfired on the Warriors. But everything did that night. So
it did. But I wonder about how, against a bigger team again, how they go about mitigating their size disadvantage.
It's interesting, though. You know what I think something about Rudy Gobert? I don't want this to come off like flippant or dismissive. Gobert is a presence at 7'1". There's no question about that. And he's a shot blocker and all of that stuff. You know what he is for his size? I would argue, not a very good rebounder. Now, if I were 7'1" and my presence on the floor was literally built on the defensive side, I would average more than 10.9 rebounds per game. That's what I think. I think Rudy Gobert is often an unimpressive rebounder. I know if you start looking at what he did in the playoffs and down the stretch in the regular season, he is averaging north of 14 rebounds a game. So that's lately, and that's good. That's what he should be doing. I just think Rudy sometimes does not, and this is what Draymond sort of I think it's why he triggers Draymond so much. Rudy doesn't always have that dog in him of dude, go get it. Go get the ball. And so I think as far as dealing with him around the rim, I think he's easier to deal with than Şengün. I think he's a problem.
Well, as a rebounder, maybe.
Yeah.
He's a much better shot blocker than Şengün.
Right, but he's not as good offensively, and he's not as good of a rebounder. I would rather face Gobert than Şengün.
Well, for me, it's different because Gobert is much more like Steven Adams than he is Şengün. Şengün is more like Julius Randle in that Randle can post you up, he can score. Randle's a better offensive player than Şengün because he can shoot the ball, he can take you outside. Şengün's pretty limited. Like, I'm going to post you up, and I'm going to go left shoulder turn, right shoulder turn, fade away from the baseline. He's pretty limited. He's very good at what he does, but I do think that Julius Randle can take you outside. He can get you off the dribble a little bit. He can shoot the three a little bit better than Şengün. For me, Gobert is more of a better version of Steven Adams, where he's a better defender, and he's probably not as good of a rebounder, but he's a guy who's going to play more, and he can be more of a disruptive force.
We looked into the rules and the points for Draymond Green. Like, that's one thing that I'm really looking at tonight because Draymond.
The text and the flagrants you're talking about.
So I had said yesterday inaccurately that my memory served that Draymond had a technical in all games except for game 1. 6 technicals. He did have 6 incidents, but only 4 technicals.
6 incidents.
6 incidents. 4 technicals, 2 flagrants.
Right.
For Draymond.
The 2 flagrants are moving violations, and the 4 technicals are parking tickets.
Right. However, if you add up enough of them, they can all lead you to the same court of law.
But you know they're 2 different categories.
Totally.
Exactly.
But he's halfway home on both of them.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 more flagrants, am I accurate?
Yep.
Is a suspension.
Yep.
4 more technicals is a suspension.
Oh, yeah.
And it's only round 2. That's for the whole playoffs.
Right.
So I don't know if the Warriors are going to get out of this series, but if they do, and you're playing Gobert, I almost have like a hard time believing that, like, you better start planning for Draymond to miss a game if you get to round 3. I don't see him being able to do that.
Right. I don't either. Like, I mean,
he's already halfway home after 1 series.
On both fronts.
Yes.
And you know that 1 flagrant 2 counts for 2. So if he gets a flagrant 2, that's an automatic ejection, and it'd be 4 flagrant points, which would mean he would be suspended from the next game as well. So if he happens to, I don't know, and maybe this is in me being wild in my imagination, let's just say he chokes Rudy Gobert.
He would never do that.
I think you're right.
I hate when you put stuff like that out there, dude. He would never do that.
You're right.
Then we got to fight.
As a hypothetical, if he were to do that
Crazy
and he were to get a flagrant 2, that would be, you're gone. And, that's 4 points. You're gone again.
You're gone again.
You get to go watch the game while Bob Myers and you were watching the A's game.
Bob Myers could take him to an A's game.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
That's where we are.
Well,
this time it's Sacramento, though.
Okay, our buddy Nick Friedel was on the Morning Roast, and he addressed this. He did. He evil laugh, and then he addressed the idea of Draymond staying out of trouble.
As far as any conversation with Draymond goes, they just have to hope that he's not going to get pushed into an emotional situation. And I'll give him credit because I'm sitting there watching Game 7 the other night, and he hits those first 2 threes. And I mean, Carter hit the drip for me again. But Slater and I, going back for years, we're always like, oh boy, Draymond hits that first 3. And he is screaming at the other bench. He is sitting there going, you guys can't touch me. You're going to leave me wide open. Guys, Draymond hit those first 2 shots in Game 7. He didn't say a word. He just played. And that is the best thing that can happen for the Warriors in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, that said, he still went out and got a technical later in the game.
Yeah.
For taking a swipe at Fred VanVleet's head.
And connecting.
Yes, Fred fouled him, but Draymond then used that as an opportunity to whack Fred in the face. And then there's this. Friedel said, look, it's not like the Wolves don't know. They know what the points are, and they are totally going to go after Draymond in a way that tries to get him to emotionally boil over.
The Timberwolves are going to try to bait Draymond like any other team, and he has the history with Gobert, and he knows how important he is, especially for the younger group, especially for Steph right now at this stage of his career. I know it would be a really, really rough bet to bet on Draymond to keep his head in the game throughout the next couple of weeks, but I think that with what's at stake And with the history between the two guys that's already been in place with he and Gobert, I think he can actually do it. And it wouldn't surprise me if he knows going in, if I lose it, it's all over. And I have no doubt that that's been made clear to him by Kerr and Dunleavy and Steph and all the powers that be. But I think that will be a gigantic key. If Draymond keeps his head in this series, then they've got a legit chance to do it.
Okay, so I love that this came up on the show this morning. I love that Nick talks about it because when a lot of people break down this series, and it's because it hasn't started yet, we get all of the sort of cookie cutter stuff like, well, Anthony Edwards is going to get his, but what about the role players? And then there's the half-court defense and the half-court offense and who's going to be hitting threes. And it's like, okay, kind of yawn. Like, let's talk about this. Draymond Green. Because going into the Rockets series, what did we not know? We didn't know that Jimmy Butler would miss damn close to 2 games. We didn't know Pods would miss a game. We didn't know GP2 was going to miss a game. We didn't know all of these adverse things would show up. And they absolutely could show up as early as tonight with regard to Draymond Green. And I'm with Nick. If what you just said were to happen, I think the Warriors are toast. He cannot get a flagrant 2 in this series because he will immediately miss that game and the next one. And I don't think the Warriors can survive that. And so we are at the mercy of Draymond Green keeping his cool.
Again.
And I can't think of a more uncomfortable spot to be.
I get that, but I do think there are different ways you can go about this. And, let's just say that the Warriors are up 2-1 and you get into, a late game scenario and the Warriors are up. They're about to win game 4 and go up 3-1. Yep. They're up 11 with 2:12 to go. And he decides to just, I don't know, Mark, and I'm spitballing here, but let's just say he goes and chokes Rudy Gobert.
He wouldn't do that.
You're right. I don't know why I'm so fixated on that.
Come up with a new, he would never, that's so over the top.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do something like that.
Well, let's just say that he happens to put his arm around Rudy Gobert's neck.
I mean, and I don't know what the difference is.
In a non-threatening manner.
If you insist on this absurd analogy or comparison.
Sure.
Go ahead.
But they win the game. They're up 3-1, and he sits game 5. What could go wrong?
You mean a 3-1 lead?
Yeah.
And then you get suspended for game 5?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can't even.
And then he comes back in game 6 and
I mean, I hear the scenario you're painting. I just can't imagine it.
I can't
imagine it.
I can't imagine that going wrong.
No.
But I do think that of all the things that Draymond is, and I've been more critical of Draymond than anybody on this station, and apologies to anyone who else thinks that they're in my league, but I would say that I'm number 1 in the Draymond critic category. The one thing that I will give him...
Shasky's mad at you for saying that, but go ahead.
That's fine, and so is Bonte, and I'm sure Guru is as well, but the one thing I will give him his flowers for is awareness of the rules and where he is on these scales.
Yeah.
He knows where he is on the tech scale, and he knows where he is on the flagrant scale.
Well, look, the last time we had what feels to me like a similar conversation was the beginning of this season. And our lines were lined up with people who are like, why the hell would you now think that Draymond, because he was suspended last year and it quote-unquote ruined the year, and the year before that he punched a teammate and it quote-unquote ruined the year.
His words.
Why the hell would you think that this year Draymond Green would suddenly figure it out, be thoughtful, and stay on the court? And then what happened?
He figured it out.
He nailed it.
Well, he had 14 techs.
Yeah.
And he knows that when you get 16, you get suspended. Right. So I do think that he is aware of all of it, and he knows that there's times when he wants to get a tech. And he said this the other night. It might have been the playing game, or he's like, you know what? I needed to get a tech right there. And so I think he's aware of times where he feels like he needs to get a tech. And as far as him going over the line, he didn't do it this year. This year, he
didn't.
I'm not going to call him a Boy Scout.
No, but he's always going to be Draymond Green.
Weeblo?
But he nailed it. Weeblo.
Sorry.
He stayed on the team.
He stayed on the team.
He stayed on the team.
He did not get suspended.
And by the way, 14 technical fouls in a year. I know for a lot of players that's a ton. For Steph Curry, it's like a career. But I'm not bothered usually by technical fouls. Technical fouls are like, oh, you talked to the ref for too long. Like, you know what I mean? Like, sure, you kind of got Fred VanVleet in the face the other night. All right, they called a technical foul. Usually a technical foul is like, on its own, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. Obviously, if you get 2 in a game, it's a big deal. And now we're in this spot where if he gets 4 more, he's going to miss an entire game. So I get that. But yeah, largely, I thought Draymond, he really nailed it this year with regard to this.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he crushed it.
Yeah. I mean, there were no incidents and there were no times where he got ejected from a game and it actually cost them the game. Was that the Charlotte game a couple years ago, Grandy, where
where Steph cried?
He got the 2 texts late and he got ejected and it
wasn't
eventually
late. It was
cost him the
early.
game.
It was
Steph
early.
cried last year in Orlando.
Oh, it was Orlando.
Dibs is thinking of a separate game a couple of years ago
Got
where
it,
he
okay.
went crazy late and cost them a game that they had already won.
Yeah.
Got it. Yes. Yeah. We're thinking it too because they won the game where Steph was teared up and Draymond got kicked out early.
Yeah.
They won that game anyway.
Draymond's meltdowns are like children. You dislike them all the same.
Maybe it's like children in you and your siblings because there's a bunch of them, Dibs.
Well, only 4 of us.
That's a lot.
That's
a decent amount.
That's a lot. It's not a bunch, but it's a lot.
It's not like
Maybe
Buddy,
the better
Buddy
example,
Hield.
or Buddy Hield or Spadoni's family. A lot of kids.
A lot of Spadones.
How many does the Spadone family have?
11, I think.
Oh my God.
I was going to say he was one of 7 kids, but it might be more than that. I don't know.
Lord.
Oh, I'm going to go over 7.
How do those parents do that?
My Uncle Terry, rest in peace, Uncle Terry, he had kids all over the damn place.
If they're
It
not
was like
all
a 35-year age gap, though. It's not like he had 11 kids in 15 years. He's like, you know what? Hey, new wife, let's put up 5 on the board.
Was he like Cromartie? Could he name them or no?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're like, name all your kids, could he do it?
He might not have been able to, but my sister can. Get the Caner on the phone.
Oh yeah, that's
she knows
different.
all of them.
That's different.
Uncle Terry.
That's different.
Live in a double wide
Women
in
are
rural Minnesota.
Yeah, women are thoughtful like that.
But she wasn't the parent of any of these
matter.
kids.
She's a woman. She can do stuff like that. Dudes are like, there's a Billy and
there's little guy and Buckaroo.
And Grandy's sitting there with a buzzer. It's like, that's not one of them. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. We are taking your phone calls right now. Do you trust that Draymond Green is going to stay in these games? And also, are you feeling like on the positive side of, the Warriors have the momentum off of Sunday? Or are you kind of still in that bucket of, dude, if you lose game 6, you're going to be exhausted if you even get to game 1 on Tuesday night? No chance. I hear Warrior fans doing both of those things. So we'd love to hear from you. We'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, is my bank.
definitely going back to the playoffs and going further in the playoffs to go versus the Warriors. I want to play the Warriors. I want to get to the Warriors. Wherever they at, I want to get to them.
Gotcha. Why the Warriors so much?
I mean, because Draymond talks so much trash. That's pretty much the only reason.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Today, that was 2 years ago.
I love it.
That was Anthony Edwards talking about his playoff future, and he wants the Warriors, mainly because Draymond Green talks so much S. Okay.
It's great.
Here we are.
Yep.
And as we found out yesterday, you detailed this. This is one of two Western Conference teams that Steph Curry and Draymond Green have never played in the playoffs.
That's right.
And so as of tonight, it will be down to one, the Phoenix Suns. That's the only team. So there are all kinds of crossover factors between these two teams. Anthony Edwards said he wanted the Warriors 2 years ago. Anthony Edwards had a pre-draft workout with the Warriors the year that they drafted James Wiseman. He went number 1 overall. The Warriors said directly to his face, Steve Kerr said, if we had the number 1 pick, we would not take you. The workout did not go well, apparently, between these two. Kerr has coached him in the Olympics. Dante DiVincenzo used to play for the Warriors. I think you've heard Jimmy Butler used to play for the Wolves. The Wolves passed on Steph Curry twice in the lottery the year that Steph Curry was coming out. So, man, there's a lot of stuff that leads to this moment in time.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. It's not a rivalry by any stretch, but just the Anthony Edwards part of it and hearing him talk like that about how he wants the Warriors and Draymond Green. And Anthony Edwards is the future of the association, not only as a player, but also as a trash talker. And you look at the technical list this year, he's number 1 in the league in techs, and he got fined more than any other player because he couldn't stop talking about the officials and, complaining about this and complaining about that. So Anthony Edwards is the perfect mix of elite player, and he's probably, you would put him right now top 10 in the association.
Oh, for sure.
Right. Easy top 10.
I'm going I'll go higher.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, a lot of it is determined by how you do in the playoffs because there's a lot of good players, and we'll get into that as we talk parity a little bit later, but he's the perfect mix of elite player and also elite talker in the association.
Anthony Edwards really strikes, I think, the perfect chord. I'm a fan. I love Anthony Edwards. You're now again, we're about to start a playoff series, and playoff series have a way of making whichever team you're rooting against, by the end of that week and a half, you despise them all. I had never even thought of Alpi Şengün. I had never even thought of him in my life.
I was a big fan.
No, I know. I was aware of him. Sure. I'm not saying I didn't know who he was, but I never spent any time thinking about Alpi Şengün.
Yep.
I don't go home from the show being like, I wonder what Şengün's doing right now.
Same thing with Amen Thompson.
Yeah, none of them. Brooks, yes.
Yeah.
Van
We got
Vliet,
history.
playoff history. Yep. But the rest of these dudes, I got no thoughts about you. And 3 days later, I'm like, I can't stand that guy.
Right.
I can't stand this guy. So playoff series have a way of doing that to you. But outside of Rudy Gobert, who's actually only just mildly annoying.
I'd say more than mildly, but that's fine.
It's just whatever. Rudy Gobert. Okay, you're tall. Nice. What do you actually do on the court? Okay.
He rubbed his COVID all over microphones.
Yes. No, see, he's annoying. And I sometimes, I don't ever want to judge a person until I got my own personal experience with you. But I do think it's interesting that Gobert seemingly has not gotten along with a lot of his own teammates through the years. And yes, Donovan Mitchell being at the front of the line. I don't know how well respected Rudy is around the league, but whatever. Keep that over here for a second. Largely, this Wolves roster, it's a bunch of players I kind of dig. I kind of dig them. You and I literally made content out of DiVincenzo. You got, right? He's restaurant quality.
Restaurant quality.
I do like Anthony Edwards. Naz Reid, I've had a Warrior crush on for years. I wish he were a Warrior. He does exactly what they need. Stretch big man, knock down a 3. Jaden McDaniels is a two-way player who I really admire, Julius Randle.
Did you cover Randle down in L.A.? Was he there in your Laker days?
No,
You just missed him?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, I was there, but I think I was kind of doing San Diego stuff by then, so it was like, whatever. But, yeah, Julius Randle, I don't think he's great, but he's underrated. He's an underrated player in this league. So I've enjoyed watching them play. I like the way they play. I think they're well coached. All these things. By tomorrow, I'll probably hate them all.
Well, I was just going to ask you that. Like, who do you hate on this team? Like,
nobody yet.
Right.
Gobert's the only one who I like. Even
going into Houston, though, it was easy to look at Houston and say, all right.
Dillon Brooks.
And when I say hate, it's a sports hate, and maybe Dillon, it goes beyond sports hate, but it was easy to look at that and go, yeah, Dillon Brooks. And then after about 8 minutes of Şengün, it's like, all right, this guy, you need to knock that off because I can't stand watching you do what you do. But beyond that, like Fred VanVleet, he was annoying, but it was kind of funny because he really couldn't shoot, and we all were celebrating that. And then all of a sudden he got white hot, and it's like, no, not him again. Well, that's right. He was that Toronto guy.
Yeah, he was a Toronto guy. There was Tari Eason for whatever that.
Yeah,
I mean, that was no big deal, but he was trolling the Warriors a couple years ago, or maybe that was last year when he wasn't.
Warriors.
Yeah, come out to play. Yeah. That's Tari. And he, wasn't even playing when he did that. He was hurt. But the Rockets beat the Warriors in like a regular season game. And Tari was trash talking him, and it got Draymond's attention and all of this stuff. So there were little things. But yeah, you're right. Like Amen
Mike
Thompson,
Conley, for example.
I got no issue with Mike Conley. That's a really good veteran guard.
I mean, just a sturdy 37-year-old left-hand dribbling, like just a good guy.
I look at the Wolves, and largely what I've thought through the years, or at least this year, I'm like, dude, that guy right there would fit perfectly on the Warriors.
Bunch of them.
Like, I love some of their players. I wish they were on the Warriors. So I have an admiration for this team. It'll go away. First time I think somebody got fouled and didn't get called for it.
Yeah.
First time I see someone swipe at Steph's thumb, don't worry. It'll go away. But right now I sit here like, dude, I've kind of enjoyed watching this team play this year.
Yeah, and they've been amazing since March 1st. They are 21-5 in all games since March 1st. So it's a team that figured it out, and I think that they were having a little trouble with the Julius Randle part of it. How do you get him to fit into your offense? Because he plays a certain way, and the Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, has been so good all year, and then you've got this collection of really, really good pieces, Naz Reid and Rudy Gobert, a defensive stopper, and Dante DiVincenzo. That's the one that hurts me the most because I would love for him to be a Warrior again, and I know why he's not. He played so well that they couldn't afford him, and then he went to New York, and then New York just kind of scuttled him out the door, and then he wound up in Minnesota. So I'm happy that he's doing so well, but not this week.
Do you remember when we did the whole, forget the seedings as they actually look?
Yep.
Here are the seedings since Jimmy Butler's arrival in the Western Conference. And I'm like, the Warriors aren't the 7 seed, they're the 2 seed. Oklahoma City was still number 1. Golden State was number 2. Do you have a recollection of where the Timberwolves were?
I mean, we did the guessing game, and there were so many buzzers that my ears are still ringing, but I think I had the T-Wolves at 5, but they actually probably were 3.
Right? Sandwich that sucker. So buzzer him.
Speaking of
buzzer him, they're not 5.
I'm looking at Grandy sandwich in there.
They're not 3.
They must be 4 then.
Yeah, they're 4.
Yeah,
wait, what are they? 4. Yeah. So 6 versus 7? No. 2 versus 4. 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
That's how I view these teams, because there's so many examples of this in life. Dude, you are what you are, and you are who you are right now, not what you were. The Timberwolves have a record this year. This is why, and you and I, we will forever laugh at one another whenever we have this argument about you are what your record says you are. I'm like, no, you're not. You are who you are right now. You are who you are right now. And your record is filled with a bunch of stuff that, while it counts, it also has context. And the Warriors have a bunch of games on their record this year where Jimmy Butler wasn't on the team. And the Timberwolves have a bunch of games on their record this year where Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo were hurt. but you are who you are right now.
Right, and their records are 0-0.
Yes, but what I'm
that's the
talking
records,
about is they're largely, both teams are of full health, and they are ready to rock, and they are two of the top 4 teams in the West, and it's why they're in the Final Four in the West.
And they're 2 of the 4 remaining teams.
Yes.
And we can talk about what your record says, and OKC won 68 games, and yet they're down 0-1 to Denver. So does the 68 wins in the regular season matter? Not really.
Not anymore.
Because now you need to win 4 of the next 6, or else you're going to be one of the biggest disappointments in playoff history.
You don't even have home court advantage anymore.
Right.
That's all it takes.
So for me, the record that you have right now is 0-0. You're 0-0, and Minnesota's the same.
Agreed. I think this is a heavyweight fight.
Oh, they
I think
all
this
are,
is
yeah.
a heavyweight
You said it
fight.
yesterday, like the 8 remaining teams, any of those 8 could win the whole thing.
All right, we're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, 888-957-9570, taking your phone calls on this series that's about to start. And are you feeling kind of positive, or are you feeling kind of negative as this thing gets started? 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now, and also coming up next, let's go ahead. I'll let you hear it. Let you hear what Day said about Dylan Brooks on his podcast earlier today. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Dibby.
On 95.7 The Game.
We're doing Warriors Live tonight. I hope you know that.
I do know that.
We're doing it.
I'm just a little bit locked in on Grandy, and I apologize to the YouTube audience, but he's playing lean back, Fat Joe. I don't know if I'm ready to lean back on game one, but that's a straight jam, Grandy. I didn't know you had that in you.
It's a jam, but I think it's counterintuitive to what I want the Warriors to do tonight on defense.
You want them to lean in.
I don't want you to lean back.
You don't want them to do the rock away.
A lean back.
A lean back.
A lean back. No, I want you to lean in. I want you to get up in somebody. You know the way Dylan Brooks likes to do.
Yeah.
I want you to get up in there. Get all up in that. You know what I'm saying?
I want you to keep your eyes trained on any T-Wolf who happens to get near Steph Curry's thumb. I want you to bring that same energy for a T-Wolf who happens to take a swipe at the chef.
Okay. And Draymond addressed that actually in this clip. And
I cannot wait to hear this.
And he said, well, look, forget, I don't need to tell you what he said. Just listen. And so I've applied for a special waiver because today is game one between the Wolves and the Warriors. The Rockets are gone.
We're going forward.
The Rockets are in the past. They are in Cancun. They're gone. They're all gone.
Wow. Jim McKay.
Sorry.
70-year-old reference. I got it.
I know you did.
One of Steiny's favorites, by the way. Shout out to Munich Olympics.
What's up, Steiny? I hope you enjoyed that. Grandy and Lucas looking at each other. We don't get it. Anyway,
you gotta Google it.
It's fine.
Powerful moment in TV history.
I know. No, you shook his head.
Whatever. It's know your history, you whippersnapper.
They are. They're all gone. They're all gone.
Yeah,
but apply for special waiver because I just one more time, for Dylan Brooks, for whacking Warriors out of midair and going after pre-existing injuries and things like that. Listen to Draymond Green talking about Dylan Brooks after the series came to its conclusion. This from the Draymond Green show via The Volume.
Dylan Brooks ran off the court. So when I say you see what guys is made of, he ran off the court, like ain't shaking nobody up. You admitted that you was trying to hurt Steph Hand, which again, fine by me, bro. Like I get it. We all get it when you hoop. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to be on that type of time,
you got to be on that time
in the press
you got to be on that time all the time.
You're going to be talking. You're going to be Mr. Big Bad Wolf. Don't lose and then not face the music. Don't be that guy because, again, you lose a lot of respect for guys in that moment. I had a moment with Dylan Brooks back when he was with Memphis, and I said the dynasty start after you. And the reason I said that is because things like that. Because, bro, so then guess what? Then Tyree Eason do it. He lead the court. I got love for Tyree Eason. His mom was talking. You know what I'm saying? My mom almost had to get out of it.
You got a lot of, you shouting them out earlier in the year, though.
Absolutely. I got a lot of love for the way he played. Yeah. And I ended up catching him right before he was about to walk out the arena. And he was walking this way, so he didn't have to come by me. But I could, in my distance, I could see him right there. And I went and I dapped him up. That was kind of a little save, but don't be that guy, man. Like you don't
you gotta teach him. You gotta teach him.
You lose a series.
You gotta teach him right. Yeah.
But that's who Dylan Brooks is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we understand, like, you a sucker, man.
I mean,
that was a minute and 21 seconds of loveliness.
It was a lot to unpack.
Except for the parts I couldn't hear because Baron Davis kept going,
Baron's a part of it.
Yeah, he is. And sometimes we step on each other.
Mom and Draymond's mom almost got into it, apparently.
I got 50 different things out of that quote.
There's a lot. But the big takeaway is if you're going to be that guy and you're going to intentionally try to hurt Steph Curry, and Draymond's like, I'm cool with that. And I love to hear that because that's basically what you do in a best of seven. But the one thing I love the most about hockey is best of seven. You drop the gloves. I'm going to cross-check you, slash you. I'm going to try to slash you up and hurt you. But when it's over, we're going to line up. We're going to shake hands. We're going to dap each other up. And there is no excuse. And that is just the culture of what you do. And you play 7 games in the NBA, and that's not the NHL. I'm not making that comp. But when you go through 7 games and you're trying to hurt me and, Jimmy got clipped at the legs and I punched Fred in the face. Let's dap each other up and realize that we're all so lucky to do what we do, and we fought hard for 7, and let's just pay each other respect. That's all. And so I love what Draymond was saying.
Draymond spent more time on his podcast talking about how much he loves Şengün and what he thinks he's going to be in this league. And those two spent extended time talking to one another after Game 7 ended. I'm not somebody who gets terribly triggered because somebody left the court, but I will say this. Like, there was another thing in here, and it's sort of during one of the parts where Baron Davis and Draymond were talking over each other a little bit, but he's talking about, like, if you're going to be that guy, then you need to be that guy all of the time. And one of the examples he gave, and I can't remember if it was Draymond or Baron who said it, but talking about if you're going to be up there in the press conference with your shades on and your chains after a win, if you're going to do that, then you better do that all the time. It confirmed for me, not that I really was confused, but if anybody does want to go back to the Game 7 press conference and look at the way Steph Curry dressed himself for that press conference, you better 1,000% believe that was not what Steph Curry normally would have worn.
It's a coincidence.
You a sucker, man.
That's right. That was the Petty King in full effect. Absolutely sending a message. This also comes from the same locker room where Jimmy Butler openly stated earlier in the series, I don't like that guy. And this isn't like a Buddy Hield joke. I do not like Dillon Brooks. And so this is one thing that I'm always interested in this. These are huge, big-time players. And there's emotions everywhere. And so Draymond gets under a lot of people's skin too. But you know this because you and I are afforded the opportunity to speak to a lot of players on the team, current and past. And one thing, sure, not named Jordan Poole, but one thing that we've normally found for a lot of people who have played around Draymond Green is, he will instigate and get under your skin. But when the whole thing is over, really, really respect Draymond Green. Love him as a teammate, many have told us. I don't know if the league feels that way about Dillon Brooks. And I love that in what Draymond said about going after Steph's thumb. Did you hear the part where he confirmed, Steiny? Did you hear the part where he confirmed that I was right in that argument we had last week with regard to whether or not Dillon was openly admitting that he was purposefully going after Steph's thumb? Not meaning I want to try to attack that to win the basketball game. No, he was trying to hurt Steph Curry. And whether Draymond says, I get it or not, like,
and that was my point, like, and I'm with Draymond on that. Like, I totally get it.
No, he says, I get it. Not I support it. I get it. Dillon's not the only one who will do it.
Right.
Still doesn't make it right. And so, I love the fact that he got called out because you will never convince me otherwise. His behavior in this series, once again, was completely inappropriate.
But it's one thing to be inappropriate in your opinion, in your words. It's another thing for Draymond Green to say, Dillon Brooks ran off the floor because you could do what you do in a 7-game series. And, Dillon was physical and Draymond was physical. And they both had moments where they did things that were probably outside the lines. And same thing with Amen Thompson and many other players. But when it's over and the horn sounds, then as professional basketball players and entertainers, you get together and you at least go through quick, knucks. You don't have to bring it in with every player and like share thoughts and emotions. But it was cool what Draymond did with Şengün. And you could tell that he was like, dude, you are awesome and you're going to have your moment and you keep doing what you're doing because you're a great player and you fought hard. And that's what Draymond does. The one thing, you could say whatever you want about Draymond, and I have, but he understands the game and he's very much a steward of the game in terms of like passing it on to the next generation about the right way to go about winning and losing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm always going to remember as much as he messed it all up, and there's no two ways about it, he did. As much as he messed it all up, he lost his cool at the wrong time, in the wrong way, with the wrong person. But one thing that we learned out of what he did to Jordan Poole was that Poole talked about how for the first few years of his career, that was Big Bro. That was the guy who more than anybody else in the locker room took him under his wing. So I know it's hard for people to sort of see it this way because when we watch Draymond play basketball, it's always on the line, if not over the line. Like it's constantly just triggering everybody. And there's so many things that I wouldn't even support out there or don't necessarily love watching. But when you're not in that heat of battle, you're right with what you just said. Like he does seem to have that, especially late in his career, sort of that like elder statesman mentality of loving the game, protecting the league, wanting to guide people the right way.
Right.
I'm sure there are plenty of you who are like, that's the last guy on earth I want guiding the young players. But whether you feel that way or not, he does that. He does that. And if he sees somebody kind of doing it the wrong way, he'll call them out. And I don't know, man. There's a piece of that I really like. Draymond, there's nothing that's ever not sort of conflicted, but there's a piece of that I really like. So I like that he was honest about all of the different players on the Rockets with the way this all went down.
Yeah, and he wants to try to pass the game along like the game was passed to him. And he learned from the veterans that he went up against and veterans that he played with. And so when you leave the league and you love the league like he does, and we'll put aside the things that he's done that are outside the lines, but one thing we do know about Draymond Green is he loves basketball. He loves the winning culture, and I also think that he likes the NBA, and he wants to leave the league in the way that he received it, and he wants to teach younger players lessons like that, where you play 7 games, and it's physical, it's contentious, and yeah, Dylan, you tried to hurt Steph repeatedly, and I don't necessarily think that that's a big problem. You and I had a full show and a half debate on that subject, but for this topic today, I totally agree with Draymond, which is, whatever you did what you did, and I get it. At the end of it, come over, bring it in, and you don't have to we don't have to hug it out and pretend that we're best friends, but come over and just shake my hand.
Stand on it.
Exactly.
Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
Yeah.
You played 7 games, and I don't remember any series that Draymond lost where he just beelined for the door. I feel like he's always kind of stuck around.
I can't think of that. Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't lost a lot of series.
That's true, too. That's true, too.
I'm looking at the numbers here, and Steph Curry is 24-5 in series in his career.
Well, wasn't it the series 2 years ago that was technically the first time the Warriors had been defeated in a 7-game series where all Steph, Draymond, and Klay Thompson were healthy when they lost to the Lakers? And, of course, Draymond stayed on the floor and hung out with those guys.
Yeah, boy, LeBron.
You a sucker, man.
Yeah. I mean, I think they did a jersey swap.
I think they went to dinner.
Yeah.
So I got this breaking news.
Oh.
And it's about the game that's going to start here in a half hour. And the Cavaliers are going to be down some key players against the Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 situation where they've already lost Game 1. Darius Garland missed Game 1. He will also miss Game 2, and so will Evan Mobley.
Wow.
Along with DeAndre Hunter, they are all out for the Cavs in this Game 2, which conventional wisdom suggests that if they don't win it, they're dust. I don't know how often in the history of the NBA you've lost games 1 and 2 at home and then come back to win the series. Maybe that's happened a couple times. But this feels like a game the Cavs have to have, and they're going to be out some very key players. And the Pacers have been playing really well. They're sneaky. So intrigue with regard to the game that will be the lead-in, the appetizer, the opening act, if you will.
No doubt.
For the Warriors and the Wolves tonight.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at it. Teams that drop the first 2 at home, they win 4 out of 28 series since 1984.
I'm surprised it's that high, to be honest with you.
Yep.
But 24.
4 and 24 are the records.
Yeah, 4 and 24.
Yeah, that includes the last team to do it was the Clippers against Dallas in 2021 in that first round series.
Spread is down to 6, but they're still a 6-point favorite in the game, even with this news.
Wow. Okay. Cleveland's still favored.
By 6.
Yeah, jeez.
Game 2 energy, desperation.
Yeah, for sure. And, we mentioned this before about teams that lose game 1 at home. They still go on to win 50% of those series.
Right.
So if you're looking at, all of the game 2s for the teams that lost game 1 at home, and that would be OKC, and that would also be Boston. Those are ones where I'm sure they're both going to be pretty heavily favored.
888-957-9570 as we get ready for game 1 of round 2 between the Warriors and the Wolves. And no doubt, a lot of us have thought about and talked about some of the overlap. We were mentioning it just about a half hour ago. All of the different things where some of these players and coaches and cities are intertwined, even though they've never played against one another in the playoffs. Anthony Edwards 2 years ago dreamed out loud of the idea of playing against the Warriors in the playoffs. And here we are. And part of it is this. Go back to when the Warriors had the number 2 pick in the draft. Anthony Edwards was the player who went number 1. We all know who went number 2. It was James Wiseman. So,
this is James Wiseman.
The Warriors didn't pass on Anthony Edwards.
This is James Wiseman.
But he was right there, potentially for the taking. Therefore, he had a pre-draft workout with the Warriors, and all we've heard through the years is it didn't go well. So this is from that exact same interview that Grandy played earlier when Ant said he wanted the Warriors. This is from 2 years ago and from the T-Wolves team in their social media. So listen to what he recalls from the pre-draft workout with the Warriors.
I was going through the drills, and he kept stopping them like, that's all you got, that's all you got. And I'm like, bro, I'm going hard as you want me to go. Like, what you want me to do? I'm sweating crazy. He like, man, you got to see Steph and KD and Clay work out. And we went to dinner that night, and they still was continuously telling me, like, you didn't work hard enough. Like, if we had the number 1 pick, we wouldn't take you. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. So me and my trainer ran home after dinner, and we just talking like, bro, we got to pick it up. I don't know how. I don't know what we got to do. Like, but we got to pick it up. And I think after that, man, it's just, I became a madman in the gym. And like, I try to work till I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
The Warriors built this guy.
Right. That's a stretch, but.
No, but there's a piece of it. Like, they inspired him.
Well, his response right there is incredible.
It's great.
Because he played 1 year at Georgia, and he comes out, and, you think you're doing all that you can, and, Steve Kerr keeps stopping it. He's like, you should see what these other guys are doing, who I don't know if you've heard of these guys, but, KD, Clay, and Steph, these guys have won a couple of titles here, 3 for 2 of them and 2 for the other guys. So, yeah, the standard that you need to match up to, it's going to have to be higher than that.
And then we had referenced this. This is from Netflix's Court of Gold. This is years later when Steve Kerr actually did coach Anthony Edwards in the Olympics. And listen to this exchange, which definitely brings about memories of the previous one we were just talking about.
You have such a gift like this. I mean, look at you. You're a tailback. You're running over people, right? Yeah. When is that going to translate to rebound? When is that going to translate to find a body and boom, hit guys?
See, my Kobe get on my ass about the same.
Yes, because that's the next step for you. Like you took such a leap last year from the beginning of practice to the end of the World Cup, and it translated, and you became one of the best players in the league. This is the next step.
Yeah, sure.
Watching how hard and non practice. I've never practiced. I've seen practice. Right. I've seen Steph. Both those guys, just the talking, all the physicality. That's the next step for you. Like you got another level you can get to, but it's like all the little boring stuff.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Use that body, man.
I got you, baby.
Yeah.
So I know that's a little bit hard to hear maybe in spots, but what we're basically getting at is Steve says you have just an unbelievable gift. You have all the talent in the world. Your offensive game has become elite. When are you going to take this perfect NBA frame that you have and use it to get a rebound? Like, when are you going to do that?
You were a tailback in high school, he's saying.
He's like, and he's like, man, that's what my coach always says to me.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, because this is the next step for you. You're elite. And he really is. Like, this conversation came up earlier in the year when LeBron was talking about, not wanting to be the face of the NBA, and they asked Anthony Edwards, would you want to be the face of the NBA? And he's like, no, I don't want that gig because I see how the face of the league sort of gets treated. But I will say this, I don't know if he's the face or not in the next generation of basketball players, but if you offered me a selection of any player in the NBA currently in his 20s, I think that's the guy I'd take. I think that's the one. If I had a draft of NBA players in their 20s, I think that's the number one pick.
Interesting.
I really do. I'm trying to, I'm just doing this from memory because Jokic is 30, isn't he?
Jokic is 30, just turned.
Yeah, he's
just turned in February.
Giannis is 30.
Yep.
We know
for sure.
Steph and LeBron are 82 years old.
Yep.
Right?
Tatum and Brown aren't 30.
Those guys are in their 20s.
Gilgeous Alexander's not 30.
Correct.
Where is Ja's not 30?
I'm taking Ant.
Yep.
My mind went to Wemby. Would you take Ant over Wemby?
Well, that's an interesting one. That still feels a little speculative to me, even though I understand his gifts and I understand what he brings on both ends of the floor. Yeah, I think I would. And here's why. It's literally what we just talked about with the Rockets. When they said, what do you need in the playoffs? I need somebody who's not a center. I need a ball handler who can go get me a bucket. I don't know if Wemby will ever be that. He's so important.
Well, he's not going to ever crush you over with the ha-ha.
Right. And I think right now, when I watch Wemby play, I'm like, dude, you're shooting too many threes. You're 8 feet tall. Stop shooting 13 threes a game. Go inside and be 8 feet tall. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking at the board right now. I think this is the guy I'd take. I think this is him.
Well, he won't be 24 until August,
which is nuts.
You're talking about a 23-year-old
He's so
player.
Young.
He's so young. He's young, but if you look at his career so far, and he's been in the playoffs now 4 of 5 years.
Yep.
This is the fourth time in a row. So
conference finals last year.
Right. He's a young player by chronological age, but he's already been through it. First couple of years, he didn't advance out of the first round, and you mentioned the NBA conference finals last year. So there already has been a bit of a graduation for he and his team, and now he's got a real good cast around him. So it's going to be a tough series, no doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. How are you feeling, Warrior fans? Does it lean positive or does it lean a little negative because of the rest disadvantage, etc., the age of the Warriors? We're taking your calls all afternoon as we get ready for this one. 888-957-9570, taking your calls right now. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard.
you a sucker, man. Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's ride. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And I do think that Jim Peterson, probably is going to join us in about a half hour.
Former Warrior,
TV analyst for the Wolves. And so he is around the corner, we do believe. And I don't know about y'all, but based on what I have seen so far in the first round and the 3 games of the second round, I am now more optimistic, if that's the right word, of the Warriors' just chances of actually continuing and really competing for a championship. Because I just think all 8 of these teams are closer than maybe we realize. Oklahoma City getting a notch against them last night is a big deal. I do not think that the Warriors are head and shoulders or even their hair above these other teams. I don't think they're better, but I just don't think the other teams are better than them either. I think this is as evenly matched as I've ever seen the Final 8. And so there's no strength in numbers for the Warriors anymore, but I truly believe they're in the mix. I'm not going to say all 8 teams have a shot to win it all. That would surprise me a little bit if like the Pacers won the whole thing or something like that.
Well,
but I'm telling you, man, like I really think this thing is becoming a little bit broader than it usually is and broader than I thought it was. And I'm a little bit more optimistic about the Warriors' chances in this series than I was Friday. If you had told me they were going to need 7 games to win last round.
Right, and you said on Friday that, they're cooked. If they have to go to a Game 7 in Houston, then they're most likely cooked, and I mostly agreed with you because, to go to Minnesota tonight and have to beat a rested T-Wolves team and all the rest of it, and then, boy, you got no chance against OKC and the rest of it, and while things changed pretty dramatically in the association and the playoffs, and OKC had a double-digit lead against Denver, and they couldn't close them out. And you look at Jokic, and he had, 40 and 20 and 6, or 42, 22 and 6, whatever the final numbers were. And it's
42, 22 and 6, I think is right.
I mean, my goodness. And Aaron Gordon had a Archbishop Midi in San Jose, hits the big 3 to give him the win. And you realize that, there's a lot more parity, even though Oklahoma City won 68 games, and they had the best plus-minus point differential in NBA history, and that normally means that you're a dominant team, and they're still allowed to come back and win the series. I'm not saying that they're cooked, but the fact that they lost in that fashion, and they looked a little bit young, and I don't know what they were doing with their foul strategy late in the game. Like
it was too quick.
They're fouled too soon.
Way too quick.
Too early.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what Dibbs is talking about, basically the Thunder were in a situation down the stretch where they were up by 3. And it's often a strategy to foul in that situation so you don't let the other team shoot a 3. But what Oklahoma City kept doing was fouling like immediately upon inbounding the ball. So if there's 15 seconds left, Denver would inbound and they're like, whack, okay, now there's 13 and a half seconds left. Well, wait a minute. They're just going to go hit their free throws and then they're going to foul you and we're going to do it again. And they kept doing it till then suddenly they got to a point where Chet Holmgren was the one who was fouled and he went to the line and missed 2.
Oh, boy.
And the Nuggets
Nervy
get,
too.
Right, and then the Nuggets get the rebound and they got a full 9 seconds on the clock to run down the court, pass to an open Aaron Gordon, knock down a 3, boom, win the game.
They're only down 1, too. They didn't even have to shoot a 3.
Oh, that's what Abe kept yelling. He's like, why did he shoot a 3? I'm like, because in that situation, dude, you take any open shot you can get.
And he was open.
It was a good look. And then he goes, I bet there's muscle memory to that too. It's like, you can step inside the arc and shoot a 15-footer, and nobody does that anymore.
Exactly.
So shoot the 3. Shoot that thing. I thought the Nuggets were great with their fire drill in terms of like, don't think, don't stop, don't think, just boom, get the ball down the floor and take a shot, and it went in, and they won the game. And the Thunder really messed that up.
Really quick, you guys mentioned the Thunder fouling really quickly and not allowing any time to come off the clock. They did it one time when Denver inbounded the ball after the made free throws, so they had to go the length of the floor. They had no timeouts, Denver did, and Jokic wasn't even on the court.
Correct.
So they committed the foul, giving the Nuggets a couple of free throws and allowing Jokic to come back in.
Right. And Jokic guarding SGA on that final inbound is what forced them to throw to Chet Holmgren, who then missed both free throws. And SGA is a 90%er. Well played. They Westbrooked that thing.
Kind of, yeah.
Against Westbrook.
Well, you've got a younger coach, and he's not totally inexperienced, but you've got a team that has not really been through it. And so you were mentioning the parity, and you don't remember another year where there's been this much parity. And I look at OKC with 68 wins, and they're the outlier. But if you go seeds 2 through 8, they were separated by 4 games. Basically, from
52 to 48. That's correct.
I go back to 2010, where 1 through 8 was separated by just 7 games. And so that's 1 through 8. This year, the 1 was so far and away, like in the regular season, beyond good. That's why I've been hesitant to agree with the whole idea of the parity. But then you have your 68-win team come out and lose game 1 at home. So you may be right about the parity.
I mean, you're not wrong either. Look, Aaron Gordon hit a shot, and they had a miracle comeback, and that does not mean OKC's now in trouble. But I do look at the 4 teams who are left, and OKC is on an island in a couple ways. You're right. 1, they won 68 games. 2, they've never been to a conference finals before.
Yep.
So the other 3 teams have, and in fact, 2 of them, and I know this isn't true for all the rosters, but the key players from Nikola Jokic to Jamal Murray to Steph Curry to Draymond Green, and if you want to throw in Jimmy Butler, at least because he's been to the finals, these teams have really advanced through the playoffs for a month and a half and seen every scenario. And Oklahoma City has not. And while they outplayed Denver most of the night last night, Grandy's point that he just brought up, that's true. That's where I think that stuff shows itself. Like, what are you doing when you've got a 10-point lead with 2 minutes to go? What are you doing when you've got a 3-point lead with 30 seconds to go? You gaffed it.
Yep.
You messed it up a bunch of different ways, and you lost.
That's right.
And this is what a lot of us were sort of hoping, in a way, against hope, would happen to Oklahoma City when they got to the playoffs. Because what did people always say? Sure, you're the best team, but until you do it, we need to see you do it, and they haven't done it, and last night was not a good start for them.
No, it was not. And I'm just looking at the ESPN win probability, and they're up 115-106 with 3 minutes to go.
Okay.
9-point lead, 96.3% chance of winning that basketball game. And then next thing you know, that thing got flipped, and you lose.
Yep.
Up 9 with 3 minutes to go at home. Coming off of a week of rest, you should be able to close that out.
I keep talking about how stop worrying when a team's up by 14 in the second quarter. That does not mean they blew a game. You up by 9 or 10 with 2.5 to go, 3 minutes to go, you blew the game. You blew the game. You blew it.
Yeah.
I don't remember, where were Boston and New York? Like, that 20-point lead, that was third quarter, wasn't it?
I think so,
It was in the third quarter for Boston. So you could argue a little bit maybe that they blew it. I mean, they just stopped making shots. That was unbelievable last night.
Yeah.
With the way that whole thing went down. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I see 75-55 with about 6 minutes to go in the third.
There you go. So, that's still not, like, 20-point lead is not what it used to be. But when you're starting to push toward the fourth quarter and you're up by that much at home in game 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeesh. Yeah, a little gaffy.
A little bit.
It's not as gaffy as what Oklahoma City did, but it's a little bit gaffy.
Well, and if you don't score, you're going to have a hard time holding on to any lead, let alone a 20-point lead.
It's a good analysis right there.
Yeah, thank you. And, I go back to the game that the Warriors played against Minnesota earlier in the year, and Minnesota went almost 8 minutes without a bucket. Yep. And so when that happens, if you go 8 minutes without a basket or a point, you're going to have a really hard time winning any game, even if you have a 20-point lead. Those things are going to slip away, especially in this day and age in the association where threes can come in bunches.
No doubt. We love hearing from the Warrior fans, especially on a night like tonight when we're getting ready for a big game, a game 1. What is your anticipation as we start this thing? Guess who's on the line? It's one of our really good friends.
Okay.
One of our really good friends. I love this man. This is Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. GPD. What are you doing getting ready for this one?
Man, listening to you guys, I got to admit, I see why they say these are two of the smartest guys in sports talk radio.
Uh-huh.
and I'm not trying to stroke your ego, but you guys are breaking it down tremendously, and I appreciate you, and I want to thank you for making our day, man.
Well, GPD, I think you just made ours. You may not be trying to stroke our ego, but it worked anyway.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm getting ready to go pick up my daughter from school, but before I go, I'm eating some leftover chicken curry with leftovers mashed potatoes.
Curry!
Let me see how this works. But one thing.
Yep.
I'm gonna just say this. Okay, the Ant-Man. I you know what? I agree with you. Him and Wemby are the next face of the league, and he's really good. I'm a little apprehensive, but I really think that I hope we can pull it off in 7. But I want to say something about Draymond Green.
Let's go.
I met Draymond like 5-6 years ago at, what is that? Jack London Square. Is that Scott's, the restaurant?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mother's Day. Going to Scott's with my mother. Draymond walking in, open the door for my mother. The dude's got a very good character, and you got to admit, off the court, he's got good character. When he's on the court, he's a dog, bro. He's an OG, and he's right. Look, bro, we can scrap just like when we were in school, in high school. Hey, somebody called you out. You go back behind the shed, and you guys have a fist fight. And then the next day, when I see you, okay, I got a black eye. You got a black eye. Hey, man, it's okay, man. You beat me. I beat you. But look, let's dap on it, and we still cool. Dylan Brooks, you's a sucker. Later, man.
Grandpa Daddy, go get your daughter. Scott's by the Bay. Scott's by the Bay.
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. Certain people you can get into a little tussle, a little scuffle with, and you're like, that's it. That's it for life. Like, I don't like you. Like, I am not on your side of the fence. And then there are others, he's become kind of an inside joke around these parts for us. But the voice of the Suns, John Bloom, and you love John Bloom.
I do love John Bloom.
He's my best friend in life. I kicked him out of my house when we were in high school.
Whoa.
I threw him out. Like, get out of my house. Which is funny because it's like not my house. I'm like 16 years old. But I threw that man out of my house because we used to do that. We used to scrap like dogs. We wanted to do the same things in life. We liked the same things. And when two people are too similar, you butt heads. You butt heads sometimes. There's nobody outside of my mom, my kids, my lovely Christy that I love more than that man. But we would scrap and we would fight, and that's the way it is. But there's two kinds, I think. There's two kinds of interactions on that, and the Warriors made it very clear. Dylan Brooks and, for instance, Alpi Şengün, those are two different kinds of rivals coming out of that series. One of them has respect at the base of it. One of them does not.
Right, and it's hard to show respect for somebody who went about to intentionally hurt somebody, and I'm not talking about Steph and his thumb. I'm talking about Gary Payton II and that foul when they took on Memphis so many years ago. So even though Steve Kerr, he's always going to be a diplomat and let bygones be bygones and the rest of it, but certain players and certain members of the organization will never forget that.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're also checking out constantly the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Saw this based off of the conversation we just had about what the Thunder did last night. And this is a good observation. 415, thank you for sending it in. Says, biggest mistake by OKC was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander taking the quick dunk rather than playing keep away and dribbling out the clock. There was a play with about 13 seconds left to go. The Nuggets, obviously, on an inbound play are going for the steal. They go for the steal. They miss. It leaves SGA by himself. And yes, he ran straight for the hoop and dunked it to go back up by 3. That's fine. You're going to go up by 3, but why not stand there? You're a 90% free throw shooter. Maybe get 4 or 5 more seconds off the clock and then go take the free throws. I understand you could miss a free throw.
Yeah.
And that changes the calculus. I totally get it.
But you said he shoots 90%?
90% free throw shooter.
Right.
Yeah. So that is a way they could have played it, and taking the quick dunk is it bit him, as it turns out.
And if you're up 2, you take the quick dunk, you're up 4, that's fine. Now it's a 2-possession game, but when you do that and you only go up by 3, then it becomes a fool's errand, and things unraveled the way they did. And that's part of what we've talked about with the Warrior team, and an advantage they had over Houston is, forget championship pedigree, but just playoff experience. And we looked at all of the playoff games, and we added up Steph plus Draymond plus Jimmy, and you throw in Kevon, and you're up over 500 playoff games. And Houston had, even if you throw in Jeff Green and Fred VanVleet, they weren't even near that number. But you look at Minnesota, and Anthony Edwards, as a 23-year-old, quietly has played in almost 40 playoff games, and Gobert's played a bunch. And so you start to look at this team, the advantage you have over Minnesota. You still have an advantage because you've done a lot more in the playoffs than they had. But you mentioned it, Mark. They were in the conference finals last year, so they're not going to be scared by the moment. They've been through this part of it before. They know what this takes.
This team went on the road and won a Game 7 at Denver when Denver was the defending champion. So you're right. There's no psychological edge to me for the Warriors in this series, and I think I could easily make the case that's why and how they won the last series.
The psychological advantage.
Absolutely. They were winning with their brains, and in the end, they won with their brains. They did it in a Game 7 situation on the road, and the Rockets looked like a team that was in the midst of Game 7. And they were worried about it. And even somebody who had almost no playoff resume at all, his name's Buddy Hield, but he'd been in the league for a long time, and he totally met the moment. This is another thing, by the way, that Draymond mentioned on his podcast today. He shouted out Buddy Hield for being ready for Game 7 when certain members of the Rockets maybe weren't.
He was so dialed in, I'm actually not surprised he had that game. Like, you see how tight guys can get. Look at Dylan Brooks. Houston was tight, and we could feel that. We could sense it. The arena was tight. They knew what was coming. They not these dudes again, and everybody in the gym knew what was happening, and Buddy was the opposite. But he was amongst a group that was like, whatever, we good. Like, Steve come in like, oh, it's cool, we good, it's straight. Steph do the finger roll, and when he make it, he go jumping around with everybody. Everybody out there dancing. We was loose. And I think Buddy was able to feed off of that as well. Whereas opposed to those guys, they went the opposite way. And Steve just said it. We're going out there loose, and they're going to tighten up. And we going out there, we're going to be loose, we firing, and we're going to get this win.
I mean, I thought you could feel it through the TV right away. Not that the Warriors were going to win, but I know what all of us were thinking. After the way Game 5 in Houston played out, the thought was, dude, you've got to be able to handle the onslaught of energy that's coming at you in the first quarter of this Game 7. Yeah. It was never there. The Warriors took that away from the Rockets the second they walked onto the court.
And they did it with their defense. And that's where, for me, it wasn't so much that the Rockets weren't up to the Game 7 pressure. It was that the Warriors came out defensively. Draymond and Jimmy Butler, they came out, and in that first quarter, they really stifled the Rockets, and they made it very difficult. And by the time you got into the second half and you switched to a zone, and they had to get out of their zone because Buddy Hield was electric, the game turned. And it also turned on the Buddy Hield buzzer beater where,
no doubt,
that first quarter was a total rock fight. And then Buddy hits one from 45. And it's like, instead of being up 1, where you should have been up 5 or 6 already because you outplayed Houston, yet you're only up 1, Buddy gave you a little bit of that breathing room.
Yeah, it demoralizes you a little bit if you're the home team. And I think it did. Took the air out of the arena a little bit. Let's go to David in San Jose. We're getting ready for Game 1 tonight. Right here on 95.7 The Game, we will have all of your coverage. And obviously, Warriors Live starts in now less than an hour and a half. We'll have that for you. Take you right up to when we're sending it out to the arena in Minnesota. And RC and Tim Roy and everybody will take it the rest of the way to get you ready for this 6:30 tip-off right here on 95.7 The Game. David in San Jose, hi. Thanks for calling, man.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Always good to hear you.
What's up?
I am ready. And I'll tell you this, man. You guys made a couple good points earlier. But right now, the Warriors we're playing with house money, man. You know, we already took out the number 2 seed. Understand that as we get deeper into the playoffs, the teams are more experienced. That was Houston's downfall ultimately, and not having a true number one player. Now they might have the best number one player in the game at his current time. You know, and so that obviously you got to account for Ant. What they don't have across the board is the dog mentality. You know, Draymond lives in Gobert's head rent free. The guy has a dog's body, but he don't have a dog's mentality, man. He's softer than McDonald's French fry. And so I feel like he's going to get his numbers, but he's very Dwight Howard-esque. Those are quiet, you know, double numbers. And so I'm excited for this series. There's a couple things that concern me. If you guys are all predicting 7, and I think that, you know, there's nothing wrong with that prediction, we can't have games. We're not going to be up 3-1. We can't take full games off like we did 5 and 6 in the last series. So that part is extremely concerning. Dibs, as a gambling man, I know we both want us to win game 1, but after last night, you know it's not looking good. So let's hope the Warriors can somehow pound this out. But like I said, I'm happy. Just be happy we made it through that first series, because there are a lot of times it wasn't looking so bright. And I ain't trying to rain on his parade, but we know the Buddy Hield experience, man. Right now it's high, but it can change quick. I'm looking for some stars to step up. I'm happy Jimmy's getting healthier, because anybody that's bruised their tailbone, man, that's hard enough even to use the restroom, you know, when you got to do your business.
No doubt.
I'm glad he's pounding that out, man. Let's go Dubs, baby.
Okay, David, thanks for that call.
Yeah.
Thanks for that call. Listen, I've turned in my I'm frustrated by Buddy Hield card. I will never get it back. I don't care. He can go 0 for 8 tonight, and I will not be frustrated by Buddy Hield. I promised, and I keep my promises. So that's that. And Buddy doesn't need to be great in all the games.
No.
Buddy needs to be great in like 2 of the games.
And you don't have to worry about the Buddy Hield experience. Is exactly what David was describing. He's going to be great. He's going to make you scratch your head. He's going to be frustrating. He's going to be wonderful. I never would have thought that he would have 33 points in a game, let alone a game 7, let alone a game 7 on the road. And if you look at his career, 725 total games of basketball, only 11 times has he had 33 or more points. And looking at that, I think 6 of those were in 1 year when he was on Sacramento, and it was whatever, Sacramento. This was the pre-playoff berth Sacramento. It was when he was pretty much all they had. So Buddy had never done anything like that in a high leverage game, and yet he did it in game 7. So I'm with you, Mark. No more like, the Buddy Hield experience is a thing, but
it is what it
I'm
is.
not ever going to get like frustrated or mad at Buddy again.
They need it. They need it. They need him. They need him to be good some of the time, not all of the time. Them's the rules, and he's the one who made them. All right, we got a big game coming up, obviously. Wolves and Warriors game 1 tips at 6:30 from Minnesota. Warriors live at 5:30, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity, and we're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Continue to take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We believe that Jim Peterson, former Dub and current Wolves analyst, is going to hop on with us shortly. So that is all ahead. This is Willard and Dibs.
95-7, the game.
There's that man, Buddy Hield. Be good for at least 3 points tonight.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at his game log, he'll probably get you 3.
He gets 3, maybe 6. Who knows? Yeah. Maybe 33.
Could be.
I don't know what to think. But, man, I'm excited to see this series. And we're excited to talk to Jim Peterson, who's a former Warrior and now analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Mark and Dan, good to talk to you guys, man.
It's great to have you. What's your read on this? Like, give us a little bit of an idea of this rest advantage that the Wolves have coming into this series, and how much you think that matters in this game tonight?
Well, I think it matters for preparations, situations. I think that Chris Finch, one of the things that we wanted to do, because we've done it both ways. We've gotten into the playoffs through the play-in, and we've gotten into the playoffs by being in the top 6. And I can tell you the last couple of years, not having to go through the play-in situation was a lot better for this team. That's how we got out of the first round against Phoenix last year. We were able to game plan against Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns, and Ant was able to, basically destroy that Suns team. Karl Anthony Towns played great. We had a great run in that series. And then, getting to the Western Conference Finals, I just think having that preparation time makes a huge difference. And for us, getting that prep time for the Lakers as well, having that time to game plan just makes a difference. Having that week off as well helped us prepare against the Lakers, and I think it'll help here too. I mean, now it hasn't helped the other teams so far here in this second round because all the home teams have lost.
Right.
So, I mean, the Celtics took it on the chin last night, and so did OKC, obviously, and then Cleveland lost too in Game 1 against Indiana. So I think it's kind of a cautionary tale too for Chris Finch because he can say, "Hey, I know we've had this time off, guys." But look what happened to the other teams that had some time off. You got to come ready. And this Golden State team, I mean, they took their time getting here. I mean, they didn't come right after the game in Houston. They came the next day. They came in yesterday at noon. They didn't practice. So Steve Kerr getting his guys some rest, and they had shoot around, and they're getting ready for Game 1. So, we'll see how much it helps Minnesota.
Yeah, an older team probably was the smart move for Steve Kerr. And Jim, I'm fascinated by the arc of the year for Minnesota because you go back to the end of February, you go to Utah and you lose and you fall to 32-29. But after that, Minnesota was one of the best teams in basketball. What did Coach Finch and the team do to make the adjustment to become a real juggernaut?
Well, that game, we had played the Lakers the game before, and Ant got his 16th technical foul. And so he missed that game in Utah that we lost that helped in that situation as well. So, Julius Randle, he, when Minnesota was struggling there, at the beginning of February, he missed 15 games in that stretch. He did miss the entire month of February. So, and the Wolves during that stretch, they lose. They lost 9 games in that stretch, 10 games in that stretch that Julius was out. And Rudy was also out for part of that stretch as well. But once we got fully constituted, we got Dante DiVincenzo back, we got Julius Randle back, Rudy came back. Minnesota went on a big time run. I think they only lost 4 games down the stretch from the beginning of March until the end of the season. So, and even in those 4 games that we lost, one of them was against Indiana. We should have not even lost the 4 games. We should have won all those games that we lost. We were up 24 at Milwaukee and lost in the second half.
That game was crazy.
It was just an insane game.
Yep.
So anyway, what I say is it's getting healthy. We lost and we're having difficulty closing games as well. We have been an awful clutch team all season long. We went 20-26. We played the most clutch games, so we were in every game. I mean, think about that. We had 46 clutch games, and so we lost 26 of those clutch games. And had we been better down, and I'm not even saying in the clutch we were bad. We were bad in the last 30 seconds, and so Ant was, and so Ant, to his credit, got us into clutch and then was great in clutch. But then, and when it came down to winning the game at the end of the game situation, we were not good. So had we won 6 or 7 more of those clutch games, we would have been a 2 or 3 seed. And so, that's why I say once we got fully constituted at the beginning of March, Julius Randle has been so good. The way that he's been able to be playmake and play bully ball. He plays such a different style than Karl Anthony Towns. And when you add Dante DiVincenzo, who we got in the Towns trade, Dante adds such a layer of toughness to our perimeter defense. He gives us another 3-point shot. You guys know. Yep. You guys had him there at Golden State. You know what a tough guy he is. And so, I just think that we're a better team now than we were last year. And I think that when I saw all the ESPN pundits, this came out before the Lakers series, not a single person at ESPN picked Minnesota to win the series. Not a single one. And I think that took, that gave our guys a lot of impetus to want to destroy the Lakers. And then I think this series, we're looking at, people were asking me, who would I rather play, Houston or Golden State? And, I'm kind of thinking, Houston can't shoot as well as Golden State can. I think we got better matchups maybe. Amen Thompson would be a problem guarding Ant, but I just think that Rudy, Draymond Green, the Jimmy Butler angle coming back to Minnesota, he's going to get roasted tonight at Target Center. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be an awesome environment. Jimmy's going to have to deal with all that. He's only played 3 times here since he was traded in 18, by the way. That's 17-18 season. He's only played here 3 times. And Anthony Edwards got into it with Jimmy when he was a member of the Miami Heat, Ant's rookie year. And Jimmy was like trying to talk smack to Ant, and he didn't know who he was talking to because Ant went right back at him. And then also just the Steph Curry factor, all the smack that Draymond talks, Ant respecting Steph Curry so much. I just think this is going to be a fascinating series.
Jim Peterson is with us, former Warrior and current Wolves analyst here on Willard and Dibs. Let's go a little deeper into that. Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert. What do you see in that matchup? And maybe I think give us a little bit more on Gobert, and what do we not know about him? How do his teammates feel about him? What is to the mystery of Rudy Gobert?
Rudy is so misunderstood. All the smack that Draymond talked about Rudy last year on TNT in the Dallas series, how they were mocking Rudy. The whole panel, Chuck, Shaq, Draymond, to an extent, Kenny too. I just think that Rudy is so misunderstood and so disrespected. And let me tell you this: first of all, Minnesota has been a top 10 defense the last 3 years since Rudy Gobert's been part of this team. We've only had one other season in 33 years where we had a top 10 defense. So Rudy comes here, we're a top 10 defense every year, and Rudy has been involved the last 10 years of his career. The teams that he's been on have been in the top 10 defensively 9 out of his last 10 years. So, if you want to have a top 10 defense, have Rudy Gobert on your team. And so from that standpoint, he doesn't get played off the floor defensively. People think he can't guard on the perimeter. He absolutely can. And, there's plenty of guys that get blown by on the perimeter when you close out to Luka Doncic or Steph Curry or whoever. It's just that when it happens to Rudy, there's no Rudy behind him to pick up the slack, when he gets blown by. And so it looks worse than it actually is. The other thing is that for the reason why Rudy might get taken out of the game sometimes is just spacing issues. It's just the same thing with Kevon Looney. It's like the reason why Kevon Looney doesn't play because he's not a perimeter jump shooter and he just takes up space. He gets played off the court offensively, not defensively. And Kevon Looney's an awesome player. And so the reason, Rudy can sometimes is just Naz Reid is also a tremendous player. Naz Reid is such a great inside and out player, and he and Julius Randle both. They both can play bully ball, and so I just think it's going to be fascinating. You see, who does Draymond guard? Does Draymond guard Julius Randle? Who guards Julius Randle? Is it going to be Jimmy Butler? Are they going to start Kevon Looney, and are they going to have to play big to be able to put? Who's going to guard Anthony Edwards? If Gary Payton II can't play or can't play big minutes. I mean, I just don't know who's going to guard Anthony Edwards. You going to put Podziemski on him? I just can't wait to see how Steve Kerr matches up with this team.
Yeah, I think it's GP too, and you're right, Jim. Like that's the hope to guard the Ant-Man, and I do think it's going to be Draymond having to guard Julius Randle, and then it comes down to what you're saying. Do they go to? I think Quentin Post when you get Naz Reid out there, your stretch 5 against our stretch 5, but the other one is how do they find a way to get Rudy Gobert out of the paint? Have teams been able to get Rudy away through, getting the cross match or the screen and roll and get Rudy Gobert away from the basket?
Well, yeah, they're going to probably do a lot of switching, and Rudy will go out to the perimeter and guard and defend, and he can actually do that. Like I'm just telling you, if you don't watch Rudy every night, you don't have an appreciation how good he is. You have to watch him every night. And so my son was an assistant coach with the Utah Jazz for 3 years, and Rudy was there for 2 of them. So I saw a lot of Jazz games, and I saw Rudy, and I saw Quinn Snyder used him. And they used Rudy a lot like in a spy role, and so he would guard whoever the worst shooter is. And so a lot of times, teams put that worst shooter in the corner. And so he would just be zoning up. They call it Spy Rudy. And so they spy him. And we'll do some of that. We'll do some switching. We'll play some zone. We'll mix defense. You saw a lot of zone this last series against the Houston Rockets. So they'll utilize Rudy in a lot of different ways. But I just think that it's the chess match, and that's where Steve Kerr. I love Steve Kerr. I mean, you look at how he changed up the lineups. Whatever the lineup called for, and whatever he felt like from a coaching standpoint that the lineup needed. What they play 4 different lineups in a 7-game series.
Yep.
So I just think that Steve Kerr is willing to do that. He keeps teams off balance. I'm thinking that some of the reason why he did that is because he wanted to keep us guessing because we have no idea how they're going to match up initially. So GP too is the best matchup for Ant. And then I'm just going to be fascinated to see how much time Jimmy Butler or Draymond spend on Julius Randle, because Julius was a monster against the Rockets and against the Lakers. The Lakers did a great job neutralizing Rudy on the glass. They put a body on him for 4 games. For 4 games, Rudy Gobert was never left alone. And then in that 5th game, they just lost their focus. And what did Rudy do? He had 27 and 24 in the game. So if you don't put a body on Rudy Gobert, he's going to make you pay. And so that's going to be another factor that the Warriors have to deal with.
Jim, going to that Lakers series for the Wolves, when you look back on it, what was the key thing the Wolves did to dominate that series the way they did, and how does that, whatever it was, however you answer it, how does that apply to this series?
Well, one of the things that really applies to this series, Mark and Dan, is like, I just think that when you think about transition defense, it's one of the things they spend a ton of time. I just going to the practices and shoot arounds leading up to the Lakers game and during the Lakers series, they spent a ton of time in transition defense. And we did the same thing the last couple of days here, working on getting back and getting matched, because you know how dangerous this Warriors team is in transition, shooting threes, shooting walk-up threes, Podziemski shooting walk-up threes. Buddy Hield has killed us in the past this season, doing that very thing. So getting back and getting matched is really super important. And Jimmy adds another complexity because there's nobody better at, when you pitch ahead to him, the way that he can collapse the defense by getting to the rim. He's not a 3-point threat, but he is a threat to collapse your defense by getting into the painted area and getting to the rim and getting fouled. So, we didn't foul the Lakers. We did a great job in transition. We won all the miscellaneous points, second chance points, fast break points, points off turnovers, getting to the free throw line. We out free throwed them. We didn't foul Luka. We didn't foul LeBron. We did a great job in that regard. And so all those factors, I think, are a big factor here. And also, Ant and Julius were the 2 best players in the series. Ant was better than Luka. Julius was better than LeBron. And our 4 through 8 completely outplayed them.
Jim, my father is from Minnesota. He's from Cohasset, International Falls. And so I have deep ties to Minnesota. And my thoughts and memories of the Minnesota people are that they're understanding and gentle, friendly, and kind? Are you guys really going to give it to Jimmy Butler? Can't we let bygones be bygones?
Oh, Jimmy, no, not Jimmy. The way Jimmy got out of Minnesota and the way that he got out of Philadelphia and the way that he got out of Miami, I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't sit well. You know what I mean? And Jimmy, like the way he went out of Minnesota, that whole meme about the last practice with Tibbs and the way he got on. He took the 4 worst players on Minnesota's roster and they played against Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins and Jeff Teague. And it just was something else. So it's gonna be interesting. It's been a long time, but these people up here, they got a long memory, and they're basketball savvy, just like Warrior fans. Another reason why I love this. Another reason why I love this series, though, is the Oakland memories that I have. Being at the old Oakland Coliseum, being at Oracle. It was some of the greatest basketball I've ever seen in my entire life. That whole Steph Klay Thompson run. It's just an unbelievable experience. And then Chase Center. It's just a great fan base. I got a lot of love for the Bay Area. And, I mean, just an incredible series. It's just going to be fascinating.
Jim, it's going to be awesome. It's great having you. I really do. I want to ask you this, though. After the comments you just made about the Jimmy Butler experience in all 3 of those cities, Jim, was he ever wrong? Like Joel Embiid. Oh, okay. Miami wouldn't pay him.
Hey, Mark, you want to know something?
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards could be the same way too. Like Anthony Edwards, I just think it's different management styles. I mean, would you rather be managed by somebody that criticizes you every day and calls you soft and calls you an idiot and is not supportive and tries to date your girlfriend or whoever, who knows what is going on between these people. I'm just saying, like, I need to say, I'm not saying he did that. I'm just saying, I'm just saying the threat of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, or would you rather work and be managed by somebody that believes in you, that sees the best in you? And so Anthony Edwards is he saw all those things about Karl Anthony Towns, but he didn't choose to focus on that. He always, every day, pumped Karl up. And when Karl was the player of the game, when he was doing the post-game interview, Anthony Edwards was waiting for Cat to get done and to pour water on him or give him a hug or support him. Like, give me Anthony Edwards type of player camaraderie any day.
Yeah, no, Jim, I get that. But then what did the organization do? They traded that guy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Anthony Edwards, I think you've even detailed.
I don't know. Jimmy is a great player. I loved watching him play. He was an incredible athlete, incredible player. He's a winner. I dig his game. I dig his work ethic. But I just don't dig the way that he forces his way out of situations.
I get that. I mean, I get it.
That's just me, and I think the guy's awesome. And the Warrior fans are lucky to have him because he's made them a better team and he's given them belief. And but you got to pay him. You got to pay him to keep him.
Oh yeah. And they did. Yeah, exactly. Jim. Jim, it's so fun to hear your voice.
Jim,
Thank you.
You're bringing back the memories of Run TMC and like my youth in the late '80s, and Timmy and Mitch and Chris and Tom Tolbert and. Back then, when you guys won a playoff series, it was parade worthy back in the day.
Well, I just was texting with Gary St. Jean today. I saw Gregory, his son, when I was playing for the Warriors. Greg was a baby; he was a toddler, basically, and so now he's a coach with the Los Angeles Lakers. But he'd been with Dallas with Luka, and then he was in Phoenix last year with KD. And then he went to Los Angeles with JJ, and just seeing Greg and just talking with him and texting with Saint today, just was a lot of great memories. I mean, Chris Mullin and Tom Tolbert are 2 of my favorite teammates of all time. That Run TMC, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullin. It didn't last long, but it was a mega force. It's still memorable. I mean, they're still talking about it.
Yep.
And and Nelly was just a folk hero in and of himself too. So it was a different era. He was ahead of his time. The draw and kick game, the playing small ball lineup and spreading the floor, playing 5 out. What Nelly was so far ahead of his time, and Warrior fans were so lucky to be able to see the We Believe Warrior team. And then also, I can't believe what it would be like, to be a fan of the Warriors during the Klay Thompson, Steph Curry era. What a blessing.
Jim, you're a true gentleman for coming on a game day. Thank you so much for doing it.
Okay, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Definitely.
Thanks, Jim.
There we go.
Mark and Dan.
Yeah, thank you. Jim Peterson, former Warrior. And my goodness, he fits in perfectly in Minnesota. He's the nicest man on planet Earth.
So nice.
Yeah.
And it is a game day for the team, but he, much like Fitz and Klena, he's done.
He's okay.
Local TV.
Round 2.
It's a wrap.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
in fact,
still, I'm sure he's going to lock in and maybe, make some nachos or something.
Lock in Wolf Nation or whatever they call it, but I'm sure he'll be at the game, right?
Sorry, that's the football
team. Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
But it works. And the Minnesota people, they're good people. And I was looking where he went to high school, and he went to high school literally across the street from where my Grandma Vi, lived for 60 years.
No way.
Right there downtown Minneapolis.
Look at that.
At St. Louis Park High School. So just the Minnesota people. That's why I was kind of trying to get his goat. Because
they're the best.
The nicest.
They're the best.
Super nice folks.
Minnesota and Wisconsin people.
Sure.
That's who I hope they're waiting when we get to heaven, if we ever get there. That's they are the nice.
I heard you died, eh? That's too bad that you had to die like that.
Darn. Yeah, want some cheese? Anyway,
too bad about the dying and stuff.
I want to grab this, though. I totally get that if you are in one of the towns that Jimmy Butler left, you're mad. But I want someone to look me in the eye, or it's radio, so just say it to our ears and tell me he was wrong. Was he wrong? Was he wrong?
He wasn't necessarily wrong.
He may have gone about it in a way that you don't like.
That's the thing, the approach, right?
But was he wrong? You can sit here and be like, I want someone who will pet Karl Anthony Towns on the back of the head. Well, the team also then traded him. They traded him. And now they look better for him being gone. And Jimmy didn't want to play with Embiid. Mind blown. I wonder why.
Well, at the time, we didn't yet fully know that Embiid was Embiid.
Embiid doesn't want to play with Embiid. And the Miami Heat, count up all the good players that they've got without Jimmy. You just did. So, was he wrong? Was he wrong? I don't know if he's going to turn on the Warriors someday. But to me, Jimmy also looks like a guy who finally found some dogs who play on his level. That's what it looks like to me. Short sample, I get it.
Very short, and so far so good. And you could see the emotion that was coming out after Game 7 between Draymond and Steph, and then Jimmy and those guys. And you can see that Jimmy is enjoying playing with a couple of other OGs, guys who have actually done it before, and they've been to the top of the mountain. And so now you're on to the next. And yeah, Minnesota's going to give it to him. There's no doubt about that. And, it's been almost 7 years since he got traded by Minnesota. So it's been a long time since he's been a T-Wolf, but we don't forget very easily,
that's that Jimmy Butler guy. Yeah, they're not going to forget, and Jimmy will be fine. Jimmy might even help him. Coming off of a 7-game series, I'd love to go to the opposing arena and get booed. That'll wake you up a little bit. So, excellent. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Warriors Live is in 45 minutes. Until then, it's your phone calls. So, Burns, you'll lead us off, but let's line it on up. How you feeling? Where's the optimism? Where's the pessimism? Anywhere in between. 888-957-9570. We are all Warrior basketball, heading for a big game 1 tonight. Your phone calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
dog, bro. He's an OG. You're a sucker.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Woo, that's a good cackle. It's a good cackle right there. Yeah. That's a game one cackle.
Oh, no doubt. Grandpa Daddy,
You're
GPD.
a sucker.
Yep. Dylan Brooks is a sucker, but now we can move on.
Yep.
I got it off my chest.
Good.
We can move on. Dylan Brooks has been dispatched by the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs. Yet again.
Again.
Bye-bye. Let's move on to Minnesota. So glad you're with us. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We'll go to the phones in a second. However, I do have this, which is not definitive yet also not sounding great with regard to GP2. I want to let everybody know.
Not GPD.
No, not GPD.
GP2.
This is GP2.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, but you may not be laughing for long because he's listed as questionable, as you know, but I think a lot of us are running around thinking that that's because of the illness that kept him out of the game on Sunday. That is no longer the designation. The illness is fine, but they changed the designation to left elbow inflammation. And you know what that is?
That's an inflammation sensation is what it is.
So that's the diagnosis is left elbow inflammation. And Dalton Johnson, our buddy with NBC Sports Bay Area 15 minutes ago, just said he's watching him have a lot of conversations with Rick Celebrini, and GP2 does not look very comfortable shooting the ball in warmups.
That's not good.
So he sees some potential discomfort and conversations with Rick Celebrini, and the fact that that's all happening a little bit more than 90 minutes before tip, I cannot think that that's a good sign, but we still do not have anything definitive on GP2.
Yeah, and I mean, you could say, well, just go out there and guard Anthony Edwards, and you don't even have to shoot if your elbow hurts, but you do have to shoot.
You got to be able to shoot.
Right.
And the last time we saw him shoot, I think it was a corner three from about 19 feet, and it went about 21 feet in Game 6, if you remember. He did not look good shooting the ball that night. I think he made 1 3, if memory serves, but still, wasn't great.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yep. Because as Jim Peterson, the T-Wolves TV analyst, was just talking about, like, you know, who's going to guard Randall? Okay, Draymond, fine. And who's going to guard Gobert? And who's going to guard Ant? Well, it's got to be GP2, or maybe it's Moses Moody. Could it be Jimmy Butler?
Moody is the name that came to mind tonight as a guy who, boy, I'd love to see him find that shot a little bit tonight, because if he could give you just a little bit of offense, I actually think with where they are in their careers, there's not a huge fall from GP2 to Moody on defense. Just on defense. I think there's a little drop, but not a lot of drop. And GP2's got a lot of experience against Ant, and it's gone well. Moody does not, but, you know, I mean, if GP2's not in there, next man up, here you go. And so that's a key guy tonight if it plays that way.
Absolutely, and it may affect what you do in a starting lineup, because, as Jim was saying, like, do you put Pods on him? And that one is a little bit of a struggle. Pods is a good defender, but he's not, I don't think, quick enough to stay with Ant. Jimmy Butler's a good defender. I don't think that he's fast enough to stay with Ant. Steph Curry at 37. I don't like that matchup against Anthony Edwards. So the two guys you would put on him ideally would be GP2 and or Moses Moody. And so if you don't have GP2, well, then it's going to be Moses. And when it's not Moses, what do you go with? Like, you could go zone, but Minnesota shoots the three really well. They were number 5 this year in 3-point percentage. They've got a number of different guys who can shoot the three. So it's a little bit of pick your poison if you don't have GP2 and if Moses is getting a break on the bench.
We should obviously have that announcement at some point here in this 5 o'clock hour that's about to get going. And again, Warriors Live will start at 5:30. Willie and Dibby will take you all the way up until 6 o'clock when we send it out to the arena. But your phone calls until then. Let's go to Burns in the city. Hi, Burns. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
What's happening, boys?
Damn, Willard, I met your son, and I didn't know you were a giant. The Willards are giants.
Well,
man. Are you that tall too?
Yeah, no, I am not. You met, and again, Burns, for those of you who don't know, so Burns called in on Friday. Burns is essentially, and I don't want to have the title wrong, but were you kind of involved in running the door or something at the Lincoln High prom? Is that what happened here, Burns?
I organized the whole prom, my man. I'm the man in charge of that.
That's that's an organization sensation is what it is, Burns. And so Burns, because he has all the tickets in front of him, he saw the last name Willard. And yes, my son Abe was a guest at the Lincoln prom. And yes, Burns, he is 6'5". He has got 3 inches of height on me, at least. He's a complete beanstalk.
Crazy, man, because I thought you and Dibs were the same height. I see you on YouTube all the time.
No.
We're both sitting down, Burns. So right now we are the same height.
I know.
We're both in chairs, Burns, but my partner goes about 6'2" and change.
That's 6'2",
and I am 5'8" and getting shorter every single day, Burns. But thanks.
I put the dots together. I was like, oh, that's why Dibs stands and Mark sits. Right.
Actually, Steiny is the stander.
Yeah.
We're all sitters except for Steiny. He stands because he's just uncomfortable staying in one place at one time. It's why the crossover ends what it does.
Yeah, he fidgets.
Gotcha. But anyways, it was great to meet him, and I hope he had fun. And
he did.
Nice to hear from y'all. Good. So my take on the Dubs, honestly, I feel like this is what we tried to do with the Rockets was out-fluid their the dust game plan, And I think what ended up happening is we ended up really getting exposed exhaustion-wise to that grind. And what may happen with this matchup is more of a fluid convergence where both of these teams kind of play off of each other's fluidity. But I don't know, y'all. The fact we do not have a true big is really good. Just going to kill us, I think, this series. And then not having GP2. Good luck, Dubs. I mean,
we don't know about GP2 yet.
Unconfirmed, Burns.
Yeah, Burns. Thank you. We don't know that he's out yet. He remains questionable at this hour. And then to your larger point about not having a true big, I get it. I even kind of agree. However, I've also noticed this about the Warriors, and maybe you have too. They've always been short a big man, it seems, and somehow, some way, they keep doing this. It's like we watched the Rockets series, and so many of us went, oh my God, they're never going to get a rebound. They can't get a rebound. We need someone taller. We absolutely must have. I'm sorry, they won the series.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the magic potion is. But the Warriors have figured out to win a basketball game and basketball series when they are the shorter team. And they've done it repeatedly for the last decade.
And they've done it against Minnesota this year 3 of 4 times. And I know things are different because the last time they played Minnesota was back on January 15th. There was no Jimmy Butler in that game. And I'm looking at the box score, Mark. There also was no Draymond Green in that game. And this is an interesting name that I'm going to throw out, and maybe he will or will not play, but he had 15 rebounds in this game. He started. It was Trace Jackson-Davis.
Oh, interesting.
And I know that he's fallen way out of the rotation, but you're looking at a very big team in Minnesota. And this was at a time where that night they started Curry, Wiggins, TJD, Schroeder, and Gee. That was your 5.
That's incredible. Say that again slowly.
Steph, Wiggins, TJD.
Okay, so gone, benched.
Really buried on the bench.
Yeah. Keep going.
Schroeder.
Gone.
And Gee.
Benched.
That was your starting 5.
And I shouldn't say benched, but those two players are largely out of the rotation right now.
Off the bench, you had Buddy Buckets, of course. He's played in every game.
He's a superstar.
Moody, Looney, and GP2.
Okay.
That was your 9. You won the game by 1. You led early, and they rallied late, and the Warriors were able to hold on.
So no Draymond in that game either.
No Draymond.
No Draymond, and Jimmy Butler wasn't on the team yet.
Correct.
All right, and they won.
And TJD had 15 rebounds, 9 on the offensive glass, and Gobert had 10 rebounds. They had Ant and Dante. Randall played 27 minutes, and they had Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid. It was the T-Wolves that you're going to see tonight. And this is back in January when they were not yet as good as they are. But just looking at this box score had me thinking maybe there is a little bit of room for TJD. Or as you're looking to throw some size at them, like Quentin and Looney and TJD, you're going to have to do something to try to offset their size.
No question. I mean, look, based on whether it was an injury to Jimmy Butler or somebody is sick or whatever, you heard Jim Peterson mention it. Steve Kerr had to sample a bunch of different lineups, sometimes by force, sometimes by choice. And so I have no reason to think that won't be exactly the same in this series. I have no idea what they're going to start out with. And the Warriors have had very, very little prep time also on Minnesota. Now, if I'm the coaching staff of the Warriors and there's downtime on flights and whatnot before Game 6, before Game 7, the Warriors knew that whole time that Minnesota's the next opponent if they get there.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that they were doing some advanced scouting, but maybe not. Maybe they were way too knee-deep in trying to figure out the next night against Houston. That'd be something I'd love to ask Steve tomorrow, actually, whether or not they did anything at all Minnesota-related just in case they win the series prior to that series being over. But they have very little prep time. So I don't know. That's why I keep calling tonight a feel-it-out night. I don't know what these matchups are going to be. And, yeah, tonight might be a huge Kevon Looney game.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It might be.
And it might be a game where TJD does get a shot to go in there and rebound and defend. And I'd like to say that Quentin Post is going to get some minutes, maybe opposite Naz Reid. I was mentioning that to Jim Peterson where, stretch 5 against stretch 5, there might be some time for him to be in there. And the one name that we are yet to utter so far in the show, and I should probably say it here.
Oh, here it goes.
I mean, somebody's got to.
Well, do you want to do it or do you want the text line to do it?
Let's go to the text line.
All right.
Boxer and Gerson, injury attorneys, text line.
The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line says from the 925, hey, JK can keep up with AE, possibly. Does it help if we only use initials?
I'll allow it.
Okay, JK, that is Jonathan Kuminga, and AE, that is Anthony Edwards, not to be confused with AI, even though that could be either Allen Iverson or the reason we're all going to lose jobs someday. But either way.
Or Iguodala.
They're not.
I like Iguodala.
Not the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, can Kuminga guard Anthony Edwards?
I want Iguodala.
I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe. Maybe. But again, I don't know why everybody keeps trying to crack this nut. I really don't. I don't understand why everyone keeps, unless y'all want to just say Steve is full of crap. The premise is they have a really hard time when Kuminga plays with Draymond and Jimmy. And Draymond and Jimmy are going to be in the game a lot tonight.
Yep, no doubt.
A lot.
Yep.
So if you buy the premise, I do.
I do too.
If you don't, then you don't. But if you do, I would stop trying to crack that nut of Jonathan Kuminga is the savior, put him in. So anyway.
I don't think he's the savior, but I do look at a game, and you talked about it being a feel-it-out game. Yep. That for me is like, all right, we're going to feel it out and see who looks good and who matches up in this series. And Kuminga's played Minnesota 3 times this year, and he was not really great from the floor in any of those 3 games.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go live to one Mark Grandy with this injury update.
Steve Kerr speaking pregame in Minnesota. This comes courtesy of our Warriors insider Anthony Slater. Gary Payton II will play in Game 1 tonight. Had an illness and an elbow issue, but is available as a defensive option on Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
Comes courtesy of Kerr.
That's huge. But watch out for the jump shot in the corner if needed, because the elbow inflammation is there. And it appeared he was working through some things in pregame warmups, but that's fantastic news. That is fantastic news that GP2 is available. Any word on a starting lineup yet, Grandy, and if he's in it or not?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Steve Kerr doesn't normally release that when he meets the media pregame. It'll happen a little bit later.
Right. Okay. All right. So game time, hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Warriors live, half hour away.
I would imagine that if everybody's healthy and if he's playing, then everybody is healthy, that he would go with his winning starting lineup, the lineup that seemed to be, I mean, that has Moses in it. And I know Moses has fallen a little bit out of favor, but that lineup over the last couple of months of the year was, 18-3 or something?
It was fantastic. However, has Buddy Hield earned his way in? He actually stated out loud after that game, it is easier for him to get his shot going when he starts. He did say that. We didn't make a big thing out of it, but that's an interesting comment. Factor that into the thought process for sure. And then also, I factor in, again, not knowing yet what Steve Kerr thinks about the specific matchups of this team and this lineup. And so do you just go with a starting rotation that worked well because you love that rotation, or do you happen to think that something else fits better in going up against this Minnesota team, which offers a lot and offers a lot of height in the front court?
Right, and that might change your approach to start the game. And a lot of times we fixate on the starting lineup too much, in my opinion, although I'll say this, if you look at all the games that these two teams have played, in 3 of the 4 games between Minnesota and Golden State, the team that front ran, got the lead. They kept the lead, and they won the game in 3 of those games, including the last one I mentioned. The Warriors were up 26-5. Minnesota never led in that game. They finally tied it up at 108. They never got the lead. So starting this game on the right foot is critical for the Golden State Warriors.
No doubt about it. No doubt. Guess what? We have yet another Burns.
Wait.
Yeah.
Double Burns? We're going to let it burn.
We got Burns in the city.
Shout out Usher.
And now Burns in Fremont would like to weigh in on Burns in the city.
Burns on Burns?
Potentially. Let's find out. Let's go to Burns in Fremont. Hi, Burns.
Hello, fellas. Hey, first of all, with all due respect to my Burns in the city, my friend, you have to come with it if you're going to carry that Burns name, because the Burns name is just not a name, it's a lifestyle, all right? But you know what? The whole thing with Burns, very, very soft. You got to come with some energy. It is round 2 of the playoffs. The Warriors are here. Big man. We got one of the greatest big men ever. Draymond Junkyard Green, all right? I cannot wait for all you guys and everyone out there. I know there's a lot of you that were ready to trade Draymond, right? Goodbye. We wouldn't be here without him. There's no doubt about it. And now you know why we love him, right? Hey, everybody else hates him. We love him, right? All my Laker fans, deal with it, Laker fans. We're in the second round. You're not, right? Bring on the T-Puppies. The T-Puppies have nothing, all right? We have champions. Gosh darn it. We have champions. That's how you bring it, Burns in the city, all right? I don't want to hear about proms. I want to hear about how the Warriors are going to crush it. That's it. Let's do it, Warriors. I'm tired. That's it. Warriors, come out and play.
Burns, bringing it.
That's Burns, baby Burns, right here on 95.7 The Game. That was not weak.
No,
that was a good solid take.
And he hit the high notes too.
He hit the high notes.
Yeah,
and he took a shot at the Lakers, which is always fun.
And he took a shot at the other Burns, which is
that was expected.
And I don't know if we need to go at each other in advance of a big game 1, but he's allowed to, and he did.
It is fun. Like, this is not something that you or I mentioned yesterday, but I was just looking at the entire board, the NBA bracket this morning, and I just had a moment where I was like, oh, the Warriors are still in it and the Lakers aren't.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, that's fun.
It's beyond
fun. That just
fun.
makes me very happy.
LeBron James.
That was a big, warm fuzzy and a smile. A little cup of coffee this morning, and just taking a look at the bracket, I'm like, oh, look. The Warriors have a game tonight. The Lakers are in Cancun.
That's right.
That's fun.
It's awesome.
That's really, really fun.
It never gets old, and that's what I tweeted when the Lakers lost. And, just the Lakers losing. And even if the Warriors lost, that would have sucked, but at least the Lakers lost first, and I know they would have gone out in the same round, so it's not like the Warriors get any advantage, but seeing the Lakers lose for me is always joyous.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't want to bring the kind of That sounded like the San Francisco Giants thing, where for the last handful of years, you're just relegated to like rooting against the Dodgers in the playoffs. This was extra special because it's not just that the Lakers lost and lost first, but the Warriors didn't. They didn't. They moved on. The Warriors are in the Elite Eight, and the Lakers are not. It's wonderful.
It's awesome.
It's really wonderful. Let's go to Jason in Oakland. Hi, Jason. Thank you for the call.
What's going on, guys? Good afternoon.
What's up?
I was kind of irritated a little bit earlier. Guys keep on talking about the Warriors' age. How old is Jimmy Butler? How old is Steph? Man, when you were 30, I'm asking both of you guys. When you was 35, I consider you being a young guy.
Hell yeah.
At 35, when I was 35, I can go outside and play basketball. My son is 25 now. I'm 50. When I was 35, I can go play basketball with my son all day like if I was a young man. And I'm tired of hearing some of the hosts talk about their age. Oh, how old is Jimmy Butler? Steph is 37. So-and-so is 30. Man, 30-something is young. Them dudes is not. It seems like they keep on thinking we humans are living in dog years. Please stop talking about their age. Them guys are in the NBA. I'm listening.
No, Jason, hold on, though. Like, okay, because when you were 35, you could go outside and play all day. You understand that that's different than, like, playing at the NBA level, the physicality of this. Like, you're not making the case that Steph at 37 and Anthony Edwards at 23. Like that, come on, Jason, that's a thing. That is a thing.
Okay, is this Willard?
Yeah.
I'm talking. Okay, Willard, check this out. At 35, let's be real. Let's be straight up real. At 35, when you was 35, Willard, and a young guy that's 23, if you got on the court with him, you're gonna probably be better than him.
Right, but this is like you and I don't know about the comparison because when we go down to the Y, Jason, that's not the NBA. Like we're talking about the most elite 23 and 24 and 25-year-olds in the world. And it doesn't mean that they're automatically going to win, but like recovery time, I mean, just the history of the league, we don't see people north of 35 lead their way to a championship very often. You know, like look at it from that angle. Like it's kind of a compliment, Jason. That's all I'm saying.
Now, listen to this, Willard. One more. Willard, if you've been having, they talk about all this great medicine nowadays and this good regimen and these great doctors to keep guys in shape and it's different after the last 30 years. The medicine and the workout and everything is way different from back in the days. So you're making my point. These guys should be at 35 tip-top shape, especially the ones that don't smoke weed and drink alcohol and do all the crazy things.
Wow.
Let's be real.
No, you're not wrong. But if the 35-year-old is at the tip top in the history of 35-year-olds, then so are the 23-year-olds at the tip top of the history of 23-year-olds. Like Jason, you're right. They're not dead. They're absolutely not dead. They're here. They won. They beat a bunch of 22-year-olds. You're not wrong. But I'm not going to come off the idea that at 23. No matter how I felt at 35, and I felt great, I still feel great at 50. But no matter how I felt there, I felt better at 23. I mean, come on, right, Jason?
Dibs, can you chime in on this, Dibs?
Yeah,
at
Jason.
35, you feel like a young man.
Yes, absolutely, Jason. I was running marathons and ultra marathons, and there's actually precedent in the association for exactly what you're talking about. The Chicago Bulls, their last title, Rodman was 37, and Jordan was 35 and a half. Ron Harper, 34 and a half. Scottie Pippen was almost 33. Stevie Kerr was the same age, 33. So that was a team that did what the Warriors are attempting to do with their core, all in the mid to late 30s. But it's rare.
Well, 32 is not mid to late
33,
30s.
But
you said almost 33. You said Scottie Pippen was almost 33. Did I hear you wrong?
No.
That's their second best player.
Well,
that's their second best player.
Dennis Rodman was a critical piece, and he was 37.
He's also like out there to do one thing, which is rebound and annoy people.
But still, to be able to do that at 37 is...
I'm not sitting here saying they can't do it.
Right, I'm saying that it's not without precedent.
No,
it's out of the norm. Absolutely, I'll agree with you.
Yes, like I don't know what is sort of the end game here. I'm not saying they're dead. I am saying they're not 23, and 23 is better physically than 37.
In ways,
no. Like, yes, the Warriors are going to have all the experience angles on this.
Sure.
And maybe that wins out. Maybe it doesn't. It certainly won out over the Rockets, but barely, and that's a team that had never played playoff games in their lives. You're now going up against a team that was in the conference finals last year.
And part of this, too, as I look back at the Bulls, which was now almost 27 years ago, they had the luxury of a little bit of rest because they swept the Nets in a best of 5 back then, and they had 4 days off before they faced the Hornets. They won in 5. They had 4 days off. They played the Pacers. It went 7, and they had what the Warriors are going to face. Game, off day, game, off day, game, off day. And they had their hands full. But then after that, they did have 4 more days before the finals. So the fact that the Warriors don't have that buffer to start the series reminds me of 2 years ago when you had to go 7 to beat Sacramento. And 2 days later, you had the Lakers here, and you end up losing game 1.
Yeah, listen, I am not in any way saying, I'm over here picking the Warriors in the series again. I'm not saying that they're not allowed to do it or they can't do it or whatever, but you can watch these guys. Draymond's got white in the beard. Like we can see this. There's not really a debate here as to whether or not a 23-year-old and a 37-year-old rebound physically the same way. Like, no. At 23, you don't even feel anything.
But Jason's point, I agree with where 37 is, you're not dead.
No, they're not old. They're old-ish NBA terms. But no, look at them. They're amazing. They're playing great.
Yeah, they're great. My wife actually was fixated on the Draymond Green gray. She's like, ooh, he's got a lot of gray in the beard. When did that happen? Last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been coming.
Started to pop up, which, from a guy who's bald with a lot of gray in his beard, I get it. It happens.
What do you make of this? Check this out. This little quote that Slate just gave us on Twitter, and he's out there listening to Steve Kerr talk pregame, and he says, Kerr says he does not sense the same fatigue tonight that he did with his team entering Game 5 in Houston when the team was up 3-1. But also said he does not have the same luxury to take a safer approach in this game tonight as he did when he was up 3-1 on the road. Quote, having said that, if we're down by 45 mid-third, I'm pulling my guys.
Right.
End quote. So I take a few things from that. A, he thinks the team is more ready for this game than they were Game 5 in Houston. But B, feels the need to be obviously more aggressive tonight than he did in that game because in that game he had a 3-1 series lead.
Yeah.
In this game, he's got no lead at all.
And he understands the reality of a best of 7. And I mentioned this before where the winner of Game 1 at home wins the series 85% of the time. Now, that doesn't mean anything in terms of this series, but historically, when the home team wins Game 1, historically, those teams go on to do very well in a series. But if you're Steve Kerr and the Warriors, and the veterans know this, you're looking at what can you do to get a split? And you get the split, and you go on, and you can win the series. And I'm looking at all of Steph Curry's playoff series in his career, and the first one they ever had, they lose to Denver on the road, Game 1. Well, they beat Denver in Game 2, and they went on to win it in 6. So just because you lose Game 1, it's not necessarily a death knell for the series.
Not at all. I agree completely with that. All right, some more people want to jump in on the whole age thing. Here's Greg in San Ramon. Hi, Greg. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
How you doing? Yeah, pretty good. Hey, at first reaction, you think to yourself, well, he's right. He's wrong that age does play a factor. But when you step back and think about it, and you compare Draymond when he was 25 or 23 and Steph when he was 23 to them now, and even Jimmy, they're much better players now. And Draymond's in the best shape of his life. I've watched the Warriors all my life, and he's in the best shape of his life. Steph, well documented his regimen. You look at him now, compared to when he's 23. He's a lot more muscular. He's more physical. He's a much better player. So I tend to agree with the previous caller that age, I mean, they're not old. They are outplaying their younger counterparts. The Houston series is a testament to that. And I go back to, compare them to themselves. Compare them at 35 to 25. They're much better players now, no doubt about it.
That's an interesting statement, Greg. You know who I'd love to ask this question to as all of us sit here and decide what these athletes feel like when they're playing? I'd love to ask them. I wonder how they would answer this debate that has just suddenly arisen here on 95.7 The Game. Steph Curry is better now than he was 10 years ago. He is in better shape now than he was 10 years ago, and he feels better. And I know maybe you didn't use those exact words, but when I watched Draymond Green go to the sideline and literally wrap his entire body in ice while he takes a 5-minute break in the third quarter, I have a hard time believing that these guys would agree with our last two callers. No, they're not old, but come on. They're all like in NBA circles. If you think that you feel the same at 37 as you did when you're 27, respectfully, you've never been 37. This factually is just not true. You can be stronger. You can be smarter.
Right. All those things.
You can be a more effective player as a whole, and I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't think the Warriors are done. But this idea that somehow in professional sports, being in your late 30s is better than being in your late 20s, I have a mountain of data that would argue that.
Well, it just depends on the player and it depends on the group and the sweet spot, because I do think that not only for pro athletes, but in life, you reach a sweet spot where your intellectual IQ, your self-confidence, your physical skill set, there's an intersection where all of those things are at their best and you are the best athlete you can be. For Steph Curry at 37, it's probably not now. It probably was 2022 when you went to Game 4 in Boston down 2-1 and you had that performance and that team won that title and he was 34, I guess, at the time. That might have been the intersection of all of the things that make a great athlete great. It doesn't mean that he's washed and that they can't do it, but I do look at a 37-year-old now versus, as I mentioned, 1998 Dennis Rodman. A 37-year-old now is more apt to be still in peak shape based on the sports medicine, the travel, and everything else. So I do think that, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, they are physically older, but they're also probably a lot smarter about how to exert, when to exert, how to maintain their fitness and all the rest of it.
No doubt, but at the same time, they also manage them much differently. They give them days off they didn't used to. They get hurt more often. And not all of these things are age-related injuries. I made that case just the other day. The Jimmy Butler injury, I don't think that's an age thing. Your tailbone could bruise like crazy at any age. Steph Curry with the golf ball in his thumb could happen at any age. But at the same time, when we look at the way they're managed and what we're seeing their bodies do, I mean, this idea that, they just beat Houston, so they're performing at their best. Well, Steph was in terrible pain in his hand the whole time he has said it. Draymond wraps himself in ice when he leaves the court. Jimmy Butler's running up and down the court games 4 through 7, looking like he's got to go to the bathroom because he can barely move because of his tailbone. To say that they're in their physical peak condition for their career, they don't look like that to me. They're still tremendous with what they're doing, but they're doing it a lot more with a lot of the grit and the brains and all of that than they used to.
Of course, and they'll have to do that tonight, coming off a 7-game series where you wrapped it up in Houston, and Jim Peterson, who joined us last hour, was a little bit surprised, I think, that they didn't immediately fly to Minnesota, but that's a veteran coach and a veteran team where you close out Houston on the road in 7. Let's go back to the hotel, get a good night's sleep. We'll get up, we'll get on the plane, we'll go to Minnesota. And you're all veterans for the most part. We're not going to practice, and we'll get ready for shoot-around today, and we'll get ready for Game 1.
All right, before we continue with the callers and get ready for Warriors Live, you know that engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game, including today. It's presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. And here's what we asked today. Who wins? That's it. Warriors or Wolves, and in how many games? Will it be the Warriors in 4 or 5, the Warriors in 6 or 7, the Wolves in 4 or 5, or the Wolves in 6 or 7? I'm going to go ahead and vote the Warriors in 6 or 7, and the final poll results are the Warriors in 6 or 7. 75% of the vote.
Kaboo!
And 10% of you crazy people think the Warriors are going to roll in 4 or 5. It might be a lot of Warrior fans somehow voting in this poll. Only 15% of you think the Wolves are going to win the series. 6% of you think it'll be a quickie. And 9% think Wolves in 6 or 7, which is where Matt Steinmetz lives. Wolves in 6 or 7.
FanDuel, the odds, the professionals, the favorite is Wolves in 7.
Yes.
Followed by Wolves in 5. Followed by Wolves in 6.
Jeez.
Followed by Warriors in 6. And then Warriors in 7. T-Wolves in a sweep. Warriors in 5. And then Warriors in a sweep is the least likely according to FanDuel.
Well, all those, Jim Peterson was talking about all the ESPN employees who all thought it was going to be like Lakers in 5. And Minnesota took that to heart and went out and won the series. Well, all the ESPN people have weighed in again, and only one picked the Warriors. And her name is Ramona Shelburne.
Momo took the Warriors.
Only one.
I love it.
Only one. By the way, we're going to see if she can come on Thursday. And I texted her. I'm like, you're the only one. So now you have to come on the show. And her reasoning for picking the Warriors is probably not what Warrior fans want to hear.
Oh, no.
She goes, well, I've been picking against them and they keep winning, so I just said, F it.
Right. Well.
I'm like, that's not a ringing endorsement, but it is what it is.
It was working. Momo, keep picking against them.
Yeah. Well, she's smart to do that. And I mentioned this before, but in playoff series in which Steph Curry participates, 24-5.
Yeah.
So he's won 24 of 29 series, 5-0 against Houston in his career. And as we mentioned, he's never faced Minnesota, never faced Phoenix. So hopefully he can put Minnesota and add them to his list of teams that he's defeated in the playoffs.
Check this out on our YouTube page, and our YouTube page has just been firing this week. We love all of you. Thank you so much for watching the show. Super chat from K-Way. K-Way says, I'm 37. I'm a former 3-time NCAA National Track and Field champ, 2-time USA Olympic Trials, Adidas Pro long triple jumper, and I still train from the time. I can assure you that 37 is old.
Wow.
Athletically, recovery even hurts. LOL. Thank you, K-Way. Yeah, 37 is not 23. I don't care how many of you call and say, oh, 37's young. Yes, 37 is a young man. It ain't 23. It is not 23.
Well, and
it's not.
And the triple jump is one of the more violent looking events in track and field.
What's up, K-Way? It's an athlete right there.
That thing hurts.
Oof. Anyway.
Trying to Google to find out what his exact name is here.
You got to Google it.
3-time champ.
37 years old.
Yeah.
Backtrack it.
I got you.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Guess what's coming up on the game?
Warriors Live.
It's Warriors Live. Game 1 is an hour away on Willard and Dibbs.
Is this Willard?
Round 2 is here. Game 1 tonight, right here on 95.7, the game, the home of the Warriors. Technically the 7 seed against technically the 6 seed. Yes, those are their seeds. Both of us, many of us believe these are definitely two of the top teams in the West. They renew their rivalry and get their series together, and it is the first time in the career of Steph Curry that the Minnesota Timberwolves will be a playoff opponent. Game 1 tonight in Minnesota.
Yeah, and it's just the second time in the last 3 years that a 7 seed took on a 6 seed, and hopefully history repeats itself because last time the 7 seed beat the 6 seed, and that was the Lakers over the Golden State Warriors.
The Warriors, yeah, right after they beat Sacramento in a Game 7 on the road.
Yep.
How about that? So here we are again. Warriors just did it, and this is Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. I keep calling this a kind of feel-it-out game. Super fascinated by it. Some of the same things that we talked about in the Houston series remain, even though the matchups will be a little bit different, but you are, again, going up against a good defensive squad. You are, again, going up against a physical squad. You are, again, going up against a solid rebounding, tall squad. So whatever all of the little things that the Warriors did to combat that over the last week and a half, they're going to have to pull that out of their bag of tricks again tonight.
And a lot of that was having the guards rebound. Steph Curry with double-digit rebounds in the Game 7. Jimmy's done a great job. Pods is an excellent rebounder himself. And, you know, a lot of it for me is going to come down to the big advantage that I think they have in almost every series. Maybe not as big in this one, but it's the coaching edge. And you get into it, and Steve Kerr has a knack for finding the matchup edges that they're going to be able to go to. And, you know, they were able to hack a Steven Adams and get him off the court in that Game 4. And that turned out to be a critical stretch in a game that they won. So as this game and this series evolves, it's going to be up to Steve Kerr and the coaching staff to figure out how to offset the size advantage that's going to be there.
When you talk about size disadvantage, many people immediately start thinking about Rudy Gobert. When you talk about Draymond Green keeping his cool, a lot of people immediately think about Rudy Gobert. So let's hear from Rudy Gobert. At shoot-around earlier today, he opened up a little bit about the specific matchup with Draymond Green, the dynamics from the past, and where this may go in this series. Here's what he said about the matchup with Draymond.
Obviously, it's Draymond. He's going to be an all-time great defender. He's going to be very physical. He's going to be himself, right? And it's really about being myself and also being physical and doing all the things I need to do to help my team win.
Okay, so he basically said, look, it's Draymond, so it's going to be physical. I need to go out and be myself. He actually says he does enjoy it when these two match up.
How challenging is that, though? I mean, he's presumably going to try to bait you at different times.
I enjoy it, competitive aspect of the game and the physicality and all these things. So I'm excited to, he's a fierce competitor, and so am I.
Okay, he's a fierce competitor, and so am I. He enjoys it, he says, when Draymond tries to bait him, but let's not get this twisted. The Wolves are going to try to bait Draymond too, and he's the one that's got a bunch of technical and flagrant points that have put him in a little bit of a precarious situation.
We will try to bait him as much as we can, and we know that in the past he has had a propensity to choke me, and so I will be ready in case he puts his arm around my neck one more time, and I will embellish it, embellishment, and hopefully the officials will see it, and they will tramp down on Draymond Green, and maybe he will be eliminated. That would be an elimination sensation.
I always love it when you debut a new impression, and that's a new one. Rudy Gobert, yeah, and cha-ching.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and refine it as we get deeper into the series, of course.
Injury report in a minute.
Granny, what do I get? Trois?
What's French for zero?
Zero.
Okay, zero. How do you say boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line in France?
Les attorneys du boxer and Gerson.
Perfect.
It's a great question.
Yeah, how about this? 925 sent in. How do we get Ty Jerome back? He's showing out tonight in Cleveland. The Knights playoff basketball underway. Third quarter, Cavs lead by 17 as they sort of rally back as the home team. But yes, the Warriors would like a little second-round trend to continue. All three of the other series had the road team go in and grab game one of the series, the Warriors would like to make it a clean sweep.
Absolutely, and it's pretty rare for the road team to go out there and win game one. As I was mentioning before, it's a very strong percentage that the home team wins the opener, and that's why I was maybe a little bit more encouraged this morning, realizing that these other teams, including one team that had to go 7, and they turned right around and they handled that business at OKC.
Today's injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. You may well be aware of the injury report if you're just joining us after a long day of work. We broke this a little bit earlier, but Gary Payton is in tonight. It actually wasn't the sickness that had him on the injury report. It was left elbow inflammation, and he did miss game 7 with the illness. But according to the Warriors and Rick Celebrini, good to go. GP2 will be in, which is massive because he has had a lot of success guarding Anthony Edwards in the past.
And then you're going to need him. You're going to have to throw multiple bodies at Anthony Edwards. He's an electric scorer, and he's somebody who gives everybody a whole hard time and a lot of problems. So you're going to need Moses. You're going to need GP2, probably a little bit of Jimmy Butler, and who knows who else to try to slow down the Ant-Man.
The Wolves have Rob Dillingham on the injury report with an ankle sprain. He is out, but that is it. So we are in round 2 with 2 teams that are coming at each other with relative full health.
Yeah, and it's good to know that Jimmy Butler was able to, pretty much get through the pelvic contusion, the tailbone bruise, and I know Steph has the thumb that's going to continue to be wrapped, and he's not on the injury report because whatever's going on with that thumb, he's going to play through it.
Yep.
I think that the thumb is worse than he's letting on, and at the end of the season, it's probably going to affect his ability to go out and golf immediately because just based on what I see from the thumb, he's probably going to need some sort of a procedure to get that thing healthy.
Yeah, I don't know, but he did talk at shoot-around today and basically said 2 things that are interesting. One, he said, yes, it does hurt when it gets hit. And he also said it's pretty impossible to have it not get hit. It's just it's part of the deal when you're an outside shooter and the way that he is guarded so intently. And so other than that, though, he said it's in good shape. I'm ready to go, and you wouldn't expect Steph Curry to say anything otherwise. But I'm with you. I'm sure a lot of these guys this time of year, and I'm sorry, at this age, they've got bumps and bruises they're dealing with. I'm sure Jimmy Butler is still in a little bit of pain. I'm sure Draymond Green is too. But it's the playoffs, and I'm sure that's just par for the course and the norm this time of year.
And these guys have been through it. I mean, Jimmy's never won a championship, but he's been to the finals a couple times, and he's been deep in a playoff run, and he's been the number 1 option on his team in doing so. And now you've got Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler, who have a combined almost 500 playoff games under their collective belt. So they understand the deal. Yeah, it would have been great to sweep Houston and get 8 days off, but you didn't. And you stayed the night in Houston. You got up. You flew 1,300 miles to Minnesota. You had a half a day to chill, and now it's basketball. So they know the drill, and it's 48 minutes. Go out there and get it done.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. One dynamic that we didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about, but we'll have some eyes on it tonight. And our guest, Jim Peterson, a former Warrior who is now an analyst for the Wolves, talked a lot about, look, it's 4 rosters ago for Jimmy Butler. But at the same time, apparently Minnesota very much remembers. And so we are expecting that Jimmy Butler is not going to get a kind reception. He has only played against the Wolves since leaving there 3 times in Minnesota. That's crazy with all of the basketball that he's played. But here we go in a playoff series, and apparently this is going to be quite a thing from the fans who are there. Steve Kerr was asked about it yesterday. If Jimmy is going to be feeling anything extra in this return to Minnesota.
What I'm most impressed with Jimmy is his poise. He's so competitive, but he never seems out of sorts, and that's one of the reasons he's so good taking care of the ball and settling us down. But I'm sure he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah. So I don't think there's much to it. If you want to compare it to this, I don't think it's much of a comparison, but we made a lot of the return to Miami, and the game was a complete dud. It was a total dud. Steph didn't play in it. Jimmy did not play well in it. And I didn't even think that enough happened that the sound of the arena was anything. It just was a complete dud.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how that applies to this because this is a playoff game. But however many games they play there, whether it is 2, 3, or 4, apparently when he gets the ball, it's going to have a little bit of a different sound.
They'll probably boo him every time he touches the ball, but that's not going to be anything that takes him off his moorings. I think about the Boston crowd and what they did to Draymond Green and chanting F you Draymond throughout the course of the game, whether he had the ball or not. That was something that had a much greater impact. I don't see the Minnesota crowd going to that level, but they're going to let him hear it. I don't think that there'll be a video tribute before the game, for example.
I don't believe there will be.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards has a lot of crossover with the Warriors on a couple of fronts. Number one overall pick when the Warriors had the number 2 pick. So there was a lot of pre-draft connection between the two sides. And then he was an Olympian when Steve Kerr was the coach. And so there's been a lot of interaction there. And Steve was asked yesterday, do you have any insight on how to stop Anthony Edwards because of your inside knowledge of his game?
The main insight I have is that he's really damn good. So I don't know how that helps us prepare. But, Ant is an amazing player. I love his energy. I love his infectious enthusiasm for the game. He was amazing to coach. And, there's a reason the Wolves are where they are now. It's they've done a great job organizationally and put together a really good roster. Chris has done a fantastic job as coach, but they are where they are because Ant is a superstar, and you have to have a guy like that to build a great team, and he's the reason they are where they are.
Well, and I'll tell you, if you've been watching Warrior Ball all the way through, one thing that we really felt affected round 1 was that the Houston Rockets don't have that guy that if you do end up in a really tight game and there's a minute to go, 30 seconds to go, you can hand the ball to that guy, clear out, and have a pretty good feeling that something good is going to happen offensively. What comes to mind first is Game 4, and the Rockets just really didn't have the ideal thing you'd like to turn to in that situation. They end up throwing it to Şengün. He goes one-on-one with Draymond. He misses a 10-footer. Warriors win the basketball game. Well, it's going to be a different ball game in this series because Minnesota, maybe as much as any team in the NBA, absolutely has that dude.
Yeah, and they've got a couple of those dudes because they can give it to Randall and he can go into the low block and he can get you a bucket in Şengünian fashion. So they've got a lot more of a diverse offense. They can, drive. Edwards can drive and you can kick it out to 3-point shooters. Naz Reid, Dante DiVincenzo. You can get Randall to, play grown man ball on whoever he's guarding. Rudy Gobert, offensive rebounding and tip-ins is going to be a real threat. So it's not only that Edwards is a phenomenal bucket getter, they've got many different ways to try to get points.
It is time for the Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I was just fishing around on Underdog to take a look at some of the numbers for tonight's game and the individual players. And I'm going to do something that we don't normally do, and that is I'm going to go just to the main well and scoop up a big bucket of water. I'm going to go to Steph Curry. His higher or lower line right now for points is at 26.5. I really feel like he has done well in this matchup in the past. I think that he's coming off of 3 games or so in the Houston series where it was really, really difficult to get going offensively. But now the intensity actually does tap down a little bit. It's very intense. It's the playoffs, but it's not Game 6. It's not Game 7. It's Game 1. And so I think this game might be a little bit more free-flowing, and I think Steph's going to want to put his stamp on the series on the road. I got him higher than 26.5 points tonight.
I like it, and Kukush and lock that thing up because they're going to need that kind of performance. Yep. I don't think that you're going to hold Minnesota under 100 like you did against Houston Probably few times in the series. Minnesota's a team that can score, and I think you're right about the freewheeling nature, and I'm going to ride the hot hand and go with Buddy Buckets.
Okay.
And I don't know what the underdog number is, but I can tell you that he's averaging 15 a game against Minnesota this year, including a game where he had 27 on 7 of 13 from 3. Buddy's coming off the best game of his life. So, and I know that when Buddy gets 15 points, the Warriors win. His number's probably at 11.5, I would guess.
What do you think it is? You think 11.5? Okay. Then you should bet higher because the number's only 9.5.
Oh, goodness.
9.5.
Kukush. Lock that ass up.
Hey, man, when it
double digits.
When it looks easy, it's not.
I know.
You know damn well Buddy Hield is totally capable of making only one shot tonight.
Yes,
that's
and
totally possible.
You also know that the entire Timberwolves team and staff was probably watching that game Sunday night, and they were like, "Oh, okay, buddy, stay hot." And when they're doing their scouting report, Buddy Hield's name was on the whiteboard.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, but at the same time, when you are guarding the Warriors, you have to pick your poison. And I know that Buddy Hield, this is a great 3-point shooter. So I'm not saying they'll just let that shot happen. Draymond is the one that they'll let happen. To a degree, Pods and Moody, those are the 3-point shooters that they will say, go ahead, shoot that thing. Buddy, less so. But there is so much focus on Steph at the 3-point line and so much focus on Jimmy inside the 3-point line that's Warrior basketball. You're going to get open threes for all of those other guys, Buddy included. It's just a matter of who's got the hot hand to hit it on that night.
And Draymond usually hot early as he was in Game 7. And then after that, I think he missed his next 6 threes. He went a little cold. But yeah, if you're Minnesota and you're doing the whole pick your poison idea from 3, you're going to guard Pods and Buddy and Steph as much as you possibly can. Even Quentin, you want to get out and challenge his shot, and you can live with a Jimmy Butler or a Draymond Green if it comes to that, or certainly if Kuminga plays, you'll live with him shooting a 3 as well.
For sure. Out-of-town NBA game of the night. Let's do that. It's sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There is only one other game in the league tonight. We already referenced it, and that is the Pacers and Cavaliers. Game number 2 in Cleveland. The game is on right now, and in fact, the Cavaliers, with a couple minutes to go in the third quarter, have a 15-point advantage at 88-73. Cavaliers have looked good this entire night in a game that you would figure is a desperate situation for them. They've got to get it. So you're not getting to Cleveland for this game. But if you do want to head to Cleveland for a future postseason game, or Indiana or anywhere else, SFO can get you there. Or maybe you'd like to be in Minnesota on Thursday night. I bet there's probably somebody listening to the show that's going to be on a plane tomorrow.
No doubt.
And head out to Minnesota for Game 2 or a potential Game 5 or 7 later in the series. SFO can help you get there or anywhere in the league. No questions asked. That is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, getting close to game time. We're going to send it out to the arena shortly. Warriors and Wolves, game 1 of this series. I'm struck by the fact that we left our show on Friday night very much feeling, and I kept using the word probably. There was a little bit of a hedge in there.
Yeah.
But my statement on Friday was that was the game that you probably had to win in order to really end up feeling good, like a home run, if you will, about the Jimmy Butler trade. And that's probably now already been proven to be incorrect just by virtue of the fact that the Warriors came out of that series. But the larger question, which still remains, which was kind of what we were getting at on Friday, is if you do have to go to Houston and you do put forth the energy it takes to win a Game 7, what's left? What's left in the tank for tonight while Minnesota's been watching basketball since Wednesday? Wednesday, they closed out the Lakers.
Yeah.
Huge rest advantage. Everyone's going to be looking at the legs tonight to see how these two teams look.
Yeah, but rest versus rust, I do think, is a fair debate. And, the Warriors did have to exert a lot in Game 7 to get that thing done. And Minnesota will have been idle since Wednesday. So you're talking about 6 days of no competitive basketball. So can the Warriors take advantage of maybe a sluggish or a rusty start from Minnesota and come out and get that lead? As I mentioned before, the team that leads early in these games between the two tends to go on and win. So I'm looking for the Warriors in the opening 6 minutes to jump out to a 16-9, an 18-11, get the lead and put Minnesota into chase mode. Because when you've done that as a Warrior team, in this matchup, particularly, you've gone on to win most of the time.
It goes well, but we think so much about the offensive side of the ball whenever we're talking basketball. And I think if you look back at what just took place against Houston and you know the game really well, you can see it. These series are won or lost on the defensive side. So I'm really interested to see how the Warriors are able to defend the three-point line in particular, because Minnesota will surround the whole thing with deadly knockdown shooters. Anthony Edwards is not the only one.
And for me, it's really the converse of what I was just saying about getting out on top. If you happen to fall behind and if it's starting to slip away, I wonder how quickly Steve Kerr might pull the plug, knowing that his team could be tired, or do you just try to ride it out and steal this one? Because if you can get game one, it bodes really well for your potential result overall in this one.
No, I think he'll be very slow to do that. They've this is game one.
Oh, yeah.
You got to put all the cards on the table.
Let's
here.
Go.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. All right, here we go. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I can't wait till tomorrow.
We're going to do it again tomorrow now, because Steve Kerr is going to be on the show, and we look forward to reacting to game number one. So, for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. And let's go ahead and send it out to the arena next.